It is said that anyone who chooses to contract with the Black Silk Witches group will not survive for more than 3 days. Yet, this young master of the Nien family, born with full spiritual power, experienced an unexpected event during the awakening ceremony. 12 saintess statues simultaneously released dazzling light. By choosing anyone, you could ascend to greatness and wield unmatched power. But the 13th statue, suppressed by chains and full of cracks, suddenly broke free from its seal and released a black light pillar that enveloped you. While rumors in the dark prison said, only losers choose the white silk saintess, real men choose the black silk, which no one had dared contract with a witch ever since 300 years ago, when witch contractors massacred dozens of cities. Although contracting with a witch could make one invincible at the same level, they would gradually lose control over their thoughts, becoming a mindless killing monster. Thus, the entire continent sealed all witch statues. Since then, anyone who chose to contract with a witch would mysteriously die within 3 days. At this moment, a huge phantom appeared behind the statue. After arrogantly sweeping a glance at you, it slowly spoke, "Not bad, barely acceptable as my vessel." Then it turned into a black light and shot toward you. However, the holy light from the 12 saintess statues exploded, forming a sword of judgment that struck directly at you. The witch phantom merely pointed a finger at the air, and the giant holy sword shattered into pieces like glass. Even the 12 statues began to shake. The witch phantom looked around with a sneer. "A group of useless fools dare to judge my vessel." With legs wrapped in black silk, it crushed the holy light with one stomp and lightly pressed its finger between your brows. The crowd was shocked by the sight before them. The witch phantom had effortlessly countered the 12 saintesses. At the same time, you opened your eyes, and a 72-hour countdown appeared before your eyes. You hurriedly checked the contract attributes. Name, MODing. Gender, female. Current level, SSS, upgradable. Spirit skills, dark domain, divine magic armor, eternal night descends. She wasn't just any ordinary witch, and binding the ultimate boss at the start left you stunned for a moment. The principal, unable to accept that such a promising talent was wasted, shook his head helplessly and left. Nearby, your girlfriend, Lu Rian, smiled faintly and confidently showed that she no longer belonged with you. But just then, you noticed a small line of text beneath the countdown. Unprotected by me or consumed into ashes by me. MOD's current awakening level is 3%. As a former top-level assassin who had crossed over, you immediately understood that this unprotected referred to the soul. So you rushed toward the assessment area, as you knew you would die in 3 days. You needed to hurry and earn some money for certain people's funeral expenses. At this moment, the highest kill record on the assessment leaderboard was 60. Looking at your skill introduction, you couldn't stop yourself from laughing wildly. Only 60? Sorry, I can keep killing. When 10 black magic tigers appeared in front of you, you shouted, "Divine magic armor." Instantly, your body was enveloped in black armor, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, and physical resilience. Dark domain releases a 5-meter radius field where targets within are affected by fear. You can merge into the darkness to achieve absolute invisibility. Eternal night descends, casts a judgment strike that deals 10 times the damage to a single target or can pull multiple targets into darkness for group damage. With your attack, the 10 black magic tigers were instantly sent flying. Then a series of notification sounds rang in your mind. Kill 1 black magic tiger. Killing value, +1. Spirit skill experience, +1. Realm experience, +1. Your fullness progress bar in your sight, now displayed 10 points. Seeing this, your confidence soared. As long as you kill fast enough, the witch won't be able to consume you. Moreover, you also noticed that the witch's killing backlash didn't seem as strong against you, a killer. Meanwhile, more and more people in the assessment hall had noticed the change in the leaderboard. Nien 11 kill record, 150. Nien 11 kill record, 180. The data on the leaderboard updated in real time, and your refresh speed completely dominated the screen. In just a short time, it had already broken 300 kills. Since the founding of Sangnan Academy, no first-level contractor had ever achieved a kill record of over 100 monsters. But now, the numbers were rising wildly. The news quickly spread throughout Sangnan City. Your second sister, Nien Xin, rushed over, torn between joy and worry about the witch contract and the kill leaderboard. But just then, a burly middle-aged man in a white robe kicked open the door and walked in. Who is Nien 11? Nien Xin's mind seemed to explode, and her breath became short. The director of Sangnan City Martial Arts Hall, contracted with the S-Class Storm Saintess, one of the top 3 combatants in Sangnan City, Li Xiaofeng. Even such a figure was startled. Li Xiaofeng looked at the staff urgently and asked, "Is the one being tested inside Nien 11? Give me his battle monitor. At the same time, your monster kill count had reached 400. The divine magic armor on your body seemed alive, expanding and contracting with your breath, releasing all the heat it generated. The next moment, 100 flame birds appeared, their wings made of fire, glaring at you. You silently looked up, and the starry red light in your eyes began to flash wildly. At this moment, the MOD awakening level in your sight reached 7%, allowing you to temporarily borrow the MOD weapon, the Divine Scythe. When the scythe appeared in your hand, your aura changed instantly. If before you were an assassin, elusive in the darkness, now you were a death god, a ruthless reaper with overwhelming and wild power. With a swing of the scythe, a red starry slash turned into a blood-colored crescent, slowly sweeping through the beast group. Wherever the crescent passed, all the monsters instantly turned to ash. Then, you charged toward the beast group, and darkness spread from you. Dark Domain, activated, and red shadows slashed through the darkness. 2.5 minutes later, all 100 monsters were slain. But Li Xiaofeng, watching the monitor, frowned deeper and deeper. This kid contracted a witch, and looking at those eyes, he's about to go berserk. Terminate the test. Get that kid out of here now. But when you walked out of the assessment room, your gaze had returned to an extraordinarily clear state, leaving Li Xiaofeng puzzled. Only you knew that every time the fullness bar reached its limit, it would reset, and the MOD awakening level would increase by 1%. Although once MOD fully awakens, it would likely take over your body. You had no choice but to push forward to save your life. Li Xiaofeng, after examining you thoroughly, finally confirmed that you hadn't gone berserk. She then spoke her intention. If you can survive these 3 days, I will recommend you to the assassin major at one of the 4 great universities, Tsinghua University. With that, Li Xiaofeng took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes. He took out 2 exquisite, small wooden boxes from the drawer. Upon opening, inside each lay a strangely shaped fruit. One was entirely crimson, its surface carved with bizarre runes. The other was entirely ice blue, as if formed from piled ice crystals, palm-sized, surrounded by wisps of frost. Blood Soul fruit, containing violent energy. Upon absorption, it can significantly enhance attacking power. Ice crystal fruit, with gentle energy. Upon absorption, it can effectively enhance physical strength. Choose one. Consider it a reward for breaking the record. Li Xiaofeng pushed the 2 wooden boxes in front of Yiming. These 2 fruits were of considerable value, capable of being sold for 200,000 Longwa coins in the market. Usually, breaking the record wouldn't grant such a reward as the Blood Soul fruit. It was purely Li Xiaofeng cherishing talent, digging into his wallet to gift it. Yiming, choose the red one. That one has better effects for you. Yingyu's voice was like a gentle bell, echoing in Yiming's divine sea. Oh, Yiming raised an eyebrow. The noble Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, had spoken, so he would choose the Blood Soul fruit. I want this one. Not bad. This fruit is indeed very suitable for a witch contractor. After a brief conversation with Yiming, Li Xiaofeng sent him to the door, reaching out to shake hands. Yiming, I hope you and the witch you are contracted with can break the constraints of worldly perception. What is worldly perception? It is that contract witches have no future. Of course, we will work hard. Watching Yiming's gradually disappearing figure, Li Xiaofeng crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if in thought. If I remember correctly, that guy's son Ho Yuan seems to be in Songnan City recently. I should find an opportunity for him to meet Yiming and see if I can recommend him directly to the teacher. If anyone with a bit of knowledge were to hear these words, they would surely be astonished. The reason is simple. The son Ho Yuan that Li Xiaofeng mentioned is a recruitment officer from Star Devil University. And the teacher he spoke of is the vice president of Star Devil University. On the way back, Yiming sat in the passenger seat of a sports car, holding the Blood Soul fruit. He kept observing it from various angles. Blood Soul fruit. What a good thing. Director Li is quite generous to you. But I remind you, this type of fruit can only absorb energy. Do not consume it orally, or it will cause adverse reactions in your body. In severe cases, you might get poisoned, faint instantly, or even die. Yi Xian glanced at him, hurriedly warning. But as soon as her voice fell, Yingyu's faint mumble sounded. Actually, you can eat it directly. It works better that way. As for the toxins, I can absorb them all. It can work like this? Yiming smiled and put the Blood Soul fruit away. He didn't plan to swallow it in front of Yi Xian. She was driving, and if his action frightened her and caused an accident, that would not be good at all. What are your plans next? Your strength far exceeds your peers, but you also need clear planning. Don't waste time. Yi Xian asked. Yiming pondered for a moment, recalling the conclusions he had drawn at the martial arts hall, and then said, Tomorrow, I want to go see the Secret Realm. Secret Realm? Yi Xian frowned. Aren't you having a junior test tomorrow? Not going. I've tested already, and I'll send the data to the class teacher later. With my score, I'm sure she will understand. Yi Ming didn't want to waste time. That makes sense. Yi Xin nodded. After contemplating for a moment, suggested, if you want to go to the secret realm, you could choose the entry-level secret realm, Blood Demon Tower. There are many fierce beasts concentrated inside, making it the most suitable for a rookie like you, although you're not a rookie. Concentrated fierce beasts, many in number. Sound quite good. Decided? I'll go the Blood Demon Tower. Yi Ming made up his mind. Meanwhile, in a mid-range residential complex, Lu Yuxuan lay in bed, and after sending the last message to Yi Ming, smash, she threw her phone to the ground with a slap, angrily saying, Damn Yi Ming, why don't you reply to my messages? Do you really like playing the cool godlike boy act? Thinking that by putting distance between us, I'll embarrass myself to chase after you. Why should I? Just because he has a contract with a hopeless SSS level witch. Since the moment Yi Ming rejected her today, Lu Yuxuan had been holding back a surge of anger. She initially planned to return and scold Yi Ming fiercely on her phone. But the result? Yi Ming didn't reply to a single message. The little princess's feelings went unmet, which completely broke Lu Yuxuan's defenses. She looked at her phone on the ground, clenched her fist, and huffed angrily. Yi Ming, just you wait. Tomorrow's beginner test. I will kill 50 ferocious beasts and trample you underfoot. I will make you understand just how foolish your indifference towards me is now. The next day, Songnan Martial Arts Academy. All students from this year's Songnan No. 1 high school gathered at the entrance of the martial arts hall, including Yi Ming's class. In the classroom, most students had arrived, but Yi Ming's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hey, why hasn't Yi Ming shown up yet? It's already 8:29. We have to go for the test in a minute. I don't know. Maybe he overslept? Doesn't he have a special car for pickup? Some classmates looked around, feeling puzzled. Wang Haoyang, whose injuries had healed, scoffed and mocked. He awakened full-level spiritual energy, contracted an SSS-level witch, and is so proud. Of course, we have to wait for him. He's the young master. By the way, Yuxuan, are you confident in yourself? I heard contracting an SS-level sanus means you can at least kill 30 ferocious beasts. I'm planning to kill 50. Lu Yuxuan replied coldly, her eyes scanning the crowd. Until the clock struck 8:30, Yi Ming still hadn't arrived. She snorted coldly in her heart. This Yi Ming must be afraid I will surpass him. So he's too scared to come. Lu Yuxuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, walked over. All right, students, let's go for the beginner test. But Yi Ming hasn't arrived yet. Wang Haoyang asked faintly. Oh, Yi Ming? No need to wait for him. He sent me a message yesterday that he has already tested. Full marks. He killed 500 ferocious beasts, breaking the record for first-level contract masters. You all should learn from him. What? As soon as these words came out, all the students present erupted like ignited gunpowder. 500 ferocious beasts, breaking the record. This number left them in disbelief. Wang Haoyang's pupils constricted suddenly, loudly questioning. Impossible. 500 ferocious beasts. Even contracting an SSS-level sanus cannot achieve this result. Teacher Yang, are you being deceived by Yi Ming? Yang Jinwen frowned. Don't believe it? Go check the martial arts hall yourself. All the students rushed into the main hall of the martial arts hall, and when they saw the big screen hanging in the hall, their heads felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing in confusion. Record board. First-level contract master. Yi Ming killing record. 500 first-level ferocious beasts. How is this possible? Seeing this data, Wang Haoyang's legs went soft instantly, and he sat on the ground. His pupils trembled from fear, starting to shake wildly. The one with the most complicated expression was Lu Yuxuan. Her eyes widened like two brass bells, mouth slightly open, and she stood there as if frozen in place. Her heart felt like it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Her breathing became rapid and erratic, and her mind went blank. After a long time, she finally regained her senses and murmured, 500, 500. How is this possible? At this moment, she felt that her earlier ambition to kill 50 ferocious beasts was just a joke. Chapter 10. Entering the Blood Demon Tower. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, Yi Ming received a message from homeroom teacher Yang Jinwen. Yang Jinwen. Yi Ming, your record-breaking achievement has become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates. They were so pressured that they couldn't breathe. Yi Ming smiled helplessly. He couldn't blame them. With his strength, he couldn't stay low-key even if he wanted to. So he thickened his skin and replied, Yi Ming, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It's our duty to serve our classmates. After finishing everything, Yi Ming glanced at the panel information. Name, Yi Ming. Spirit, Max level. Realm. First level contract master, 1000/10,000. Vitality, 110. Middle power, 110. Contract spirit, Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level. SSS level, can be upgraded. Spiritual skills, Dark Judgment, level 2. Fallen Demon Armor, level 2. Eternal Night Descend, level 1. With the help of Yu last night, I successfully devoured the Blood Soul fruit. Now, my vitality and mental power have both improved. I'm just 9,000 experience point away from becoming a second-level contract master. Yi Ming looked at the teleportation door of the Blood Demon Tower, his heart full of anticipation. Please don't let me down. According to his older sister, Yi Xin, there are many ferocious beasts in this Blood Demon Tower. The number is dozens of times that of ordinary low-level secret realms. Yi Ming's innate ability, killing growth. The more ferocious beasts he kills, the more experience he can gain. In theory, as long as there are enough ferocious beasts, he can continuously break through. Of course, the higher the realm of the ferocious beasts, the more experience he gains. Everyone, the secret realm is now open. Please wear your wristbands. If you encounter danger, you can press the button on the wristband to teleport out of the secret realm. As soon as the staff finished speaking, swish, the teleportation door suddenly flickered. Yi Ming's eyes grew dazed, and by the time he came to his senses, he was already in the low-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. The sky was thick with dark clouds. Blood-red lightning flashed continuously. Crows with blood-red eyes and black feathers soared through the sky, their cries resembling a mournful funeral bell. On a vast expanse of crimson earth, a towering ancient tower, completely black and surrounded by blood-red aura, stood tall. The Blood Demon Tower has 9 levels, and, as the levels increase, the number and strength of the ferocious beasts also gradually rise. Although it is a low-level secret realm, and there are safety wristbands, every year there are at least 50 contract masters who die in the Blood Demon Tower. Everyone, the number of ferocious beasts in the Blood Demon Tower is high. If you want good rewards, you must challenge the higher levels. Is there anyone willing to team up with us? We need one more for a 3-person team. Requirements: second-level contract master, contract spirit be level or above. Oh, it must be a saint. Witches are not allowed. A man in work clothes, looking very professional, was shouting loudly. His requirements were not high, and soon someone responded. Team up. First-level contract master is fine. Contract spirit a level or above. The old rules: no witches. It must be a saint. Team up. First-level contract master, B-level contract spirit also accepted. One more person means more strength. More and more people found suitable teams. However, these teams all tacitly excluded witches from joining. In their eyes, first level and second level, which contract masters were no different from ordinary people. Forming a team was simply carrying a burden. Hey, big brother, would you like to team up with me? I'm a first-level contract master, and my contract spirit is an A-level poison mist saint. I can unleash area damage spiritual skills. A soft, melodious voice sounded from behind Yi Ming. Yi Ming turned around to take a look. It was a sweet, cute girl. She wore a white hoodie on top and loose jeans below, looking very pure. Big brother, what is your contract spirit? I saw that you didn't team up with anyone. Could it be your contract spirit is an S-level saint? Su Xiaoyou's clear eyes were filled with great anticipation. Yi Ming calmly responded, my contract spirit is a witch. Ah, a witch. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Su Xiaoyou's smile vanished instantly from her face. Her expression turned cold as she unhesitatingly walked towards another handsome man behind Yi Ming. As she passed by, Yi Ming even heard her mumbling softly. TCH, I just wanted to find a strong partner to rely on. In the end, I ended up contracting with a witch. No matter what level, a witch is far inferior to a saint. I don't understand how people still choose to contract with witches these days. In the public subconscious, contracting a witch means ruining your own future. They won't understand. Instead, they will criticize, mock, insult, and oppress. Yi Ming. Ing Yuyu's mood was somewhat down. Yi Ming smiled calmly. It's fine, there are always such fools in the world. What we need to do is to use our strength to slap their faces. This amusing comment lifted Ing Yuyu's spirits, and she burst out laughing. Boom. Just when everyone formed their team and discussed strategies. The 10-meter-tall, blood-stained iron door of the Blood Demon Tower opened. Blood-colored mist spilled out from the tower, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Yi Ming looked up. Within the iron door was a darkness that seemed endless. Charge! The Blood Demon Tower is open. Those who enter first get the meat, and those who enter later gnaw on the bones. Swish, swish, swish. With the door opening, everyone rushed into the Blood Demon Tower. Yi Ming naturally would not fall behind. As a top assassin, He possessed exceptional agility. Though he started late, he quickly reached the front of the crowd. Damn, isn't that kid contracted with a witch? How's he so fast? Could his contracted spirit be a rabbit witch? Some were astonished at Yi Ming's speed. Xiao Yu, who had initially approached Yi Ming and heartlessly left, scoffed. What's the use of running fast? Have you not heard of the saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Ming felt the wind under his feet, completely disregarding the others' comments as he dashed to the first floor. Here was a grand enclosed space, with strange runes carved on the walls and ceiling, and the floor covered in blood scabs. 100 meters ahead of Yi Ming stood a large door leading to the second floor. However, to enter the second floor, one must complete the requirements of the first floor. Blood Demon Tower is open. Second floor entrance requirement. Kill 50 first-level blood demonic beasts, 0/50. Yi Ming heard the prompt sound from the Blood Demon Tower beside his ear. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the sound landed, the blood scabs on the ground began to flow, eventually forming strange creatures. They looked bizarre, about 1.3 meters tall, their bodies bubbling with blood, armed with sharp blades for arms, and their lower bodies had 2 sturdy thighs. Hey kid, why are you running so fast? You contracted with a witch of the first level. With your strength, it should be as hard as climbing to get through the first level. 3 figures appeared behind Yi Ming. The lead one was tattooed with a muscular build, bald head, and eyes like a fierce tiger. He looked menacing and arrogantly said to Yi Ming, "But I must say, you do have some guts. So, give me 20,000 and my crazy tiger team will escort you to the 5th floor." Chapter 11, One Strike to Kill. Is this kid really contracted with a witch? Yi Ming glanced at the burly man beside him. Yi Ming frowned. No need. As soon as he spoke, Yi Ming was too lazy to argue with the burly man. This was the 1st floor. Most contractors would be here. With so many competitors and few resources, to kill as many demonic beasts as possible, he had to stay far ahead of everyone else. Whoosh! With a push of his legs, Yi Ming charged directly into the mass of blood demons. Captain, this kid seems to look down on our crazy tiger team. Should we teach him a lesson? A team member stepped forward. He looked at the tattooed strongman, seeking his opinion. The tattooed strongman, named Zhang Kuanghu, crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully, saying, "A waste who has contracted a witch doesn't even need us to take action." Charging recklessly into the blood demons, he won't even know how he dies. As they talked, more and more contractors arrived at the 1st floor. When they saw Yi Ming making a lone charge into the demon horde, everyone was stunned for a moment. This kid, doesn't he have a brain? A 1st-level contract master charging into a group of fierce beasts. This is simply asking for death. What a ridiculously arrogant fool. Good thing I didn't team up with him, or I would be suffering right now. Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. But just in the next moment, whoosh, a dark aura gathered around Yi Ming, enveloping every part of his body. Godslayer demon armor. Boom! Yi Ming, clad in the Godslayer demon armor, fell from the air, and with one punch, he smashed a deep pit into the floor. Some blood beasts rushing toward him stumbled, struggling to maintain their balance. Now's the time. Yi Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the Godslayer's scythe appeared in his hand. With a swift swing, the blood-colored blade energy cut through the air, crazily reaping the heads of the blood beasts before him. Kill a 1st-level blood beast, realm experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. Kill a 1st-level blood beast, realm experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. Kill a 1st-level blood beast, realm experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. Kill a 1st-level blood beast, realm experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. With a casual strike, Yi Ming instantly killed 15 1st-level blood beasts. What surprised Yi Ming was that killing one 1st-level blood beast in reality actually gave him 5 points of experience. This is so much better than yesterday in a martial arts hall. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Ming, 10 blood beasts are behind you. Ing Yu quickly reported to Yi Ming. Yi Ming immediately turned around and swung his scythe again, easily taking down 10 more blood beasts. This time, apart from experience, he also received 5 blood beast eyes, which are fierce beast materials with a chance to drop and can be sold for money. Captain, what is up with this kid? Isn't his contract spirit a witch? Why is he so strong? The members of the Savage Tiger team were astonished, their voices trembling. This 1st-level contract master is stronger than my 2nd-level contract master. Even if I had to deal with dozens of blood beasts, I wouldn't be as easy as him. Zhang Kuanghu was also puzzled, scratching his bald head. He simply couldn't understand why. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Su Xiaoyu was filled with regret. If she had known Yi Ming was this strong, she shouldn't have walked away back then. What a valuable ally. She missed the chance to hold on tight to him. She felt resentful. Don't just stand there. There are only 1,000 blood beasts on the first level. If you don't kill at least 50, you'll be forcibly kicked out of the Blood Beast Tower. Some contract masters saw Yi Ming killing crazily and quickly dived into battle. In an instant, a powerful chaotic force erupted on the entire first level. Raging wind blades, aggressive fireballs, towering 2-meter-high waves, and indiscriminate poison. Damn it, who released the poison? Is there any conscience in releasing poison in a place like this? And it's indiscriminate. Are you sick or what? Some contract masters covered their mouths and noses, cursing angrily. Su Xiaoyu, who was secretly releasing poison, trembled and grumbled quietly. It's not like I'm targeting you with the poison. You want me to not release it, and I won't? This secret realm belongs to everyone. I'm releasing my poison. What does it have to do with you? After saying that, she found a hidden spot, not stopping, and continued to release more poison. No wonder no one wants to team up with her. Turns out she's a burden. Yi Ming shook his head, and then he heard a voice ringing in his mind. You have killed 150 first-level blood beasts. Exceeded the target. The entrance to the second level is now open for you. Yi Ming looked around. With all the contract masters joining the battle, there was simply not enough blood beasts left to kill. There are only 1,000 blood beasts on the first level. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time. Let's go. We're going to the second level. Yi Ming told Yu Yu in his mind. Okay. In the next moment, he dashed toward the door connecting to the second level. His speed was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind. Brothers, follow him. Don't let this little guy seize the opportunity. Zhang Guanghu commanded 2 team members to charge forward. Yi Ming turned back, a smile on his lips. He quickened his pace and passed through the big door. When Zhang Guanghu and the others tried to follow Yi Ming's qualifications to enter the second level, the big door slammed shut like a tiger-headed knife, leaving them nowhere to dodge. One team member's foot was smashed into a puddle of broken meat. Damn it, this kid's speed is too fast. We can't catch up. Zhang Guanghu sighed. Helpless, he could only continue to kill the blood demon beasts. As for the injured team member, he could only forcibly press the wristband and leave the blood demon tower. When Yi Ming arrived at the second level, the space here was obviously 1/9 smaller than before. The walls around shimmered with a pale green light. Is this the second level? I heard there are as many as 2,000 blood demon beasts in the second level. Yi Ming's heart began to anticipate. If they could all appear at once, that would be great. As if hearing his request, the space of the second level suddenly shook violently. From the walls on both sides, hundreds of blood demon beasts poured out at once. These blood demon beasts were vastly different from those in the first level. They were larger in size, and their bodies were deep green. Their arms changed from sharp blades to hands, wielding iron wolf teeth, charging at Yi Ming with extreme speed. Like a group of goblins wrapped in slime. The second level is opened. Condition to enter the third level. Kill 100 green-skinned blood demon beasts, 0 out of 100. Green-skinned blood demon beasts. They possess greater power, excel in group attacks, and are skilled in using tools. Their strength is double that of ordinary blood demon beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of green-skinned blood demon beasts charged in, like 2 green torrents, as if to swallow the entire second-level hall. However, Yi Ming did not feel fear at all. On the contrary, he revealed a meaningful smile. Yi Ming, it's time to use Eternal Night Descends. The excited voice of Shadow Yuyo echoed. Yi Ming smiled lightly, and the next moment, he plunged the long sickle in his hand into the ground. Terrifying darkness began to brew. Centered around him, dark matter continuously spread outwards, covering the entire floor with a deathly black, like a monster that infinitely devours everything. The entire floor of the second level transformed into a terrifying, fear-inducing dark swamp. The green-skinned blood demon beasts within the range found their feet stuck, as if covered in glue, unable to lift them. Their bodies also became immobile. At this moment, demon claws stretched out from the darkness, wrapping around the green-skinned blood demon beasts, gradually dragging them into the darkness. Spiritual Technique. Eternal Night Descends. Area Damage. Chapter 12. Experience Achieved. Breakthrough. Second Tier Contract Master. In just a few seconds, hundreds of green-skinned blood demon beasts were dragged into darkness. Their bodies, upon entering the darkness, completely lost their vitality, leaving only scattered blood demon eyes behind. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience +6. Spiritual Technique Experience +6. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience +6. Spiritual Technique Experience +6. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience +6. Spiritual Technique Experience +6. Yi Ming took a deep breath. looking at the darkness covering the entire floor, unable to help but gasp in awe. His current realm was only first tier, but the power released by Eternal Night descends exceeded most second-tier powers. Area skill, instant kill. For Yi Ming, who could become stronger by killing fierce beasts. This was simply a divine skill. Of course, what delighted Yi Ming even more was the acquisition of realm experience. He took a glance at the panel. Realm, first tier contract master 4000/10,000. Each green-skinned blood demon beast provides me with 6 points of realm experience. I have probably killed 400 to 500 before, and there are 2,000 beasts in the second level. Yi Ming estimated suddenly with bright eyes. He realized, as long as he killed all the beasts in the second level, he could break through to the second tier. This was undoubtedly great news for Yi Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Another large group of green-skinned blood monsters rushed out from the walls on both sides. They appeared even more violent, with enhanced speed and strength. 2 waves of green surged in from the left and right. A spark of brilliance flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. Eternal Night activated. The great hall fell silent once more, a dark swamp spreading continuously, covering every corner of the second-floor hall, as one demon minion after another dragged the green-skinned blood monsters into the darkness. They all transformed into experience that helped Yi Ming grow. Killing a first-order green-skinned blood monster. Realm experience +6. Spirit technique experience +6. Killing a first-order green-skinned blood monster. Realm experience +5. Spirit technique experience +5. Killing a first-order green-skinned blood monster. Realm experience +4. Spirit technique experience +4. Is the decline in experience starting to show? Is it because the fighting method is repetitive? Yi Ming frowned, filled with questions. This time he wielded a long scythe, charging into the crowd of green-skinned blood monsters, engaging in close combat. Blade lights flickered, and blood pooled on the ground. Killing a first-order green-skinned blood monster. Realm experience +1. Spirit technique experience +1. Killing a first-order green-skinned blood monster. Realm experience +0.9. Spirit technique experience +0.9. Even changing the fighting method can't stop the decline in experience. It seems like breaking into the second order on the second floor should be impossible. Yi Ming sighed helplessly. He concluded that there is a limit to the number of fierce beasts one can gain experience from. Once the number of slain monsters of the same type reaches the limit, the experience gained will gradually decrease, eventually falling to 0. This indeed aligns with the logic of growth. In that case, let's go to the third floor. Yi Ming was not discouraged. Instead, he felt it should be this way. Killing the same opponent had already become boring for him. A strong person should grow through different battles. Without hesitation, Yi Ming directly entered the third floor. As he left, he glanced at the panel once more. Realm, First Order Contract Master, 6,000/10,000. 1,200 green-skinned blood monsters, exchanged for a few thousand points of experience. Worth it. Yi Ming was very satisfied with this. Then he turned back with a smile. When others enter the second floor and find the number of fierce beasts sharply reduced, without facing danger, they will definitely thank me. At the same time, Zhang Guanghu and others successfully completed their mission and arrived at the second floor. The empty great hall had no trace of anyone. The lingering smell of blood in the air hinted that a fierce battle had taken place here before. Everyone was completely unaware of this, still searching vigorously for Yi Ming's figure. What the hell? Where did that kid go? Could it be that he has already entered the third floor? A man in work clothes said doubtfully. What are you thinking? A teammate of Zhang Guanghu scoffed and immediately retorted. A first-order contract master, without a team, and the contract spirit is still a demon, entering the third floor is just looking for death, right? In my opinion, he must have encountered danger and has already run away. I've seen many such reckless kids in my life. You're right, Captain. Everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Guanghu. He was the strongest among all contract masters. His judgment and words carried enormous weight. A first-order contract master going to the third floor alone is indeed looking for death, but forget it. Let's kill the fierce beast first. Zhang Guanghu initially wanted to say that Yi Ming must have been teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. But recalling Yi Ming's previous performance, he dared not make assumptions. He always felt Yi Ming wouldn't leave so simply. Perhaps he really entered the third floor. Swish, swish. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed continuously. When the fierce battle began, Su Xiaoyu again found a corner where no one was paying attention, madly poisoning. Poison contract master, poison beast. Damn it, you're poisoning again. Huh? Who the hell is doing this? Can't you just say something when you poison us? Why do it quietly? Do we have a grudge against you? Why are you retaliating against us? Damn it, just wait. If I find out who you are, I'll... No good fruit for you. Perhaps this time the dosage was too large. It directly pushed back several first-level contract masters. Brilliant spiritual skills lit up the second hall, and for a moment, all the contract masters were fully immersed in battle, their knives swinging, gradually getting into the rhythm. The blood in their bodies began to boil, their eyes widened, and the fighting spirit surged in their chests, just entering the best fighting state. But the next moment, the hall went quiet. No more ferocious beasts appeared. Not even 10 people met the requirements to enter the third layer. Wait, how could this happen? Wasn't there 2,000 blood magic beasts on the second layer? Why do I feel like I only encountered a few hundred? Damn, did that contract witch's kid kill all the ferocious beasts? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They killed a few hundred ferocious beasts. Doesn't that mean Night Ming killed over 1,000? In such a short amount of time? Such a huge number of beasts? He's still a first-level contract master? How is that possible? Stop joking. He's just a first-level contract master. Impossible to be that powerful. Su Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Her jealousy and unwillingness made her unable to believe that Night Ming could kill over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Zhang Kuanghu agreed, right? The little girl is right. That kid is just a first-level contract master. No way he has this kind of ability. Maybe there's a problem with the Blood Magic Tower. It's an old secret realm. The monster spawn count is wrong. A little problem is normal. Let's go. Let's check the third layer. Third layer. When Night Ming arrived at the third layer, the prompt sounded again. Third layer challenge started. Enter the fourth layer condition. Kill 200 first-level giant-armed blood magic beasts. 0/200. The moment the voice fell. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, massive monsters fell from the ceiling. They fell like a crazy meteor shower, covering the sky and hitting the floor, creating deep pits. Night Ming, holding the Godslayer scythe, waited for the dust to settle, finally seeing the appearance of these ferocious beasts clearly. They were similar to the ordinary blood magic beasts of the first layer, their bodies as blood red as the color of blood. But their size was much larger, with a huge arm as solid as a giant rock. One-armed blood magic beasts. They had stronger attack and defense, but their speed was lacking. Giant-armed blood magic beasts. I hope you could survive a little longer in the darkness, even if it's just 1 second. As soon as the words fell, the dark domain unfolded. Night Ming moved like a ghost, swinging the scythe in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold light constantly cut through the darkness, and every time Night Ming struck, a head would fall. Thud, thud. Drip, drip. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood dripping. Heads rolling. Corpses falling one after another. Various sounds converging together, like playing the Death's Nocturne, tragic and desolate. Ding. Experience achieved. Realm Kanpuvoa. Would you like to break through now? Yes/no. Chapter 13. Not a single ferocious beast left. All killed. After Night Ming killed 2,000 giant-armed blood magic beasts. The panel's information started popping up constantly. Vitality, 110115. Mental strength, 110115. Dark domain, level 2, level 3. Coverage radius increased to 5.2 meters. Enemies in the domain will experience a speed reduction. Godslayer magic armor, level 2, level 3, with stronger defense. Eternal Night descends, level 1, level 3. Wider coverage, faster speed when killing, unlocks the ability to automatically collect materials. Vitality, mental strength, and spiritual skills were all upgraded. Of course, what excited Night Ming the most was that he had now met the requirements for a breakthrough in Realm. Realm, first-level contract master, 12,000/10,000, can break through. My current strength far exceeds most second-level contract masters. Once I break through to second level, even third-level contract masters may not be my match. A wave of joy surged in Night Ming's heart. I have to say, the power gained through massive slaughter is really captivating. Night Ming felt that whispers of demons were constantly echoing in his mind, telling him to abandon his thoughts, immerse himself in slaughter and blood. Fortunately, as a top assassin, Yiming only smiled indifferently. He did not need to immerse himself in slaughter and blood. He himself was slaughter and blood. Now it's time to break through. Yiming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Without hesitation, he directly broke through. Boom! A blood-red pillar shot up to the sky. Under the fallen god's demonic armor, Yiming's eyes were crimson. Mysterious dark runes emerged on his skin, and he felt that every structure in his body was being destroyed and reorganized. The previously weak body grew at a visible speed, developing well-proportioned muscles. Some one-armed blood monsters that wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack were directly turned into blood mist by the shockwaves produced by the breakthrough. When Yiming opened his eyes again, Scarlet light flickered. He reached for the long scythe and plunged into the crowd of one-armed blood monsters. His speed was extremely fast, like a black thunderbolt, releasing intense energy wherever he went. When his blade struck the one-armed blood monsters, they were instantly severed in half. Even the high-defense giant arms could not block it. In the third layer, 3,000 one-armed blood monsters. All were killed by Yiming. However, because he reached the experience limit, he did not gain any experience this time. After the breakthrough, my perception, touch, and control over my body have all reached a new stage. Vitality and mental strength have even broken 200. Yiming held the long scythe. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 200 points of vitality and mental strength. This was already considered extremely over the limit. You must know, for an SSS level Saint Contract Master, breaking through to the second stage with vitality and mental strength reaching 100 is quite good. Yiming broke through directly to 200. Outstanding, far ahead. You have killed 3,000 one-armed blood monsters. Exceeded requirements. The fourth layer gate has been opened for you. Yiming did not hesitate and rushed towards the fourth layer. Not long after he left, Zhang Guanghu and others arrived at the third layer. Pay attention, everyone. The difficulty of the third layer will be increased. This place is no longer suitable for first-stage contract masters. If there is danger, withdraw early to avoid dragging everyone down. Never naively think that everyone is obligated to save you when you are in danger. Zhang Guanghu spoke this with a fierce gaze, falling on the 3 first-stage contract masters at the back of the team. It was as if he was forcing them to leave now. One of the 3, Su Xiaoyu, lowered her head, saying nothing. But in her heart, she felt very speechless about this. What's so great about being a second-stage contract master? What's there to be proud of? Do you really think you are a leader? You even dare to tell people to leave on their own? What right do you have? What a shrimp-head man. Of course, she only dared to complain in her heart. In front of Zhang Guanghu, she naturally did not dare to say a word. Everyone be alert. I can sense that danger is approaching. Zhang Guanghu and the others prepared for battle, quietly waiting for the crisis to arrive. But, just standing in position and waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no movement. It was as if all the beasts in the third layer had been wiped out. What's going on? Where are the beasts? Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower really has problems? Zhang Guanghu frowned, looking around in confusion. A second-stage contract master dressed in black hesitated for a moment and questioned. Could it be that kid killed all the beasts in the third layer? How is that possible? What are you joking about? Zhang Guanghu immediately laughed angrily, feeling that the other party was out of their mind. In the third layer, there were 3,000 first-stage beasts. Even if an SS-level Saint Contract Master came, they would struggle to cope. Does he, a Demon Contract Master, have that ability? In my opinion, something must be wrong with the Blood Demon Tower. Damn it, the people managing the Secret Realm eat and do nothing every day, and they don't even notice when the Secret Realm has problems, yet they dare to charge me 10,000 for entrance. Let's go out and reason with them. With no beasts remaining, staying here was meaningless. Zhang Guanghu simply led his team and teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. The most powerful among the crowd, Zhang Guanghu, had left, and there was no reason for others to stay, so they all chose to leave. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the tightly shut door ahead, squinting her eyes, and finally let out a cold laugh, shaking her head. What are you thinking? No matter how talented he is still just a first level. He might have already been forced out of the Blood Demon Tower by fierce beasts. A demon contract master, pretending to be something he's not, learning to be the vanguard? He deserves it. After a bout of sarcasm towards the air, Su Xiaoyu pressed a button on her wristband and teleported out of the secret realm. As for everything that happened here, Yiming was completely unaware. Having broken through to the second level, he was like a sharp sword released from its sheath, easily ending the battle on the fourth floor. In his eyes, all fierce beasts seemed to have lost their basic forms, becoming mere experience points for him to harvest. Fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor, Yiming's speed was astonishing. Killing several thousand first-level fierce beasts was as easy as stepping on a group of ants for Yiming. His experience points kept accumulating 2,000, 3,000 for 1,000 until 10,000. The level of his spiritual skills was also continuously rising. Level, second level contract master, 10,000/100,000. Dark domain, level 3-4. Radius increased to 5.5 meters. Enemies within the domain will suffer from fatigue effects. God-fallen demon armor, level 3-4. Armor legs enhanced for faster speed. Eternal night descends, level 3-4. Coverage increased, damage boosted, can kill up to 500 ordinary second-level fierce beasts at once or 1,000 first-level fierce beasts. Still 90,000 experience points away from breaking through to 3rd level. Right now, killing 1st level Fierce Beasts doesn't even give me 2 points of experience. I need to kill 2nd level Fierce Beasts. After the level up, killing low-level Fierce Beasts would hardly boost his power anymore. Yiming had anticipated this, so he kept moving forward, heading toward the 7th floor. When he reached the 7th floor, Shadow Yuyo's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Yiming, all the Fierce Beasts on the 7th floor are 2nd level. Also, I can feel that on the 9th floor, there's something good for you to become stronger. Chapter 14, no. There's still one person in the secret realm, outside the secret realm, in the teleportation hall. Okay, Oli, I got it. Once I finish this matter at hand, I will definitely go see that genius you mentioned. Sun Hoyuan hung up the phone and rubbed his temples helplessly. Huh, old Sun, what's wrong? You look troubled. A middle-aged man next to Sun Hoyuan asked in confusion. His name was Yi, with a square face and wearing a black trench coat. He walked with a steady, breezy gait, clearly not an ordinary person. Oh, the director of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, Li Sufeng. He wants to introduce a new recruit to me. He just sent me the info, and before I could even glance at it, he wanted to drag me to meet that newcomer directly. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. He had rarely taken a vacation to stroll around Tsangnan City, yet he found himself buried in tasks everywhere. There was no choice. After inspecting the secret realm, he would have to rush to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. He smiled upon hearing this, expressing, It's rather expected. The awakening ceremony was held just yesterday, and already a newcomer is standing out. This is good news for our dragon country. Yeah, that's true. Sun Hoyuan nodded, then looked around at the surroundings and said, Well, I see your teleportation hall has all the necessary facilities, and everything that needs maintenance has been tended to. Remember, whether it's an artificial secret realm or a natural one, never let your guard down. Yesterday, in the neighboring Tsangbei city, a fierce beast incident occurred in the secret realm. A dozen 3rd-level fierce beasts rampaged through the streets, killing 23 citizens. Sigh. Anyway, just be extra cautious. You are responsible for the Tsangnan secret realm. It's essential to pay attention to these matters. He nodded seriously, thumping his chest and assuring, Old son, don't worry. As the head of the Tsangnan secret realm, I will not neglect any matters that need addressing. If something happens in the secret realm, he will be the first to take responsibility. But as soon as he finished speaking, a coarse voice yelled out, Come quickly, someone come. Are the staff still managing this? The secret realm has a problem. Don't they know to check? What do you take our entrance fee for? This loud call was heard by more than half of the people in the teleportation hall. The previously confident, he suddenly looked gloomy. Frowning, he hurried toward the direction of the voice. Outside the teleportation portal of the Blood Demon Tower, Zhang Kuanghu's face was fierce, and he shouted, Is there anyone in charge? The secret realm has a problem. Is there really no one responsible? I need a perfect explanation. A staff member next to him tried to dissuade him while holding documents. Sir, please do not cause a scene. The data shows that there is no problem with the Blood Demon Tower. If you insist on making trouble, I will call security right now. Security? You better call them now. I'm standing right here today. Until this matter is resolved, even if you call dozens of security, I am not afraid. Zhang Kuanghu glared and shouted. As an experienced man, he was already used to such tactics. Today, he finally caught a chance when the secret realm had a problem. Of course, he wanted to make a big deal out of it and demand more compensation. Can we get someone in charge? Stop shouting. He emotionlessly walked in front of Zhang Kuanghu, then looked at the staff member beside him. What happened? Sir, it is like this. The staff member recounted the incident from beginning to end. When he heard the words Zhang Kuanghu's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked warily at the suddenly appearing middle-aged man with a square face, feeling a bit frightened. Only someone who could be called like this by the teleport hall staff would be. Zhang Kuanghu felt as though struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a moment, and he regrettably cursed under his breath. Damn, I've stirred up something tough. I just wanted to find someone in charge to get more compensation, but I didn't expect to encounter the head of the Tsangnan secret realm. You're Zhang Kuanghu, right? Don't be nervous. Let's handle this. He picked up the tablet from the staff member's hand and put the content in front of Zhang Kuanghu. According to the data, all indicators of the Blood Demon Tower are normal. Of course, data does not represent everything. I want to ask, when you say the Blood Demon Tower secret realm has a problem, what do you mean? At this moment, Sun Hoyuan walked over. He glanced at Zhang Kuanghu, then looked at Yi. What's wrong? Something went wrong? He nodded faintly and continued. Zhang Kuanghu, go ahead and say what problem you encountered. Beasts. The number of beasts is wrong. Zhang Kuanghu lost his previous boldness, speaking hesitantly. According to the rules, there should be 1,000 on the first floor, 2,000 on the second floor, and 3,000 on the third floor. But There are only a few hundred on the second floor, and there isn't a single one on the third floor. He frowned slightly, looking at the staff member. Is this true? If I'm not mistaken, the Blood Demon Tower is an artificial secret realm, and the number of beasts is strictly controlled. Yes, sir, it's like this. The staff quickly said. When we received the information, we immediately contacted the technical department. They said there would be no issue with the number released. I even personally checked the data, and indeed there is no problem. Zhang Kuanghu quickly pressed on. Is the data absolutely correct? We went to the third floor and didn't encounter a single beast. Doesn't that prove the problem? Seeing is believing. If there are no beasts, there are no beasts. He did not respond to Zhang Kuanghu, but looked at the other people behind him. Is what Zhang Kuanghu just said true? True. Aside from a number of beasts, are there any other problems? Yi's logic was clear. Also, apart from you all and those who were forced to leave the secret realm, are there any other people who entered the Blood Demon Tower? No. Zhang Kuanghu almost confidently said. A subordinate tugged at his arm. Captain, there is still one more. Oh right, there's also a little ghost who made a contract with the Demoness. Zhang Kuanghu had a face full of disdain. But that little brat is just a first tier. Although he has some skills, he's charging forward alone away from the main force. He must have been forced to leave the secret realm long ago. He just couldn't believe that all 3,000 beasts on the third level were killed by Yiming. What nonsense. Not just Zhang Kuanghu didn't believe it. Even he couldn't believe it. A first tier, which contract master, killing thousands of ferocious beasts. This is simply impossible in reality. Wait, does the Blood Demon Tower have surveillance? Sun Ho Yuan's face suddenly became serious. He was stunned and immediately replied, Artificial secret realms always have surveillance. I was just about to check. What's wrong, old son? Sun Ho Yuan looked up, recalling what Li Sufeng had said earlier. Previously, Old Li wanted to introduce a newcomer to me, who is also a witch contract master. Moreover, he broke the record for first-tier contract masters at the Tsangnan Martial Arts School, killing 500 ferocious beasts. Old Li told me that kid doesn't even look at first-tier ferocious beasts. Yi's pupils suddenly constricted, as a guess had already formed in his heart. Without hesitation, he got to work, and within a minute, called up the surveillance from the Blood Demon Tower. A virtual screen the size of television unfolded before everyone. The images scanned through levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the Blood Demon Tower. No shadow was seen. I told you that kid must have left the secret realm. A first-tier contract master can't make a difference. It must be the Blood Demon Tower's problem. Zhang Kuanghu sneered, whispering, he just wanted compensation. Sun Ho Yuan frowned. Could it be that he was wrong? However, just as doubts arose in everyone's minds, on the 7th level of the Blood Demon Tower, Yi Ming, wearing the fallen god demonic armor, appeared. He brandished a long sickle, standing tall in the shadows, like a reaper of life, mysterious and eerie. In front of him, 1,000 second-tier, one-eyed blood, demonic beasts licked their lips, continuously closing in on him. Chapter 15. Instant kill over 1,000 second-tier beasts. Are you even human? Damn, what is this kid trying to do? 1,000 second-tier beasts. Is he really going to kill them all by himself? Zhang Kuanghu yelled with wide eyes, unable to believe that Yi Ming, a witch contract master, was still alive. And he even made it to the 7th level. No, could he be reckless? Can a mere first-tier contract master handle this situation? Why can't he have a little self-awareness? Beside him, Su Xiaoyu frowned, feeling that Yi Ming was simply oblivious to the danger. Could there be some danger? The staff member looked at Yi, asking with worry. The latter crossed his arms, expressionless, glancing at Sun Ho Yuan next to him. Old son, I think this kid is probably not that simple. As a big shot at their level, he had long possessed extraordinary insight. Sun Ho Yuan looked at Yi Ming in the image, with some anticipation in his eyes. This kid was specifically mentioned by Li Sufeng. He shouldn't be a foolish brawler. Besides, his gaze is calm. His expression shows no panic. He must be quite sure of what he is going to do. Just don't know if it fits. His words were cut off abruptly. At the same time, in the image, Yi Ming made a move. In the Grand Dark Hall, 1,200 one-eyed blood demonic beasts charged towards Yi Ming with red eyes. They were small in size but covered in sharp spikes, with deadly poison that could kill even a huge adult elephant on contact. Small in body, fast in speed, with a strong desire to attack. And there were a full 1,000 of them. They rushed towards Yi Ming together, creating an incredibly grand scene. The fallen god demonic armor has super high defense. It can resist toxin corrosion. Yi Ming, just go ahead and kill. Ying Yu immediately reminded him. Yi Ming nodded, reached for the fallen god long sickle, and rushed into the beast horde like a flash of black lightning. Pucci! The sickle sliced through the dark air, turning into a horizontal crescent moon, accompanied by a spray of blood, as dozens of fierce beasts were instantly severed in two. Immediately, as other one-eyed blood demon beasts charged in, Yi Ming stepped on one foot, rushing out at an angle, like a flash of light, entering another group of one-eyed blood demon beasts. Poochie! The horizontal crescent struck again, and once more dozens of fierce beasts fell to the ground. From above the Grand Hall, looking down, Yi Ming seemed like a black beam of death rushing into the beast horde, weaving aimlessly among the beasts. Each time he struck, he left behind a black crescent, and every move left a black trail, connecting the crescent and the trail, outlining a painting of death and darkness intertwining. In just 3 short minutes, 1,000 one-eyed blood demon beasts lay dead. Kill second tier one-eyed blood demon beast. Realm experience +7. Spirit skill experience +7. Kill second tier one-eyed blood demon beast. Realm experience +7. Spirit skill experience +7. Kill second tier one-eyed blood demon beast. Realm experience +7. Spirit skill experience +7. How is this possible? He is merely a first-tier contract master. How could he kill 1,000 second-tier fierce beasts? Such a thing, even if he contracted an SS-level saneness, would not be possible. This guy must be hiding his true strength. Zhang Guanghu's eyes bulged round and wide. His understanding was severely shocked. This was truly hard for him to accept. First tier? No, his current realm is second tier. Y-word stunned everyone in place. Second tier? This guy is second tier? How can this be? Before entering the secret realm, I interacted with him. His aura was clearly first tier. It was easy to recognize. Xiao Yu leaned her neck back. Her intense jealousy made her forget Y's identity. This was the head of the Cangnan secret realm, a true big shot. How could he possibly be mistaken? Y, in my opinion, this Yi Ming must have broken through in the secret realm. Let's check the previous surveillance footage. Following Sun Ho Yuan's words, Y immediately retrieved the prior surveillance footage. Sure enough, it showed that during the third layer, Yi Ming's strength had made a leap forward. His entire body was accompanied by various manifestations. This was a breakthrough. Interesting, truly interesting. He only awakened yesterday, and today he becomes a second-tier contract master. This kid is definitely a talent. Y laughed heartily. He truly admired talents. More importantly, this talent was from Cangnan City. From various performances, he can already be considered a super genius. Even SS-level saints as contract masters would find it hard to match him. However, Sun Hoyuan couldn't help but frown. Li Sufeng's information indicated that Yi Ming was not only highly gifted, but also had strong combat capability. More importantly, his assassination skills were top-notch, showing signs of being a natural killer. From what Yi Ming had shown so far, his combat experience, fighting power, and talent were beyond doubt. But he hadn't demonstrated any assassination skills. Not only did he lack assassination skills, but Yi Ming's fighting style was extremely aggressive, completely different from a killer hidden in darkness, striking invisibly. From his current performance, he doesn't seem suitable to join the organization. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. But since Li Sufeng had spoken, it likely wasn't a joke. So, he decided to continue watching. In the Blood Demon Tower, after Yi Ming passed the 7th layer, he quickly moved on to the 8th layer. The 8th layer had as many as 1,500 fierce beasts. In order to save time, Yi Ming simply unleashed the Eternal Night Descends, instantly killing all these fierce beasts. This caused Sun Hoyuan, who was watching, to become even more serious. A powerful area of effect spirit skill. This was the standard configuration for a frontline war god. To become a killer, the best setup is a super strong single-target spirit skill. Perhaps, Old Li was mistaken. Compared to others' explanations, Sun Hoyuan trusted his own eyes more. However, when Yi Ming entered the 9th layer, he realized that even eyes can deceive. Blood Demon Tower. 9th layer. The Grand Hall, with candle lights hanging on the surrounding walls. The blue flames flickered in the windless air, casting ghostly shadows that danced wildly on the walls. In the center of the hall, there was an exquisitely carved wooden box. Inside lay a beating black heart of the Blood Demon King. Yi Ming, this thing will help me level up. Can you help me get it? Ing Yu pleaded with a tone of earnest request. Yi Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite with me." Swish! Without any hesitation, Yi Ming's footsteps lightly tapped, and he dashed towards the heart of the Blood Demon King. Whoosh! But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. On both sides of the wooden box, 2 enormous black shadows solidified without warning. They stood 5 meters tall, with robust bodies, lifting massive axes as they swung down towards Yi Ming. "Yi Ming, be careful," They are blood demon kings, not ordinary second-tier fierce beasts. Ing Yu shouted, while the dark aura gathered, resembling tentacles that wrapped around the giant axes of the two blood demon kings, restraining their movements. Yi Ming, quick in action, tucked the heart of the blood demon king into his bag. At the same time, he turned his back to the two blood demon kings, wielding the god-fallen long scythe, and in that moment of turning back, a hint of crimson flashed in his eyes. Dark Domain. Unfold. Assassination begins. Chapter 16. Born to be a killer. Centered around Yi Ming, darkness continually spread, eventually forming an absolute dark and silent domain. The two blood demon kings found themselves in the dark domain. Their bodies seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, slowing their speed and affecting their strength and reaction. They glared angrily, swinging their axes towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming remained expressionless. His body vanished into the dark domain without a trace. Not even a hint of breath was exposed. Damn! This is... At the sidelines, Sun Hoyuan suddenly widened his eyes. He hurried to the front, witnessing the dark domain Yi Ming had unleashed, and his expression turned serious. His fingers trembled. If it was said that the spiritual techniques Yi Ming previously displayed were meant for charging into battle, the current dark domain was simply perfect for a killer. Sun Hoyuan's heavy face softened in that moment. He finally understood why Li Sufeng strongly recommended this kid to him. Not to mention Yi Ming's strength. Just this dark domain alone puts him ahead of many professional killers. In the grand hall of the ninth layer, the two blood demon kings were wildly swinging their massive axes. The pitch-black surroundings filled them with fear and concern. They wanted to break out, but once inside the dark domain, escaping was extremely difficult. Swish! At that moment, a cold light flickered without warning. The blood demon king on the left slanted its eyes. Sensing danger, it immediately raised a claw. As a result, it grasped a small dagger. Roar! The blood demon king holding the dagger was stunned. Pain suddenly shot through its feet. In the unseen darkness, the sharp, long scythe swung in a wide arc. Yi Ming's speed was incredible as he effortlessly severed the ankles of the blood demon king. Boom! The left blood demon king fell instantly. The right blood demon king stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily. It gripped the massive axe, spinning its head around to survey its surroundings, and sometimes swinging an axe wildly without warning. It tried to use this unpredictable randomness to defend against Yi Ming's attack. Swish! Another cold light flickered. The blood demon king instinctively raised a claw, and upon realizing it was still a dagger, it didn't hesitate and swung downward behind it. If Yi Ming followed his previous approach, his head would have undoubtedly been chopped in half. But the blood demon king's attack missed. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The blood demon king was decapitated, its head rolling to the ground. Finally swallowed by darkness. Yi Ming held a long scythe, and his figure gradually revealed. He was actually standing upside down. In the dark domain, he had an exceptionally high freedom. Even gravity couldn't affect him. Two blood demon kings were easily dealt with by Yi Ming. Old son, this kid is not just impressive, he exclaimed, his tone a bit excited after the battle. Sun Hoyuan squinted his eyes, serious and calm, his expression not looking good. But inside, he was already overjoyed. Oldie didn't deceive me after all. Yi Ming is indeed a rare talent. Sun Hoyuan observed everything Yi Ming did to defeat the Blood Demon King in the end. On the surface, Yi Ming had a one-sided crush in battling the two Blood Demon Kings. But there were many details hidden within. The completely concealed figure. The breath so repressed that even fierce beasts could not perceive it. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of his moves. Of course, there were also misleading little tricks. All of these were essential skills for becoming a top assassin. Yi Ming had them all. Not only did he have them, he used them skillfully in real combat. In Sun Hoyuan's eyes, Yi Ming was now a natural talent for being an assassin. When he comes out, keep him for me. I need to contact an important person. Sun Hoyuan said to Yi in a tone only the two of them could hear. Important person? He knew that Sun Hoyuan was from Star Demon University, with a special and noble identity. If he called him an important person, one could imagine the background and wait. Finding a place without anyone around. Sun Hoyuan dialed the phone. An old and deep voice came from the other side. What's the matter? Sun Hoyuan was brief. Teacher, Old Li and I found a very good talent in Songnan City. I've sent you his information, and he hasn't taken the martial arts exam yet. Old Li has interacted with him. Good. I'll go ask him later. You could trust me to handle this. Successfully killed a secondary Blood Demon King. Realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully killed a secondary Blood Demon King. realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Indeed, not an ordinary secondary fierce beast. The experience points are more than doubled. Yiming thought and checked the panel. Vitality, 200. Mental power, 200. Realm, secondary contracted master, 21321/100000. Spirit skills, dark domain, level 4. Divine fallen demon armor, level 4. Eternal night descends, level 5. Vitality, mental power, and spirit skills have greatly improved. More importantly, my realm has broken through to the secondary level. This blood demon tower is indeed a good place. Yiming showed a contented smile. Of course, besides the growth in power, Yiming also gathered a lot of fierce beast materials. The most important was, of course, the heart of the blood demon king. According to Yu, this thing would help her level up. Now at the SSS rank, what level will it become after the upgrade? Yiming couldn't help but feel a bit curious. But he knew, a small heart of the blood demon king couldn't possibly elevate Yuyu's level. Let's go, Yiming. There's nothing good left here. It's time to leave. Yu whispered. Yiming nodded and pressed the teleportation button. Result. Just stepped out of the teleportation door. Zhang Kuanghu and the others approached him with serious faces. Yiming frowned, and a dagger slid out from his sleeve, revealing a small part of the blade. Whoosh! When Zhang Kuanghu and the others were 1 meter away from Yiming, they stopped. Then, the seriousness on his face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a fawning smile. Classmate Yiming, we had a bit of friction in the secret realm earlier. I came here to apologize. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you had that kind of strength. If I had known, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have provoked you. Earlier, Yi and them have already taught me a lesson, and I recognize my mistake. As he spoke, Zhang Kuanghu slightly turned his body. Behind him, Yi and Sun Hoyuan smiled and nodded at Yiming. Unclear of their identities, but Yiming understood without thinking that anyone called director must not be an ordinary person. All right, let's do it this way. Yiming nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Kuanghu sighed in relief and quickly shook Yiming's hand. Very good, very good. I knew Yiming had a big heart. Come find me when you have time. I have some fame on North Tiger Street, and I'll treat you to a meal then. After some polite exchanges, Zhang Kuanghu left the teleport hall with his small team. Before leaving, he did not forget to nod and bow to Yi and the others. After Zhang Kuanghu left, there was still one person in front of Yiming, Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, she had changed into a pure white dress, her fluffy hair cascading down, and her face adorned with light makeup, looking fresh and beautiful. She was dressed as the kind of white moonlight that many dream of online. Yiming, I was wrong earlier, I'm sorry. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, her pretty face skillfully flushed crimson. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then reached out and softly asked, Can we get to know each other again? My name is Su Xiaoyu, what about you? Yiming frowned. What is this about? Is she playing with a child? As a top assassin, Su Xiaoyu's pretentious act of innocence was as useless in front of him as a diluted body wash. Sorry, I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. Yiming brushed past her, completely ignoring her emotions, and walked straight towards Yi and the others. Su Xiaoyu glared at Yiming in anger and embarrassment. She had put on this white dress, a killer move for straight men, yet it couldn't attract Yiming. She was furious, very angry, but ultimately helpless. She could only leave in silence. Yiming approached Yi and the others and casually said, Nice to meet you, two seniors. Hee, you're quite sweet-tongued. Yi smiled. You must be from a Yang family of Sangnan, right? Sun Hoyuan looked at Yiming. Yiming nodded, yes. Well, I know your fourth uncle Yizhong. Sun Hoyuan patted Yiming's shoulder and asked with a smile, Is there something we can discuss? Chapter 17. Top Assassin Organization, Silent Hall. In a quiet room, Yiming and Sun Hoyuan sat facing each other. The windows were tightly shut and the drawn curtains blocked out the light, creating a dark room, as if isolating everything. Hello, Yiming. My name is Sun Hoyuan, and I'm a teacher at Tsinghua University. Sun Hoyuan looked at Yiming, his tone serious and earnest. What I'm about to say may change your life. Before that, you have the right to choose to listen or not. If you listen, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If you don't want to listen, you can leave at any time, but please forget about this meeting. Yiming was stunned, his breath becoming slightly rapid. He clearly knew that this middle-aged man named Sun Hoyuan was not joking with him. The following conversation was truly something that could not be leaked. Recalling the earlier recommendation from Li Sufeng about Tsinghua University. And just now, Sun Hoyuan had witnessed his performance in the Blood Demon Tower. Yiming believed that Sun Hoyuan must have noticed his strength, which was why this conversation took place. Since I'm here, I might as well listen. Yiming signed his name on the confidentiality agreement. Sun Ho-yuan put away the document, and his expression eased a lot. Good. Yiming, do you know? Your talent is very high. This talent doesn't refer to your spiritual talent, but your talent for assassination. Yiming's brows furrowed slightly. Sure enough, as a top assassin, his displayed strength couldn't be hidden from a big shot like Sun Ho-yuan. Even if he held back, some traces would still show. Have you ever considered becoming an assassin? Sun Ho-yuan asked Yiming. Yiming remained impassive and replied, without changing his expression. When I was a child, I admired assassins because I thought they were cool. Also, Director Lee mentioned to me yesterday, I'm also very interested in the assassin program your school offers. When it comes to filling out the forms, I will definitely give it priority. The assassin program at Starry Sky University is very famous. It is an incredibly high-scoring major. Ha. Sun Ho-yuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. The assassin program only teaches a new way of fighting. The truly top assassins emerge from numerous dangerous assassinations. It is definitely not something that can be taught in class. This point, Yiming fully agreed with. He had once joined the largest assassin organization in the world. He had also seen many people striving to become assassins. They were obsessed with the techniques in textbooks, fixated on the data provided by dummies. But they forgot the most important requirement to become an assassin: practical experience. To become an assassin, practical training is absolutely essential. It's not just about honing professional skills. More importantly, it's about refining one's state of mind. Teacher Sun, I don't quite understand your meaning. Did you call me here just to tell me the true essence of being an assassin? Yiming wanted to stop the small talk and directly ask the question. Sun Ho-yuan understood his meaning, smiled faintly, and crossed his hands behind his head. His eyes, staring at Yiming, sparkled with deep light. Do you want to join the Hall of Slaughter and become a real assassin? Yiming. Hall of Slaughter? He frantically searched his memories, but found no impression of such a thing, no matter how hard he tried. No need to think. The Hall of Slaughter is a highly confidential, formal assassin organization. Very few people know it exists. Sun Ho-yuan introduced some basic information about the Hall of Slaughter to Yiming. The Hall of Slaughter, the largest and most elite assassin organization in Dragon Country. It was proposed and created by Starry Sky University 50 years ago, with hundreds of assassins under its banner, covering the entire Dragon Country. Not only does it execute assassination tasks against fierce beasts, but it also undertakes assassination tasks against criminal forces, foreign spies, and foreign powerful families. It is like a dark sword, wielding immense power in handling dark events. There are only two ways to join the Hall of Slaughter. You must be valued or recommended. There is no way to join by oneself. The Hall of Slaughter has no strict rules. As long as you do not violate basic principles, it's as free as being at home. By joining the Hall of Slaughter, you can also gain a special identity that will grant you more rights under the law. Sun Ho-yuan spoke meaningfully and smiled faintly. Yiming immediately understood. Special identity? A death exemption token. Perhaps it wasn't as exaggerated as a death exemption token, but it wouldn't be too far off. Aside from a special identity, are there any other benefits? Yiming asked. You are quite straightforward. Sun Ho-yuan laughed, pointing at Yiming, then took out relevant materials. A full A4 page of benefits. There were a total of 35 items listed. Sun Ho-yuan emphasized several key points. First, an extremely high salary, at least no less than 5 million Dragon Country coins. According to Sun Ho-yuan, the highest salary among the assassins in the Hall of Slaughter was over 1 billion, equivalent to the net profit of a super large enterprise in a year. Second, resource tilting. The Hall of Slaughter was founded by Starry Sky University. Aside from state funding, Starry Sky University concentrates 60% of its resource expenditures on the Hall of Slaughter every year. You should understand the extent of this resource tilt without me needing to elaborate. Sun Ho-yuan's explanation shocked Yiming again. 60% of Starry Sky University's annual resource expenditure. To know, Starry Sky University is the top university in Dragon Country. Its annual resource expenditure, when converted to Dragon Country coins, is an astronomical figure. Owning 60% of it signifies the Hall of Slaughter's importance to Starry Sky University and even to the entire Dragon Country, without needing to spell it out. Of course, we will also provide you with completely free services. In the future, when you enter the Contract Master Agency, such as entering secrets, or the Contract Master Hospital, all free, lifetime free. Sun Ho-yuan always maintained a smile on his face. This is a confident smile. Yiming couldn't help but sigh. The benefits of joining Hall of Assassins are truly top-notch in Long Country. Of course, the only downside is danger. A killer. No need for much introduction. Just the word killer already shows the level of danger. In addition, we will secretly support your family. Sun Hoyuan smiled and looked at Yi Ming. If I remember correctly, the Wang family and your Yi family have quite a competition in Sangnan City, right? Could it be? Yi Ming understood the meaning behind Sun Hoyuan's words. Once he joins the Hall of Assassins, Sangnan City will no longer be dominated by the Yi and Wang families, but rather, the Yi family will be supreme. Our Hall of Assassins also has additional benefits for new members. Sun Hoyuan raised a finger and smiled. You can make one request that is not too excessive. Yi Ming momentarily felt lost for words. He frowned, and although he wasn't keen on returning to his old profession, but the Hall of Assassins offered too much. This made it hard for him to refuse. Moreover, as a top killer, joining the Hall of Assassins would undoubtedly be like a fish in water, soaring to new heights. Yi Ming, ask him if he has black dragon bone marrow. Just as Yi Ming was about to speak, Shadow Enigma suddenly said. Yi Ming paused and asked, Mr. Sun, may I ask if the newcomer benefit includes black dragon bone marrow? Chapter 18. Visitors from Starry Sky University. Black dragon bone marrow. Upon hearing Yi Ming's request, even Sun Hoyuan, with his composure, seemed somewhat surprised. Black dragon bone marrow. This is a beast material that only drops from defeating the 7th level beast, the Dark Violent Dragon. Its price can reach tens of millions of long country coins per drop, and whether in stock or on the market, it's extremely rare. What shocked Sun Hoyuan was that Yi Ming, merely a newly awakened contract master, had such a clear and specific desire for beast materials. However, the Yi family is a big family in Sangnan City. As a member of the Yi family, it is normal to have deep insights. Yes, if you can officially join the Hall of Assassins, I will give you black dragon bone marrow. Sun Hoyuan confidently pounded his chest and guaranteed. With that, Yi Ming no longer hesitated. He chose to join the Hall of Assassins. However, joining the Hall of Assassins isn't just about signing a contract. The most important step is the assessment. You must succeed in the assessment to join the Hall of Assassins. If you fail the assessment, then it's hopeless. Of course, Yi Ming had already anticipated this. If a killer organization had no assessment, then what could be called a killer organization? What is the content of the assessment? Yi Ming asked. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a moment and said, the entry assessment has 4 requirements. First, a score of over 700 in the martial arts exam. Full score 1,000. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Second, a test of strength and physical fitness. I submitted your battle video against the Blood Demon Beast, so you can be exempted from this. Third, pass the solo secret realm. Mechanical tunnel with a score of excellence. Fourth, execute an assassination task. I will inform you of the specific time and content. There is about a month until the martial arts exam. So for the first requirement, there is no need to rush. Currently, Yi Ming needs to complete the assessment through the solo secret realm, mechanical tunnel, and execute an assassination task. The difficulty is not high. However, Mr. Sun, if I remember correctly, the mechanical tunnel is a VIP secret realm, and I don't seem to have the qualification to access VIP secret realms yet. Yi Ming spread his hands and said, Here, VIP refers not just to membership, but also to difficulty. Even for a low-level secret realm, adding VIP makes the difficulty several times greater than an ordinary secret realm. To enter a VIP secret realm, 2 conditions must be met. First, spend 100,000 long country coins to activate VIP rights. Second, the time since becoming a contract master must exceed 2 months. Yi Ming could come up with 100,000 long country coins. But the second condition, I just became a contract master yesterday, and I have yet to meet the required 2 months. Still a long way to go. Yi Ming looked at Sun Hoyuan, a faint smile on his face. Sun Hoyuan certainly understood his meaning. Don't worry, I will discuss this with him. The conditions are not set in stone. Thus, the matter was settled. Yi Ming now had his own goal, to join the Suxia Hall through the assessment, not wasting his skills as a top assassin. After concluding their conversation, Sun Hoyuan took Yi Ming to Yi's office. Finished chatting? He asked with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded and stated his purpose directly. I need your help with a small favor. Grant this kid VIP access. I'll cover the cost. Yi Ming looked at Sun Hoyuan in surprise, thinking to himself, this senior is generous, offering 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins without hesitation. He didn't know exactly what Sun Hoyuan was doing, but he knew that since the other party made such a request, there must be some basis for it, so he granted Yi Ming the access. After registering the information, he stood up. All right, now you can enter the VIP secret realm. Remember, this is not a badge for showing off. The VIP secret realm represents higher difficulty. Be very cautious. He patted Yi Ming's shoulder and seriously reminded him. Yi Ming nodded, got it. After a few simple exchanges, Sun Hoyuan escorted Yi Ming out of the teleportation hall. Just before leaving, he asked a question that had been silent in his heart for a long time. Yiming, you contracted with an SSS level witch, right? Yes. Sun Ho Yuan pondered for a while, resting his fist on his chin. Contracting a witch is weak in the early stages, but this does not apply to you. What I'm worried about now is the backlash. Witch contractors can easily suffer from killing backlash, and I hope you take this seriously. Yiming patted his chest and promised, don't worry, teacher Sun, I will be careful. Good. Sun Ho Yuan patted Yiming's shoulder, nodding seriously. I hope you can change the public perception of witch contractors. Go for it. I believe in you. Before Yiming could enter his home, he saw several black luxury cars parked at the gate, all unfamiliar license plates. Several muscular bodyguards, nearly bursting out of their suits, stood by the cars. Seeing this scene, Yiming knew that there were guests at home, and the guests were not of low status. Oh my God, you finally came back. Where did you go? Why didn't you answer the phone? You scared me to death. As soon as Xin saw Yiming, she ran over and slapped him on the back of the head, her tone quite displeased. I went to the Blood Demon Tower. Yiming explained, my phone was off at the time, and then some things happened. What happened, older sister? Sigh. Xin sighed, pointing to the guest hall behind her, said helplessly, people from the Starry Sky University are here. You'd better hurry in and take a look. I just overheard them saying something about making you change your contract spirit. Change the contract spirit. This thing can be changed? Isn't it said that after the contract spirit cannot be changed? Yiming was very confused. Xin shook her head. I don't know either. You'll find out when you go in. Your second uncle and the others are waiting for you. Under Xin's guidance, Yiming entered the guest hall. As soon as he entered, he saw two unfamiliar faces. One was an old man with gray hair and beard, dressed in a loose training outfit, looking like a retired man practicing Tai Chi in the park, but the invisible pressure he released made Yiming's breath quicken. Standing behind the old man was a capable young man. Wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, he had the aura of a young business tycoon. These two men were not ordinary people. You little rascal, you finally came back. Come here. Second Uncle Yi Jun waved to Yiming, then began to introduce him. This is a teacher from Starry Sky University, Wang Chongkong, Teacher Wang. This is Assistant Zhang. Starry Sky University? One of the top 4 universities in the Dragon Kingdom? Wait, why would a teacher from Starry Sky University come on my door? Yiming was puzzled, but out of politeness, he still reached out and asked. Hello, Teacher Wang. Wang Chongkong smiled and nodded, appreciating Yiming. He's a good seed. We must not waste him. Master Yi, I think I can now talk about my previous suggestion, right? Yi Jun smiled and nodded, then looked at Yiming. Yiming, Teacher Wang came here to ask you if you have any thoughts on changing your contract spirit. Chapter 19 Exclusive Panel, The Path of Shadowy Revival. Change the contract spirit. Isn't it said that once contracted, it cannot be changed? Yiming asked. Wang Chongkong waved his hand, and Assistant Zhang immediately understood. He opened the documents and explained in detail. In theory, once contracted, the contract spirit cannot be changed, because even the top-tier spirit cannot support the power needed for a second contract. But max-level spirits are different. As long as there is help from a Tier 7 or above contract master, you can recontract once. However, after recontracting, your spirit will drop from max level to top tier, and then you won't have the right to choose your contract spirit. After Assistant Zhang finished explaining, he discreetly took a step back. Yiming and Yi Jun both widened their eyes in disbelief after hearing this. They never expected it could be like this. Having a high spirit does indeed have its advantages. I'm here with the intention of the Vice President of Starry Sky University. Wang Chongkong looked at Yiming, always keeping a warm and kind smile. Yiming, if you need, the Vice President will personally help you. At that time, you can contract an SSS class Saintus. I hope you consider it carefully. In the view of most contract masters, a witch is just not as good as a Saintus. Even SSS class, which wouldn't catch their eye. Wang Chongkong thought the same way. He also believed that Yiming would most likely agree to his suggestion. After all, the drawbacks of a witch would quickly become apparent after contracting. However, Yiming's answer surprised him. Sorry, Teacher Wang. I have no intention of changing my contract spirit. From the moment I chose to contract with a witch, my contract spirit and I are destined not to part. This, Wang Chongkong was taken aback. Assistant Zhang next to him was confused. Yiming, you have max-level spirit. Contracting a Saintus is the best choice. The drawbacks of a witch are too many. You will regret it. No, Yiming shook his head, his gaze incredibly firm. I won't regret it. As the words fell, the aura of a second-tier contract master was released without reservation. The entire reception room was filled with dark power, This aura was special, making people's hearts tremble with fear. This is a second-tier contract master. Wang Changkong was stunned for a moment, surprised as he asked. Yiming nodded. Yes, I just broke through today. Yesterday, I contracted. Today, I broke through. I think this speed, even the SSS class same as contract masters can't match, right? In one day's time. From first tier to second tier. This was something that had never happened in the history of Long Country. Wang Changkong nodded heavily, smiling without emotion. In that case, Yiming, the witch you contracted, is quite special. Whether she's special or not, I'm not sure, but she's quite suitable for me. Yiming spoke calmly, always maintaining the politeness he should have. I see. Wang Changkong's eyelids drooped, deep in thought. Now that you have become a second-tier contract master, it is impossible to change the contract spirit. Moreover, I see you have no intention of doing so. He suddenly turned to look at Yi Jun, smiling and waving his hand. Master Yi, sorry for the disturbance today. I'm leaving. He turned around and left, without any hesitation. As a teacher from Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong had come here today with full confidence. But now, the outcome made him feel a bit embarrassed. As he was leaving, Wang Changkong patted Yiming's shoulder, smiled, and did not speak. Until they returned to the luxury car, Assistant Zhang sighed. He expressed his thoughts. I never expected that Yiming would actually refuse. Even more unexpectedly, he has become a second-tier contractor. What a pity for this max-level spirit. Wang Changkong sat in the back seat, arms crossed, looking out the window with a deep gaze, as if he was thinking about something. Teacher Wang, what should we do next? What about the special admission quota originally intended for Yiming? One cannot hang oneself on a single tree. Wang Changkong waved his hand, speaking calmly. I heard that there's an SSS level in the neighboring Songbei city. Let's go take a look. If he meets the requirements, we can give the special admission quota to him. Is Starry Sky University still afraid of not recruiting geniuses? Afterward, Yiming briefly communicated with his second uncle. The other party was very excited, praising Yiming, saying he was successful and brought honor to the Yi family. Yiming could tell. His second uncle was genuinely happy for him. After returning to his room, Yiming took out the heart of the Blood Demon King obtained from the Blood Demon Tower, and he asked in his heart, how should I use this item? Ing Yu replied gently, you hold in your hand and leave the rest to me. Yiming followed the instructions. Strands of black mist gathered from his chest, wrapping around the heart of the Blood Demon King, desperately absorbing the energy contained within. Until it was drained dry and shriveled, the black mist slowly disappeared. A new panel appeared before Yiming's eyes. Contract Spirit, God-Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu. Level, SSS level, Upgrade Progress, 0.05%. Resurgence Progress, 1%. What is this? Yiming was taken aback. He carefully observed the new panel before him. His heart was filled with rising confusion, because this panel was something that no other contractors could possibly have. It was a secret unique to him and Ing Yu. Yiming, the Black Dragon Bone Marrow I asked about earlier can improve my resurgence progress. I can feel that when my resurgence progress reaches 5%, I will have a greater degree of freedom to assist you in battle. Ing Yu's voice was soft as water. Yiming's eyes flashed, asking, is that possible? Other contract spirits may not know, but it seems I can. After Ing Yu said this, she tried to summon a trace of dark power to form a shield on Yiming's arm. This power was Ing Yu's own power, not from Yiming's body. However, the effect lasted only a short time. So this means, the higher the resurgence progress, the greater your freedom. Right? Yiming asked. Ing Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I want to ask, does reaching 100% resurgence progress mean you have complete freedom? For example, to leave my body and become a whole new life? As soon as Yiming said this, Ing Yu fell silent. In the sea of gods, she lowered her head. Her pair of lively and beautiful eyes showed some loss, not knowing what she was thinking. Yu, are you still there? Yiming asked. Ing Yu hugged her knees, raised her head with trembling eyelashes, and reluctantly said, I don't want to leave you. This. Yiming submerged his consciousness into the sea of gods. He squatted next to Ing Yu, gently rubbed her head, and smiled to comfort her, saying, are you silly? I never said for you to leave. Complete freedom doesn't mean separation. I just want you to become a complete life. Contract spirits also have lives. You're not a tool. Yiming's voice was very gentle, and Ing Yu looked at him with big eyes, feeling like warm water was flowing into her heart, making her heart's coldness warm up. Listening to these words, Ing Yu's eyes sparkled with tears as she looked at Yiming, choking as she nodded. Understand now. Chapter 20 Intermediate Test. Of course not going. Afterward, Yi Ming checked information about the secret realm, mechanical tunnel. This is a VIP low-level secret realm, where the most powerful savage beasts are at the 3rd tier. Most of these savage beasts are metallic intelligent beings, possessing extremely high defense and attack power. There's still many mechanical traps in the tunnel. Laser beams on the walls, armored vehicles with machine guns, various technological dangers. I'm now a 2nd-tier contract master, but my true strength is far beyond even a 3rd-tier contract master. So, the mechanical tunnel shouldn't be too difficult for me. Yi Ming is very confident in his own strength. Beasts can be dealt with. As for mechanical traps, bullets are dead, but people are alive. As a top assassin, if Yi Ming can't even dodge bullets, he might as well go home and raise chickens. But what I didn't expect is that this mechanical tunnel is actually a natural secret realm. Yi Ming is somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, with so many mechanical weapons, it should be considered an artificial secret realm from any angle. But according to the information, the mechanical tunnel is indeed a natural secret realm, which descended upon Songnan City 30 years ago. At that time, when people saw the large number of mechanical weapons in the secret realm, it caused a stir in public opinion, claiming that the beasts were super-intelligent extraterrestrial beings possessing terrifying technological power. Some also said that the beasts were the vanguard sent by aliens to invade Earth. However, these opinions were soon forgotten. Today ends here. It's time for a good rest. Yi Ming lies on the bed, stretching his limbs. At this moment, his older sister, Yi Xinxin's voice comes from outside the door. Yi Ming, Teacher Yang called me earlier. She said you should prepare to participate in tomorrow's intermediate test organized by the school. I sent the information to your phone. Yi Ming frowned slightly. Intermediate test? Oh, seems like this is indeed a thing. Before the martial arts grand test, Songnan No. 1 High School will hold preliminary tests, intermediate tests, and mock exams to help everyone better understand their strength. Yi Ming picks up his fully charged phone and takes a look. Intermediate test. Test content. Enter the low-level secret realm, windless forest, and collect beast materials. 10 hurricane claws for passing. 20 hurricane claws for good. 30 hurricane claws for excellent. 50 hurricane claws for full marks. Killing a 1st-tier beast, the hurricane eagle, has a high probability of obtaining hurricane claws. This intermediate test has a certain difficulty, but for Yi Ming, it is completely a piece of cake. I wonder if my blood demon eyes can get through this. Yi Ming watches the thousands of blood demon eyes in his storage ring, lost in thought. Then, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Yi Ming, Teacher Yang, I want to skip tomorrow's intermediate test. Here's the reason, picture, part of the video. Just as Yang Jinwen is about to rest, she sees Yi Ming's message and frowns. Skipping the preliminary test is one thing, but skipping the intermediate test too? What on earth is Yi Ming up to? Yang Jinwen says a bit unhappily, but she still opens the picture and video. As a result, when she finishes watching, her eyes widen in shock, and she immediately forwards it to the principal. The principal responds on the spot. Yang Jinwen. Okay, Yi Ming, I have seen your excellent results. Your request has been approved. Yang Jinwen. However, the teacher hopes you can balance work and rest, and absolutely mustn't tire yourself out. By the way, the principal just said that if you have time, come back to school. He has a little surprise for you to help you become a 2nd-tier contract master. 2nd-tier contract master? Yi Ming smiles helplessly. Isn't this forcing me to show off? He immediately replies. Yi Ming. Okay, thank you, teacher. But please tell the principal that I am already a 2nd-tier master. Yang Jinwen. Second tier? Meanwhile, in a residential area, a man lying in bed reading suddenly sits up in shock. He makes such a loud noise that the woman sleeping next to him is disturbed awake. What are you doing? Why are you so flustered? Did something happen at Songnan No. 1 High School? Something happened. Something big happened. Principal Lin Baiyuan, looking excited, stares at the message sent by Yang Jinwen. My head feels like it's buzzing. 2nd tier. In just a short day, I actually broke through to the 2nd tier. You should know, even an SSS level sanus needs at least 2 weeks to break through to the 2nd tier. The next day, teleportation hall. Yang Jinwen is leading her classmates, registering relevant information. Since it's their first time entering the secret realm, most students feel a bit excited, already imagining their heroic performances of defeating fierce beasts. However, in reality, as long as they're not chased and killed by fierce beasts after entering the secret realm, that would be pretty good. Before entering the secret realm, I suggest that you form teams. Pair up in twos. This will reduce danger and allow you to gain experience. As Yang Jinwen's voice fell, everyone began to look for their teammates. Wang Haoyang walked up to Lu Yuxuan, smiling as he asked, Yuxuan, let's team up. Your contract spirit is the SSS level Radiant Sanus, and my contract spirit is the S-level Lightning Saintess. If we join forces, we can definitely get a perfect score. Lu Yuxuan remained silent, not agreeing immediately. Her gaze swept over the crowd, her brows furrowed, looking puzzled. Wang Haoyang could see her thoughts. That Yiming is really something. Not coming for the beginner test is one thing, but now he's also skipping the intermediate test. He really doesn't take the school rules seriously. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure walked towards them. The students focused their eyes, and wasn't that Yiming? Hey, Yiming is here. Is he here to take the intermediate test? I thought he wouldn't come. Are you kidding? The intermediate test is a great opportunity to sharpen skills in the secret realm. How could Yiming not come? Exactly, Wang Haoyang chimed in, sneering. Even if Yiming is impressive, he can't finish the intermediate test ahead of time. We are all first-tier contract masters. Does he really dare to enter the secret realm alone? The fierce beasts in the secret realm are not simulated creatures. They're not so easy to deal with. If Yiming doesn't come, Wang Haoyang has a reason to mock. If Yiming comes, he still has a reason to mock. Hith. There are always those who want to be. You can't stop it. After seeing Yiming arrive, Lu Yuxuan's serious expression relaxed. She squeezed through the crowd, quickly walking up to Yiming, her face beaming. Hello, Yiming. Long time no see. Are you also here for the intermediate test? The teacher just told us to team up, and you don't have a teammate yet. I specifically didn't team up, just waiting for you, Lu Yuxuan wore a sweet smile like a young girl. Yiming furrowed his brow slightly and politely replied. Sorry, I'm not here for the intermediate test. I have something else to do. After saying that, Yiming nodded towards Yang Jinwen and was led away by a staff member heading towards the VIP area. Watching Yiming's departing figure, Lu Yuxuan's smile suddenly vanished. Chapter 21. Solo Secret Realm, Mechanical Tunnel. Not here for the intermediate test. What does this mean? The students were very puzzled by Yiming's words. Could it be? I forgot to mention, Yiming has already been to the secret realm yesterday. He went to the Blood Demon Tower and collected over 1,000 Blood Demon Eyes. So you all must learn from him. Don't have any feelings of jealousy. Yang Jinwen's words were like a stone thrown into a pond, stirring up layers of ripples. Wow, over 1,000 Blood Demon Eyes? Is it really that exaggerated? I heard the Blood Demon Tower is much more difficult than Windless Forest. No wonder Yiming didn't join the intermediate test. If I had his strength, I wouldn't even care about the martial arts exam. Isn't it said that contract witches are useless? Why is Yiming so strong? Is this the terrifying part of max-level spirits? The students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and envy. At this moment, a student suddenly shouted, Wait, isn't the direction Yiming went towards the VIP secret realm? Once these words were spoken, the students' gazes immediately turned towards Yiming. When they saw the direction Yiming was heading, everyone was stunned. Wow, it really is the VIP secret realm. If I remember correctly, to access VIP, one must be a contract master for at least 2 months. Why can Yiming go to the VIP secret realm? Among the students, there were those who were knowledgeable. Wang Haoyang frowned. This guy Yiming must have walked in the wrong place. Not all. This time, a staff member in uniform answered Wang Haoyang. She pushed up her glasses and explained with a blank expression. Mr. Yiming has the privilege granted to him by. Additionally, today announced a new rule. If you can kill 1,000 beasts, you can access VIP early. Wang Haoyang felt as if he was choked by a bun, words stuck in his throat, unable to say anything. However, he picked up some keywords from the staff member's words. Privilege, new rule. Could it be Yiming has gained the recognition of the head of Sanan's secret realm? Was this new rule set up because of him? Wang Haoyang was stunned, his pupils suddenly constricting, feeling as though the distance between him and Yiming had instantly widened. Beside him, Lu Yuxuan scoffed. What's so great about it? Isn't it just 1,000 beasts? I could do it too. Mr. Yiming, the mechanical tunnel is difficult. If you encounter any danger, please be sure to press the wristband button in time. For your safety, we will monitor your actions throughout. We hope you can understand. The staff placed her hands on her abdomen, smiling as she spoke. Yiming nodded and stepped into the teleportation portal. In a hidden observation room, could not help but brighten his eyes. Oh, this kid is quite anxious. He just accessed VIP yesterday, and today is already venturing into the VIP secret realm. Sun Hoyuan smiled faintly, remaining silent. He knew Yiming was trying to complete the palace entrance assessment faster. Old Sun, how long do you think it will take Yiming to clear the secret realm? Asked with interest. Sun Hoyuan smiled and replied. Who can say for sure? What if Yiming simply can't pass? Come on. Waved his hand, looking disdainful. Anyone valued by you won't even be able to clear the mechanical tunnel? I've seen Yiming's strength. In the entire mechanical tunnel, the biggest threat to him is the Tier 3 mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This kid is hiding deep, capable of fighting above his level. As someone of his caliber, he had long understood Yi Ming's combat power. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a moment and guessed, about half an hour. One of the palace entrance assessment tasks. Clearing the secret realm, mechanical tunnel. A score of excellent or above. Clearing it in half an hour is excellent. Half an hour? S expression suddenly became serious. That could be a bit challenging. In my opinion, this kid will need at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan smiled. Let's wait and see. In the mechanical tunnel, when Yi Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a tunnel. The ground he stood on was covered with metal plates. The alloy walls and ceiling gleamed with a silvery metallic luster. At the junction of the walls and ceiling, LED light strips stretched forward, emitting a vibrant blue glow that illuminated the entire tunnel. Everything in sight was filled with a futuristic technological vibe. So this is the mechanical tunnel. As soon as Yi Ming's voice fell, a message prompt echoed through the tunnel. Secret realm, mechanical tunnel. Type, single-player secret realm. Difficulty, low. Maximum beast level, tier 3. Scoring criteria, 2 hours is passing, 1 hour is good, half an hour is excellent, 10 minutes is full score. Full score reward, electromagnetic gloves. Half an hour is excellent. Yi Ming pondered for a moment, feeling that the difficulty was a bit low. But for safety's sake, he still would give it his all. As a top assassin, every battle requires full effort. Only this way can success come easier. Yi Ming's heart moved. The power of darkness surged out, wrapping around his entire body, forming a massive haze. In this dark haze, a red light flickered. Whoosh! Yi Ming, wearing the Godfall demon armor, burst out of the black fog, flying forward at incredible speed, like a streak of light. The mechanical tunnel was 10 kilometers long, filled with danger and challenges. Ziz whoosh! As expected, just when Yi Ming was sprinting at full speed, countless laser gun muzzles lined up from the originally smooth tunnel walls, gathering power, shooting laser beams at Yi Ming. Lasers crisscrossed, overwhelming. Yi Ming controlled his body, twisting left and right, constantly dodging the incoming lasers. However, lasers still hit his body, leaving small dents on the Godfall demon armor, but they disappeared in less than a second. These lasers have a bit of power, but that's all. Yi Ming unleashed the dark domain, spreading darkness around him. His speed increased, resembling a dark ball of light, weaving through the lasers. Just when Yi Ming advanced for a kilometer, boom! A sudden fiery shell exploded in front of him. Thick black smoke rose, blocking the way ahead. Crackle, crackle. The sound of mechanical movement echoed. 10 battle robots emerged from the black smoke, some holding long rifles, others shouldering cannons. The metallic parts on them gleamed, their overall structure resembling human skeletons, eyes bulging from their sockets, connected by various wires, releasing crimson light. Yi Ming halted his movements. He looked at the 10 battle robots, reaching out to grasp the Godfall long scythe tightly. As he moved, the dark domain enveloped the battle robots. They are mechanical beasts, second-order mechanical warriors. Their eyeballs are their weak points. As the revival progress increased, Shadow Phantom also gained more abilities. Weakness penetration. Chapter 22. Clearing the mechanical tunnel. Full score. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Yi Ming moved, the 10 mechanical warriors on the opposite side immediately aimed their weapons at Yi Ming. In an instant, flashes of fire erupted. Countless bullets tore through the air, trailing behind them. They shot towards Yi Ming at incredible speed. However, when the dark domain fully unfolded, Yi Ming spread his arms and leaned back, all the bullets grazing past his lower abdomen. Yi Ming vanished into the darkness. Losing their target, the mechanical warriors stopped firing and immediately formed a circular formation back-to-back. They raised their weapons, and the mechanical shells on their backs opened, releasing small rocket launchers and various mechanical weapons. Once Yi Ming appeared, they would fire without hesitation. These mechanical warriors are quite intelligent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such things could also be beasts. A sense of duty in the observation room side. He had seen this mechanical tunnel many times, but every time he saw it, he was shocked by its mechanical technology. These mechanical warriors formed a circular formation in an instant. Yi Ming has a bit of trouble coming out now. Sun Hoyuan's eyes narrowed gradually. The next moment, in the dark domain, a sudden change occurred. Countless dark daggers shot out, sharp beyond measure, raining down. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical warriors decisively opened fire. Bullets and daggers clashed, two forces canceling each other out. But at that moment, one dagger pierced through the hail of bullets, arriving before the mechanical warriors. It suddenly flickered with a black light, transforming into Yi Ming. Yi Ming swung the long scythe. In an instant, he cut through the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors. Then he shifted his position, appearing at the location of other dark daggers, repeating the process, dodging the bullets while harvesting the mechanical warriors. Hut. New. After killing the second-level mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spiritual skill experience +6. After killing the second-level mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spiritual skill experience +6. After killing the second-level mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spiritual skill experience +6. After killing the mechanical warriors, Yi Ming did not stop, continuing to rush forward. His speed was extremely fast, precisely avoiding all lasers. Whoosh! Just then, 3 rockets suddenly roared towards him from the front. They came so suddenly that Yi Ming had no time to dodge and could only use his long scythe to slice them apart. Boom! An explosion sounded. A figure shot out from the smoke. It was Yi Ming, who, despite the explosion, suffered no damage. At this moment, he also saw clearly that right in front of him were 3 mechanical crocodiles clad in steel armor. They had sharp fangs and were rushing towards Yi Ming with their red eyes. As they approached, countless iron spikes extended from their tails, and with a bang, their tails whipped against Yi Ming's body. The force was immense, like a giant rock crashing towards him. Yi Ming was forced back several dozen meters. Yi Ming, they are mechanical crocodiles, best at brute force attacks. Their solid shells are excellent defensive tools, but you can try attacking their underbelly. Shadow Ghost immediately reported their weakness to Yi Ming. With a weakness in hand, everything could be resolved easily. Yi Ming tightened his grip on the long scythe and rushed forward with the Dark Domain. When the Dark Domain enveloped the 3 mechanical crocodiles, Yi Ming vanished into the darkness again. With incredible speed, he struck from below, delivering sharp killing blows. Sizzle, sizzle. The underbelly of the mechanical crocodiles was slashed open. Countless electric sparks flickered. Successfully killed second-level mechanical crocodile. Realm experience +7, spiritual skill experience +7. Successfully killed second-level mechanical crocodile. Realm experience +7, spiritual skill experience +7. Successfully killed second-level mechanical crocodile. Realm experience +7, spiritual skill experience +7. The 3 mechanical crocodiles did not last even a minute in Yi Ming's hands. To pass through the mechanical tunnel faster, Yi Ming increased his speed, resembling a meteor weaving through the gunfire, dodging dangers flawlessly each time. Of course, along the way, Yi Ming also encountered other fierce beasts. Octopuses with 8 mechanical tentacles, giant crabs, and half-biological, half-tech mechanical werewolves. These fierce beasts were quite formidable. Ordinary second-level contract masters would need at least 10 to even dozens of minutes to kill them. Yet Yi Ming acted decisively, not dragging his feet, ending battles cleanly and swiftly. The mechanical tunnel was 10 kilometers long. Yi Ming arrived at the end of the mechanical tunnel in just 5 minutes. He covered 10 kilometers in 5 minutes, all while avoiding traps and fierce beasts along the way. Yi Ming's current physical condition was strong. One can only imagine. Roar! At the end of the mechanical tunnel, a 10-meter-tall mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex fell from above. It bared its jagged teeth, roaring upwards, the invisible sound waves reverberating in the tunnel, shattering light fixtures one by one. Is this the lion's roar skill? Yi Ming's face showed an odd expression as he lightly mocked. Boom! Before Yi Ming could move, the previously roaring mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly dove towards him without warning. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex's head smashed down like a falling boulder, creating a deep pit in the iron-plated ground. Whoosh! Yi Ming exerted strength in his legs and jumped to evade. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed his movement and immediately swung its head like a flail. With a bang, it slammed Yi Ming into the left wall. Damn! This mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex is a third-level fierce beast. Yi Ming shouldn't be hurt, right? The observation room's monitors instantly became a bit anxious. Sun Ho Yuan's hands clasped in front of him, remained silent, but appeared rather calm. Whoosh! In the mechanical tunnel, Yi Ming, battered against the wall, pushed off the wall and charged towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Holding the long scythe high above his head, Yi Ming was ready to deliver a crescent slash. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus raised its head and opened its mouth, a charged laser cannon extending out. Z. The laser shot out like a pillar in an instant. The ceiling was blasted open with a large hole. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's eyes scanned the big hole, finding no signs of life. It froze in surprise. Big dumb dinosaur, are you looking for me? Yi Ming's voice echoed from behind the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Just when the laser was fired, He had used the speed boost from the Godfallen Demon's armor to teleport to the back of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Roar! 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 The mechanical Tyrannosaurus became furious, shaking its body fiercely, trying to throw Yiming off. Yiming stood firmly on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's back, his feet as steady as if glued to the surface. His right hand, gripping the long sickle, extended out as he stepped forward toward the Tyrannosaurus's neck. Playtime is over. Next up is judgment time. With a push of his legs, Yiming exploded forth like an arrow released from a bow. The Godfallen long sickle sliced through the air, with dark power surging out, forming a black trailing edge in the air, and the blood-red eyes on the blade emitted a scarlet glow, the intent to kill enveloping the entire atmosphere. All of Yiming's strength gathered in his arms and transferred to the long sickle. Under the intertwining of darkness and scarlet, Yiming activated his spiritual skill, Eternal Night Descends. This time, it wasn't an area attack. Instead, it was an ultra-high single-target burst, in the mechanical tunnel filled with electric arcs. The flickering lights malfunctioned, flashing irregularly, gradually dimming until everything fell into pitch-black darkness. At that moment, the brilliant blood-colored crescent cut through the silent darkness, the sickle blade slicing through metal, producing a unique sound, like the symphony of night and death playing in the air. Thud! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's head crashed to the ground. Without energy to sustain it, the Tyrannosaurus's blood-red eyes gradually lost their light. Judgment is over. Yiming landed steadily on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the long sickle and demon armor vanished like smoke. The battle came to a lonely end. Celebratory announcements rang out. Congratulations to contestant Yiming for successfully completing the solo secret realm, mechanical tunnel. Time taken, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Rating, full score. Reward, electromagnetic gloves. Chapter 23 Yiming. You cry and I give way to you? Why should I? The secret realm challenge is over. Full score. Great job, Yiming. You successfully completed a part of the entrance assessment. Yu smiled. Yiming nodded, but he was more curious about when he could accept assassination tasks. He hadn't killed anyone in a while, and he felt a bit rusty. After leaving the secret realm, Yiming received his reward. Electromagnetic gloves. A brand new technological product, an offensive mechanical weapon. It could release impressive electromagnetic shocks. Even second-tier fierce beasts couldn't withstand 10 electromagnetic impacts. Of course, the electromagnetic impact could also cause a simple paralysis effect on enemies. It might be useful for others, but for me, it's just an ornament. Just as Yiming put the electromagnetic gloves away, he saw two figures approaching him. Congratulations, Yiming, on successfully passing the mechanical tunnel. I really didn't see that you had this kind of strength. Some third-tier contracted masters might not even achieve a full score in this mechanical tunnel. He was quite generous with his praises. He now found Yiming more and more pleasing to the eye. No wonder he was a talent from Songnan City. So impressive. Not bad, not bad. I mainly didn't expect that the final third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus would be so weak. Yiming joked with a teasing tone. Sun Ho Yuan, and he exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. All right, you little brat are also getting proud in front of us. But pride is fine, just don't become careless. The martial arts grand exam is in a month. You must prepare well to achieve an outstanding result. He patted Yiming on the shoulder with confidence in him. Yiming nodded seriously. Okay. After a brief conversation with the two big shots, Yiming did not linger any longer in place. Watching his back as he left, Yishuang crossed his arms, his eyes filled with curiosity. Old son, you said this kid is so powerful. Why exactly is that? Is it the contract which he was powerful, or is it because he has max-level spirit? After a moment of silence, Sun Ho Yuan shook his head and said, This is a mystery. Perhaps it is the max-level spirit that gave him strong power in the beginning. But don't forget, the greatest danger of the contract, which is the backlash of slaughter. Yiming has just started. Who knows if he will face the backlash of slaughter in the future? In fact, this was also what Sun Ho Yuan was most worried about in his heart. He valued Yiming's assassination talent, so he let him join the killing hall. At the same time, he feared that the professional killer Yiming would become muddled by blood after prolonged killing, leading to the backlash of slaughter. For Sun Ho Yuan and the killing hall, recruiting Yiming was completely a gamble. Winning meant joy for everyone. Losing would once again prove that the contract, which was the worst choice. When Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall, the head teacher Yang Jinwen was preparing to leave with the students. Completely different from the spirited attitude when they first arrived, almost all the students had their heads down, feeling a bit lost. This time's intermediate test made them clearly realize the cruelty of fierce beasts, understanding their past innocence and foolishness. Many students barely managed to pass with all their effort. Of course, not everyone felt lost. Wang Haoyang, as the young master of the Wang family, had received professional training since childhood, so he performed well against fierce beasts. He successfully collected 30 hurricane claws and achieved excellent results. As for Lu Yuxuan, who had boasted about killing 1,000 fierce beasts earlier, she had a cold face, anger boiling in her stomach, her fists clenched tightly. In this intermediate test, she had completely failed to perform at her usual level. An SS-level Saint contract master, even with teammates, should at least kill 300 fierce beasts in a worst-case scenario. But she had only killed 100 fierce beasts, and she was severely injured. "All right, Yuxuan." Yang Jinwen gently patted Lu Yuxuan's shoulder, comforting her. "This was your first time killing a real fierce beast. It's normal to make mistakes. I hope you can learn from this experience and strive to show extraordinary strength in the martial arts test." But teacher," Lu Yuxuan looked at Yang Jinwen eagerly, questioning. Yiming also entered the secret realm for the first time. But why could he kill over 1,000 fierce beasts and break through to the second level in one day? Everyone is trying hard. Why is he advancing so quickly? I refuse to accept this. Yang Jinwen fell silent. Her hand that was resting on Lu Yuxuan's shoulder slowly moved away, and she finally sighed. "Comparing yourself to other contract masters is meaningless, Yuxuan. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Lu Yuxuan shouted angrily. Just then, she suddenly turned her head and spotted Yiming preparing to leave. She clenched her fists, angrily striding toward Yiming. Yiming, who had intentionally kept his distance, was speechless when he saw that Lu Yuxuan still found him. Damn, next time, he must check the calendar before going out. "Yiming," Lu Yuxuan glared, shouting at Yiming. "In this class, don't you think your behavior is very selfish?" "Yiming, clearly there are quick ways to become stronger. Yet you're secretly using them without letting everyone know, even deliberately avoiding the low-level and intermediate tests. Is it meaningful for you to do this?" Lu Yuxuan was bursting with frustration and was looking for a place to vent. Now that she saw Yiming, she wished to blame all her problems on him. "Why can't you share your methods for becoming stronger with everyone, so we can also be as strong as you? Do you enjoy showing off in front of us? What a waste of effort." Clang! Before Lu Yuxuan could finish speaking, Yiming suddenly pulled out the... His pupils suddenly contracted, and the unfinished words got stuck in his throat. What? What do you want to do?" Lu Yuxuan's voice trembled. She didn't expect it. Just a few days ago, Yiming had been obedient to her. Now he actually dares to threaten her with a dagger. Doesn't he care at all about their past relationship? Thinking of this, Lu Yuxuan's nose became sour, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Stop acting so pitiful in front of me. Who are you trying to show this to?" Yiming was not the type to soften his heart just because a woman cried. He said coldly, "Didn't you want me to tell you how to become stronger? Gome, let me stab you in the neck. As long as you don't die, I'll tell you everything I know. Dare you?" As he spoke, Yiming's hand holding the dagger slightly extended forward. Lu Yuxuan was so scared that she took several steps back, frantically waving her hands in fear. "And no, I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. I'll never ask again." "Hey, you're backing down? You were so brave when using me as a punching bag. Now you're scared when faced with a real knife? I thought you were a steel warrior, unafraid of death." Yiming snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with someone like Lu Yuxuan, and simply walked away from her side. Having seen too much of this, he felt like his eyes were polluted. To be honest, Yiming had never been someone who despised women. But Lu Yuxuan's behavior was truly too outrageous. It was simply inhuman. Lu Yuxuan, left behind, collapsed on the ground, her legs giving way. In her mind, all she could think of were the scenes of Yiming threatening her with a knife. She was furious, extremely wronged, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. "Yiming threatened me. He threatened me. How could he do this?" Woo-woo. From a distance, Yang Jinwen, witnessing this scene, could only sigh helplessly. As a teacher, it was really hard to intervene in such matters. After leaving the transfer hall, Yiming, acting as if nothing happened, prepared to go home. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Yiming picked up the phone and opened the message, his eyes immediately lighting up. It was one of the palace examination tasks, the assassination mission. The time was tonight. Chapter 24, Assassination Examination, officially begins. Yiming had returned home. It was already 6 p.m. He immediately rushed into his room and checked the information Sun Hoyuan had sent him. Task name, Eradication Plan 1. Assassination target, Zhou Kuei Shui. Target realm, 3rd level contracted master. Contract spirit, A rank Fission Saintus. Danger level. Low. Is this an assassination task for a contracted master? Sound a bit interesting. Yiming continued to check the details. Zhou Kuei Shui, 45 years old, third in command of the Qingyun Association. The Qingyun Association was a local underground organization in Songnan City, living by overseeing places or collecting debts, and was somewhat well-known in Songnan. According to the information, Zhou Kuei Shui was involved in selling illegal substances, excitation grass. Excitation grass, a special natural plant. When ordinary people consume it, it causes hallucinations, leading to a short period of euphoria. When consumed by a contracted master, it causes a rapid explosion of power, but puts extreme stress on the nervous system, causing serious physical harm. Long-term use can lead to permanent brain death. Therefore, the sale of excitation grass was strictly prohibited on the market. I didn't expect such a small Qingyun association would dare to touch illegal substances. Yiming clenched his fist, his eyes becoming sharp. He had no tolerance for those who sold illegal goods. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Yiming finished reading the information, the phone rang. It was a call from Sun Ho Yuan. He answered. Hello, Yiming. Did you receive the information? Yes, I got it. Good. Now I'll tell you the exact time and place. Sun Ho Yuan's voice was low. Tonight, at 10 o'clock. The address is Shui Miao Bar on Nanfeng Street. And remember, during the assassination, you must not let any unrelated people see you. Understood. Yiming nodded. Also, Sun Ho Yuan paused for a moment, then reminded. This is your first assassination mission. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for you. No matter what happens, prioritize your life above all else. It's okay if the mission fails. We will have professionals handle the aftermath for you. It's an assessment. It's also an assassination mission. Of course, the Killing Hall won't entrust the mission entirely to a newcomer who is only being assessed. Having backup plans is a basic operation for a qualified assassin or assassin organization. Understand. Yiming's eyes were firm, full of confidence. As a top-tier assassin, he had carried out tens of thousands of assassination missions in his past life, with a failure rate of less than 1%. He was a model in the industry. Now, killing a third-tier contract practitioner. It was simple, just needing his hands. However, confidence aside, Yiming was not arrogant. He was a very cautious person. Additionally, during your assassination mission, we will send a professional assassin to give you a comprehensive score. The higher the score, the more resources you will receive in the Killing Hall in the future. Of course, don't try to find this professional assassin. With your current skills, even if you use every trick in the book, you won't be able to find him. So, Yiming, perform well, strive for an excellent score. Sun Ho Yuan had great trust in Yiming. He had assessed at least 50 assassins, but his highest expectation was only for a good score. But for Yiming, his expectation was excellent. Excellent, huh? Yiming felt that this result wasn't quite right for him. Teacher Sun, what if I find that professional assassin? Will I get full marks? Upon hearing this, Sun Ho Yuan on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. After a long while, Sun Ho Yuan's laughter, along with another person's, came through the phone. All right, Yiming, everything you just said was heard. I hope you can perform well. Don't disappoint him or me. After hanging up the phone, Sun Ho Yuan looked at the shadow in front of him. The person was crossing their arms, leaning back with one leg crossed, and said, This Yiming guy is a bit arrogant. Sun Ho Yuan smiled helplessly. He's broken records one after another, and his spiritual talent is at max level. A bit of arrogance is normal. The shadow snorted lightly, half smiling, not quite laughing. I just don't know if his strength can bear his arrogance. Captain Sun, let me say this up front. I won't show mercy just because of your face. If Yiming doesn't perform well, don't blame me. Sun Ho Yuan nodded seriously. If you show mercy, I won't let you off easy. Just because he sent me that challenge letter, there's no way I'll show mercy. A playful glint flashed in the shadow's eyes. After murmuring Yiming's name a few times, they smiled faintly. Want to find me? Yiming, if only you just quietly finish your mission, why did you have to issue a challenge letter? Now, don't blame me for ruthlessly shattering your fantasies. Night. In the deep, secluded street, colorful lights shimmered. Everything seemed so bright with neon signs and bustling activity. Yiming, dressed in casual clothes, arrived at the Shui Miao Bar. According to the information he had, the target, Zhou Kuei Shui, was inside the bar. However, Yiming didn't plan to act inside the bar, as it was crowded and not suitable to kill him there. He felt around for a while and naturally made his way to the opposite side of the bar, sitting at a small table by a roadside vendor. Handsome, what would you like to eat? My fried noodles and fried rice are amazing. The boss, wearing a checkered apron, shouted at Yiming. Without thinking, Yiming said, "Fried noodles, please." "All right." The boss busily started preparing the dish. Yiming sat on the small stool, seeming to gaze straight ahead, but in fact he was constantly glancing at the entrance of Shui Miao Bar. He was waiting for the target to appear. Additionally, Yiming had done a simple reconnaissance of the area earlier. The bar had no back door, only the main entrance, and behind Yiming was a dead-end alley. If the target wanted to leave the bar, you must leave through the main door and pass in front of Yiming's position. So while Yiming seems to have casually chosen a spot, he actually had a careful plan. The place he chose has the best view. But Yiming furrowed his brows. Killing Zhou Kuei-Shui was a task that was almost impossible to fail. What truly piqued Yiming's interest was the professional assassin who would raid him. Right now, he needed to find out where that person was. "Oh dear, Mr. Zhou, you must come tomorrow. We've prepared even more interesting programs for you tomorrow." "Huh, okay, I'll definitely come." Just as Yiming pondered, Zhou Kuei-Shui walked out of the bar, his face flushed as he said goodbye to 4 or 5 girls. He was dressed in a suit and tie, with slick-back hair, and when he smiled, his rugged face revealed 2 dazzling gold teeth. He appeared. Yiming still glanced at Zhou Kuei-Shui out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, a hunched, thin young man in a black sweatshirt cautiously approached Zhou Kuei-Shui. They were whispering to each other, but Yiming could still hear their conversation clearly. The gist was that the young man was looking to buy something from Zhou Kuei-Shui. The transaction spot was a small alley about 30 meters ahead. Zhou Kuei-Shui and the young man were completely exposed within Yiming's line of sight. Moving forward. "Hey, handsome, your fried rice is ready." The Laoban brought a plate of fried rice to Yiming. Yiming picked up a spoon and took a bite, then immediately pulled out his phone, pretending to scroll through videos, but actually still watching Zhou Kuei-Shui out of the corner of his eye. Once they entered the alley, it would be Yiming's time to act. Chapter 25. The game of cat and mouse is over. Click. Seeing that Zhou Kuei-Shui was about to enter the alley. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked Yiming's path. The person was wearing a gray suit, looking very refined, and raised his hand to shout at the Laoban. "Boss, give me the most luxurious fried noodles." "Sure thing." After the man in the gray suit placed his order, he smiled at Yiming. "Bro, do you mind sharing a table? I like a lively atmosphere." Before Yiming could respond, he plopped down directly across from Yiming, blocking all lines of sight, making it impossible for Yiming to see where Zhou Kuei-Shui was going. Yiming expressionlessly assessed the suited man, dressed in a suit, with a refined hairstyle and skin as fair as a pretty boy. Such a person appearing at a street food stall seemed quite out of place. Could this person be the hidden professional assassin? Yiming felt a hint of doubt arise in his heart. However, now was not the time to think about that. His line of sight was blocked. Yiming could only mentally calculate when Zhou Kuei-Shui would enter the alley based on his previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As he counted down in his mind, Yiming took a few more bites of fried rice. Then suddenly his brows furrowed. He stood up abruptly and left. The man in the gray suit glanced at Yiming's unfinished fried rice, snorted and shook his head. What an impatient guy. At that moment, the Laoban brought over a luxurious plate of fried rice. Seeing the empty spot where Yiming had just sat, he frowned and asked, where did the handsome guy who was just sitting here go?" The man in the gray suit shook his head. "How would I know? Is he your relative?" "No way. That little brat didn't pay." The Laoban cursed softly, but didn't pursue it further. Who would have thought? A minute later, Yiming returned. He took out a handful of coins and handed them to the Laoban. "Boss, here's the payment." "What the paying with coins? You could have just scanned with your phone. I thought you ran off without paying." "One plate of fried rice isn't worth running away from." Yiming checked his phone and finally shook his head. "No good. There's no money in my phone, so I'll pay with coins, just enough for $5. Don't refuse to take it, or I might report you for illegal activity." The Laoban helplessly accepted. "All right, fine. Really am impressed by you. Go on. By the way, boss, is there a restroom here?" Yiming casually asked. "I didn't find one when I went around just now." The Laoban, somewhat impatient, waved his hand. "I don't know either. Just use your phone and navigate." "Fine." Yiming turned around and left the small stall. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was almost time. Zhou Kuei-Shui's deal was about to end. Without any extra movement, Yiming turned and entered another alley. Before carrying out the mission, Yiming had specially observed the terrain. The alley Zhou Kuei-Shui entered was a dead end. This alley he was in had a secret passage that connected to it. Yiming was now on his way to carry out this assassination task. As for the professional killer responsible for scoring him, he probably knew who it was. In the alley, Zhou Kuei-Shui took 3 pieces of enhancement grass out of his pocket. 3 pieces of enhancement grass normally cost 11,000, but since you're a regular customer, I'll give you a discount. 10,000 is fine. Zhou Kuei Shui patted the young man's shoulder and said softly, 10,000. Okay, I'll pay right now. 10,000 was almost half a year's living expenses for this skinny young man. But he handed over the money without hesitation. It was a clean exchange, money in one hand, goods in the other. The skinny young man, holding the goods as if they were precious, hurriedly tucked the enhancement grass into his coat, nodding and retreating with a flattering smile. Thank you, Boss Zhou. Thank you, Boss Zhou. I'll buy from you next time. Go ahead. Zhou Kuei Shui waved his hand with a faint smile, waiting until the other's figure disappeared completely. Then he sneered coldly and mocked inwardly. Ah, what a fool. Something worth a few hundred. I sell it to him for over 10,000, and he still thanks me. I'm such a good person. Saying that, Zhou Kuei Shui lit a cigarette for himself, raised his foot, and was about to leave the alley. But at that moment, he felt everything around him darken. The streetlights, standing far off, disappeared. The walls on both sides and the bluestone bricks on the ground also vanished. This is... Zhou Kuei Shui immediately reacted and spoke without turning his head. Brother, don't do anything, let's talk. Do you want money or the way out? Just say something. Yi Ming sneered. I want your life. Biff. A cold light flickered. Zhou Kuei Shui immediately unleashed all his strength, his body rapidly swelling, his skin cracking open. From the cracks, hot magma seemed to flow. His contracted spirit was an A-level fission saintess. She had a strengthening type spiritual skill, body fission. It allowed the body to grow larger, with super strong defensive power and explosive force. Boom! After dodging the slash, Zhou Kuei Shui threw a punch behind him. The strong wind from the punch was like roaring flames, briefly illuminating the dark domain. However, his punch hit nothing but air. Biff. Another cold light flickered. This time, Zhou Kuei Shui did not dodge Yiming's attack. A crack appeared on his neck, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Zhou Kuei Shui's eyes widened in anger, his face muscles trembling wildly from the fury, but the scene before him gradually blurred. Finally, with a thud, his head and body separated, collapsing into the darkness. Zhou Kuei Shui dead. His body was devoured by the darkness. Not even ashes were left. Mission complete. Yi Ming vanished. The dark domain withdrew. The streetlights remained dim, and the alley was still deep. It seemed as if nothing had happened here. Even the cigarette Zhou Kuei Shui lit was carefully taken by Yi Ming. On some hidden rooftop, a shadow was frantically writing in a notebook. While writing, he also murmured in a voice only he could hear. Too much noise while tracking the target, -5 points. Exposing oneself in the target's line of sight, -5 points. Talking too much with bystanders during the mission, -5 points. Handling unexpected situations poorly, -5 points. Letting the buyer go, -10 points. Didn't finish the fried rice, wasted food, -5. Forget it, this one won't be deducted. It's not related to the assessment. The shadow added up the deducted points and got the final score. Full score of 100 -30, 70 points, good. This guy isn't as impressive as Captain Sun said. What a load of nonsense about being an unmatched assassination genius. Isn't that just bragging? After finishing everything, the shadow began to gather his things and was just about to leave. But at that moment, a long scythe was placed against his neck. The shadow's movement came to an abrupt stop. Sorry, teacher. In this game of cat and mouse, it seems the cat, which is me, has won. Yi Ming's voice rang out. The shadow instinctively turned his head. Hold on, before you turn around, let me guess who you are. Yi Ming pretended to think, then confidently said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the stall owner. The shadow trembled. His expression became one of utter shock. Chapter 26. The feeling of having money is really nice. Damn, how did you find me? The shadow turned his head, revealing a familiar face. It was indeed the owner of the stall selling fried rice and noodles from before. His real name was Su Chang'e. He was a professional killer from the Death Palace. Of course, his skills were not outstanding. He was of the average type. Through some small details. Yi Ming smiled calmly. Small details? Su Chang'e frowned, pressing for more. What small details? Do you remember how I left for a bit? Yi Ming asked. I remember. At that time, I hadn't walked far, and I heard your conversation with the suited man. Yi Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile. For a customer eating for free, a normal snack stall owner would normally curse a storm, because they earn their money through hard work, and life is tough, so they would feel upset meeting a customer who eats for free. But you only cursed a little. That was too unfriendly, not normal at all. This was the first small detail Yi Ming observed. What? Just that? That can't be right. Su Chang'e clearly disagreed. Of course, that's not all. Yi Ming went on. In fact, while you were busy cooking fried rice, I noticed the payment code you had posted on the table. It looked too new, not a spot of grease on it. As a snack stall outside a bar, there wouldn't be a lack of customers, and the payment code could hardly be new. Damn, I forgot about that. Su Changyi cursed under his breath. Later, I asked you a question about where the restroom is. Yiming's eyes suddenly flickered with light. Your answer was to let me check the navigation. But the restroom was clearly less than 50 meters away from the snack stall. If you often set up shop in front of the bar, you couldn't possibly not know. Even if you didn't know, the usual answer would be telling me to check my phone for navigation. Teacher, your family background should be quite good. You rarely come across roadside stalls, huh? Su Changyi was stunned. His family really was well off, and he had never come across roadside stalls. Wait, how did you find your way here? Yiming smiled calmly. Boss, refusing to accept coins is illegal. Coins? Damn. Su Changyi took out the coins and examined them closely, discovering that one was fake, equipped with a locator. Talking with you is not just to gather information, but also to lower your focus. So you could accept the coins. Every word Yiming said felt like an ice pick, crazily striking Su Changyi's head. It totally left him stunned. Su Changyi looked up at Yiming, suspicion in his eyes. You kid, are you really a newcomer? Your attention to detail is better than that of professional folks who've been in the industry for a year or two. Yiming shrugged humbly with a smile. Just luck. Ah, that's not luck. Forget it, you've caught me. I have nothing more to say. You passed the assessment with full marks. After saying this, Su Changyi let go of his disguise. Yiming saw him transform from a weathered man hardened by life into a fair-skinned, handsome young man. This was his true appearance. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Su Changyi, a level 4 contract master. I had my doubts about you earlier. I apologize, but now I truly believe you have talent. Su Changyi smiled and extended his hand to Yiming. Yiming shook hands with him. Okay, Teacher Su. What teacher? Just call me by my real name. All right, Su Xiao. Yiming smiled lightly. For this address, Su Changyi gladly accepted. He had already gotten used to it. Also, Su Xiao. Actually, there's an important clue I haven't shared with you. It's because of this clue that I could quickly determine your identity. Yiming showed a hard-to-read expression. Su Changyi was stunned. What clue? Yiming whispered. The fried rice you made has a certain taste of a rookie. It's bad. Go to hell. When Yiming returned home, Sun Ho Yuan's call indeed came in. His tone was very excited, showering praises on Yiming, almost lifting him to the sky. After all, since the establishment of the killing hall, it was the first time anyone had caught a teacher during the assessment. Yiming, now you only need to score 700 in the martial arts exam, and you can join the killing hall. Go for it, work hard. Sun Ho Yuan smiled, cheering Yiming on. Yiming chuckled. Teacher Sun, don't just cheer me on. Can you provide something practical? You know, I have a contract with a witch. The materials needed are too hard to find. Hey, on the other end of the phone, Sun Ho Yuan was taken aback. This kid is clearly asking him for something. However, Yiming's performance was so outstanding. How could he not give? Just so happens, I have a piece of blood lizard scale here. It should be useful for you. Come by tomorrow to get it, Sun Ho Yuan said. Yiming's eyes sparkled. The blood lizard scale is the hardest scale from the 5th tier fierce beast, the blood giant lizard, extremely precious, with a market price of about 500,000. It is said that if the blood lizard scale is ground into powder and mixed into metal, it can forge a shield that 5th tier beasts cannot shatter. Thank you, Teacher Sun, you are generous. Yiming's flattery made Sun Ho Yuan feel comfortable. He leaned back in his chair, smiling proudly. But then Yiming suddenly changed the subject. For a strong person like Teacher Sun, even if you give me more materials, you definitely wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Stop it. What do you take me for? An ATM? Your family isn't short on money. Why not ask your second uncle to help you buy some 5th tier beast materials? Sun Ho Yuan couldn't come up with that much at once, especially since they were materials suitable for witch contract masters, even scarcer. All right, that's it. Prepare well for the martial arts exam. After the call ended, Yiming put down his phone, suddenly enlightened. Oh right, why didn't I think of this? Our Yi family is a well-known big family in Songnan City. For matters that can be solved with money, why should I trouble others? Thinking of this, Yiming dialed his second Uncle Yi Jun's number in the middle of the night. Second uncle, do you have money? Can you help me get some fierce beast materials and rare treasures? Right, one suitable for witches. He hung up. Next, he called his third uncle. Third uncle, do you have money? Is it all controlled by Ant? Don't you have any pocket money? What? Just got caught yesterday? All right, I guess I'm unlucky. Yiming sighed. His third uncle was indeed as unreliable as ever. He then called his fourth uncle, and before Yiming could speak, fourth uncle Yi Zheng asked first, need materials? All right, let me see what I can find. He thanks fourth uncle. After finishing the calls with his uncles, Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, it feels so good to have money. If I were a member of the Yi family, but just an ordinary person, getting materials would be a huge problem. Yi Ming, are you helping me? Ying Yu asked softly. Yi Ming smiled lightly. Silly, I'm helping us, you understand? Understood. Yi Ming smiled, just as he was about to go to sleep, suddenly sat up from the bed. There's still one person I forgot to ask for help. My older sister, Yi Xin. Having a sister who doesn't take advantage, how can that be? Moments later, he dialed the phone. Sis, help me with something. After Yi Ming finished speaking, Yi Xin did not immediately answer him. Instead, she was silent, as if thinking about something. After a full 3 minutes, Yi Xin finally asked softly, Yi Ming, you need materials, right? Yes. Okay, listen to me. In 3 days, a new secret realm will open in Songbei City. We just need to. Songbei City's new secret realm? Sister, you can't be talking about the Island of Void, right? Night Ming asked. Night Xin was a bit surprised and said, Yes, I'm talking about the Island of Void. It is said that the first team to clear the Island of Void can choose any one piece of 4th grade beast material. I think we should go for it. Night Ming fell silent and did not respond. He had actually seen the Island of Void online. It is a low-level secret realm, where the strongest beast is the 3rd grade Skywing King. The Skywing King is a flying beast, very agile, and possesses a strong desire to attack, with combat power several tiers above that of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Besides, the Island of Void is a team secret realm. To enter the secret realm, a team of 3 must be formed, and the summoner in the team cannot be above the 3rd tier. It is already very difficult for a team of 3rd tier summoners to pass through the Island of Void, and being the first to clear it is even more challenging. Furthermore, Night Ming had heard that there was an SSS-level Saint Summoner in Songbei City. It is highly likely that they would participate in this secret realm to boost their reputation. So, there's a certain level of difficulty. Night Ming, I think we should give it a try. Since you became a summoner, you have never encountered a strong opponent. I believe fighting the Skywing King can give you more insights. Ying Yu acted like Night Ming's mentor. Also, new secret realms often come with more treasures. Even the drop rate for beasts is much higher. So let's go. All right, great minds think alike. Let's go. Night Ming immediately replied on the phone. Sister, I'm in. Good. Night Xin's tone was filled with happiness. Just right. We are short of a secondary attacker in our team. With you here to deal damage, I feel much more at ease. It's settled then. In 3 days, I'll take you to meet the teammates. Make sure to rest well these days. Night Ming lounged at home for 2 days. On a sunny afternoon, he was lazily sleeping in when he suddenly heard loud knocking on the door. It sounded like someone was kicking the door. Who is it? Night Ming rubbed his eyes and opened the door impatiently. His 4th Uncle Yi, in military uniform, stood there holding a box, looking very cold, his gaze fierce like a lion ready to devour him. Fourth Uncle, what brings you here? Night Ming was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. Yi Zheng looked the sternest among the uncles, so he handed the box to Night Ming and briefly explained. Inside is what you wanted. Your 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, and several aunts helped you find it. A total of 5 items, worth millions. Don't waste it. Wow. Night Ming widened his eyes, looking at the box in 4th uncle's hand, feeling a bit touched inside. This is family. He had called them with a trial-and-error mentality. In less than 2 days, they had already gathered materials for him. Even his broke 3rd uncle had pitched in. And the aunts. Night Ming was truly moved by this family atmosphere. Why aren't you taking it quickly? Yi Zheng coldly scolded him. Night Ming took the box with a cheerful smile and nodded. Thank you, 4th uncle. Thank you all uncles and aunts. You still have a bit of conscience. Yi Zheng crossed his arms, rarely showing a smile on his cold face. He pointed at the box and told Night Ming. This box contains a total of 5 materials, including 1 piece of 5th grade beast material, 2 heavenly materials, and 2 4th grade materials. Materials useful to which summoners are quite hard to find. This is what we've managed to gather so far. It's still pretty good. When I go to the 3rd border city this time, I'll look for better ones for you in the outer realms. While Yi Zheng spoke, his tone remained very calm and cold. But in reality, he was a very thoughtful person. Night Ming caught onto the key information in Yi Zheng's words. Uncle 4, are you going to the 3rd border city again? Yeah. Night Zheng lit a cigarette. Tonight's flight ticket. The beasts from the outer realm are becoming fiercer. I must return to the team quickly. Otherwise, if the beasts break through the border city, it is the people of the Dragon Kingdom who will suffer. Yi Ming remained silent. His respect for his Uncle 4 grew deeper in his heart. He is the kind of person who bears everyone's happiness, moving forward with a heavy burden. Uncle 4, be careful. When I grow up, I will go with you to kill the beasts from the outer realm. Yi Ming said with a smile. Uncle 4 Yi Zheng was momentarily stunned, as if he was thinking about something, and finally patted Yi Ming's shoulder. Stinky kid, work hard. Don't let us down. After dropping this sentence, Yi Zheng left without looking back. Yi Ming stood still, recalling what Yi Zheng had said before. Outer realm. That is a place occupied by beasts, a place where beasts gather and are born. Sooner or later, I will go and find out. Yi Ming had a hatred buried deep in his bones for these beasts. Since the beasts invaded Blue Star, people have lived in fear, terrified of being attacked by the beasts. And Yi Ming's parents in this life died in a beast attack. Daydreaming will not lead me to any progress. If I want to protect what I want to guard, I must become stronger. Yi Ming did not hesitate and immediately opened the box. A chill rushed out. Shadow Yu looked at the materials in the box and exclaimed excitedly. 5th rank red demon horn, 4th rank obsidian snake bone, 4th rank savage lion bloodtooth, and 2 night flowers. Yi Ming, these materials might make my revival progress reach 5% immediately. At worst, it will still be 4%. Yi Ming's eyes lit up. These materials were indeed carefully chosen and purchased. The effect is great. Without hesitation, Yi Ming immediately let Shadow Yu absorb these materials. Black energy surged out from his chest, entangling these materials, frantically drawing power from them. The next moment, successfully absorbed red demon horn, obsidian snake bone. Vitality, 200-210. Mental strength, 200-210. Revival progress, 1%, 5%. Wow, the revival progress really reached 5%. Yu, does this mean you can assist me in battle now? Yi Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He hurriedly asked. Shadow Yu did not answer. But behind Yi Ming, the dark power transformed, ultimately condensing into a pair of wings. In another transformation, the wings became sharp, dark tentacles, capable of easily piercing even steel. This is amazing. Yi Ming's strength was now very strong. With the assistance of Shadow Yu, his strength directly elevated to a new level. He no longer had to worry about not having anyone to rely on behind him. How about it, Yi Ming? Am I amazing? Perhaps because of the increase in revival progress, Shadow Yu regained her confidence. She even playfully made a joke. Amazing, amazing. You are indeed the female demon emperor I have my eyes on. Yi Ming gave a thumbs up in admiration. By the way, I almost forgot this. Yi Ming took out a crystal-clear, sharp-edged red flat piece from his storage ring. This is the beast material son Ho Yuan gave him. 5th rank blood lizard scale. Chapter 28. 3rd rank contract master is amazing. It's all about the 3rd rank. Yi Ming summoned the divine fallen demon armor. This scale can enhance its defense. Following Shadow Yu's guidance, Yi Ming immediately summoned the divine fallen demon armor. Afterwards, he placed the blood lizard scale in his palm. The crimson light flickered, blood-colored swirls appeared in Yi Ming's palm, enveloping the scale, frantically absorbing the energy within. Yi Ming could feel that the divine fallen demon armor was like a living creature, greedily consuming. All right, after absorbing the blood lizard scale, now even a 4th rank beast won't easily pierce the divine fallen demon armor. Shadow Yu's voice held a hint of satisfied laughter. Yi Ming frowned. 4th rank. It can resist 5th rank beasts when made into a shield. Why can the magic armor only resist after absorption at the 4th level? Yu explained seriously, the shield's defense area is very small, focusing power, so its defense is naturally high. The divine magic armor covers your whole body. With a larger area, power is dispersed, so the effect will naturally be a little worse. I see. Yi Ming suddenly understood. But even so, he was very satisfied. With my current strength, even facing a 3rd level ferocious beast, I can easily cope. Yi Ming clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him. If before, reaching the Island of Void was difficult for me, now, I can only say it's bound to be mine. He possessed absolute confidence. Island of Void, here I come. More rare materials. The next day, Yi Ming and Yi Xinshin went to Songbei City. The two cities are not far apart, so they chose to drive there. On the way, they also needed to pick up 2 teammates. Hi, Xinshin. Is this your brother? He looks pretty handsome. I heard you're going to be our team's vice C. A beautiful woman with her hair tied up, wearing a white t-shirt and super short denim shorts walked over. She opened the back door and sat down beside Yi Ming, her pure and beautiful face maintaining a sweet smile. Hello. Yi Ming nodded and smiled. Yi Xinshin, sitting in the driver's seat, turned back and said, Let me introduce. Her name is Yu Xiaosheng, a freshman at Star Demon University like me, a 3rd-level contract master, with an S-level wood spirit as her contract spirit. She excels in auxiliary healing and is the team's healer. Yu Xiaosheng smiled at Yi Ming. Hee, my support ability is quite outstanding. When we enter the secret realm, you just charge forward. I guarantee you won't have any life-threatening danger. That's great. Yi Ming replied politely. It'll all depend on Sister Xiaoxing then. Yu Xiaoxing patted her chest proudly. Don't worry, I've got this. By the way, Xiaoxing, why isn't Zhou Qiming with you? Seeing Yu Xiaoxing get in and close the door, Yi Xinxin asked curiously. Didn't we agree to meet here? He is the tank of the team. If he's not here, who will take the damage? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yu Xiaoxing shrugged her shoulders, a bit helpless. Zhou Qiming went to Songbei City yesterday, saying he was meeting a friend, and told us not to wait for him. This guy's like that. If it weren't for a lack of a tank, I wouldn't group up with him. After saying that, she crossed her arms and pouted, clearly a bit displeased with the guy named Zhou Qiming. Yi Xinxin frowned slightly upon hearing this and didn't say anything more, driving toward Songbei City. On the road, Yi Ming took the initiative to ask, Sister, is that Zhou Qiming very powerful? He's okay. A third-level contract master, with an S-level giant B-spirit girl, he can temporarily giantize himself, gaining strong defensive capabilities. It's hard to find a tank these days, so we chose him. Yi Xinxin said, suddenly thinking of something. You must have heard of the Qingyan Society in Sangnan City, right? Yi Ming nodded seriously. I've heard of it. Not only heard of it, he had even killed the third-in-command of the Qingyan Society. Could it be? Yi Ming guessed in his heart. Yes. Yi Xinxin seemed to see through his thoughts and answered directly. As you thought, Zhou Qiming is the son of the leader of the Qingyan Society. He has some status, I guess. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming couldn't help but bitterly smile twice in his heart. This world really is small. Everything can coincide. I wonder if this Zhou Qiming guy is good or bad. I hope he's not a fool. Yi Ming thought silently. Sangnan City is adjacent to Songbei. After driving for an hour, Yi Ming and the others arrived at the teleportation hall in Songbei City. Due to the opening of a new secret realm, many people gathered there. A new secret realm means more undeveloped treasures. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Upon entering the teleportation hall, Yi Xinxin immediately called Zhou Qiming's phone. Before long, Zhou Qiming walked over with someone. Zhou Qiming, you promised to come together. Why didn't you keep your word? Yi Xinxin frowned, clearly displeased with this untrustworthy teammate. Zhou Qiming, who stood at 1.80 meters with a curly hairstyle, laughed heartily, as if nothing had happened. Ha ha, Captain Yi, don't be mad. I'm just here to meet a friend. To be honest, you should thank me. After all, I brought a Tier 3 contractor to be our sub-C. Zhou Qiming tilted his body. A man in green stepped forward, smiling at Yi Xinxin and the others. Hello, I'm Su Shun, Zhou Qiming's friend. I'm a Tier 3 contractor, and my contracted spirit is the A-grade Rain Sword Saintess. My contracted spirit's level isn't high, but I believe I qualify to be this sub-C. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin's expression froze, her face turning sour. Zhou Qiming, don't you know that this time on the Sky Island, the maximum number of team members can't exceed 4? Zhou Qiming calmly nodded. I know, what's wrong with that? If you know, why bring another sub-C in? I've already told you, my brother will take the sub-C position. Yi Xinxin's tone turned stern. What are you trying to do with this? Are you trying to make me look bad? Captain Yi, don't say such harsh words. Zhou Qiming frowned and snorted coldly. I brought my friend for the whole team's sake. I recognize your strength, but what about your brother? If I remember right, you said his contracted spirit is a witch, right? Witch contractors are inherently useless, and he's just a Tier 2. Yi Xinxin retorted angrily. Yi Ming is not like other witch contractors. Don't look at him through colored glasses. Hell, what's so different? Zhou Qiming sneered, glancing at Yi Ming, his tone even harsher. Who in this world doesn't know which contractors are trash? Yi Xinxin, I acknowledge your strength, but if you insist on having your brother as sub-C, don't blame me for being ruthless. One rat droppings ruin a pot of soup. I'd rather not stay in this team. Tank, whoever wants to be one can be. With that, Zhou Qiming turned to leave. You insult people and then leave? Who gave you the guts? At that moment, Yi Ming stepped forward, his eyes blazing with anger, throwing a punch. Boom! With incredible speed, his fist struck Zhou Qiming's face. A powerful force erupted, snapping Zhou Qiming's nose with a crack. Zhou Qiming clutched his nose, his pupils narrowing in shock. You, how dare you hit me? Yi Ming shouted angrily. I'm hitting you. Boom! Another punch landed on Zhou Qiming's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, trembling in pain. You son of a... Zhou Qiming's face was filled with terror. He never expected that. As a Tier 3 contractor, his physical strength would be inferior to Yi Ming's. So you do feel pain? Yi Ming crouched down, mockingly looking at Zhou Qiming. Don't you like to show off? Keep showing off. Why aren't you doing it now? Calling me trash? Now you can't even take a couple of punches. Who really is the trash? With no skill, yet try to act tough? Zhou Qiming, how embarrassing for you. Chapter 29 SS Level Contractor, Lin Feng. You. Zhou Qiming stared hard at Yiming. He gritted his teeth, wanted to stand up, but the sharp pain in his abdomen made him feel weak all over. He couldn't understand. How could Yiming, just a Tier 2 contractor, have such higher physical strength than him? Yiming, you have completely enraged me now. If there was still a chance to ease the situation before, now, I officially declare I'm quitting your team. Zhou Qiming shouted angrily, his face full of malice. Quitting the team. This meant that Yiming and his group would lose their tank. In a complete team, the tank is the main damage absorber. Without a tank, the team could almost be declared incapacitated. At this moment, Zhou Qiming looked at Yiming with a teasing expression, wanting to see the wonderful look on the other's face. But to his surprise, Yiming let out a cold laugh, his tone indifferent as he said, Zhou Qiming, you really think too highly of yourself. You are nothing but a punching bag, and whether you are here or not doesn't affect us at all. To tell you the truth, even if we bring a dog into our team, it would be better than you. At least dogs are obedient. After saying this, Yiming left without looking back. Yi Xinxin saw her brother and Zhou Qiming in such a deadlock, and, as an older sister, naturally stood firmly on Yiming's side. Hey, are you just leaving like this? Don't you really want the punching bag? Hey. Yu Shaoxing reached out her hand to try to stop Yi Xinxin and the others, but they had already gone far away. She looked down at Zhou Qiming, who was slumped on the ground, and then glanced at Yi Xinxin again, finally sighing. Zhou Qiming, you could just play by yourself. I've really had enough of people like you. After saying this, Yu Shaoxing followed behind. Watching their departing figures, Su Shun, a friend of Zhou Qiming, helped him up. For a moment, he was at a loss. Brother Zhou, what should we do now? Didn't you say that the guy named Yiming would definitely back down? Now, we too have been abandoned, and we can't even meet the requirement of 3 people to enter the secret realm. Su Shun panicked a bit. Zhou Qiming waved his hand impatiently. What are you panicking for? In this day and age, who doesn't leave a backup plan? Wait, I have friends in Songbei City. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed a number. Hello, Brother Lin Feng? I heard that your Sky Island team is still short of 2 people. Well, my friend and I, it's fine. Just give us 1/10 of the reward. Hey, all right. At the same time, in the director's office of the teleportation hall, Bai Lintong, the person in charge of the secret realm in Songbei City, was talking with 2 members of the Lin family. Lin Feng, Lin Tian, this time the first completion of the Sky Island secret realm relies entirely on you. The first completion of a new secret realm is very important for us in Songbei City. It represents the face of our city. You must not be careless. Strive to complete it quickly. Lin Feng, sitting across from Bai Lintong, waved his hand and laughed loudly. Ha! Director Bai, you can rest assured. I, Lin Feng, am a 3rd-tier contract master, and my contract spirit is an SS-level battle armor Saintus. My brother Lin Tian is a 1st tier, but his contract spirit is an SSS-level mystical sword Saintus. His talent is high, and his spirit skill damage is explosive. Even if he encounters a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, he can manage it. If I cooperate with him and just bring along 2 more teammates, we can win. Bai Lintong nodded with a smile. He still trusted Lin Feng and Lin Tian very much. One was last year's genius of Songbei City. The other was this year's genius of Songbei City, with outstanding talent and deep foundations. With him here, he could rest assured about the first completion of Sky Island. By the way, Lin Tian, I heard you passed the special admission of Starry Sky University 2 days ago. Bai Lintong turned to Lin Tian, who was sitting across from him, and asked. Lin Tian was dressed in a long blue robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking handsome. When facing Bai Lintong's question, he didn't show much expression, and his tone was very indifferent. I am an SS's level Saintus contract master. Passing the special admission is not difficult. Bai Lintong didn't care about his tone. He continued to smile. Starry Sky University hasn't released a special admission quota for many years. I didn't expect that this year unexpectedly released a quota, and it was just right that it was awarded to our Songbei City's genius. He stood up and came to Lin Tian's side, giving his shoulder a heavy pat. Come on, Lin Tian, do well, and in the future, you will surely achieve remarkable success. Lin Tian was indifferent to Bai Lintong's encouraging words. He had heard too much of such talk. But regarding Bai Lintong's earlier words, he seemed to care a bit, his eyes narrowing, and his face looking somewhat unpleasant. What's wrong, Lin Tian? Are you troubled? Bai Lintong asked, confused. Lin Feng smiled helplessly beside him. Director Bai, you don't know. Actually, this special admission spot for Starry Sky University was not originally for my brother. Huh? Is that so? Bai Lintong showed a surprised expression. Yes, this special admission spot was actually prepared for a contract master from Sangnan City, named Yi Ming. Lin Feng continued that Yi Ming is said to have awakened full-level spiritual power with extremely exaggerated talent. But that kid is a stubborn fool. With full-level spiritual power, he insists on contracting a witch. Starry Sky University promised to help him recontract a holy maiden. As long as he agreed, they would give him the special admission spot, but that fool refused. So, the spot ended up with my brother, Lin Tian. This, by Lin Tong, was taken aback. It turned out there was such a story behind this special admission spot. Speaking of which, Sangnan City really has good fortune. They actually produced a full-level spiritual power. What a pity. It's a witch he contracted, even though the special admission spot was obtained by coincidence. But Lin Tian, your talent is genuine. I believe in you. Even if you participate in the martial arts big exam, you can definitely enter Starry Sky University. Bai Lin Tong smiled at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with approval. Lin Tian gently nodded, and in his slightly squinted eyes, there seemed to be a hint of unwillingness. What if he has full-level spiritual power? As an SSS-level contract master of the Xian Sword Holy Maiden, my talent is not worse than his. My achievements will certainly far surpass his. This is all punishment for his contracting a witch. This statement was filled with hostility. Bai Lin Tong and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, and finally shook their heads, choosing not to continue the conversation. After finishing their talks, Lin Feng and Lin Tian walked out of the office and came to the teleportation hall. At this time, there was still half an hour left before the entrance of the secret realm, Sky Island. Most contract masters had already formed their teams. Lin Feng and Lin Tian also successfully reunited with Zhou Qiming. When Lin Feng saw Zhou Qiming walk over looking disheveled, he frowned. Zhou Qiming, what happened? Why do you look so messy? Why are you holding your stomach? Did you eat too much? This was not Lin Feng caring about Zhou Qiming. Their relationship was pretty average, not quite friends. Asking this was purely because Lin Feng didn't want Zhou Qiming's physical issues slowing down their team's progress. Damn it, don't mention it. Why, I just arrived. A little brat hit me hard. I'll kill him one day. Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth and cursed quietly. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a third-level contract master? Your contracted spirit is an S-level giant beast holy maiden. Who could possibly hurt you? Could it be an SS-level, third-level contract master? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiming's expression became even worse. He clenched his fists and said, somewhat shamefully, damn it, it's a second-level contract master, and his contracted spirit is an SSS-level witch. That little brat is a bit strange. His physical strength is even stronger than mine. It's just ridiculous. Wait a minute. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng and Lin Tian both trembled. Lin Feng grabbed Zhou Qiming's shoulders harshly, sternly asking, tell me, what's that brat's name? Lin Feng, what are you doing? Why so aggressive? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me his name. Yi Ming, he's from Sangnan City. Do you have a grudge against it? Zhou Qiming felt confused. Yi Ming. It really is Yi Ming. Hearing this name, Lin Tian's silent gaze instantly erupted with a strong desire to win. Yi Ming. What a coincidence. Are you here to be my stepping stone? Chapter 30. The Secret Realm of Sky Island opens. The other side. After kicking Zhou Qiming out of the team, Yi Ming had no intention of looking for new teammates. Sky Island required a 3-person team to enter. He, Yi Xinxin, and Yu Shaosheng were already 3 people. There was no need to look for other teammates. What if they turned out to be a fool like Zhou Qiming? That's simply like carrying a burden. Xinxin, aren't we really not looking for another team member? Why do I feel it's unreliable? Can the 3 of us really secure the first clear? If we can't get the first clear, how will I continue to gain followers? Yu Shaosheng squatted by the wall, one hand propping up her face, looking worried. Apart from being a student, she was also a web influencer, posting training tutorial videos regularly. The combination of beautiful, genius, and teaching had allowed her to gather 800,000 followers online. She originally thought that if she could secure the first clear on Sky Island, she could ride the wave to reach 1 million. But now, she felt a bit hopeless. Not looking anymore, what's the point? All the capable ones have already formed teams. The rest are all second-rate. I think the same as Yi Ming. We won't take a burden. Xinxin's attitude was very firm. Sigh. I'm really speechless about you 2 siblings. Yu Shaosheng sighed. There was nothing she could do but reluctantly accept this outcome. The secret realm of Sky Island is about to open. All contract masters, please get ready. It's about to start. Yi Ming and the others immediately focused their attention, with the dazzling light of the portal flashing. More than 100 people on site. Over 30 teams were transported into the secret realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The raging wind whistled past their ears. Yi Ming and the others successfully entered the secret realm. They immediately surveyed their surroundings. What they saw was neither forest, nor plateau, nor desert, but a dangerous half-air. Beneath their feet was a floating circular platform with a radius of 5 meters. On the platform, Yu Xiaosheng and Yi Xinxin also frowned. What the heck? What's going on? Why are we transported to midair? Is this still a secret realm? Yu Xiaosheng widened her eyes, questioning in confusion. At that moment, not far from them, another circular platform with a radius of 5 meters appeared. A team of 4 second-tier contract masters appeared on the platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More platforms kept appearing. In the midair, where sky met earth, one platform appeared suddenly after another, surrounding them, as if forming a hollow circle. All the contestants were transported onto individual platforms, and everyone could see each other. What the heck? What kind of secret realm is this? So strange. Yi Xinxin, being a student of Star Demon University, had seen a lot, but this kind of mid-air secret realm was her first time encountering. Other masters of contracts also expressed their confusion. Everyone was baffled. Yi Ming frowned, ignoring the noisy voices around. His gaze was focused on the center of the circle. The next moment, crack, crack, crack. The circular platform where the contract masters stood extended a path connecting to the central circular platform, creating a floating bridge. A blue cylindrical barrier blocked the contestants' advance. At this time, an ancient and heavy voice resonated in the secret realm. Sky Island Challenge, begin. Rules. The team that first reaches the central circular platform and holds the sun disk for 1 minute will successfully clear. First clear reward, Sunfire Crystal. Sunfire Crystal. It's actually the Sunfire Crystal. Yi Xinxin exclaimed in surprise. Yi Ming turned to look at her. Sister, is the Sunfire Crystal very precious? Of course it's precious. It contains extremely pure flame power. It is a treasure of great value, but with no market. I've only seen it in books, and I never expected to find a red sun crystal in this low-level secret realm. Knight Xinxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. My contract spirit is an S-class flame saintess. This thing suits me perfectly. If I get it, I might harness its power to break through to the 4th rank. Wow. Knight Ming didn't expect the red sun crystal would be such a huge help for Knight Xinxin. In that case, we absolutely have to seize this opportunity. The challenge is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, start. As the last piece of the countdown fell, the barrier blocking everyone was lifted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the contract masters charged toward the central round platform. Knight Ming and the others were no exceptions. However, for safety's sake, they maintained their basic formation. As the main damage dealer, Knight Xinxin surged to the front, with Knight Ming and Yu Xiaosheng lined up beside her. The central platform is no more than 1,000 meters away from us. Usually, I'd reach it in less than a minute. But things must not be so simple. As soon as this thought crossed Knight Ming's mind, boom! A giant stone man, as large as a boulder, blocked their path. Not just them, but other contract masters also encountered stone men on their floating bridges. This stone man stood 3 meters tall, made entirely of rock, and when it punched the bridge, it sent out powerful ripples of force. Some first-rank contract masters who tried to join the fun were instantly knocked off by the force ripples. Third-rank stone general, its weakness is its backside. Before Knight Ming could convey Shadow's warning, Knight Xinxin charged forward boldly. Where did this stone monster come from? Get out of my way! Flames surged around Knight Xinxin, and behind her, the illusion of the S-class flame saintess materialized. She stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura with her red hair like fire and determination in her eyes that reflected bravery. She looked just like a valiant warrior. Boom! Knight Xinxin shouted, striking the stone general in the belly with a powerful punch. The immense force shattered it to pieces. Keep moving forward, don't stop. Without looking back, Knight Xinxin shouted, and then, riding the waves of fire, she shot forward like a blazing comet. Knight Ming and Yu Xiaosheng followed closely behind. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, 2 ice-breaking eagles flew in from the sides. They blasted frost from their mouths, forming a solid icy barrier in front of Knight Ming and the others. The 2 third-rank ice-breaking eagles perched on the barrier, glaring fiercely at Knight Ming and the others. Get lost! Don't block my path! However, Knight Xinxin's fists blasted out like cannonballs, smashing through the icy barrier. Then she soared into the air like a dazzling firework, grabbing the heads of the 2 ice-breaking eagles and crashing them down hard. Boom! The 2 ice-breaking eagles were instantly turned into roasted eagles. Seeing this, Knight Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Not again. Sister, with that much power, why even form a team? You might as well do it solo. 第31章接连秒杀。你说她是二阶魔女契约师？少废话。Stop talking. We're only a fifth of the way in. Who knows what dangers await? As soon as Night Shinshin finished speaking, boom! A rhinoceros monster with a massive drill head charged at her like a truck. A third-rank steel drill rhino, known for its immense strength and tough skin, could even bore through steel plates 10 meters thick with its nose drill. No way, I can't take it head-on. Night Shinshin was not reckless. When she saw the steel drill rhino charging at her, she gathered her strength, took a swift step forward, and just as she was about to collide with the steel drill rhino, she spun elegantly to the side, avoiding its fierce charge. Then she punched the side of the steel drill rhino with tremendous force. The powerful impact actually knocked the steel drill rhino off the floating bridge. Got it. Yi Shinshin clapped her hands, barely able to catch her breath. At that moment, another steel drill rhino appeared, larger and faster than before. It was furious, like a fully armed tank. Sister, be careful. Yiming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he shouted. But Yi Shinshin was facing sideways to the steel drill rhino and didn't notice at first. Even if she did, there was no way to dodge. When she heard the voice and turned her head, the drill head of the steel drill rhino was less than a meter away from her. I was too careless. Yi Shinshin was about to press the protection button on her wristband. Whoosh! At that moment, darkness enveloped her. She felt as if everything before her lost its color, and the air's flow became unusually slow. At the critical moment, Lin Yiming transformed into a streak of light and dashed forward. In an instant, the dark domain unfolded, enveloping Yi Shinshin and the steel drill rhino. Behind Yiming, Yu used the power of darkness to form a giant hand and grabbed Yi Shinshin. Yiming then wielded the god-slaying scythe and struck at the neck of the steel drill rhino. Puff! As the head of the steel drill rhino fell to the ground, Yiming withdrew the dark domain, and Yi Shinshin returned to Yu Xiaoxing's side. Yu Xiaoxing watched this scene, her eyes wide open. One hit to kill a Tier 3 steel drill rhino, and you saved her at the same time. Shinshin, tell me your brother is Tier 2? This is definitely stronger than Tier 3. At this moment, Yi Shinshin stared blankly at Yiming. To be honest, I'm just as confused. I remember he wasn't this strong just a few days ago. Both Yu Xiaoxing and Yi Shinshin were shocked by the power Yiming displayed. Yiming turned around and looked at them, a little speechless. What are you stunned for? Don't you want the first clear? That's right. The two girls quickly reacted and followed Yiming's steps. After the previous battle, Yiming successfully transformed from a Fu Si to a Du Si. Wearing the god-slaying armor and holding the god-slaying scythe, darkness descended wherever he went, and blood flowed like a river. A group of bone-eating bees, glowing green and with combat abilities far surpassing Tier 3 beasts, hadn't even gotten close to Yiming. Yiming used the electromagnetic gloves he obtained from the mechanical tunnel. This temporarily paralyzed the group of bone-eating bees. Swish, swish, swish. Then the scythe waved out, creating streaks of cold light, easily annihilating all the bone-eating bees. After finishing, he continued forward and encountered 3 robust Tier 3 golden armor tigers. They glared at Yiming, roaring ferociously. But the next moment, Yiming stepped forward and then leaped high, striking down at the golden armored tiger in the center. Behind him, Yu condensed the power of darkness into 2 sharp spears, which pierced the air and aimed at the other 2 golden armored tigers on the left and right. Puff! Blood sprayed out. The movements were seamless. The 3 golden armored tigers were easily killed. Yi Shinshin and Yu Xiaoxing behind him were already so shocked they couldn't speak. Wait, you killed all 3 golden armored tigers by yourself? What do we even do then? Yiming, we only have 500 meters left to the central platform. Do you need a rest? I can take over for you. In the charge, Yiming had killed too many beasts. Yi Shinshin realized that even if he was strong, he was just a Tier 2 contract master. His physical energy must be huge. No need. Yiming rejected firmly. This is just the beginning. Get ready, I'm going to speed up. I just saw a team only 100 meters behind us. He was a contract master with blood reaching 210. How could he easily tire out? Moreover, with Yu assisting him, killing a few weak beasts was simply effortless. Whoosh! As the words fell, Yiming transformed into a swift black streak of light and rushed forward again. His speed in resolving battles was very quick. As soon as the beast appeared, the long sickle in his hand had already swung out, ending the beast's life. Shinshin, Moon Xiaoxing poked Night Shinshin's arm with her delicate finger. What's wrong? Does your brother have a girlfriend? There's a saying that good water doesn't flow outside the field. I feel like I'm quite suitable for him. Moon Xiaoxing smiled subtly. Night Shinshin, just give a rest. Their simple exchange ended. Night Xin and the others immediately kept pace with Night Ming's speed. As third-tier contract masters, their speed could naturally not be slower than Night Ming, especially since Night Ming was paving the way ahead. Gradually, the floating bridge of 1,000 meters had only the last 100 meters left before Night Ming and the others reached the central platform. Other teams on the floating bridges, seeing this scene, immediately widened their eyes. Damn, look, someone is about to reach the central platform. Wow, so fast. Did they inject adrenaline? This is crazy. We've only advanced 300 meters, and someone is about to arrive? What the heck? Someone is almost there? No way, wow, it really is. Everyone looked at Night Ming in shock. When many contract masters felt his released aura, they were stunned. Wait, something's off. That kid's contract spirit is a witch. Why does the witch have such powerful strength? Wow, don't say it. That aura really is a witch. What's going on? Why are there still people contracting witches in this day and age? Forget about contracting a witch. He seems to only be second tier. My goodness, a second tier contract master. Contract spirit witch? Isn't that just a disastrous start? Why is he so amazing? Does he think he's the main character of a feel-good novel? This group of contract masters felt their understanding had been shaken. Some teams that knew they had no hope of clearing the challenge chose to stop advancing and silently watch Night Ming perform. Damn it, I didn't expect us to fall behind by 100 meters. At this rate, the first clear will definitely be taken by Night Ming. Lin Feng's eyes turned red as he glared at Zhou Qiming beside him. No matter what method you use, you must stop Night Ming's progress immediately. If something happens, I'll take the responsibility. Zhou Qiming understood Lin Feng's intention immediately. He wanted him to take action against Night Ming and the others. Great. Zhou Qiming revealed a sinister smile. His body began to beastify, ultimately becoming a gorilla clad in rocky armor. His eyes shone red, and he grabbed a huge rock from the ground and threw it toward Night Ming and his group. One rock isn't enough. Throw another. It would be best to smash them down from the floating island. Lin Feng shouted angrily. Zhou Qiming nodded in response, grabbing another massive rock to throw. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two giant rocks flew at an incredible speed. This kind of sneak attack was a devastating blow to contract masters who were in a battle. Chapter 32, Kill. Third-tier beast, ascended Wing King Pft. Cold light flashed by. Night Ming had just harvested the heads of 3 third-tier beasts. Successfully killed the third-tier Moon Devourer, Realm Experience plus 10, Spirit Technique Experience plus 10. Successfully killed the third-tier Moon Devourer, Realm Experience plus 10, Spirit Technique Experience plus 10. Successfully killed the third-tier Moon Devourer, Realm Experience plus 10, Spirit Technique Experience plus 10. The strength of beasts here is very strong, but the number is too small. It's not suitable for grinding experience. Night Ming's talent, Killing Growth, prefers the quantity of beasts. The level of beasts is less impactful. To improve my realm, I still need to go to a secret realm with more beasts. However, my task right now is to focus and complete the first clear of Sky Island. Night Ming gathered his spirit, preparing to charge forward again. Night Ming, be careful. Whoosh! At that moment, 2 giant rocks flew toward him. The giant rocks were incredibly fast, like trucks crashing forward, and in an instant arrived before Night Ming. Bang! Bang! The rocks fell, dust spreading. Night Xin's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately shouted, Night Ming. She hurriedly rushed into the dust. She was afraid something would happen to Night Ming. As the instigator, Zhou Qiming raised the corner of his mouth. Hee, I applied special power to the 2 giant stones. Even a third-tier contract master would be unable to withstand a sneak attack. Yi Ming. Oh, Yi Ming, so what if your body is stronger than mine? I'm a third-tier contract master. Torturing you is still a piece of cake. Zhou Qiming felt extremely pleased, as if he had stepped on Yi Ming under his feet. Puffed. At that moment, a blood-red slash flew out of the smoke and struck Zhou Qiming's body, cutting a huge gash in his beast-form body. Blood gushed from the wound. The pain made Zhou Qiming's body tremble. Yi Ming walked out from the smoke, holding the Godfall scythe, his gaze cold as he looked at Zhou Qiming. Without saying a word, he swung the scythe directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 slashes cut through the air. They were incredibly fast, each one aimed directly at Zhou Qiming. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Blood splattered. Even though Zhou Qiming was a third-tier contract master and his body had been enhanced through beastification, with so many powerful slashes, countless wounds appeared all over his body. The entire process happened in an instant. Even though Lin Feng wanted to help, he couldn't stop Yi Ming's slashes. After doing all this, Yi Ming didn't look back as he charged toward the central platform. He knew that Zhou Qiming would launch an attack against him. for both personal reasons and team reasons. Zhou Qiming's team leader was Lin Feng. Launching an attack was precisely to stop Yi Ming from reaching the central platform, wasn't it? Want to stop me? I will keep moving forward. Yi Ming's feet sank into the ground as a deep pit formed. His speed surged again, quickly putting more distance between him and Lin Feng's group. He knew that Lin Feng's team's goal was to claim the first completion of Sky Island. As long as he achieved the first completion, Lin Feng's group would feel worse than eating shit. Moreover, as he advanced, Yi Ming released the Dark Domain. Ying Yu also increased her vigilance. With double protection, even if Lin Feng attacked, it would be ineffective against Yi Ming's ambush. Damn, that kid is too alert. The sneak attack trick is useless now. Lin Feng gritted his teeth secretly. They had no other choice but to push forward with all their might, trying to close the gap between them and Yi Ming. According to the rules, they needed to hold the sun disk for 1 minute to clear the level. So we still have a chance. Lin Feng exploded with all his strength, leaving no room for hesitation. Soon, Yi Ming reached the central platform. He rushed in front of the Skywing King, quickly attempting to grab the sun disk. But just as his hand was about to touch the sun disk, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Skywing King statue suddenly came to life. It raised the sun disk high above its head, slowly stood up, and the fragments of stone and sand fell off, revealing its true form. Muscular, with scales growing on its skin that shimmered like hard gemstones. In the next moment, the Skywing King's body was enhanced. Its size doubled, now standing at 5 meters tall. It held a golden spear, and its wings spread out to block the sky, with feathers turning into sharp blades. This is Ascension. Yi Ming looked up at the Skywing King in front of him. He was sure that though the Skywing King was a 3rd-tier beast, it was already close to the 4th tier. Ha ha ha! Skywing King, it's the Skywing King. I knew it. Things were never this simple. Lin Feng, not far away, showed a look of delight. The Skywing King has a powerful bloodline. It's nothing like a regular 3rd-tier beast. Yi Ming, oh Yi Ming, even if you team up with your teammates, you will never be a match for it. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to see hope. He sprinted with all his might, with Lin Tian following closely behind. As for Zhou Qiming and his friends, they had long been abandoned. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were now a burden. Boom! On the central platform, the Skywing King released a murderous intent and struck at Yi Ming with its spear. Yi Ming immediately dodged, and the spot where he had been standing was struck, creating a deep pit. Yi Ming! Yi Xin roared angrily as she charged towards the Skywing King. The power of flames erupted, and a pair of gauntlets, as if made of molten rock, enveloped her arms. She leapt high into the air, her fists coming together like a hammer, crashing down towards the Skywing King's head. Bang! Blinding flames flashed. It seemed as if it had exploded. The Skywing King's head was smashed into the ground. But in the next moment, the Skywing King suddenly raised its head, twisting its waist, and its thick tail like an iron whip instantly sent Yi Xin flying. Screech! The Skywing King howled and raised its spear, ready to strike down at Yi Xin. Buzz! At that moment, darkness surged, forming a closed domain that enveloped the Skywing King. Yi Ming, holding a long scythe, walked step by step towards the Skywing King, his aura climbing rapidly. The power of darkness gathered on his scythe, killing intent filling the entire domain, condensing into a crimson flow. The Skywing King looked at Yi Ming, and it felt fear. Screech! The cry rang out. The Skywing King immediately moved, concentrating its power into the spear and thrusting it suddenly at Yi Ming's body. Yi Ming's eyes narrowed. Spirit skill, Eternal Night descends. As a spirit skill with extremely high single-target damage, even the Skywing King could not resist. Yi Ming gripped the scythe with one hand and sliced across the Skywing King's neck, the blood-red crescent flashing by. The Skywing King's movement came to a sudden halt. Hot blood surged from its neck. It dropped the spear and covered its neck with both hands, eventually kneeling before Yi Ming. Gurgle gurgle. As it lowered its head rolled off and landed on the ground like a ball. The Skywing King dead. Yi Ming took the solar disk from its back. He did not remove the dark domain, but instead waited inside. Time ticked by second. Lin Feng and the others also successfully arrived at the central platform. Lin Tian, holding a long sword, was about to rush into Yi Ming's dark domain. Don't rush. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his lips curling slightly with confidence as he said, "That kid actually wants to fight the Skywing King alone. Let's give him this chance. Wait until both he and the Skywing King are exhausted. Then we can reap the benefits." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, worried. But what if Yi Ming kills the Skywing King and just drags the time inside? Don't worry, that's not possible. Lin Feng waved his hand. The Skywing King's strength is far beyond an ordinary third-tier beast. With the Solar Disc's boost, its power has doubled. Even if I wanted to kill it, I'd still need to put in some effort. So, Yiming can't kill the Skywing King. He's just desperately helping us exhaust the Skywing King. Lin Tian, hearing this, finally relaxed. But the moment his heart settled, it was completely shattered. The challenge of Sky Island is over. First clearer, Yiming, Lin Feng, Lin Tian. Chapter 33, The Sudden Crisis. Lin Tian looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. Bro, didn't you say Yiming couldn't possibly be the Skywing King's opponent? But now, don't ask me, I don't know either. Lin Feng said with a stiff face, his eyes fixed on Yiming, filled with shock. He never imagined that Yiming really killed the Skywing King. In his mind, this was absolutely impossible. It was simply unbelievable. No, I must go ask him. This kid might have cheated. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, walking towards Yiming with a hostile expression. But before he could get close, Yiming and the others directly pressed the button on their wristbands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They immediately left the secret realm of Sky Island. As victors, staying behind served no purpose. Now is the time to enjoy their victory. However, during the transmission, Yi Xin crossed her arms, tilted her head, and glanced at Lin Feng. She sneered disdainfully. Lin Feng. Is she mocking me? Damn it. Transmission hall. First clear of Sky Island. Yiming successfully obtained the Crimson Sun Crystal. As per the rules, each member of their team could choose one piece of fourth-tier beast material. Then thank you, Director Bai. Night Xin smiled and cupped her fists at Bai Lintong. Hee, it's nothing, it's nothing. Bai Lintong smiled very mechanically. Night Ming and the others had taken the first clear of the Void Island, and he was very unhappy. But as the person in charge of Songbei City, he couldn't hold back the rewards for Night Ming and them. Come here. Take them to select materials. Under the guidance of the staff, Night Ming and the three left with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Tian walked out of the teleportation entrance in a dejected manner. They kept their heads down, wanting to leave the teleportation hall, silently praying that Bai Lintong wouldn't see them. Earlier, they had confidently promised to secure the first clear. But now, not only had they failed to get the first clear, but it was also taken by the Changnan City, which had the worst relationship with them. It was obvious that Bai Lintong would be furious. Lin Feng, Lin Tian. The more they were afraid, the more it came. Bai Lintong suddenly called out to Lin Feng and Lin Tian, his face dark. You two come to my office. It's over. Lin Feng shuddered, his heart sinking. He knew that once they entered the office, it was bound to involve a scolding. Even being scolded harshly was highly possible. They had put on too much of show earlier. Now that they had fallen, it would definitely hurt. Bro, you really shouldn't guess randomly in the future. We actually had chance. Lin Tian said, somewhat displeased. What do you mean? Lin Feng frowned, displeased. A second tier which contract master killed a third-tier Void Wing King. Who could have predicted that? Wasn't I trying to be cautious? Are you blaming me now? No, that's not what I meant. Lin Tian shook his head. Then what do you mean? Forget it, I don't mean anything. Lin Tian sighed, losing the desire to continue arguing. Lin Feng was currently in a fit of anger, so he wouldn't listen to anything. But starting now, some things in Lin Tian's heart had begun to waver. At least, he would trust himself more when doing things in the future. Not Lin Feng. On the way back to Changnan City, Night Ming examined the Blood Fiend Bear Paw in his hand. This was the 4-star beast material he had chosen after securing the first clear of the Void Island. The Blood Fiend Bear Paw contained violent power. After absorbing it, a Holy Maiden contract master would easily experience a surge in blood energy, resulting in a disorder in bodily strength. But for a witch contract master, it had no side effects at all. Additionally, according to Ing Yu, absorbing the Blood Fiend Bear Paw could effectively enhance strength. However, I am currently a second-tier contract master, so even if my strength increases, it will be very limited. I still need to hurry and break through to the third tier. Night Ming contemplated, then glanced at the interface. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, second-tier contract master, 31500/100000. Mental strength, 210. Vitality, 210. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level. SSS rank can be upgraded. Spiritual skills, Dark Judgment, level 5. God Fallen Demon Armor, level 5. Eternal Night Descends, level 5. Talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. I'm still over 60,000 experience points away from becoming a third-tier contract master. I hope I can break through to the third tier before the martial arts examination. There's still more than 20 days until the martial arts examination. There's absolutely enough time. Night Ming was very confident in himself. This trip to Songbei has ended perfectly. Night Ming, what are your plans next? Night Xin asked while driving. Night Ming pondered for a moment and replied, I plan to find a secret realm rich in fierce beasts to start leveling up. Just like the Blood Demon Tower secret realm. I have to admit, leveling up in the Blood Demon Tower really felt great. Unfortunately, he had already killed all the fierce beasts inside, and even if he continued to kill, the gains would be minimal. A secret realm rich in fierce beasts. All right, I'll help you look when I get back. Night Xin said. Night Ming felt joy in his heart. Then, thank you, big sister. You're welcome. After finishing the conversation, Night Xin took the luxury sports car off the highway. There were only 5 kilometers left to get back to the Night family. At this moment, ding ding ding, the message ringtone from Night Ming's phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw, and his expression immediately became solemn. Son Ho Yuan, be careful. The son of the leader of Qingtian society, Zhou Qiming, has set his sights on you. Yiming frowned and immediately typed a response. Yiming, has my identity been exposed? But when I killed Zhou Kuei-shui, I left not a single trace. He instinctively thought that something had gone wrong with the killing of Zhou Kuei-shui. Son Ho Yuan, it's not about the assassination mission. It's for other reasons. Think closely. Did you have any conflicts with Zhou Qiming elsewhere? My information network tells me Zhou Qiming intends to harm you. It's not about the assassination mission. Then the only thing left is the matter in Songbei City. Zhou Qiming lost to Yiming and is not convinced. Now he wants to play the underworld game. Yiming, I know what the reason is now. Son Ho Yuan, be alert. He should make a move in the next few days. It could be a threat or even a murder. I lean towards the former, but I do not rule out the latter. Yiming, thank you for the reminder. Son Ho Yuan, I'll keep talking to you if any news comes up. If he really dares to take action against you, then there's no need for Qingyun society to exist anymore. After ending the chat, Yiming's eyes filled with killing intent as he just opened the car window to get some fresh air. Ding ding. But just then, a truck loaded with dirt suddenly charged out. With no decrease in speed, it came straight toward the passenger seat where Yiming was sitting. Not good. Quick, turn the wheel. Yiming yelled wide-eyed. Yi Xin turned to look, and the truck was like a roaring beast, its 2 headlights like fierce red eyes, charging straight at them. Terrified, she slammed the steering wheel. She floored the accelerator. The sedan first swerved to the left to distance itself from the truck, and then, with the engine roaring like a fierce beast, it sped up. Yi Xin and the others barely escaped the truck. Damn, what's wrong with that driver? Can't he drive? After dodging the danger, Yi Xin was just about to slow down and stop to talk to the truck driver. But just then, a black Jeep crashed right into the back of their car. Rear-ended. A luxury sports car at 120 kilometers per hour was actually rear-ended. No matter how you looked at it, this did not seem like an ordinary traffic accident. It felt more like someone was intentionally using a traffic accident to warn Yiming and the others. Chapter 34. Zhou Qiming, dead without doubt. Huff huff. After stopping the car, Yi Xin was breathing heavily. Her eyes revealed panic, and like Yu Shaosheng in the back seat, she wore a look of shock. At the same time, Yiming in the passenger seat clenched his fists. The series of accidents made him already certain that Zhou Qiming was behind this. This damn guy. He actually chose to threaten him with car accidents. Recalling what had just happened, Yiming couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. The dirt-loaded truck, the high-speed, rear-ended Jeep. No matter what accident occurred, they all had a high level of danger. Contractors are not easy to kill. But in the face of a car accident, one could still get hurt with just a moment's negligence. Moreover, Yiming and the others are not at high realms yet. They can't completely immunize themselves from the harm caused by car accidents. Thinking of this, Yiming's anger surged again. He didn't care whether Zhou Qiming was threatening him as a warning or really wanted to act. Zhou Qiming had already threatened the safety of him and those around him. Zhou Qiming must die. This is damn ridiculous. What is going on today? Do these people not keep their eyes open when they drive? Yi Xin came to her senses, pushed the car door open, and furiously walked towards the Jeep behind them. After the rear-end collision, the driver of the Jeep did not proactively get out of the car. Through the rearview mirror, she could see. When Yi Xin arrived in front of the Jeep, 3 muscular bald men got out of the car. Their muscles bulged, their bodies covered in tattoos, with scarred faces that looked fierce and intimidating. At first glance, it was clear they were not good people. What's going on with you guys? I was going over 100 kilometers an hour, and you managed to rear-end me? Is it that you can't drive? Don't know how to drive? Go back and learn again. A sudden dirt truck came first, then a rear-end collision. Now Yi Xin was in a very bad mood. In fact, having this kind of accident would make anyone angry. Who would have thought? The ones who rear-ended her were clearly those bald, strong men, but they looked indifferent and even scolded Yi Xin. What do you mean, kid? What do you mean we can't drive? Just because we hit you from behind, it's our fault. The road is so wide. Why did you block our way? I think you were just trying to stop us on purpose. Yi Xin. This was the first time she had seen someone rear-ended and still argue logically. Okay, if you want to play dirty, just wait. I'm calling someone to handle this. Yi Xin knew there was nothing to say to these thugs and was ready to call. Call someone. Who has time to wait for you to call someone? We could be losing millions in a minute. Do you have the power to make us wait? The bald, strong man in charge crossed his arms, impatience written all over his face. Fine. You just want money, right? Here, take $250 and go check if you are brain dead. What did you say? As soon as he said that, Yi Xin's hand holding the phone suddenly froze in place. Flames rose in her eyes, and anger burned in her chest. Earlier, she wanted to solve the problem through official channels, but now she had changed her mind. She wanted to fight. Bang! At that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared. Who the hell are you calling 250? Yi Ming kicked the bald man with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it, big brother. Seeing the situation turn, the other two bald lackeys immediately grabbed iron rods from the car and swung them fiercely at Yi Ming. Bang, bang. Before they could act, Yi Ming had already thrown 2 punches to their faces, the force so great that it broke their noses. What the hell are you barking at? What strength do you have to yell at me? With another 2 kicks, Yi Ming directly kicked at their knees. With a loud bang, he shattered the knees of the bald lackeys, and their legs buckled, causing them to collapse to the ground. At this moment, they stared at Yi Ming in disbelief. They never expected Yi Ming to have this kind of strength. Damn, if you can solve the problem, why are you hitting people? Even if you're a contract master, you shouldn't treat us like this. The bald strong man still maintained a tough posture, gritting his teeth and cursing at Yi Ming, saying he was inhuman. Slap. What the hell are you yelling about? Yi Ming raised his hand and slapped him. He didn't care about any of that. He was a genius. A genius has privileges. Moreover, Yi Ming was in the right in this matter. Okay, you're a big shot, just wait. One day you will regret what you did today. The bald strong man knelt on the ground, no longer daring to speak to Yi Ming. He was waiting for the traffic accident handlers to arrive. Regret. The ones who should regret now are you. Yi Ming squatted down, and with a loud slap, he hit the bald strong man in charge again. Aren't you tired? Don't you know that beating people doesn't involve hitting faces? The bald strong man complained impatiently, but Yi Ming's next words left him frozen in place. Honest answer. Did Zhou Qiming send you here? The bald strong man. His pupils suddenly constricted. His eyebrows trembled uncontrollably. This matter was extremely secretive, and very few people knew about it. He could understand why Yi Ming asked so bluntly. Could it be that the matter was exposed? The bald strong man stammered. What Zhou Qiming? Never heard of him. This is just a simple traffic accident. Yi Ming was too lazy to waste words with such people. In the next moment, the dark realm unfolded around him. The bald strong man in charge was engulfed in darkness, and everything around him fell silent. What do you want? The bald strong man was a bit flustered at this point, but he was still stubborn. I don't know who this Zhou Qiming you're talking about is. Let me go right now, or I'll sue you for attempted murder. Oh, you don't know him, huh? Night Ming gripped a dark dagger in his hand, and suddenly stabbed it into the bald, muscular man's arm. Blood spurted out. The bald, muscular man yelled in pain. Do you know now? I don't know. He pulled the dagger out and stabbed again, in the same spot, with the same dagger, but this time Night Ming drove it in deeper. The intense pain caused the bald, muscular man's face to turn pale. Do you know now? I don't know. He pulled the dagger out and drove it in again. Still the same spot. Do you know now? I don't know. You're really tough, huh? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Night Ming's gaze locked on the bald, muscular man's most important area below. What the hell? What do you think you're doing? I advise you not to. You think I'll stop just because you advise me? Night Ming raised the dagger and directly stabbed it toward the bald, muscular man's lower body. Seeing Night Ming was serious, the bald, muscular man could no longer hold back. Damn it, 50,000. What the hell is my life worth? Say it. Say it. I'll tell you everything. It's Zhou Qiming. He gave me 50,000 and asked me to scare you, to teach you a lesson so you'd know not to offend him in the future. Hith. Just as I thought. Night Ming stabbed the dagger into the bald, muscular man's arm, then picked up his phone. He sent the previously recorded content to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming. Teacher, son, someone is trying to harm me. What do you think I should do? You know, my dream is to serve the killing hall. If I die before joining the organization, it will really upset me. The meaning of his words was very clear. Zhou Qiming. Night Ming was sure to kill him. He now needed the killing hall to give him a formal reason. It was more like asking the killing hall for an attitude. The next moment, Sun Hoyuan responded. However, it wasn't a message but a mission notification. Assassination mission. Elimination plan 2. Assassination target. Zhou Qiming. Assassination time. 1930. Now, Night Ming looked at the information and smiled calmly. Night Ming. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. Sun Hoyuan. Assassins of the killing hall aren't just anyone that can be touched. Do you need assistance? Night Ming. No, I'm ruthless. It's better if no one sees me. It would affect the reputation. Chapter 35. I kill in accordance with the law. Do you think I'm afraid of both the black and white worlds? Sis, you'll go back first. I have something to take care of. Night Ming's tone was cold. Hey. Where are you going? Aren't you going back yet? Yi Xin shouted, turning her head to see Night Ming had already turned into a black flash, disappearing from the scene without a trace. In a high-end neighborhood, Zhou Qiming, the mastermind behind everything, was lying on the couch, shaking the wine glass in his hand. He picked up his phone and was on a call. Hey, how's the thing I told you to handle? Be careful. It's supposed to be a scare, not a murder. That kid is from the Yi family. If it escalates, it'll be hard to clean up. On the other end of the phone came a fawning voice. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. We always get things done right. We won't overstep, and even if it gets exposed, my little brother won't say anything about you. Next time there's a job, just call me brother directly. We'll make sure to handle it properly. Zhou Qiming nodded, just like that. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qiming looked at the wine in his glass, revealing a sinister smile. Yeah, Night Ming, how strong are you really? What if you took the first victory of the Void Island? My Qingyun society is the biggest ground force in Songnan City. You want to play with me? I dare to touch both the black and the white. Can you outplay me? After saying that, he downed the wine in one go. A surge of hot blood flowed inside him. His face changed, and he was ready to go out for some fun. But just as he turned his head, a strange figure made his pupils shrink suddenly. His head buzzed, and he became frozen, blank in shock. Play. Night Ming's expression was indifferent. Why should I play with you? You've offended me, of course. I'm going to kill you. The dark domain unfolds. Zhou Qiming was startled and horrified, turning to run, but he was already trapped within the domain, unable to escape. Even shouting loudly wouldn't make anyone hear him. No. Yi Ming, you can't kill me. Murder is illegal. If you kill me, you can't escape either. Zhou Qiming bent down and retreated quickly. Illegal? A red light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he stepped forward in a swift stride. The scythe in his hand suddenly swung, cutting through the air with a blood-red crescent. Zhou Qiming's head instantly flew off. Thud! Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Yi Ming snorted coldly. Murder is indeed illegal. But I killed him according to the law. After everything was done, Yi Ming took a photo of the scene, along with the words spoken earlier by the pickup truck driver and Zhou Qiming. He sent it all to Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan remained silent for a while before replying. Sun Hoyuan, take care of the body yourself. In the future, there is no need to send so-called evidence. The execution hall only kills those who deserve to die. After seeing the reply, Yi Ming smiled faintly. He became more and more interested in the execution hall. Qingyun Society. Conference hall. Who is it? Who exactly killed Qiming? Such a big person disappeared, and there's not even a single piece of news. Zhou Qingyun slammed his hands hard on the table, his eyes almost bursting with rage, his gaze as if wanting to eat someone. The few subordinates reporting lowered their heads. Sorry, Boss Zhou, we really don't know. At the time, we were standing at the door, but when we opened it, the person disappeared without a trace. We searched for a long time, went to the places Qiming often went, but still didn't find him. Are you saying he grew wings? So he flew away behind your backs. Zhou Qingyun threw the files on the table. The subordinate hit on the head, instantly split open, and blood sprayed out. Big brother, this might not be that simple. The second eldest Zhou, Zhou Ji, spoke up. His name was Zhou Ji, the only one in the Zhou family who had studied, the chief strategist of Qingyun society. But his strength was weak, with a sea-level contract spirit and only a level 1 cultivation. Second brother, what do you mean? Zhou Qingyun looked at Zhou Ji. The latter waved his hand to send the subordinates away. Then his expression became serious. Big brother, it's too strange. Third brother died not long ago, and now Qiming is dead. And both were killed without a trace, like they were carefully plotted. I suspect this is a conspiracy against Qingyun society. Conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun frowned. Our Qingyun society has always kept a low profile. Who would target us? Big brother, did you forget we're selling the intensified grass? Zhou Ji reminded, this is a banned item. Once it breaks out, it will spread widely in the market. Think about it. Who wouldn't want to see such a thing happen? Zhou Qingyun's heart trembled, and he almost blurted out, "You mean the authorities?" "Yes, it's them." Zhouji narrowed his eyes slightly. "I've investigated earlier. Before Qiming died, he made a phone call. The person on the other end told me that Qiming arranged for someone to scare Yi Ming, the youngest son of the Yi family. And shortly after this happened, Qiming died." Yi family. Zhou Qingyun clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. Qiming was most likely killed by Yi Ming that. "Damn it, killing my son. Even if he's from a Yi family, I'll bite off his leg." "Big brother, don't rush. Let me finish." Zhou Ji pushed up his glasses and analyzed the situation calmly. "In my opinion, the Yi family is just a surface player. The real mastermind hasn't shown up yet. I suggest we stop selling the intensified grass business and take our brothers abroad for a while, lay low, and then come back." "Lay low? Then my son died for nothing?" Zhou Qingyun shouted angrily. "As long as the Green Mountains are here, we don't fear the lack of firewood. First protect our lives." Zhou Ji kept urging. Zhou Qingyun lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said, "Qiming can't die in vain. Second brother, you go first. Big brother, you." "Enough. I have made my decision. Don't persuade me anymore." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the conversation ended. Zhou Ji stood up, and when he reached the door, turned his head and said, "Big brother, if you die, I will collect your body and take revenge." After saying that, he turned and left. He went downstairs, got into his exclusive high-end black sedan, and had just ignited the engine. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Zhou Qingyun roared, "Second brother." After everything was done, Yi Ming returned home. Whether killing Zhou Kuishui or Zhou Qiming, he felt no tremor in his heart. It was just like nothing had happened. Ing Yu found it unbelievable. "Yi Ming, I heard that the first time you kill someone is a very strange experience. You should feel tight in your chest, your whole body trembling, sweat dripping, and all kinds of chaotic thoughts making your head ache. The first time you killed Zhou Kuishui, I thought you hadn't reacted, but this time when you killed Zhou Qiming, I found that you seem not afraid of killing." "Afraid?" Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. In his past life, as a top killer, he had killed countless gangsters and criminals. Again and again faced life and death dangers had long made him forget what fear felt like. Besides, killing small fry like Zhou Kuishui and Zhou Qiming was nothing. Maybe it's because of talent. "Do you remember teacher son Ho Yuan's assessment of me?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "He said I was a natural killer with a very high talent for assassination. Since I am a genius, I certainly can't be like others." Ing Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded like a chick pecking rice. "What you said makes sense." Chapter 36. Acting on behalf of heaven. After that, with Ing Yu's help, Yi Ming refined the bloodfiend bear paw. A fiery power surged in his body. His muscles tightened more, and the speed of his hot blood flowing increased significantly. There was a surge of strength building up inside him. Taking this opportunity, Yi Ming rushed into the training room at home. Bang! One punch. The testing device on the mechanical post went off the charts. Damn! His older sister, Yi Xin, happened to pass by and was stunned by the sight. "No way, Yi Ming. Are you kidding me? This device's maximum limit is 3,000 kilograms, and you just punched over 3,000 kilograms? Is it really that exaggerated? You are still a second-tier contractor." It should be known, Yi Xin's contracted spirit is the S-rank Flame Saintess, known for strength. Now, as a third-tier contractor, her punch is already a shocking 2,800 kilograms. She never expected Yi Ming to be even more shocking. "Yi Ming, what kind of monster is your contracted spirit?" Yi Ming smiled casually. "A witch, what's wrong? Are you jealous of me?" "I can't be jealous." In the following days, Yi Ming started to crazily challenge the secret realms. He specifically chose secret realms with many fierce beasts. The more fierce beasts there are, and the more types, the better effect Yi Chen's spiritual talent, slaughter growth, would have. He was rapidly improving. Bang! In the secret realm, with the last lightning eagle falling in front of Yi Ming, he once again broke his personal clearing record. Clearing time, 6:30, successfully broke personal clearing record. Congratulations, you have obtained Lightning Eagle's Claw. The reward appeared. A palm-sized lightning eagle claw appeared in Yi Ming's hand. Its whole body was azure blue, as if made of crystal gems, with arcs of lightning flickering all over, clearly valuable. "Mr. Yi Ming, the lightning eagle claw is incredibly precious. It can be sold for 200,000 on the market. If you need, we can exchange it for Dragon Country currency," the staff member said warmly. "No need. I think it looks quite delicious." Yi Ming waved his hand, picked up the lightning eagle's claw, and took a big bite. The electric current rushed around in his mouth, as if he was eating popping candy. The terrifying power was about to explode, but Ing Yu quickly suppressed this force. Yiming successfully absorbed the lightning eagle's claw. The staff members nearby were dumbfounded. No, no way. Can beast materials be directly swallowed? This is simply too fierce. Haha. Others may not be able to, but I can. Yiming turned and left, leaving the staff with an incredibly cool back. As he was leaving the hall, Yichen ran into Wang Haoyang. Wang Haoyang was walking with a big, strong man. When he saw Yichen walk by, Wang Haoyang immediately frowned. He said to the big man next to him, "Brother, that kid beat me up. If you see him in the secret realm one day, help me get some revenge." The big man was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. What level is that kid? What's his contract spirit? Second level contract master. His contract spirit is a witch, pretty useless. You can beat him easily. Hearing this, the big man immediately grinned, pounding his chest and assuring, "Oh my, just a witch contract master? Don't worry, this is on me. I'll wait for him at the transport hall tomorrow. Wherever he goes, I'll follow him. I, Wu Mao, am a third-level contract master, and my contract spirit is a rhinoceros. Dealing with a second-level witch kid is a piece of cake." But about the fee, Wang Haoyang waved his hand and transferred 10,000. "You're generous, bro. I got this." Wu Mao laughed. "Huh, they want to deal with me? Aren't they just asking for death?" Yiming, not far away, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but sneer. Although he's a second-level contract master now, his strength is terrifying. Even a third-level contract master couldn't do anything to him. Just that Wu Mao. Even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be a match for Yiming. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. "Sun Ho Yuan, do you have time? The organization wants to assign you a task." "Yiming, I haven't officially joined the killing hall. Why is there another task?" "Sun Ho Yuan, you're talented. The more you practice, the better. Don't worry, all tasks you do now will be recorded in your file. It'll be a big help for your promotion later." Yiming, all right. Yiming accepted the task sent by Sun Ho Yuan. Task name, Justice. Assassination target, Wu Mao. Target level, third level contract master, C-grade rhinoceros. Reason for assassination. After investigation, Wu Mao has committed illegal acts. He secretly traffics people, and his behavior is extremely evil. However, the evidence collected can't convict him of the death penalty. The killing hall acts on behalf of the heavens to sentence him to death. Wu Mao, what a coincidence. Yiming's eyes flickered coldly. Earlier, Wu Mao planned to target him. Now he had fallen into Yiming's hands. This guy truly deserved to die. But I hope he can't avoid the death sentence, so I kill him. Is this? Yiming picked up his phone and sent a question to Sun Ho Yuan. "Yiming, is this legal?" Sun Ho Yuan, legal and reasonable. Human trafficking will never be tolerated. The reason there's not enough evidence is that Wu Mao had someone destroy it. If we wait for the court decision, who knows how many more people will fall victim to his evil hands. Sun Ho Yuan, this task needs to be done as soon as possible. It's best if you do it tonight. Yiming got it. Human traffickers are the worst. They destroy families, have no humanity, and are just like heartless monsters. Yiming had killed many people before, and human traffickers were the ones he killed the most. Tonight, I'll take action. Night, the pitch-black street. Rainwater dripped from the eaves, gathering on the road and forming small puddles. In the meantime, a young lady dressed beautifully was walking on the street, holding her phone. Suddenly, her vision went dark. A bag of urea was thrown over her head. "Who are you? What do you want? Stop. Stop right now." The woman struggled wildly, but she was small and thin, and the men who were kidnapping her were all big, strong men, some of whom were contract masters. She could not break free at all. "Quick, quick, tie her up and throw her in the car. A piece of goods like her will sell for at least 200,000. The rough voices echoed in the woman's ears. She was shocked, struggling even harder, but the more she struggled, the more excited the human traffickers became. They tied her hands and feet and tossed her into the back seat. "Help! Help! Help your head!" Bang! A dull thud. The woman's eyelids grew heavy. She desperately tried to stay conscious, but the intense pain made it impossible for her to keep going. 她被一棒子打晕了. She was knocked out with a stick. 黑灯瞎火. It was pitch black. 白色面包车穿过老旧的街道，借助着夜晚的掩护，逐渐离开这座喧闹的城市. A white van passed through the old streets, gradually leaving the noisy city under the cover of night. 雨水拍打在窗户上，副驾驶位的吴某一把摘下头套. Rain pounded against the window, and Wu Mao in the passenger seat swiftly took off his hood. 妈的! Damn it! 爽死我了！白捡这么一个大活人。I'm so lucky to get such a live person for free. 他仿佛已经看见钱在他的面前飞. He could almost see the money flying in front of him. 一旁的小弟附和笑道：“呵呵，这些人就是安稳日子过久了。” Beside him, a younger brother chimed in with a laugh. Hee hee, these people have been living too comfortably. 大晚上的，竟然敢在没有监控的老街道乱晃，不绑架他绑架谁？ Out late at night, and they dare to wander in an old street without cameras. Who else to kidnap, if not her? 这一趟，咱们又赚了。This trip, we've made a profit again. 车上三人传来哈哈哈的笑声。Laughter erupted from the three in the van. 下一刻 the next moment, 叶明冰冷至极的声音突然从后座上响起。A chilling voice suddenly rang from the back seat. 对啊，一次性逮住三个人贩子。That's right, catching 3 human traffickers at once. 这一趟，我真是赚麻了。This time, I've really made a killing. 第37章，替天行道。Chapter 37, Upholding Justice. 吴某身躯一颤，赶忙回头。Wu Mao's body trembled, and he quickly turned around. 可刚一转头，冰冷的连刃出现在他的脖颈位置。But as soon as he turned his head, a cold scythe appeared at his neck. 他余光瞥见了叶明的模样，心中一颤。He caught a glimpse of Yi Ming's appearance, and his heart shuddered. 是你 It's you. 看见了我的样子 You saw my face. 叶明眼中猩红闪烁。身为顶级杀手，他一直有个很奇怪的癖好。Red light flickered in Yi Ming's eyes. As a top assassin, he had a strange habit. 在执行任务的过程中，若是被人不小心看见了样貌，他会让对方永久的说不了话。If someone accidentally saw his appearance during a mission, he would make them permanently unable to speak. 呼 Whoosh. 暗黑领域展开 The dark realm unfolded. 原本高速行驶的车辆瞬间置身黑暗中，4个轱辘还在转，但车身却停滞不前。The fast-moving vehicle was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The 4 wheels continued to spin, but the car stood still. 该死，这是什么鬼东西 ？Damn it, what the hell is this? 我和你拼了 ！I'll fight you. 吴某大吼一声，狂暴的气息迸发，他身后凝聚出一道身披兽甲的圣女虚影。Wu Mao let out a roar, and a wild aura burst forth, forming a holy maiden phantom covered in beast armor behind him. 他的皮肤变得坚韧，头顶上生长出一根犹如钢铁般坚硬的角。His skin became tough, and a horn as hard as iron grew from his head. 犀牛圣女 Rhino Holy Maiden? 干脆叫独角兽圣女还差不多。Might as well call it Unicorn Holy Maiden. 你的实力太弱了。Your strength is too weak. Shell, whoosh, 红光闪烁 Red light flickered. 置身于黑暗中的车辆忽地从中间被斩成了上下两半。The vehicle in darkness was suddenly sliced in half. 和车辆一同被斩断的还有吴某他们的脖颈。Along with the vehicle, Wu Mao and the others' necks were also severed. Shiu shiu shiu, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 连刃不断斩出 The scythe kept slicing out. 暗黑领域中，寒光一阵接着一阵。The goods he spoke of were the girl kidnapped by Wu Miao earlier. These damn human traffickers are like this. They kidnap first and contact buyers right after. Swift actions. This has put the sheriffs in a tough spot. Luckily, we left Wu Miao's phone behind. This is Yi Ming's habit. In his previous life, while executing tasks against human traffickers, he always left their phones behind. If lucky, he could catch all the higher-ups and lower-ups in one go. First, let me text Teacher Sunday. Yi Ming, there's a situation. A guy named Lao Tao is contacting Wu Miao, and he seems to be a buyer. Sun Ho Yuan, I want to hear what your plan is. Yi Ming, the best move is to stall the other side, stay still, and once they let their guard down, formulate a solid plan to catch them all at once. Yi Ming, catching them all is indeed crucial, but time is even more important. The longer it takes, the more likely something unexpected will happen, especially with these cunning traffickers. Sun Ho Yuan, so what do you mean? Yi Ming, catching Lao Tao might lead to death. After sending this message, Sun Ho Yuan did not reply immediately. He was thinking, weighing his options, searching for the best way. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message. Sun Ho Yuan, be careful. Yi Ming, okay. After sending the last message, Yi Ming turned off his phone. He picked up Wu Miao's phone, read a few messages he usually replied to, and responded in his tone. Wu Miao, damn it. I ran into cops checking cars on the way. Luckily, I took a detour, or I would have been in big trouble. Lao Tao, what's going on? Can we still trade? If not, then forget it. Wu Miao, forget your mother. Can I waste time in this business? Just one day's delay could cause trouble. Hurry up and come to trade. I'll give you a discount. Lao Tao, that's great. Wu Miao, still trading at the old place? After a brief pause, the other side slowly replied. Lao Tao, let's change places at the abandoned repair factory. I'll send you the address. The other party provided Yi Ming with the address. Looking at the last message, Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Something's off. They might be suspicious of me. Huh. These damn traffickers are indeed cunning. Better be cautious. He turned on his phone again and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Yi Ming, let Su Xiao come help. He was the examiner for my last assessment. I'll send you the address. Sun Ho Yuan, all right. Abandoned repair factory. Lao Tao, dressed in a leather jacket, ended the conversation, and his eyes became fierce. Boss, what's wrong? Is something happening? The underling with the center part asked. Lao Tao grimaced. Nothing happened, just feeling something's off. Call Scarface. Tell him there's an urgent matter. Get him here in 5 minutes. Also, bring 10 more underlings, the ones with better physical quality. The center part underling nodded. Even though he didn't know what the boss wanted to do, he still diligently made the call. Soon, a burly bald man and a group of tattooed underlings walked in. The bald man at the front had a terrifying scar on his face. This was a mark left from a serious fight. Not a minor brawl, but a conflict between contract warriors, life-and-death battles. There would even be bets involved. Quick, quick, close the door. At Lao Tao's command, the underlings closed the factory door. Scarface glanced over and sneered. I said, Lao Tao, what are you afraid of? I'm here now. Who dares to touch you? I see your business getting bigger, but your courage seems to grow smaller. Being cautious is never a mistake. Lao Tao turned to Scarface. If I remember correctly, you're a third-level contract warrior, right? Yes. What level is your contract spirit? A level. That's good. Lao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. I'm not a sheriff. I'm the face of death. Scarface is a thug who deals with the ground. As long as you pay him, he'll do anything. 杀人放火通通不在话下. Killing and arson are nothing to talk about. 老饕是人贩子，交易的时候需要撑场子，怕对方黑吃黑，所以经常聘请刀疤，这一来二去的双方就混熟了。Lao Tao is a human trafficker. During transactions, he needs to show strength, fearing that the other party might cheat. So he often hires Scar, and over time they became familiar with each other. 你是说吴某那狗逼可能中招了？刀疤问道。Are you saying that Wu Mao, that bastard, might be in trouble? Scar asked. 老饕皱起眉头，现在说不准。从他的说话风格来看，没什么问题，但他中途有一段时间没回我。Lao Tao frowned. It's hard to say right now. From his speaking style, there doesn't seem to be a problem, but he hasn't replied to me for a while. 他说是遇见了条子，但我总觉得不对劲，所以才叫你过来。He said he encountered the cops, but I always felt something was off, so I called you over. 马勒戈壁，你就是没事找事。Damn it, you're just looking for trouble. 刀疤冷哼一声，丑话说前面，待会要屁事没有，你给我3万精神损失费。Scar snorted coldly. Let me say this up front. If nothing happens, you will give me 30,000 in emotional damages. 行 Okay. 老饕点点头，这笔钱他出得起。Lao Tao nodded. He could afford this money. 滴答滴答 Tick-tock. 时间1分1秒流逝 Time passed second by second. 引擎发动的声音由远及近的传来。一辆白色的面包车缓缓驶向废弃维修厂。The sound of an engine grew closer as a white van slowly approached the abandoned repair factory. 老饕和刀疤同时站起身。Lao Tao and Scar stood up at the same time. 大门还没开。The big door had not yet opened. 看守小弟的声音传来。The voice of the guarding minion came through. 吴某呢？怎么没看见他？ Where's Wu Mao? Why haven't I seen him? Tao, 你是条子。Damn, are you a cop? 砰 Bang. 话音刚落。As soon as the words were spoken, 面包车猛地冲入了厂房中。The van suddenly crashed into the factory. 老饕和刀疤脸色顿变，真的出事了。Lao Tao and Scar's expressions changed. Something really happened. Tao, 给我动手，弄死车里的那个王八蛋。Damn, take action. Kill that bastard in the car. 老饕一声令下，10几个手持钢管的小弟一窝蜂地围了上去。With Lao Tao's order, over a dozen minions armed with steel pipes rushed forward. 他们疯狂敲击着面包车的玻璃，就像是不要命的暴徒。就算是车窗的玻璃，茬子都不怕。They frantically pounded on the van's windows like relentless thugs, not fearing the shattered glass. 妈的 Damn it, 赶半夜来我的地盘撒野。 就算你是桃子，也得给我撂这儿. How dare you come wild on my territory at night? Even if you're a cop, you will fall here. 老饕抽出一把砍刀，叼着一根烟，朝着面包车走去，气势十足. Lao Tao drew a machete, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walking towards the van with great momentum. 但下一刻 but the next moment, hung, bang, 一道强大的身影冲出面包车. A powerful figure burst out of the van. 凛冽的狂风掀起，所有的小弟都被吹飞。许长义站在面包车顶，戴着青面獠牙的面具，双手插兜，对着众人大吼道。A fierce wind surged, blowing all the minions away. Su Changyi stood on top of the van, wearing a mask with sharp teeth, hands in pockets, shouting at everyone. 不想死的钱都给我趴地上蹲着. Anyone who doesn't want to die, lie down on the ground. 我的锋刃可不会留情. My wind blades will show no mercy. 话音落下，许长义大手一挥，数十道锋刃呼啸而出，将堆积的汽车和墙面都斩出了刀痕. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Changyi swung his hand, dozens of wind blades whistling out, cutting deep scars into the stacked cars and walls. 操 Damn! 契约是 Contractor. 众小弟赶忙趴在地上. All the minions hurriedly lay down on the ground. 妈的，这年头谁还不是个契约师啊? Damn, who isn't a contractor these days? The two of them work together. Let's go. Let's leave here first. I called the sheriff. They'll come soon to clean up the battlefield. These guys involved in the kidnapping, not one of them can escape. They were talking about those little guys with stinky socks in their mouths. These guys were the most hateful. They had no brains, yet they dared to do anything. They didn't even realize they were being used as pawns. As for Old Tao and Scarface, they were knocked unconscious. Yi Ming and the others shoved them into a van and took them to an interrogation room arranged by Sun Ho Yuan. In the interrogation room, Old Tao gradually woke up. Where is this place? Where am I? He looked around, but when he saw the figures in front of him, his heart skipped a beat. If his hands hadn't been handcuffed to the table, he definitely would have fallen off the chair. It's you. Yi Ming nodded. Yes, it's me. Now, I'll ask you a few questions. Who is your superior? Superior refers to the person who instructed Old Tao to do this criminal job. Any trade in the world basically has a demand and middleman. Old Tao was the middleman. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Old Tao shook his head. Don't know. Yi Ming picked up a small dark knife. Puff. He directly stabbed it into Old Tao's palm. Blood gushed out. Ah. Old Tao screamed in pain. Damn it. You're torturing me. Even the sheriff doesn't have this kind of power. A lawyer. I want to request a lawyer. Puff. Another flash of cold light. Yi Ming stabbed Old Tao's other hand. A lawyer? In Yi Ming's hands, no one could be saved. Let me remind you, this is not the sheriff's office, and I'm not the sheriff. If you don't answer my questions, I will slowly carve you into pieces. Yi Ming was worried that Old Tao wouldn't understand what being carved meant, so he specifically explained it to him. After 1,000 cuts, only then would Old Tao die. Absolutely precise. You're not a cop. Then why did you kidnap me? Old Tao glared and asked. Puff. Yi Ming didn't bother talking nonsense with him, pulled out a small knife, and directly chopped off one of Old Tao's fingers. Ah, the sound of ghosts howling and wolves crying echoed again. Say it. Even if you kill me, I will never tell. All right, you forced me. Yi Ming took an axe from outside the door and swung it towards Old Tao's head. Watch out. I'm going to give you a swing, but don't worry. I won't kill you with one blow. You bastard, if you have the guts, just kill me. Oh, the axe fell. One of Old Tao's ears flew off. Blood splattered. The pain made his face turn pale, his body trembling violently. However, Yi Ming didn't think he was being cruel at all. Human traffickers all deserve to die. They don't deserve any sympathy. Puff, puff. Blood continued to spurt. Old Tao gritted his teeth. Even as pieces of his flesh were sliced off, he refused to speak. There's no other choice. Time to use the ultimate move. Yi Ming tied Old Tao to an iron rack, picked up a spike club, and started aiming at his lower body. Whoosh. Bang. Ah, stop hitting me. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's the Wong family. My superior is the Wong family. Chapter 39. Who doesn't grab a few classmates? The Wong family? Yi Ming frowned. Which Wong family? It's the famous big family in Songnan City, the Wong family. They're my superior. I give them 90% of my goods, and the rest go to small-time buyers. Old Tao almost said everything in one breath. His eyes were vacant. He had already lost all courage, and he wasn't lying. The Wong family. Yi Ming pondered. In Songnan City, both the Wong family and the Yi family were famous big families, with many industries under their control, most of which were pillar industries of Songnan City. Such a big family. And they were involved in human trafficking? It's a bit strange. What did they buy the goods for? Yi Ming asked again. Old Tao shook his head. This time I really don't know. In our line of work, there's a taboo. The more you know, the faster you die. I'm just a middleman, making a little money. I dare not ask what they buy the goods for. I only overheard about the Wang family's identity by accident. He told everything he knew. Yi Ming stepped outside, sending all the information gathered during the interrogation to Sun Ho Yuan. However, Sun Ho Yuan was not surprised. Instead, he seemed excited. Sun Ho Yuan. That's great. The Wang family has been struggling with their business these years. Recently, they aligned with a pharmaceutical company, and we've gathered initial information about their involvement in human trafficking and illegal drug trials. We've been struggling to find a way to expose them. Sun Ho Yuan. Yi Ming, I heard you have a past with Wang Haoyang. I'll send you his location now. Bring him back, and leave the interrogation to me. Is he planning to deal with the Wang family? Yi Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The Wang family's business spans the entire Songnan city. Such a huge family can do whatever they want. The power of the execution hall is astonishingly vast. Only by joining such an organization can one have a future. Yi Ming thought to himself. Before going to capture Wang Haoyang, he still had something to handle. Yi Ming, how do we deal with Lao Tao? Sun Ho Yuan, what's your plan? Yi Ming, human traffickers deserve no mercy. Kill him. Sun Ho Yuan, then kill him. Remember to clean up the mess. Yi Ming turned off his phone and stepped back into the room. Puffed. A cold light flashed. Lao Tao's head flew off. The body was swallowed by the darkness. Everything flowed smoothly. Shadow, in the sea of spirits, witnessed everything and silently gave Yi Ming a thumbs up. Professional. Next, it's your turn. Yi Ming looked at the arrest warrant for Wang Haoyang on his phone, then leapt into the air, completely disappearing into the darkness. In the card room, Wang Haoyang had a cigarette in his mouth, rubbing mahjong tiles while bragging with his friends. Damn, I've been so unlucky lately. I'm being suppressed by the Yi family kid in real life. And on the card table, you guys are all bullying me. I just sat down and lost 200,000. My pocket money is running out. One of his friends tried to smooth things over. Look at what you're saying. Everyone has their low points. Maybe your luck will turn around soon. By the way, aren't you arranging people to deal with Yi Ming? No news yet. Wang Haoyang was the kind of guy who couldn't keep his mouth shut. He couldn't hold back any little schemes he had, and loved spilling them at the card table or the dinner table. Are you talking about Wu Mao? Wang Haoyang's face twisted in anger when a name came up. I asked him to help me with this, and he actually raised the price on me. Not only did he raise the price, but he also wouldn't give me a clear answer, making me do everything according to his mood. Damn it, if I were at second level, I could easily kill Yi Ming myself. Damn it, I'll go take a piss. Don't look at my cards. He was in a high-end private room. The bathroom was only a few meters from the card table. He opened the bathroom door. Wang Haoyang pulled his pants down. Drip, drip. It sounded like a leaky faucet. Not only was it weak, but the urine was also a bit yellow. Damn, all because of that Yi Ming. He's been making me so angry these days. Wang Haoyang cursed as he shook off the urine stains from his shoes. He stood in front of the mirror, wetting his hands, ready to give himself a fashionable slick-back hairstyle. But when he looked up, a shadow silently stood behind him. The shadow's eyes glowed red, staring intently into Wang Haoyang's eyes in the mirror. Help! Before he could even shout for help, Wang Haoyang felt his head grow heavy and his eyes closed, completely fainting. Outside the interrogation room, Yi Ming leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets. The bright moonlight poured from the sky, casting a slanted reflection on the house. Yi Ming stood in the shadows, just a step away from the light. Beside him, Su Changyi sat in a chair, listening to the faint cries coming from the interrogation room. He took a shallow puff of his cigarette and looked at Yi Ming. I heard the guy in the interrogation room is your classmate. Damn. So ruthless. You just started your career and already caught your classmate. At this rate, will you be catching the principal next? Yi Ming rolled his eyes at him. I'll catch you. Catch me. I, a citizen of Sanhao City, have not watched any films. You cannot catch me. Su Changyi smiled and shook his head and did not continue speaking. In the interrogation room, continuous sounds of painful screams echoed. Yi Ming quietly leaned against the wall, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, his expression somewhat indifferent. What's wrong? Feeling a bit uncomfortable? Su Changyi stood up and patted Yi Ming's shoulder. Actually, I had caught a classmate of mine before. I even copied his homework. To be honest, my heart was racing at that moment, afraid he would recognize me. You really are something. Yi Ming shook his head. I'm not sentimental. I'm just tired. How long until teacher's son? Bang! As soon as the words fell, Sun Ho Yuan kicked the door open. Teacher's son, how was the result? Yi Ming asked. Sun Ho Yuan nodded. As soon as I mentioned that Lao Tao was in trouble, This kid immediately spoke up. They, the Wang family, colluded with Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, kidnapped people, and conducted illegal drug tests. Yonghe Pharmaceuticals? Su Changyi said in confusion. Isn't this a company from Hanzhan City? How did they end up here? Moreover, there's no lack of subjects for drug testing these days. If you offer a good price, people who scrape by on the streets would flock to it. Yonghe Pharmaceuticals and the Wang family are both wealthy. There's no need for them to engage in such illegal matters. Yiming thought the same. A dying camel is larger than a horse. The Wang family, no matter how bad, could not possibly be so short on money. Normally, drug testing wouldn't require kidnapping. But they are producing illegal drugs. And the nature is extremely malicious, not daring to be exposed to public view, Sun Hoyuan said with a stern face. Su Changyi became interested. What drug is so terrifying? Too afraid to expose? So who are they selling their products to? Sun Hoyuan's eyes gradually narrowed. The drug they are producing is called longevity pill. Su Changyi. Yiming. Chapter 40, Dual Secret Realm, the Demon Train. After becoming a contract master, humans can gain more lifespan. But in the entire world, there are still many rich, ordinary people. They grow old, possess immense wealth, and desperately crave an increase in lifespan. In a normal world, longevity drugs do not exist. But this world is different. Humans possess supernatural abilities, and fierce beasts contain various powerful energies. Using materials from fierce beasts to make medicine may very well produce longevity drugs. There are currently 3 known types of fierce beast materials that can be used for longevity drugs. They can effectively extend an ordinary human's lifespan by 5 to 10 years. But they have a very serious side effect. Ordinary people who consume them will have their minds eroded by the fierce beasts and turn into crazed monsters. There are exceptions where nothing happens, but they are rare. To prevent dangers within human society, countries have jointly decided to prohibit the production and sale of all longevity drugs. Violators will face severe penalties. With huge profits in front, few are not tempted. Whether it's the Wang family or Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, crossing the bottom line will result in sanctions. More importantly, Yonghe Pharmaceuticals is a foreign-funded enterprise. Once their longevity pill starts selling, it undoubtedly involves money laundering and capital flight. They're selling longevity pills, but it harms the interests of all people in manhwa. Sun Hoyuan's chest heaved, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Yiming and Su Changyi looked somewhat serious. A small matter, yet it entangled such a significant crisis behind it. Yiming never expected. The Wang family actually colluded with foreign enterprises to sell off the assets of manhwa. That damn guy, to satisfy his greedy heart, acts without humanity. It's fortunate that this matter was discovered in time. Yiming, you have made a great contribution this time. I will explain to my superiors and strive to let you join the execution hall before the martial arts examination. Sun Hoyuan's eyes were filled with appreciation. Yiming cupped his fist, then thank you very much, Teacher Sunday. When Yiming returned home, it was already 3 o'clock in the deep night. Regarding the matter between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, Sun Hoyuan still needs to conduct some investigations. In less than 5 days, the Wang family will disappear from the entire Changnan city. As for the livelihood industries under the Wang family, other families will take charge, but it's unclear who exactly will do so for now. However, these things are temporarily unrelated to Yiming. The 2 most important things for me now are, first, to join the killing hall, and second, to become a 3rd-level contract master before the martial arts grand examination. Thinking of this, Yiming opened his own panel. Name, Yiming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, 2nd-level contract master, 45100/100000. Mental strength, 300. Vitality, 300. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, can be increased. Spiritual techniques, Dark Domain, level 5. God Fallen Demon Armor, level 5. Eternal Night Descends, level 6. Spirituality talents. Talent 1, Slaughter Growth. Slaughter Growth, blood and death excite you. Anything that dies at your hands will turn into your strength. Your realm will no longer face bottlenecks. Talent 2, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Demon Emperor Battle Intent. When fighting against contract masters of the same realm, your abilities will increase tenfold. Both mental strength and vitality have been enhanced. I still need more than 50,000 experience to become a 3rd-level contract master. Yiming thought for a while. There's still a few days until the martial arts grand examination. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to achieve his goal. Let's take a look at Yu Yu's panel. Yiming opened the panel of Ing Yu Yu. Contract Spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu Yu. Level. SSS level, upgrade progress, 0.1%. Resurrection progress, 6%. Yiming was surprised. The level upgrade progress increased by 0.05%, and the resurrection progress increased directly by 1%. Yi, what's going on? Yiming clearly remembered. To enhance these two aspects, he had to refine beast materials. But during this period, he had hardly refined any beast materials. He hadn't even gone to the secret realm. Yingyu shook her head. I don't really know. But when you killed the criminals earlier, I felt a strange sensation in my heart, like excitement and joy. It made me feel both mentally and physically pleasant. I think that might be the reason. Additionally, I now have greater freedom. You see, as her voice fell, a sharp black tentacle suddenly formed behind Yiming, which could change its form at will. Knife, sword, spear, five-sided stab. From now on, I can also join the fight. Yingyu revealed a gleeful smile. It seemed that being able to help Yiming gave her great satisfaction. This silly girl. Yiming shook his head with a smile. He felt that choosing to contract with a demoness was indeed the greatest genius moment in his life. Who said demonesses were bad? This demoness is so rare and precious. 2 days later, Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall. He was now eager to kill fierce beasts to gain experience and break through to become a third-level contract master. Mr. Yiming, a new double-person secret realm has recently opened, the Alien Demon Train. It meets your requirement for a lot of fierce beasts of various types. If you're interested, you can try it out. However, since it is a double-person secret realm, you need to find a teammate. If you truly can't find one, we will randomly assign you one. The staff cheerfully explained. Yiming rubbed his chin. Double-person secret realm, Alien Demon Train. It felt quite interesting. Actually, I can handle it alone. I have a helper. The helper Yiming referred to was Yingyu. She was his most compatible partner. The staff shook their head. Sorry, that's a basic rule. We cannot change it. All right, I'll go with a random match. Under the guidance of the staff, Yiming arrived at the teleportation portal. If there's any danger, feel free to press the wristband to exit. If you're not satisfied with your teammate, you can also leave. The staff's voice gradually faded away. When Yiming opened his eyes again, he had already arrived atop a train car. The high-speed moving train was like an arrow released from a bow. The wind it whipped up rushed past Yiming's ears, chilly and echoing. On both sides of the track, alien demons kept crawling out from underground. Whoosh! At this moment, a blue light beam fell next to Yiming. As the light beam dissipated, a girl wearing combat attire instantly widened her eyes. Yiming, it's really you. Liuxun looked at Yiming, her heart filled with surprise, as she couldn't wait to reveal her aura. Yiming, I'm now a second-tier contract master. You used to mock me coldly, but now I've caught up to you, and sooner or later, I will surpass you. Whoosh! Before she could finish her sentence, Yiming, expressionless, pressed his wristband and directly exited the secret realm. He couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Liuxun froze in place. Her eyes widened, first in confusion, then her brows furrowed, her gaze turning fierce as she yelled. Yiming, do you dislike me that much? I haven't done anything wrong to you. So why are you like this? What gives? Her voice echoed on the train, but no one heard. At least Yiming couldn't hear. Chapter 41 Clear the Demon Train, fastest record. After exiting, Yiming discussed with the staff. Only after confirming that he wouldn't be matched with Liuxun did he safely enter the secret realm. Whoosh! After Yiming entered, a blue beam of light appeared beside him. When the light pillar vanished, a tall woman appeared. She had wine-red hair tied up in a high ponytail. On her upper body, she wore a tight tube top, and on her lower body, loose work pants paired with hiking boots, with a dagger and throwing knives hanging at her waist. She wore simple makeup, taking a cautious battle stance upon entering the secret realm, appearing very capable. Second-tier contract master? Chu Luin assessed Yiming next to her, then continued to stare ahead. Yiming nodded. Yeah. Do you have any experience with dual secret realms? No, it's my first time. Forget it. They matched me with a newbie again. Chu Luin fell silent. Her expression suddenly darkened. The demon train is not suitable for second-tier newbies. It's very dangerous. When the demons appear later, hide behind me. I can help you clear it, but you have to give me your rewards. Yiming remained silent. The next moment, the clear sky turned scarlet. Horrifying night demons surged up from the ground, crazily attacking the train from both sides. They were like skinny monkeys with dark gray skin, sharp fangs, and extreme agility. Though all second tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The tops of 13 carriages were instantly covered with over 3,000 demons. Damn, there are so many. Chu Luin cursed under her breath and looked at Yiming. I'm going to start charging. Remember to keep up? Whoosh. Before she could finish speaking, Yiming's figure suddenly flashed, transforming into a streak of black light as he rushed out. During the sprint, the divine dying demon armor covered his whole body. He grasped his hand, and a long scythe formed in his hand, cold light flickering, leaving a dark red trail in the air. Yiming's speed was incredibly fast. What the hell are you doing? You're just a second-tier contract master. Chu Luin instantly cursed angrily. But the next moment, her expression changed drastically. Yiming, rushing into the horde of demons, was like the Grim Reaper in the dark, swinging his scythe continuously, flashing with blood-red crescent slashes, with every strike taking dozens of demon heads. Behind Yiming, dark tendrils pierced through the bodies of the demons, stringing them together, then brutally tossing them away 100 meters. Yiming and the shadows coordinated seamlessly. 3,000 demons were all defeated in under 3 minutes. What the hell is this? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. No way. You, a second-tier contract master, just wiped out 3,000 demons. Is this even possible? Aren't you saying it's your first time in a dual secret realm? You're telling me this is your first time? This is unbelievable. Wait a minute. Chu Luin frowned. Don't tell me I'm just a tool for him to gather numbers? Damn. Just as her heart began to crack, another group of demons charged toward the train. This time the demons resembled oversized bats, with sword-like fangs, baring their teeth as they descended from the sky. No, I must take action, or I really will become a tool for gathering numbers. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled. The red vines extended from her shoulders, wrapping around her arms, ultimately transforming into 2 resilient long whips. A-level Thorn Sanctus. Foul demon, die for me. With the whips swirling, Chu Luin was just about to strike. However, in front, Yiming's long scythe turned, and darkness spread around him like a tidal wave, covering all the flying foul demons in total darkness. Spirit technique, eternal night descends. Countless dark minions reached out, entwining the flying foul demons, dragging them into the shadows, leading to their complete death. At the same time, in Yiming's mind, prompt sounds continuously resonated. Kill a second-tier flying foul demon. Realm experience +2. Spirit technique experience +2. Kill a second-tier flying foul demon. Realm experience +2. Spirit technique experience +2. Kill a second-tier flying foul demon. Realm experience +2. Spirit technique experience +2. There were as many as 2,000 sky demons. Even with losses, Yiming still received more than 3,000 experience points. To elevate my realm, indeed, I need more ferocious beasts in the secret realm. Yiming clenched his hands tightly. He felt his power once again rising. At this moment, Chu Yuan's heart trembled. Why does this guy's contracted spirit energy feel so strange? It is filled with blood and darkness, completely unlike a saintess. Wait a minute, could he be a sorcerer's contract master? Thinking of this, Chu Luin recalled the information she had received recently. The genius youth from Sangna No. 1 Middle School, maximum level spirit, contracted sorceress, self-destroying future, or with other intentions. Could he be that genius sorcerer's contract master? Chu Yuan's heart shuddered. She hurriedly approached and asked, "This friend, can you tell me your name?" Yiming. Yiming. A lightning bolt exploded in Chu Yuan's mind. Yiming, yes. It seems to be Yiming. No wonder your strength is so abnormal. Chu Yuan's heart calmed down a little. If it is Yiming, then everything makes sense. Boom, boom. Just as she was lost in thought, the high-speed train suddenly came to a sudden halt. Then, Yiming noticed that right in front of the train, a 15-meter-tall, mutated giant raised the train head and was about to smash it down on him. Damn, third-tier ferocious beast, mutated giant. This guy's powerful. Even I can't handle it. This secret realm is truly not simple. Chu Luin turned to Yiming, urging, "Let's work together to deal with it." No need. Crimson killing intent surged into the sky. Yiming transformed into black light and charged toward the mutated giant. As he approached its head, the dark domain unfolded. The mutated giant, who was about to resist, was momentarily immobilized. Yiming seized the opportunity and activated the spirit technique, Eternal Night Descends, once again. This time, it was a single target skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Darkness converged at the edge of the scythe. The violent power made Yiming's body tremble. He held the scythe with both hands and suddenly struck down at the mutated giant's head, like a blood-red crescent moon rising in the dark world. The mutated giant's head instantly flew away. Successfully killed the third-tier mutated giant. Realm experience +30. Spirit technique experience +30. Congratulations. Obtained Giant's Eye. Giant's Eye. A material actually dropped. This trip wasn't in vain. Yiming pocketed the Giant's Eye. This thing is too disgusting. He didn't plan to eat it raw. Is this what maximum level spirit is? Even if it's a contracted sorceress, she is far more powerful than me. I'm still a third-tier contract master. Chu Luin behind him had already lost all hope. A second-tier contract master can kill a third-tier ferocious beast with one strike. Such achievements are rarely seen. Exaggerated. Absolutely exaggerated. Having killed the mutated giant, successfully cleared the secret realm. Yiming once again broke the clearing record as usual. Successfully broke the clearing record. Congratulations. Obtained. Crimson Demon Core, 4th tier, ferocious beast material. Chapter 42. The final test. Entering the palace. Chapter of 4th tier, ferocious beast material. Yiming felt joyful in his heart. Inquiring from Ying Yu, she said this material is very suitable for her. Even better, because it is a duo secret realm, the clearing rewards are also doubled. Chu Luin also received a share. However, she walked up to Yiming. He handed the scarlet core to him. Yiming, you take the reward for clearing the level. I feel unworthy to accept it. She was a principled person. You are what you work for. How could one gain without labor? Her heart would not allow her to do so. Yiming couldn't help but glance at Chu Luin, the scarlet core in her hand. He wasn't a hesitant person. Since the item was already in his hands, rejecting it was not an option. Thank you. Yiming cupped his fists in gratitude. Chu Luin shook her head with a smile. Don't mention it. Let's collaborate again if we have the chance. All right. The conversation ended. Yiming was preparing to leave the teleportation hall. At that moment, boom, 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 the sound of thunder exploded. At the farthest end of the teleportation hall, a portal erupted with lightning, blackening the ground, injuring several onlooking contract masters. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, several powerful individuals rushed into the secret realm, and after several minutes, the lightning in the portal finally calmed down. What happened? Yiming looked towards the staff and asked. The staff waved his hand as if it were a common occurrence. The beasts in the Thunder Ruins have gone berserk. This kind of thing happens almost every month. I'm used to it. Thunder Ruins? If Yiming remembered correctly, that was a VIP secret realm. Where there's chaos, there are good things. Yiming, why don't we go in for a look? Ying Yu suggested. Yiming nodded and asked the staff, can I enter the Thunder Ruins now? No, sir. Even if you have privileges, it's not allowed. The beast riots are very dangerous. You must wait 5 days until the beasts calm down before you can enter again. 5 days. Yiming felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Forget it. I'll go back and absorb the beast materials first. Yiming left the teleportation hall. The moment he returned home, he closed the door. He took out the giant's eye and 2 scarlet cores. Let's begin the refining. A dark aura enveloped the beast materials, crazily absorbing the energy within them. This process lasted for several minutes. At the moment it ended, Yiming heard a notification sound in his mind. Mental power, 300310. Vitality, 300310. Vitality and mental power have increased with the help of the beast materials. Aside from vitality and mental power, the levels of spirit skills have also increased. Dark Domain, level 5, level 6. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, level 5, level 6. Night of Eternal Twilight, level 6, level 7. Sure enough, to become stronger, one must hunt ferocious beasts. Yiming then opened Ying Yu's panel. Contract Spirit, Divine Fallen Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ying Yu. Level, SSS Progress, 0.15%. Revival Progress, 7%. Both Revival Progress and Level Up Progress had increased. But perhaps the increase was too small. This time, Ying Yu did not gain more abilities. Once I join the Kill Hall, I can obtain the Black Dragon Bone Marrow. At that time, I will receive a huge boost. The Black Dragon Bone Marrow was a 7th tier beast material, containing power that was very important to Yiming at this stage. Once I refine the Black Dragon Bone Marrow, my revival progress might reach 10%, or even higher. Ying Yu also began to look forward to it. Ding, 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 just as both of them were thinking. Sun Ho Yuan sent a message. Sun Ho Yuan, do you have time? Yiming, is there another assassination mission? Sun Ho Yuan, the dealings. Test or not? When can I join the Silent Kill Hall? You can't just make me do tasks without paying me, can you? The Martial Path exam is coming, and I still have to venture into the secret realm to get materials from ferocious beasts. This was what Yiming thought in his heart. When something bothered him, he would speak it out directly. It was uncomfortable to hold it in. Sun Ho Yuan remained silent for a while before replying. Sun Ho Yuan, this task is the last test. If you pass, you will be exempted from the 700 points of the Martial Path exam. Directly join the Silent Kill Hall and receive a 15 million base salary. Also, you will get the Black Dragon Bone Marrow you wanted. 15 million. Yiming was stunned by this base salary. If you remember correctly, Sun Hoyuan had said before that the base salary for newcomers joining the Silent Kill Hall was usually 5 million. But now it had tripled. Yiming, I will not let you down, Master Sun. Sun Hoyuan, there will be plenty of time to talk later. I've sent you the task details. As usual, act tonight. Yiming opened the task details. Task name, Eternal Life Scam, Part 4. Target, Chun Duan, one of the key figures. Target level, second tier contract master, B-level contract spirit. Task content, capture Chun Duan, regardless of whether alive or dead. Task time, 2200 hours tonight, regardless of alive or dead. Seems like this guy is important, but not too much. Yiming lay on the bed to rest for a while, and soon, it was 2200 hours. Sun Hoyuan, I've sent you the target's location. After capturing the target, wait at the spot. I'll send other assassins to contact you. Yiming, do I need to hide my identity from them? Sun Hoyuan, it's up to you. The night was like a curtain, dotted with stars. In a remote, old alley, 3 figures turned and entered a shabby room. The interior was decorated with salvaged items, a bed, a table, a chair, spider webs in the corners, and dust on the floor. Brother Chun, just stay here for a few days. We'll send someone to bring you food. One of the subordinates said. Chun Duan nodded. He was dressed in a black suit, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His facial features were fairly decent, but his mood seemed low. Brother Chun, don't worry. Once the storm blows over, we'll be living well, eating well, and drinking well. All right, we're off now. Take care, Brother Chun. The 2 subordinates left the room. Chun Duan sat on the chair, legs spread apart, elbows resting on his knees, constantly sighing. Damn it. How did the perfectly good plan get exposed? Who was behind this? He scratched his head repeatedly. The next moment, 2 dark shadows appeared on the floor. Chun Duan looked up. The 2 subordinates who had just left were now holding guns, aiming at his head. What are you doing? Chun Duan's pupils contracted sharply. Sorry, Brother Chun. You must die tonight. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The head flew up and then rolled to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. The heads of the 2 subordinates fell at Chun Duan's feet. Chun Duan was horrified. Yiming stood before him, holding a blood-dripping scythe, his eyes filled with blood-red, killing intent. Next, it's your turn. Chun Duan. Chapter 43. Killing a third-tier contract master. Test completed. Ooh, who are you? Chun Duan stared at Yiming, his pupils trembling. He felt an icy killing intent from Yiming's body, and it sent chills down his spine. Yiming stood quietly with the scythe in hand, as if waiting for something. The next moment, boom, the roof was smashed, and a burly figure fell from the sky. I knew I could hook a big fish, and here you are. The strong man was wearing a layer of crystal armor. He had sharp, upward-pointing eyes, grinning as countless crystal shards fell while he flexed his fists. Yiming furrowed his brows slightly. S-level Crystal Saintess. Third-tier Contract Master. Luga, why are you here? Quick, save me. Kill this kid. He was trying to kill me earlier. Chun Duan seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. Luning Shan chuckled. Don't worry, he can't kill you. He glared fiercely at Yiming, and his crystal armor turned into sharp, long spikes. New line, the fist, wrapped in crystal, was magnified 5 times. Line end. New line, it looked powerful. Line end. New line, so this was to lure me into a trap using Chun Duan. Line end. New line, Yiming shook his head. Line end. New line. What a boring trick. Line end. New line, the dark realm unfolds. Line end. New line, the dim room was completely immersed in silence. Line end. New line, Luning Shan looked at everything around him, a sense of inexplicable panic surging in his heart. Line end. New line. Damn, this is a bit eerie. Line end. New line. Die. Line end. New line, boom. Line end. New line, he exerted strength in his legs, and the crystal fist smashed toward Yiming. Line end. New line, but just when his fist was half a meter away from Yiming, the dark realm fully expanded, and the darkness restrained his body. Line end. New line, he was bound in midair. His body seemed frozen, and he couldn't move an inch. Line end. New line. Damn. Line end. New line. If you have the guts, let me go. Line end. New line. Line end. New line, Yiming flicked his hand and shot out a dark flying knife. Line end. New line, the flying knife was sharp, cutting through the space, easily piercing Luning Shan's skull. Line end. New line, his breath quickly disappeared, his body swallowed by the darkness, and he eventually turned into a shriveled corpse. Line end. New line. Keep the body, I'll deal with it later. Yiming thought to himself. Line end. New line, Luning Shan was an unexpected event. Line end. New line, his body might have some value. Line end. New line, it's best to keep it. Line end. New line, after killing Luning Shan, Yiming turned to look at Chun Duan, who was sitting in the chair. Line end. Line the latter had already turned pale with fear, his pupils trembling wildly. Line end. Line, as Yi Ming approached, he directly fell to the ground with a thud. Line end. Line. You don't kill me, line end. Line. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Line end. Line. I want to live. Line end. Line Chin Duan gritted his teeth. Line end. Line. If you dare to touch me, even if I die, I won't tell you a single bit of information. Line end. Line bang. Line end. Line Yi Ming punched Chin Duan in the face. Line end. Line teeth flew out, and blood spurted. Line end. Line. Why act so fearless when death is at hand? Is that what you should be saying? Line end. Line. Stay obediently. The underworld will come to take your life. Line end. Line Yi Ming said, then punched him again. Line end. Line he knocked Chin Duan unconscious. Line end. Line heavy eyelids fell, and Chin Duan's consciousness faded. Line end. Line he slumped in the chair, unable to move. Line end. Line. Mission accomplished. Line end. Line looking at Luningshan, whose head was turned into a dry corpse, and Chundin, who was slumped on the ground with his pants wet. Yi Ming's expression remained calm, not showing any discomfort. Line end. Line. Maybe others will come to save Chin Duan. Line end. Line. Wait for now. Line end. Line Yi Ming hid in the darkness, fully focused. Line end. Line time passed little by little. Line end. Line until he confirmed that no one else would come to save Chin Duan. Line end. Line Yi Ming took out his phone. Line end. Line. Yi Ming. Done. I knocked Chin Duan out and killed Luningshan. Line end. Line. Sun Ho Yuan. Luningshan? So he was hiding here. Is he injured? I remember he's a third-level contract master, and his contract spirit is S rank. Line end. Line Yi Ming originally wanted to say he wasn't injured. Line end. Line, but then he thought about it. Line end. Line words are not as straightforward as pictures. Line end. Line, so he took A. This time, the black figure didn't answer. He walked straight to Chin Duan and picked up a urea bag. That's right, it was indeed a urea bag, and he directly stuffed Chin Duan into it. After cleaning up the traces of the fight on site, the white figure complained, this damn newbie, after leaving, didn't even bother to clean up the battlefield. He actually wants us 2 veterans to clean up. This is too much. If I find out who he is, I'll give him a combo punch. Show him some love from the elders. No, you're wrong. The black figure smiled lightly. He hasn't left. He's been here all along, in this room. The white figure was shocked. Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Who told you to talk too much? It'll teach you a lesson. Damn it. The 2 figures, black and white, cursed and left. When leaving, Yi Ming noticed that the black figure seemed to have glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Some strength. Yi Ming, said Donron. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Yi Ming. The person has been taken away. Are there any other tasks? Sun Ho Yuan. Congratulations on successfully completing the final assessment. I have submitted your information. Once the review is complete, I will inform you immediately. Yi Ming. Still need a review? Sun Ho Yuan. Generally, it's not necessary, but your performance was so outstanding that the Vice Archbishop is personally reviewing it. He is very interested in you. Sun Ho Yuan. Of course, I won't let you wait in vain during this period. I have already sent 3 5th-level beast materials to your home. All of them are adapted for which contract masters, so you don't keep saying our Sashadian is stingy. 3 5th-level beast materials, and adapted for which contract masters. Yi Ming felt delighted in his heart. He made a note of this favor. Nowadays, it is the age of the Saintess contract master, and obtaining high-level beast materials adapted for witches is very difficult. Except for the secret realm, one can only go to the outer domain to hunt beasts to obtain them. Even with money, it's hard to buy them on the market. Yi Ming, teacher Sun, you are considerate. Sun Ho Yuan, by the way, just a heads up, after the Wang family's downfall, their original assets will be taken over by your Yi family. Someone will contact your second uncle soon. Remind him not to be nervous. Yi Ming, okay. Chapter 44. The Vice Archbishop's Attention. When Yi Ming returned home, his second uncle, Yi Jun, was standing in the living room with a finely carved wooden box on the table. He stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, looking nervous and anxious. Second uncle. Yi Ming's voice echoed. Yi Jun immediately approached and hurriedly asked, Yi Ming, what exactly have you been doing lately? Why are you involved with the head of the secret realm in Songnan City? Yi Ming glanced at the wooden box on the table and instantly understood. The materials were sent by Yi. Although the Yi family was a large family in Songnan City, in this world, their business was weak, and in front of influential figures like Yi, they were still a bit lacking. Second uncle, this matter is a long story. How did the head of Jiang tell you? Yi Ming asked. He said these things are for you. Your outstanding performance in the secret realm has attracted attention from the higher-ups, so they specifically sent you some beast materials. Yijun knew things weren't this simple. Yiming, I just looked at the beast materials. They're very precious, worth more than 10 million. He wouldn't send such expensive things just because he likes you. After a moment of silence, Yiming finally sighed. All right, I'll tell you the truth. The martial arts exam is coming up, and I must win the champion of Songnan City. These things are an investment from the head of Jiang. I knew you were talking nonsense. Yijun rolled his eyes. If winning the champion could be done by just talking, your third uncle would have been famous nationwide long ago. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask more. But you must remember, whatever you do, don't go against your principles. Never do anything that hurts others or goes against morality. Yiming nodded. Second uncle is so easy to talk to. If it were the third uncle. New line, he will definitely chase after me, digging for every detail. Line end. New line. By the way, second uncle, there will be some high-ranking people from Songnan City talking to you during this time. Line end. New line. Don't be nervous, don't panic. After you get the news, don't tell anyone, and don't tell third uncle. He's a big mouth and always leaks information. Line end. New line. As soon as Yiming's voice fell, a familiar voice came from the door. Line end. New line. Who's that? Line end. New line. Who are you saying is a big mouth? Line end. New line. Yiming? Why are you here so late? Are you going out? What's in that wooden box you're holding? Line end. New line. Before third uncle Yi Wenrin came closer, he threw out a bunch of questions. Line end. New line. Yiming quickly made an excuse when he saw this. Line end. New line. Oh, third uncle, you're here just in time. I'm short on money to buy materials, and I'm just 5 million short. Line end. New line. Goodbye. Line end. New line. Yi Wenrin hummed a little tune and left. Line end. New line. He acted like nothing had happened. Line end. New line. Yiming shook his head. He was used to this kind of situation. Line end. New line. Line end. New line. Back in the room, Yiming opened the wooden box. Line end. New line. A strong smell of blood hit his face, and the bright light was covered by a blood-red fog. Line end. New line. 3 beast materials that resembled skulls, with black flowing patterns, their eye sockets clearly hollow, but Yiming always felt like they were staring at him. Line end. New line. 5th tier beast materials, evil spirit skull. Line end. New line. This thing combines darkness, blood, and slaughter. It's absolutely perfect for a witch. Line end. New line. Yiming, teacher son really put a lot of thought into this. Line end. New line. Why? It seemed like an evaluation, but it was more of an expectation. Yiming, if I can become the top scholar of Songnan, the deputy hall master will reward me. Right? Son Ho Yuan, you little brat are quite clever. Yes, the teacher said if you can become the top scholar of Songnan, he will give you a piece of level 7 beast material, and will also accept you as his disciple. Am I about to rise to greatness? Yiming was startled in his heart. He kept thanking them. Yiming, thank you, Captain Sun, for your guidance, and thank you, Deputy Hall Master, for your favor. One must have the proper etiquette. After Sun Ho Yuan replied with a grunt, he silently turned off his phone. He leaned back in his chair, pinched his brow, and sighed. Sigh. It's not easy to find a good talent, and yet he was noticed by the teacher. This old man, he just said he wouldn't take disciples anymore this year, and now he's gone back on his word. Truly outrageous. A dignified vice president of Tsinghua University. How can he go back on his word? It's simply too much. I must expose him in front of the master. At the same time, after finishing the chat, Yiming was filled with energy. Martial arts exam top scholar, level 7 beast material, deputy hall master personally takes me in. Each one is extremely important to me right now. I must succeed. Go to the teleportation hall and enter the secret realm. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yiming answered. It was a staff member from the teleportation hall. Hello, is this Mr. Yiming? The VIP secret realm, Thunder Ruins, you previously reserved has opened. You can come over now. A pillow met a sleepy head. Great. Yiming felt joy in his heart. Chapter 45, Secret Realm, Thunder Ruins, Teleportation Hall. Over 100 contract masters stood at the entrance of Thunder Ruins. The staff member, with a serious expression, warned. Thunder Ruins is an extremely unstable secret realm. Once you enter, you must be very careful. If you notice anything wrong, please exit the secret realm immediately to avoid casualties. Also, the beasts in Thunder Ruins are at least level 2, with the highest suspected to be near level 4, so it is not open to level 1 contract masters. Please, all level 1 contract masters, leave and choose another secret realm. As soon as the words fell, a dozen contract masters left in disappointment. Among them, some were level 1 contract masters, while others were level 2 contract masters who chose to leave due to fear danger. Thunder Ruins, the highest suspected beast level near level 4. Yi Ming frowned. He had heard his sister, Yi Xinxin, mention it. If the staff member tells you it's suspected to exist, it means no one has seen it with their own eyes, but there is a presence of near level 4 beasts in the secret realm. Although I am currently a level 2 contract master, my physical strength is strong, and my spiritual skill damage is high. I can almost one-shot most level 3 beasts. Now, with the revival progress improved, I can unleash unexpected damage in an instant. Yi Ming looked at his fists. He felt that if he really encountered a near level 4 beast, he might be able to fight it. Even if I can't win, I can still escape unharmed. There's no reason to hesitate. Let's go. Thunder Ruins. The sky was overcast with thick clouds, and the atmosphere was heavy. Rubble piled up like mountains. Amidst the broken walls, 3 old palaces stood, marked by the scars of time. The palaces on both sides were called Ladian Hall and Yunlei Hall. They were the auxiliary halls, where the beast levels were at least level 2. Although there were many treasures inside, their quality and rarity were far inferior to the main hall. The palace in the center was called Thunder Hall, the main hall, within which the beast levels were all level 3, harboring many high-value treasures. However, Thunder Hall had a very strange rule. It only allowed 10 people to enter. Yi Ming, go to Thunder Hall. There's a treasure inside that is very suitable for you. Ing Yuyu's excited voice rang out. Yi Ming's eyes brightened. He looked up at the not-far Thunder Hall. It was grand in scale, with walls intricately carved with exquisite patterns, and at the grand entrance stood 2 oddly shaped beast statues. Just as he was about to set off, 10 figures suddenly stood at the entrance of Thunder Hall. They wore red robes, blocking the way for everyone. Everyone, I have an announcement. This time, our Flame Martial Hall is taking all the spots for the Thunder Hall. Give me, Su Shengfeng, some face. You all can go to the other 2 halls. A short-haired man stepped forward, his hands behind his back, smiling at the crowd, but his eyes hid blades. Give you face? Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face? Do you really think taking all the spots is something you lowly dogs can do? From the crowd, a burly man rolled up his sleeves and charged forward aggressively. But in the next moment, Su Shengfeng clenched his fist, and it seemed as if molten lava coiled around his hand. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and with one punch, he sent the burly man flying 30 meters away. A quasi-4th-rank contract master. No wonder he's so arrogant. I remember now. The Flame Martial Hall is a famous martial hall in Songnan City. Its headmaster is a well-known 4th-rank contract master. This Su Shengfeng, yes, he's his top disciple. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. After hearing that Su Shengfeng was a quasi-4th-rank contract master, many people immediately left for the other 2 halls, not daring to step forward to challenge him. The burly man who had been knocked down climbed back up, glaring at Su Shengfeng with a cold, hateful stare. He muttered curses under his breath, lowered his head, and left. Watching the departing crowd, Su Shengfeng let out a cold laugh, just as he was about to turn and leave. At that moment, a figure walked toward them as if they were nothing. Oh, damn, there are really a lot of reckless idiots these days. Even a snot-nosed brat dares to challenge the authority of our Flame Martial Hall. A long-haired disciple from the Martial Hall stepped forward. He was a 3rd-rank contract master with a C-rank contracted spirit, the Power Arm Sanctus. He was quite strong, ranking in the upper tier of the Martial Hall. He reached out, grabbed a spiked club, and arrogantly blocked Yi Ming's path. Hey kid, we've claimed the Thunder Hall. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Bang! Yi Ming clenched his fist and smashed it straight into the long-haired man's face. The force was immense, shattering his skull, sending teeth mixed with blood flying. Thud! The long-haired man collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth. He was knocked unconscious with a single punch. Yi Ming wiped his fist expressionlessly. Nothing special. A 3rd-rank contract master. Defeated in an instant. The people who had left stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the scene. Su Shengfeng, the quasi-4th-rank contract master, furrowed his brows. Shit, you dare lay a hand on our Flame Martial Hall? Do you really think we're pushovers? A dark-skinned woman in a fiery short skirt angrily stepped forward, ready to settle the score with Yi Ming. Wait! Su Shengfeng raised his hand to stop her. Xiao Xiaoyin frowned. Senior Su, what do you mean? Don't be reckless. Su Shengfeng shook his head with a blank expression. If he can defeat junior brother Chen Zheng in one punch, he can defeat you in one punch too. He's got some skill. Don't stop him. Xiao Xiaoyin furrowed her brows tightly, but finally let out a cold snort. Yi Ming ignored their reactions and walked straight toward the Thunder Hall. As he passed by Su Shengfeng, a sinister voice sounded from behind. Friend, let me give you some advice. Think carefully. The road to Thunder Hall is not an easy one. Nothing difficult about it. It's just killing whoever stands in my way. Yi Ming responded coldly. He strode into the Thunder Hall. Su Shengfeng clenched his fists and followed closely behind. Boom! The moment they stepped into the Thunder Hall, a heavy stone door slammed down, dust rising into the air. Yiming scanned the area ahead. A pitch-black space lay before him, dust swirling in the air, lightning arcs crackling on the walls. Yiming, the Thunder Hall is divided into the outer hall, the main hall, and the inner hall. I can sense it. All the powerful beasts and precious treasures are in the inner hall. A shadowy voice whispered, "Follow my directions. We'll head straight to the inner hall. Remember to activate your domain and conceal your aura. There are traps in the outer hall." What a treasure-hunting expert and danger-evading master, Yi Ming's figure vanished in an instant. "Let's go." Whoosh. The dark domain expanded. He transformed into a black stream of light, rushing toward the inner temple. Su Shengfeng suddenly felt that something was wrong. This kid is suspicious. "Let's go. We need to follow him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the people from the Flame Martial Arts Hall moved out. Their energies erupted, various lights flashing. But just as they began to move, lightning suddenly shot out from the walls, striking them. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed. 3 second-tier contract masters were severely injured on the spot. "There's a trap. Watch out and dodge." Su Shengfeng shouted in alarm. "Damn, where did this trap come from? I never heard of it before." Xiao Xiaoyin cursed through gritted teeth, her heart suddenly filled with unbalance as she looked at Yi Ming's back. "Why is that kid unharmed? Why is that?" Su Shengfeng shouted angrily. "How the hell would I know?" Chapter 46, Thunderstorm Tyrant, Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Yi Ming unfolded the dark domain, weaving through the Thunder Palace. When he arrived at the main hall from the outer hall, he looked down. On the ground lay fierce beasts resembling crocodiles, their bodies covered in hard scales, with blue gemstones on their heads, and arcs of lightning flickering on their sharp claws. Third-tier fierce beasts, lightning claw crocodiles. They often carry the power of lightning in their attacks, and are considered mid-level among third-tier fierce beasts. And you said, "Although there are only about 100, it's not many, but since I'm here, I'll face them." Yiming summoned his scythe and swung it horizontally to deliver a slash. Swoosh! Like a blood-red crescent cutting through the darkness. Wherever the slash landed, the lightning claw crocodiles were sliced open, and realizing what happened, they charged frantically at Yiming. Just what I needed. Yiming brandished the scythe and charged into the crocodile swarm, swinging his arms widely like a crimson whirlwind among the beasts, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the lightning claw crocodiles. Successfully killed a third-tier lightning claw crocodile. Realm experience +4, spiritual skill experience +4. Successfully killed a third-tier lightning claw crocodile. Realm experience +4, spiritual skill experience +4. Successfully killed a third-tier lightning claw crocodile. Realm experience +4, spiritual skill experience +4. In less than 3 minutes, Yi Ming had slaughtered almost all the lightning claw crocodiles in the hall. But this was not the end. As the last lightning claw crocodile fell, the floor of the hall began to shake violently. The stone tile ground turned into a quagmire, and lightning claw crocodiles lurked in the mud, their eyes turned towards Yi Ming as they charged at him. At the same time, Su Shengfeng and the others managed to escape the trap and arrive at the main hall. There's no need to stay here any longer. Yi Ming once again activated the dark domain, exerting force in his legs, leaping and running along the walls, covering 10 meters in a single step, like light reflecting between 2 walls. Damn, his aura tells me he's a second-tier contract master, but his speed far exceeds that of a second-tier contract master. Even I, being a third-tier, might not be able to catch up to him. Xiao Xiaoyin clenched her fists, feeling very unhappy. Her aura erupted, and wings sprouted from her back, wanting to catch up to Yi Ming by flying. Roar! But suddenly a furious roar sounded. A giant lightning claw crocodile leaped up into the sky, opening its massive jaws to bite off one of Xiao Xiaoyin's wings. She stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. Damn, what the hell? Why didn't I see any lightning claw crocodiles biting him earlier? Xiao Xiaoyin felt even more displeased inside. As a second-tier contract master, how could he combine luck and strength? Su Shengfeng remained expressionless. We'll talk about complaints later. First, let's deal with these lightning claw crocodiles. That kid's aim is the inner temple. He's truly not simple. The group plunged into battle. Inner temple. The hall was no longer dim and lifeless. Ancient lamps hung on the walls, flickering with ghostly blue flames that swayed without wind. Illuminated by the flames, Yi Ming's figure danced on the walls. He looked forward with determination. 2 fierce beast stone statues sat vividly, resembling western dragons, with wings sprouting from their backs, sharp teeth, and claws. In the center of the 2 fierce beasts stood an armored warrior. He placed both hands on the hilt of a great sword, his face serious, with lightning flickering around him. I've confirmed. The treasure hidden here is called the demon-devouring Thunderheart. It is a treasure that contains the power of darkness and thunder, and after refining, it has great benefits for your body. Ing Yu said, suddenly showing a puzzled expression. But how strange. The aura shows it's right here, but why can't we see it? Yiming looked at the 3 statues in front. Could it be that? He approached the statue and reached out to touch it. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The statues seemed to come alive, debris falling like a waterfall onto the ground. 2 dragon-shaped statues broke free from their shackles, their entire bodies a bluish purple, with vertical pupils staring intently at Yiming. Roar! An angry roar echoed. The entire Thunder Hall trembled. Crackle, crackle. Their roars contained the power of thunder, quickly spreading throughout the hall, the stone slabs on the walls crumbling to dust. Coffins embedded in the walls revealed themselves. Bang! The coffin lid dropped. A withered monster, its body wrapped in bandages, twisted and burst out. They looked bizarre, with thunderlight flickering in their eyes, rushing madly toward Yiming. Tier 3 Beast Thunderstorm Dragon. Tier 3 Beast Thunder iZombie. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Among the Tier 3 beasts, the Thunderstorm Dragon is already of high caliber, Ing Yu reminded him. With the progress of revival increasing, she mastered a lot of knowledge about fierce beasts. Thunderstorm Dragon. Yiming looked at the 2 gigantic dragons in front of him, his figure flashing as he wielded his sickle. The sickle's cold light flickered, drawing a dazzling silver arc in the air. Swish! One sickle strike. One Thunderstorm Dragon's wing was instantly severed. It roared to the sky, while the other dragon clawed at Yiming with sharp claws. When there was just half a meter left, centered on Yiming, darkness spread infinitely, eventually forming a domain. The attacking dragon's body trembled. Yiming seized the opportunity and jumped high, stepping on the dragon's claw. Swish! Cold light cut through the darkness. A massive dragon head fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was smashed into a deep pit. Successfully killed Tier 3 Thunderstorm Dragon. Realm experience, plus 35. Spirit skill experience, plus 35. As expected of a high-caliber fierce beast. It truly is powerful. Killing it actually gained 35 points of experience. It's a pity there are too few. If only I could have a few hundred or even 1,000 of them. Yiming was confident he could directly break through to a Tier 3 contract master. Boom, boom, boom. After landing, countless Thunder iZombies surged in. They piled together, like a rushing river, each one revealing a fierce light in their eyes. Yiming was not afraid, but instead his eyes lit up. These are all experience packs. The long sickle spun. Charging into the zombie tide, Yiming's momentum soared, like a giant ship going against the current, crushing through the sea of corpses. Successfully killed Tier 3 Thunder iZombie. Realm experience plus 6, Spirit skill experience plus 6. Successfully killed Tier 3 Thunder iZombie. Realm experience plus 6, Spirit skill experience plus 6. Successfully killed Tier 3 Thunder iZombie. Realm experience plus 6, Spirit skill experience plus 6. Experience kept stacking up, but the Thunder iZombies here seemed endless. Batch after batch was born without end. Yiming's killing growth was almost immune to them. I need to end this quickly. I still have to find treasures. Yiming calmed down. Roar, roar. He noticed. Every time the zombie tide erupted, the Thunderstorm Dragon would roar from a distance. I understand. Yiming suddenly realized. The sound of the Thunderstorm Dragon contains the power of thunder. This thunder power is the key to the birth of the Thunder iZombies. So, I must kill this Thunderstorm Dragon. His heart stirred. His body acted. Under the illumination of the eerie blue firelight, Yiming's shadow flickered on the wall. He held the sickle with both hands, swinging toward the neck of the Thunderstorm Dragon. Swish! Blood splattered on the wall. A dragon head soared into the sky. The second Thunderstorm Dragon died. However, after it died, it exploded into fierce beast materials. It was a blue fawn. The fawn was engraved with blue patterns, like a work of art. This is Thunder Pattern Sharp Fawn. There is one more chapter later. Chapter 47 Hidden Challenge. Thunder Lord Thunder Pattern Sharp Fawn. The materials of the 3rd tier Ferocious Beast, absorbing the lightning powers contained within, can effectively temper the body, achieving the effect of lightning quenching the body. Although it's only the materials of a 3rd tier Ferocious Beast, its value is still quite good. The moment Yiming reached out to touch the material, whoosh, a sharp sword shadow suddenly struck down. Not good. Yiming's heart trembled, and he dodged the heavy sword to the side. His speed was quick, instantly covering 20 meters. While retreating, he lifted his head to see the appearance of the monster that attacked. It wore silver armor, held a heavy sword, and its blue eyes sparkled with lightning. Upon seeing Yi Ming dodge, it exerted force with its legs and charged forward with the sword raised. Zhong Fu Jie Xiong Shou Yin Jia So Wei. This is the Silver Armored Guardian, a quasi-4th-tier, ferocious beast. Ing Yu shouted, Yi Ming, don't confront it head-on. Its weakness is its eyes. Whoosh whoosh. At the moment her voice fell, two dark tentacles shot towards the eyes of the Silver Armored Guardian. The Silver Armored Guardian immediately crossed its heavy sword in front of itself to block the dark tentacles. Its heavy armor was somewhat clumsy, but its defense was extremely high, making it difficult to break through. Slash! Yi Ming slightly bent his legs, exerted force, and leaped high into the air, raising his long scythe. At the moment he slashed down, several dark flying knives gathered around his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying knives shot out explosively. As the long scythe struck down, a dull sound echoed throughout the inner hall, causing the Silver Armored Guardian to be forced back, step by the immense force. The quasi-4th-tier ferocious beast truly is tough. If it were a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, it would have been split in half by my scythe just now. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. As Yi Ming tightened his grip on the long scythe, preparing to strike again, a red figure suddenly broke through behind him. Su Shangfeng, covered in magma, swung a fist at the Silver Armored Guardian. This punch contained immense power. The moment it hit, sparks of lava erupted. This ferocious beast is mine. Su Shangfeng's eyes burned like fire as his fist continuously pounded against the Silver Armored Guardian. Straight punches, hooks, jabs, each strike fierce and overwhelming. Stealing what's in my hands? Yi Ming's face darkened. Ing Yu mentioned that the demonic lightning heart was likely in the Silver Armored Guardian. This thing could never be given up easily. Charge! Yi Ming was just about to rush forward. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless feathered arrows shot out, blocking Yi Ming's path. He turned to look. Xiao Xiaoyin had arrived with 5 contract masters. Kid, stay here quietly. The treasures of the Thunder Palace are not something you can touch. Xiao Xiaoyin pointed at Yi Ming, her eyes filled with disdain and provocation. You stinky fish and rotten shrimp want to stop me? Yi Ming showed no hesitation and directly charged forward, a terrifying dark aura erupting. Swinging his long scythe, he slashed out a crescent. Small tricks. The corner of Xiao Xiaoyin's mouth curled into a contemptuous arc as she naively attempted to take it on with her body. But the moment her hand collided with the strike, it was instantly obliterated by dark power. Damn! Xiao Xiaoyin panicked and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, her position was too close. Even if she reacted immediately, she still lost an arm. The severed surface at her shoulder did not bleed. The entire arm seemed to have vanished in place, leaving not even ash behind. How could this happen? The other disciples from the Flame Martial Arts Academy were shocked, filled with fear. They no longer dared to step forward to block Yi Ming. He's too terrifying. We are not his match. I've never seen such horrifying power. Wait, why can't I feel the aura of the saint from him? Could it be that his contract spirit is a witch? Someone suddenly exclaimed in horror. Everyone was struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at Yi Ming, a flood of information surging into their minds. His contract spirit must be a witch. Only witch contract masters could have such a heavy, killing aura. Understand now. He is Yi Ming, max-level spirit contract witch. Yes, it's him. It must be him. Damn, why? Aren't witch contract masters supposed to have no future? Why is Yi Ming's strength so strong? Moreover, it said that witch contract masters level up slowly, right? How many days has it been since awakening? 20 days, and he is already a 2nd-tier contract master. This is not slow. In an instant, confusion shrouded the hearts of the crowd. Yi Ming, Xiao Xiao trembled inside. She looked at her severed arm, filled with regret. If she had known, she would have never tried to stop him. At the same time, Su Shangfeng, who was battling fiercely with the Silver Armored Guard, completely sensed no change happening here. Just as he was about to throw another punch, Yi Ming's figure suddenly appeared, kicking Su Shangfeng away, and then the dark domain unfolded, raising his long scythe towards the Silver Armored Guard's head. This time, putting all his strength into it, Shadow called forth dark tentacles to strike. Puff! The Silver Armored Guard's head flew away. The dark tentacles took advantage of the gap and pierced into the Silver Armored Guard's eyes. Is it over? Su Shangfeng, who had been kicked away, felt a sense of unwillingness. But Yi Ming's expression remained serious. Is it over? No, it is not over. As a top assassin, his instincts told him that danger was quietly emerging. Sure enough, when the Silver Armored Guard died, its body began to swell rapidly, and then with a bang, it exploded. The violent explosion triggered a series of chain reactions. The power of thunder hidden within the walls was activated, and the thunder ruins started to shake violently, with debris continuously falling from the ceiling. The sky rolled with dark clouds, and with a thunderous boom, lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck in the thunder ruins. In a matter of moments, the entire thunder ruins turned into a thunder pool, with lightning falling incessantly. Not good. There's a force raging inside the thunder ruins. This place is not suitable for staying long. Many people began to retreat in a flurry. Yiming would certainly not joke with his own life. Just as he was about to press the button to leave, whoosh, a vortex door appeared behind him without warning. The fierce turbulence shattered Yiming's wristband, pulling him into the vortex door. Damn it, something's wrong. Run. Su Xingfeng and the others saw Yiming being sucked into the vortex door. Their faces changed instantly, and they fled madly while avoiding the chaotic spatial turbulence and pressing their wristbands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the appearance of blue light beams, almost everyone escaped from the thunder ruins. The raging aura extended outside the teleportation gate. After everyone left, they hurriedly shouted in the teleportation hall, "Something happened! Help! The thunder ruins are raging again!" After a loud shout, many staff rushed over. Even the secret realm supervisor, E, was drawn by the shouting. His expression was grave. Damn it, there have been 2 rages within a month. The thunder ruins cannot be opened again. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later. He approached Su Xingfeng and the others, scanning them briefly before asking the staff, "How many people are injured, and how many are dead? Also, are there any others in the secret realm? Tell me everything you know." The staff called up the surveillance footage and said a total of 50 people participated in the thunder ruins, among which 30 were injured, 1 died, and 1 is missing. Missing? He furrowed his brows. Who is it? What's their name, and what happened? The missing person is Yiming. At that time, he wanted to leave the Thunder Palace, but was sucked into a strange vortex door. Yiming. He was initially stunned, then his eyes widened in anger. What? What did you say? Yiming. Meanwhile, Yiming, caught in the mysterious space, heard a prompt sound in his ear. Hidden challenge, start. Please defeat the Master of the Thunder Ruins, Lord of Thunder. Chapter 48, Defeat. Lord of Thunder. Yiming found himself in a mysterious space. Under his feet was marble engraved with special runes, and the walls around were carved with murals, vividly depicting all kinds of fierce beasts. Looking up at the ceiling, the hard stones had sharpened into spikes, resembling icicles in an ice cave. This is the bottom of the Thunder Ruins. It is a mysterious palace that no one has ever stepped into. Hidden challenge starts. Please defeat the Lord of Thunder. The prompt sound rang out. The surrounding lightning gathered, turning into a humanoid creature. Its skin was blue-purple, its bare upper body muscled and knotted, and its lower body was woven into pants made of black feathers, with currents seeming to surge under its skin. 3 large drums floated on its back, connected by bolts of lightning. This beast's face was extremely ugly. It had a bird's beak, cat-like eyes, and a fierce, menacing look. Its breath was powerful. It was stronger than the previous near 4th stage silver-armored guard, but still far from a standard of 4th stage fierce beast. Roar! The moment the Thunderlord appeared, it pounced toward Yiming with its claws outstretched. Its momentum was overwhelming, and rolling arcs of lightning wrapped around its body. Such a strong desire to attack. Yiming's heart tightened. Darkness wrapped around his entire body, and with the god-fallen demon armor, his aura suddenly rose. Holding the long sickle, he charged forward, the sickle's light flashing, its momentum intimidating. Boom! The forces of darkness and lightning collided. The lightning arcs scattered, shattering the entire underground palace, sending rocks flying. Yiming and the Thunder Lord exchanged blows. He put all his strength into it, and managed to force the Thunder Lord back several dozen meters. Roar! The Thunder Lord opened its mouth and howled, its claws gathering power, and suddenly shooting out a bolt of lightning. Yiming's heart shook. Just as he was about to dodge, a voice suddenly came into his mind. No need to dodge. I will cancel most of the lightning for you. The remaining lightning will help you temper your body. Yiming was shocked. Could it really be done like this? Boom! As the lightning bolt came, the dark tendrils summoned by Yu formed a shield, blocking most of the power, while a little lightning struck Yiming's body. The sensation was a tingling and numbing feeling. His body felt hot, and his flesh was constantly being tempered. Crackle, crackle. The Thunder Lord continued to discharge lightning. During this process, Yu, like opening a floodgate, gradually applied more lightning to Yiming. His flesh was tempered, gradually becoming stronger. The Thunderlord's strength lies in its control over lightning. Its weakness, however, is its body. Now, you can easily overpower it. Finally, Ing Yu lifted the defense. Yi Ming, wearing the God-fallen demon armor, could now withstand all lightning. The Thunderlord was shocked and crazily sent more lightning towards Yi Ming. This time, Yi Ming didn't even need the long sickle. He charged forward, enduring all the attacks, and grabbed the Thunderlord by its neck, slamming it upwards. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere. Yi Ming used his legs for force, like a missile launched at high speed. He punched the Thunderlord's head, piercing through the mountain rocks above, and charged toward the peak. Your lightning no longer affects me, Yi Ming roared. The Thunderlord's breath suddenly weakened. In the teleportation hall, Yi's expression was grim. Damn it, how did this happen? He was filled with regret. A good prospect had come out of San'an City, only for something to go wrong in the secret realm. More importantly, Yi Ming was noticed by Sun Ho Yuan. Although he didn't know what Sun Ho Yuan's background represented, his years of experience in the workplace told him that the existence behind Sun Ho Yuan was definitely not simple. Now, Yi Ming had an accident in the secret realm. Once Sun Ho Yuan holds someone accountable, the person in charge, Yi, would bear the primary responsibility. Damn it. He clenched his fists, his eyes red as he stared at Su Shengfeng. Are you sure Yi Ming is missing? Sure. Su Shengfeng nodded seriously. I saw with my own eyes as Yi Ming was sucked into the vortex gate. I don't know what that thing is, but I can be sure that there is danger behind the vortex gate. Now the Thunder Ruins is in turmoil. I suggest closing the entrance immediately. Yi's face immediately darkened. Whether or not to close the entrance is my decision. Now that someone is missing in the secret realm, I must personally go and confirm their fate. After finishing his words, he immediately prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins. Su Shengfeng's heart trembled at once. What the hell is this? Why does that guy get to do this? Isn't he just a second-tier contract master? How could it lead the head of the secret realm to rescue him personally? Isn't the rescue team enough? Su Shengfeng frowned tightly, while Xiao Xiao, who had lost an arm, saw through his confusion and explained. That kid is called Yi Ming, a witch contract master reported not long ago. Yi Ming? The max-level spiritual contract witch, and extremely powerful. Exactly. This. Su Shengfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, trembling hands revealing his awareness of the truth. Damn it, I should have thought of this earlier. We unknowingly offended a genius, but fortunately, he let out a sigh of relief. Offending a genius is not wise in today's era. But thankfully, Yi Ming was missing and likely dead. A dead genius poses no threat. Su Shengfeng's words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, something's wrong. There's a surge of energy swirling violently underground in the Thunder Ruins, pushing toward the surface. A staff member's shout instantly attracted everyone's attention at the scene. Quickly match the database and see what it is. Already matched, it's Yi Ming. The surging energy belongs to darkness, and it's exactly the same as Yi Ming's. What? Su Shengfeng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Boom. And just as the staff member finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly shot up from underground in the Thunder Ruins. Beneath the heavy dark clouds, black flowing light shot up like a rocket, attempting to tear through the clouds and break free into the sky. He looked at the monitor screen, eyes locked on that black figure. Yi Ming. Yes, it's Yi Ming. I knew this kid wouldn't die so easily. Wait, why is there another figure? So familiar, this is... Yi snatched the analysis tablet from the staff member and immediately locked onto the blue-purple figure restrained by Yi Ming. Analysis results appeared. Quasi-4th level ferocious beast, Thunderlord. How could it be that? Yi's expression immediately changed. Shock mixed with confusion filled his heart. The Thunderlord, whether in genes or basic strength, is at a medium level among the ferocious beasts. Even an SSS-level Holy Girl contract master could not defeat a quasi-4th level Thunderlord at the second stage, unless they had a protective treasure that immunizes against lightning. But Yi Ming defeated the Thunderlord. It seemed like he had done so with ease. There was hardly any visible injury on him. Could it be that Yi Ming has a means to be immune to lightning? Or is this the extraordinary combat power of a witch contract master? You recalled a saying about witch contract masters. In the same realm and under the same contract spirit level, witches are stronger than holy girl contract masters. Chapter 49. Third level contract master? A rumble of thunder roared in the sky. Yi Ming punched the Thunder Lord away and then seized its head. Puffed. In an instant, Yi Ming's arms bulged as he squeezed, crushing the Thunder Lord's head. Red and white matter sprayed out. Its breath instantly dissipated, and it fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Quasi-4th level Thunderlord. Dead. Yi Ming landed, also smashing down a deep pit. wearing the divine fallen demon armor. Even falling from 100 meters would not harm him. Successfully killed the quasi 4th level Thunder Lord. Realm experience plus 70. Spiritual technique experience plus 70. Quasi 4th level Ferocious Beast. The experience gain is double that of a 3rd level Fierce Beast. Of course, Yiming did not kill the Thunder Lord just for a bit of experience. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the top of 3 palaces in the Thunder Ruins, as if activating something. In the next moment, a mysterious altar rose from underground. In the center stood a 1-meter-tall stone pillar adorned with exquisite carvings. At this moment, a blue lightning orb lay quietly on top of the stone pillar. It's the demonic devouring Thunder Heart. Shadowy delight expressed joy. Yiming picked up the lightning orb, and as the outer lightning dissipated, a pure and bright object, resembling a sapphire, revealed its true form. At the same time, outside the secret realm, he paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Good, lucky indeed. I actually got the demonic devouring Thunder Heart. The demonic devouring Thunder Heart is not a material from fierce beasts. It is a rare and precious treasure born from the wonders of heaven and earth, containing the energy of thunder and darkness. After refining it, one can strengthen their own body, achieving the effect of body tempering with thunder. This demonic devouring Thunder Heart is worth millions in the market. No wonder the Thunder Ruins often erupt. The fierce beast must have sensed this energy and gone crazy with rage. He realized. Treasures born from the wonders of heaven and earth. They are very mysterious. Not only are they helpful to contract masters, but they also greatly benefit fierce beasts. However, they're extremely precious, rare as can be. Many contract masters might only possess them 3 times in their lifetime, which is already quite a feat. Though I have experienced body tempering with thunder before, the demonic devouring Thunder Heart is still very helpful to me. Yiming carefully stored the treasure and got up to leave the secret realm. As he stepped out, a pair of eyes turned to him. Many people started recording on their phones, asking Yiming what he encountered in the secret realm and how he defeated the Thunder Lord, with some even directly asking about Yiming's current actual combat power. For a top-level killer, actual combat power is a very important secret that should never be easily exposed. Not even a contract master can do that. Asking this question is inherently quite rude. Yiming walked out of the crowd, refusing to answer any questions. As an assassin from the Silent Kill Palace, he didn't wish to expose himself too much to the public eye. Before leaving the teleport hall, Yiming stopped by Yi's office. He smiled and said, Yiming, if I'm not mistaken, you're about to break through to the 3rd tier, right? Yiming nodded. Breaking through to the 3rd tier requires 100,000 experience points. With the accumulation from before, plus the more than 10,000 experience gained today, he is just 10,000 experience away from the target. He could achieve it in no more than 2 days. Here, take this. Suddenly, he handed over a transparent box. Yiming quickly looked it over. Inside the box was a blood-red flower with 20 petals, a flower he had never seen before. Blood condensation flower, a plant that contains the power of slaughter. Absorbing it can help contract masters break through their realm. It's most effective for 2nd-tier contract masters. However, it has side effects. With a little carelessness, it can cause the power of slaughter to erode one's heart, leading to madness. Yingwei seemed like an encyclopedia. Nothing could escape her keen eyes. So amazing. Yiming silently gave a thumbs up. This thing is called the blood condensation flower. He briefly introduced. I remember you said you have a method to deal with the backlash of slaughter. I think the side effects of this blood condensation flower won't affect you much. So I'm giving it to you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Yiming took it with both hands and sincerely thanked him. I will remember your kindness, Yi. Haha, no need to be so serious. It's just a small gift. Yi patted Yiming's shoulder. Come on, strive to become a 3rd-tier contract master before the martial arts examination. Our Sangnan city has never had such a precedent. I hope you could be the first. Yiming nodded. I will strive for it. Good. After returning home, Yiming immediately opened his panel. Name, Yiming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, 2nd-tier contract master, 90,000/110000. Mental strength, 310350. Vitality, 310350. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, can be enhanced. Spiritual skills, Dark Judgment, God Fallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, level 7, God Fallen Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Only the last 10,000 experience points left. Yiming took out the blood condensation flower. In an instant, he absorbed it. Absorbing blood condensation flower, realm experience, plus 1,000. Only 1,000? Yiming sighed. The rarity of the blood condensation flower surpasses 1,000 experience by far. Indeed, to gain more experience, you must defeat the fierce beast. Yiming spread out his hands. He focused his gaze on the magic-devouring Thunderheart, a treasure that greatly benefits the body. Immediately absorb it. A dark aura enveloped the magic-devouring Thunderheart, and the thunder arc spread visibly throughout Yiming's body. This, Yiming gasped sharply. The sensation this time was too intense, like being pricked by needles. Is it too painful? Do you need me to ease some of it? Shadow Yu asked worriedly. Yiming shook his head. No need, I can hold on. As the top assassin, he had endured various harsh trainings and even extreme punishments in the past. This little pain was nothing to him. This lightning body tempering lasted for 15 minutes. The last trace of thunder arcs disappeared. Yiming's body became even stronger. His build was well-proportioned, with neither too much nor too little muscle, but every muscle's power could be fully activated. While maintaining his body's agility, Yiming had greater strength. Mental power, 350400. Vitality, 350400. Both attributes increased by 50 points. Yiming felt refreshed and full of energy. He went to the training hall and hit a few wooden dummies. But even the dummies reinforced with steel couldn't withstand Yiming's punch. And, rest well, we'll continue tomorrow, striving for an early breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Yiming stretched his body and returned to his room for a good sleep. Time passed. He slept from the afternoon to the evening. The first thing he did upon waking was to check his phone. Sun Ho Yuan, where are you? The things you want to have arrived. I'll send you the address. Come pick them up. Yiming felt a joy in his heart. Materials from his 7th tier, Fierce Beast. Black Dragon Bone Marrow. Yiming, on my way. Chapter 50 Breakthrough. In a secret room of the 3rd tier Contract Master, Sun Ho Yuan opened a multi-encrypted alloy box in his hand, revealing 3 items inside. First, materials from his 7th tier Fierce Beast, Black Dragon Bone Marrow. Second, the emblem of the Death Kill Hall, small and compact. It automatically merges into the body, leaving a dagger mark, and can also be actively removed. This is a special energy emblem, where during missions in the future, it is harmless to your body and prevents the killers from the Death Kill Hall from mistakenly harming their partners. Sun Ho Yuan explained. Since the killers of the Death Kill Hall do not know each other, to prevent accidental killings in certain emergencies, the Hall specially created this energy emblem. When the killers were the emblem together, they will sense each other at close range. You can try wearing it. Sun Ho Yuan suggested. Okay. Yiming placed the emblem on his wrist. In no time, the emblem transformed into a black aura, penetrating his skin and merging into his body, becoming an imperceptible dagger mark. Yiming placed his hand on the dagger mark for half a minute, and the emblem appeared. All done. This emblem has merged with your body, and now it is yours. If others use it, the emblem will disappear immediately. Sun Ho Yuan explained this situation, similar to blood recognition. It was truly high-tech. Yiming held onto the emblem. His gaze fell on the 3rd item. This was a piece of white paper filled with dense writing. This is the contract. Once signed, you will become a professional killer of the Death Kill Hall. From now on, your life will undergo a dramatic change. You will become extraordinary, and your life will be filled with more opportunities and challenges. Think it over. Sun Ho Yuan lit a cigarette, and the white smoke drifted upward with the light. In the room, Yiming picked up a pen and quickly signed his name, pressing his fingerprint as well. Now that it has come to this, there's no reason to hesitate. We have come this far. How could I give up? Moreover, even if I want to give up, Captain Sun, you wouldn't let me go, right? Yiming smiled and said. Sun Ho Yuan spread out his hands. Who knows, but congratulations, you have officially become a member of the Death Kill Hall. Your millions in annual salary will be paid in 5 batches to your account. Additionally, you can advance next year's salary. We, the Silent Hall, are very rich, and we will never treat you unfairly in this regard. If you need, you can also apply for a car and a house, completely free, worth about 10 million. This benefit package. Yiming clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder it's a formal assassin organization. This treatment is simply too good. All right, you are now an official assassin. This Black Dragon Bone Marrow is yours. Sun Ho Yuan picked up a titanium alloy cylinder from the box. After triggering the mechanism on it, the cylinder opened, and a vial of medicine slowly extended out. Inside was a pitch-black liquid, not dead, but alive, still wriggling wildly inside the vial. A 7th-grade beast's entire body is a treasure. The Black Dragon Bone Marrow is the most precious thing from the 7th grade Dark Tyrant Dragon. Many people haven't even heard of this. You with such a strong purpose came to me for it. I am really surprised. After handing over the black dragon bone marrow to Yi Ming, Sun Hoyuan immediately took out another box. He opened it, revealing a pair of wings with blood-colored feathers as hard as steel. The edges of the feathers were extremely sharp, easily cutting through tough metals. Captain Sun, what is this? This is a gift from the Deputy Hall Master. Sun Hoyuan chuckled bitterly. He admires you, so he gave you these 7th-grade bloodbone blade wings. These are just as valuable as the black dragon bone marrow. I begged the Deputy Hall Master for a long time, but he wouldn't give them to me. Yet you, a newcomer, and without hesitation, he gave them to you. Sigh. The air seemed to be filled with a faint sourness. Yi Ming awkwardly smiled. Why don't you take them, Captain Sun? No way. I dare not take them, or the Deputy Hall Master will skin me alive. Afterward, Sun Hoyuan briefly explained the behavioral standards for official assassins. In short, it was just one thing. Don't do anything evil. Everything else is up to you. The freedom is very high. All right. Now you can refine the black dragon bone marrow. I will protect your safety here. Sun Hoyuan took on the role of guardian. With such a strong protector, Yi Ming naturally would not refuse. Yi Ming, later, I will refine both the black dragon bone marrow and the bloodbone blade wings at the same time. This process might be a bit painful, Ing Yu said. Yi Ming nodded. Don't worry, I can bear it. Good. Whoosh, whoosh. Dark tendrils stretched out from Yi Ming's back. One of them held the black dragon bone marrow, and with a crunch, crushed the vial, madly absorbing the energy from the marrow. The other wrapped around the bloodbone blade wings from all directions, then crushed and absorbed them. The intense dark aura and the blood-red murderous aura entered Yi Ming's body through the 2 tendrils. A sharp pain suddenly erupted from his back, spreading throughout his body. It felt like sharp knives were slicing through his flesh, layer by layer. A huge hammer was pounding on his spine. Damn! The pain came suddenly. It instantly spread throughout his body. Yi Ming cursed inwardly, clenched his fists, and endured, sweat pouring down like raindrops. Damn! This kid is really a fool. Refining 2 7th-grade materials at the same time, the pain, just thinking about it makes me suffer. Sun Hoyuan secretly felt a bit nervous for Yi Ming. As someone who had been through it, he understood too well how a low-level contract master felt when refining 7th-grade beast materials. When he was still a 4th-grade contract master, he had also tried refining 2 7th-grade beast materials at the same time. It was so painful that he rolled on the ground. He almost wanted to die. Although these 2 materials are suitable for witches, Yi Ming is only at 2nd grade. There was no real danger. The key was the pain. Even worse, Yi Ming gritted his teeth and said nothing, enduring the pain silently. Sun Hoyuan silently nodded. This kid probably has no sense of pain. The refining process was long. Half an hour passed. Sun Hoyuan looked at Yi Ming's state and nodded. Not bad. It's almost over. From his aura, it won't be long before he reaches the 3rd. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Ming's body suddenly erupted with a thick, dark aura. He stood in the air, a powerful dark aura spreading around as if it wanted to swallow everything. Ah! With a furious shout from Yi Ming, his aura suddenly surged. This is... Sun Hoyuan's pupils widened. The next moment, Yi Ming broke through. A wave of terrifying power rippled out, then quickly contracted. Yi Ming opened his eyes, feeling as if his life genes had undergone a leap. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations! Realm experience reached 100,000 successfully. Realm, 2nd stage contract master, 3rd stage contract master. Chapter 51 Wing Sprout, soaring in the sky. Name, Yi Ming. Spirit, full level. Realm, 3rd stage contract master, 0/1000000. Mental power, 400550. Vitality, 400550. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, can be upgraded. Spirit skills, Dark Judgment, God Fallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, level 7. God Fallen Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spirit Talent, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. He has directly broken through to the 3rd stage in one breath. This boy really surprises me. Sun Hoyuan looked at the excellent Yi Ming, his eyes full of appreciation. But thinking of such an excellent newcomer already being snatched by his own teacher, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. If he had known, he would have fought for it. However, Sun Hoyuan still had doubts in his heart. The speed of Yi Ming's breakthrough was truly too fast. According to common sense, it is incredibly difficult for a witch contract master to break through, with each breakthrough as hard as climbing to the sky, a sword sharpened for decades. But Yiming broke through as easily as drinking water, completely breaking out of the realm of difficulty that which contract masters face, even surpassing holy maiden contract masters. Moreover, will Yiming be backlashed by killing in the future? Sun Hoyuan was very worried. Strength, Yiming has it. Talent, Yiming has it. Realm, Yiming also has it. Such a good seedling would be so regrettable if he became a monster that only knows killing due to backlash. Yiming said not to worry about it, but how can I not worry? Regarding killing backlash, I must discuss it with the teacher, and if it doesn't work, report it to the Lord. Sun Hoyuan secretly made a conclusion in his heart. After Yiming finished his breakthrough, Ing Yuyu's panel also changed. Contract Spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yuyu. Level, SSS level, Upgrade Progress, 1.5% 3%. Resurrection Progress, 8% 12%. The Resurrection Progress increased by 4%. The level upgrade progress directly reached 3%. This is the effect of the Tier 7 Fierce Beast material. But I can clearly feel that the higher the resurrection progress, the harder it is to increase. Yiming had anticipated this. It is like realm breakthroughs. The higher you go, the more the difficulty inevitably increases. Yiming, I must tell you good news. You can fly now. Ing Yuyu's excited voice sounded. Fly? Yiming frowned, about to speak. Then a pair of dark wings spread out from behind him, each wing 1.5 meters long, with black feathers as sharp as blades. Go! Yiming and Ing Yuyu communicated through their minds. They simultaneously controlled the wings, shooting black feathers at the wall in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark streams of light streaked past, shooting through the specially crafted steel wall. After that, Yiming tried flapping his wings to fly, at first a bit uncoordinated, stumbling and almost smashing the light in the room. But 10 minutes later, Yiming successfully mastered various flying skills like jumping straight up, mid-air spinning, rapid dashing, and low-altitude gliding. This, Sun Hoyuan frowned beside him, absorbing the bloodbone blade wings, so he grew wings, thus gaining the ability to fly. TSK. Not only is his assassination talent incredible, but his ability to absorb fierce beast materials is also impressive. Sun Hoyuan's eyes were fixed on Yiming. He had an indescribable premonition in his heart. It was as if he was witnessing the birth of a powerful being. A Virchung sheet game, huh? Interesting. After familiarizing himself with his abilities, Yiming let out a long sigh of relief. Having broken through to the third stage, he now possessed the ability to fly. This time, the harvest is undoubtedly huge, and everything that brought him this is. Yiming stood up and clasped his hands in gratitude to Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun's kindness, Yiming will remember in his heart. Well, I'm very pleased that you have this heart. Sun Hoyuan smiled and patted his shoulder, then said, By the way, let me tell you something. The Deputy Hall Master will come at Sangnan City soon to meet you. It might be tomorrow, it might be the day after, it might be during the martial arts exam, or it might be after the exam. His schedule is very chaotic, often delayed, and he loves sudden surprises. So be mentally prepared. A big shot who might appear anytime. It's really exciting. Yiming nodded. Okay, I remember. Go back, take a good rest during this time, to prepare for the martial arts exam, although it seems you've already secured the top spot. The two chatted briefly. Yiming then returned home. 4 days later, there are only 6 days left until the martial arts exam. During this time, Yiming did not let himself relax for a moment. He often went to the secret realm to fight fierce beasts, and occasionally found some powerful martial arts schools for matches. In one battle after another, Yiming's experience grew by 30,000. His mastery of Tier 3 power also gradually became proficient, with a solid foundation like a mountain. Yesterday, I made an appointment with Han Martial Arts School. Today, I will go meet their eldest disciple. Yiming put on a casual outfit. He is 1 meter 80 tall, with well-proportioned muscles, and without any elaborate dressing, he outshines most people. Simply put, he is handsome. He opened the door and was just about to leave. A panicked shout from his older sister, Yi Xinshin, came from behind. Yiming, something big has happened. Something big has happened. She rushed to Yiming, her expression anxious. Seeing her face pale, Yiming immediately frowned. Sister, your face looks terrible. What happened? Is our Yi family going bankrupt? Bankruptcy is a terrifying thing. No. Yi Xinshin shook her head and explained, It's that cold ice block Yi Shuang is coming back. Once she returns, she will definitely train us like Uncle C. Then, our hard days are back again. Yi Shuang. This name felt familiar to Yiming. It seems to be the daughter of his second uncle, his cousin. She is 2 years older than Yi Xinshin. 3 years older than him. Cousin Yi Shuang has a cold personality and is not good at communicating with people. So since childhood, his second uncle decided not to let her manage the family business, but let her study martial arts with Uncle C. At 3, she practiced stance. At 5, she played with guns. At 10, she mastered 18 types of weapons. At 15, she learned 90% of her uncle's true skills. At 18, she awakened her super talent and contracted with the SS level Winter Saint. And since then, she soared into the sky, joining the Star Sea University. Yi Shuang is now a third-year student, but she is exceptionally talented and has already entered the fourth-tier realm. In her free time without classes, she also goes to the third sub-city to carry out dangerous missions to exterminate foreign fierce beasts with Uncle Yizhong. She is a definite future star, known as the hope of the Yi family's martial arts. But Yi Shuang's character is extremely cold, and getting close to her gives a chilling feeling. It's as if she is rejecting everyone 1,000 miles away. Even her own father, second Uncle Yi Jun, cannot say more than a few words when he meets her. Chapter 52, Fourth-Tier Contract Master. Yi Shuang is actually not a bad person. As Yi Ming and Yi Xinxin's cousin, she often buys little gifts for Yi Ming in them, like spears, swords, and even once spent millions to forge a set of armor for Yi Ming and Yi Xinxin. Yi Ming had fantasized about becoming an armored warrior at that time. He was overjoyed. As a result, the next day, Yi Shuang made them wear the armor and get beaten. She called it training for impact resistance. In reality, it was pure torment. Yi Shuang is back. Our good days are over. Yi Xinxin lamented. Not long ago, I was still happy about the early holiday this semester, but now. She wished she could roll back to class immediately. Yi Ming, however, was not too worried. He is now powerful, with strong wings, and has the capital to resist. If it really doesn't work, fight against Yi Shuang. After all, the Yi family speaks only in terms of strength. Sigh. Yi Ming, say something. What are we going to do? Are we really going to be tormented by Yi Shuang for another summer vacation? I need supplements. I really need supplements. The howling cry came from his elder sister, Yi Xinxin's mouth. She was really about to break down. Sister, think positively. At least Yi Shuang hasn't returned yet. You still have a few days of good days. Yi Ming patted Yi Xinxin's shoulder and shook his head as he left. The latter stood there dumbfounded, not because she was scared, but because Yi Ming actually seemed completely calm. So steady? He has a strategy? After leaving home, Yi Ming arrived at the Handan Martial Arts School. As the 5th-ranked martial arts school in Sangnan City, its foundation is still quite good. It is said that the head of Handan is a 4th-tier contract master, with a contract spirit of a level Handan Sanus. Yi Ming's opponent is named Zhang Hashan, who is a quasi-4th-tier contract master, with a contract spirit of sea-level Roxanus. The moment the battle whistle sounded, Zhang Hashan lifted one foot and then stomped the ground, rocks adhering to his fists. He shouted loudly and charged at Yi Ming. A fist roared out. Yi Ming instantly jumped behind him, opening the dark domain, and Zhang Hashan was enveloped in the domain. Once again, he punched towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming waved a big hand, and wings of black unfolded behind him, shooting out countless feather blades. The feather blades are sharp, containing powerful strength, easily breaking through the rocky armor on Zhang Hashan's fists. After that, Yi Ming merged into the darkness. Zhang Hashan felt a tightness in his heart and immediately punched backward. But before he could turn around, a sharp, long scythe was placed against his neck. The battle ended. Yi Ming won. Damn, I had heard you were strong before, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Are you really a witch contract master? Why are you so different from others? Zhang Hashan shook his head in confusion. He had no chance of winning against Yi Ming. Yi Ming smiled lightly. People have different physiques. Obviously, my physique is more suitable for a witch. This. Zhang Hashan raised his hands, speechless. When a head has time, you can challenge him. He's a battle fanatic and will definitely agree. Zhang Hashan said. Yi Ming nodded. Sure, I really need strong opponents to sharpen myself. You must contact me. Don't worry, you ridiculous talent monster. After leaving Handan Martial Arts School, Yi Ming didn't feel tired at all. After becoming a 3rd-tier contract master, his strength had a huge boost. Quasi-4th-tier contract masters, regardless of the level of their contract spirits, are no match for Yi Ming. As for 4th-tier contract masters, Yi Ming felt he could also fight one. When Yi Shuang returns, I must challenge her. Yi Ming felt he was about to become a battle addict. His mind was full of thoughts about fighting strong opponents. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone of his phone rang. Yi Ming knew without looking that it was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. He took it out to check. Sure enough, it was him. Sun Ho Yuan. Are you free? Yi Ming. Captain Sun, I have 6 days until the martial arts exam. It's not appropriate to make me do tasks at this time. Didn't you say to let me rest? Sun Ho Yuan. Stop talking nonsense. You don't even care about the martial arts exam. I'm keeping an eye on your daily records in the teleport hall. Yiming, I'm really impressed. Just send the task information. Sun Ho Yuan, all right. Soon, a full gigabyte of data was sent over. Yiming opened it to see. Task name, return to 0. Target, Duqishan Duqiha. Target realm, quasi 4th tier, A level. 3rd tier, A level. Target introduction, kidnappers, involved in 20 kidnapping cases. Modus operandi is to kidnap hostages and coerce their families for ransom. Task content, kill the two and pry as much information from them as possible. Duqishan and Du. The only difference is that the elder brother Duqishan has a black mole on his neck. Brothers join hands to commit crimes. They're still twins. It's easy to confuse and misjudge. Yiming quickly analyzed the situation based on his experience. Right after that, he opened the video materials. The video contained footage of the Duqishan brothers fighting. Duqishan, as a quasi-4th level contract master, can cut steel with his blades, and his contracted spirit is an A-level magnetic sacred maiden. As for his younger brother Duqiha, Yiming didn't pay much attention to him. Now, a 3rd level contract master no longer caught his eye. Sun Ho Yuan. These two brothers used to work for a large security company, doing tough jobs like fighting for people, eliminating beasts, guarding, and transporting goods. Sun Ho Yuan. It is worth noting that Duqishan was still a 3rd level contract master a year ago, but now he has strangely become a quasi-4th level. This is not a natural breakthrough, but more like a means of promoting growth unnaturally. So, Yiming, Captain Sun, are you trying to say someone is helping these two kidnappers from behind the scenes? Sun Ho Yuan. Yes, they might be dogs raised in the dark by some force, ready to bite at any moment. Yiming, I will try to squeeze information out of them as much as possible. Sun Ho Yuan. Good, but we also suspect, and we're not sure whether it's true or not. Sun Ho Yuan. Considering this task involves a quasi-4th level contract master, it has a certain level of danger, so we will dispatch a 4th level contract master to follow secretly to avoid you encountering life-threatening situations. Yiming. Actually, it's not necessary. Sun Ho Yuan. Whether it's necessary or not is another matter. The killing hall has a mechanism to protect newcomers, and this is essential. You won't have another chance in the future. Yiming. All right, by the way, is there a reward for this task? Sun Ho Yuan. Materials from a 5th level fierce beast, the Black Zephyr cicada wings. Yiming. When will we take action? Sun Ho Yuan. At 2400 hours tonight. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 53. Kidnappers, the Du Brothers' Night. Stars decorate the sky, and a chilly wind blows gently. A white van is traveling along a small mountain road under the moonlight. In the driver's and passenger seats sit two middle-aged men who look very similar, and in the back seat is a woman in professional attire, her hands and feet bound, with a bag over her head. Brother, do you think this haul will be rewarding? This woman gets off work at 11. She looks like a struggling worker, not much money. Duqiha glanced at the woman in the back seat. Her long, delicate legs wrapped in black silk are full and attractive. As she breathes, her chest rises and falls. Her figure is tall and belongs to the mature, seductive type. What's the use of looking good with a great body if she's just a pretty corpse? All these beautiful, evildoers. Duqiha turned his head, crossed his arms, and stopped glancing at the woman. Don't worry. I've done my homework on her for several days. She is a high-ranking executive with an annual salary of $1 million. Not only is her family wealthy, but she also has some undisclosed secret with the company's president. The corners of Duqishan's mouth curled into a cold smile. We can extort money from her parents and also from her boss. The minimum profit will be $20 million. $20 million. Duqiha was excited. He has no other hobbies, but loves money, especially the scent of money, which fascinates him. All right, stay alert. This task feels too smooth. It's making me uneasy. Duqishan rolled down the car window, looking around with a furrowed brow. He felt an indescribable sense of unease, anxiety, fear. He stepped on the gas. The van sped down the forest road. Meanwhile, above the van, a black shadow soared through the sky. Yiming, now having black wings, can blend into the night sky, increasing his speed and stealth significantly. He tightly followed them, occasionally diving into the forest, then soaring back up, covering his breath. At the same time, on a cliff, a tall figure stood firmly. Her gaze fell on Yiming, and she commented in a voice only she could hear. Fast speed, quick reflexes. Knows how to change positions to conceal his breath. This newcomer, quite interesting. Did he notice me? The mysterious woman suddenly realized that while Yiming was soaring in the air, he cast a glance in her direction. He glanced at her, then continued to focus on the van. Her brows furrowed slightly. He really noticed me? That shouldn't be possible. I have treasures that shield my breath and conceal my body. How could a newcomer like him possibly detect me? Am I overthinking this? 1,000 doubts swirled in her mind. She increasingly felt that this newcomer was not simple. So, she had to catch up and verify. In a small cabin in the mountains. The house was dilapidated, wind blowing through the cracks, moonlight filtering through the hole in the roof, falling on the woman in black stockings. She wore a white shirt on top and a bodycon skirt on the bottom. At this moment, she was tied to an iron chair, unable to move. So how about it? Have you contacted her family? Du Qishan looked at his younger brother, Du Qihe. The latter nodded. Don't worry, I've contacted them and told them to keep quiet. They can't tell the sheriff. How much did you ask from them? Du Qishan asked. Du Qihe chuckled. The usual. 1 million for a single person, 2 million for two. A single meal means finding one way to get money from the hostage. A double meal means finding two ways to get money. For example, the female executive's parents, as well as the business owners with whom she had personal connections. Good job. Du Qishan nodded in approval. Du Qihe didn't show a relaxed expression. Instead, his brows furrowed. Boss, Yuan Guang pays us several million each year. You say we're still doing this behind their backs. What if we get found out? They're ruthless, ready to kill and silence people at any moment. Am I afraid of them? Du Qishan snorted coldly. Yuan Guang relies on the sea, and we are inland, separated by thousands of miles. They don't have the time to bother with us. Besides, we've done a lot for them. We've kidnapped several of their competitors. This is a huge favor, and they only give us 3 million each year. They're treating us like dogs. One was nearly a 4th tier, and the other a 3rd tier. Still dirty work that could cost you your life. 3 million a year is really too little. All right, stop worrying about Yuan Guang. Once this job's done, I'll take you out for a good time. We'll go out with white stockings, black stockings, lace, and all. Brother, can you be serious for once? Du Qishan laughed heartily, then suddenly clutched his stomach in pain. Damn. In 10 minutes, send a message to the family and that boss. Tell them to put the prepared money at the transaction site. Why 10 more minutes? Just send the message now. Du Qihe asked, confused. A huge cash flow isn't that easy to gather. We need to give them time to collect the money. Also, my stomach hurts a bit. I need to go handle it. Talking about his stomach made Du Qishan's gut churn even more. He held his butt and ran. Even a dog couldn't catch him. Watching his older brother's retreating figure, Du Qihe shook his head. Always like this, sigh. He grabbed a chair and sat quietly next to the female executive, his eyes, either intentionally or unintentionally, glancing at her legs. Gulp. His Adam's apple rolled. Du Qihe trembled, wanting to reach out to caress her, but then he recalled what his older brother had once said. Never touch the hostage. If you do, they lose value. No. Beauty is a deadly trap. No matter how beautiful the woman, she's just a red-skinned skeleton. I must stay strong. I can't let beauty bring me down. His heart struggled wildly as he repeatedly encouraged himself, but Du Qihe's filthy hand couldn't help but inch closer to the woman's side. Just as he was about to touch the beautiful black fabric, suddenly, clink, a sharp dagger fell on his wrist. Du Qihe's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to scream, but the cold aura swept over him once again. A long scythe circled around his neck. The blade of the sickle touched the skin of the neck. A cold chill pressed forward relentlessly. Yi Ming stepped out from the darkness. Who are you? What do you want to do? Du Qihe's heart was pounding wildly. Yi Ming's expression was indifferent. Don't rush. I have a few questions for you. I won't say anything. No matter what you ask, I won't speak a single word. Even if you kill me, chop off my head and throw it in the river. Even if you torture me, Du Qihe, will never speak a word. Du Qihe shouted with his neck held high. The next second, puff, the cold light flashed. Yi Ming, holding a long sickle, severed Du Qihe's neck. His head instantly flew off, and blood sprayed out, soaking the ground. When he died, Du Qihe's eyes were wide open. His mouth was open as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have time to speak. Yi Ming looked at his body, his eyes narrowing slightly. Playing tough in front of me is useless. Chapter 54. Killing the pre-4th stage contracted master. Yi Ming killed Du Qihe. There was no emotional fluctuation in his heart. A living life ended at his hands. But as a top-tier assassin in his past life, he was already used to it. The younger brother is dead. Now only the older brother remains. Yi Ming blended into the darkness, quietly waiting. Meanwhile, at the top of a distant giant tree, a tall figure stood coldly. She stood on the treetop, observing everything Yi Ming had just done, and couldn't help but frown. He really is a newcomer. No matter how talented he is, the lack of experience is a fatal flaw. Based on the task details, Du Qishan and Du Qihe, the two brothers, clearly had secrets. She thought Yi Ming should not have killed Du Qihe, but instead should have controlled him and used him as a bargaining chip to threaten Du Qishan. That way, he might have extracted some useful information. But now, Yiming killed Du Qiha. When Du Qishan sees his younger brother's body, he will surely fly into a rage, and his strength and potential will explode. At that time, not only will no information be obtained, but will bring even more danger. Unless her eerie purple eyes fell on Yiming. Unless this newcomer can control Du Qishan. But controlling a third stage against a pre-fourth stage is difficult. Killing and controlling are completely different things. To control the opponent, one must have strength greater than killing him. Rustle. The leaves near the wooden house rustled. Du Qishan walked out, holding up his pants, tying his belt as he walked. He grumbled, as if complaining that the leaves were too hard and not useful at all. He arrived in front of the wooden house. The door was tightly shut, sealed airtight. What's going on? I remember when I left, Chiha didn't close the door. Du Qishan instantly furrowed his brows. He didn't open the door immediately, but instead walked to the van. He opened the door and reached his hand toward a pile of scrap metal inside. Virum. His arms released a magnetic force, drawing all the scrap metal into his hands and reshaping them. Soon, his left hand transformed into a steel drill. His right hand became a steel fist. His chest and back were covered in metallic armor, with faint lightning arcs flickering on it. Great, a magnetic saintess. She could absorb metal and reshape it into battle weapons. Fully armed, Du Qishan came to the wooden house. He took a deep breath, then his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom! He punched the door, shattering it into pieces. Du Qishan shouted angrily, "What the hell? Hiding and sneaking around. Is that all you can do? We're all from the underworld, whether you want the gun or the bread. Speak up." His voice fell. There was no answer from inside the room. Suddenly, Du Qishan looked down and saw Du Qia's corpse. The latter was lying on the ground, hands clutching his head, looking as if he had taken his own head off. No! A painful roar shattered the night's silence. Du Qishan's eyes turned red, and he screamed wildly, swinging his fists at the air around him. "Come out! If you have the guts, come out! Kill my brother! No matter who you are, you must die! If you have the guts, then get out!" The shouting hadn't finished. Du Qishan suddenly saw the dark wall in front of him moved. Immediately after, Yiming, wearing the god-fallen demonic armor, holding a long sickle, stepped out, walking slowly, calmly, with the poise and elegance of an assassin. Wait, what is he doing? Can't you see Du Qishan has gone mad? Isn't he just seeking death by coming out now? The woman secretly protecting Yiming started cursing. Now she understood. The rookie she was protecting wasn't inexperienced. He was reckless. He had no understanding of the assassin's way. Seeing the murderer of his brother walk out with such swagger, Du Qishan's chest burned with even greater rage. Heaven has a path, but you don't walk it. Hell has no door, yet you force your way in. You killed my brother and still dare to show up. You really want to die. Boom. Du Qishan dashed forward, his clenched steel fist cutting through the air, smashing toward Yiming. However, Yiming was not afraid. He swung the long sickle horizontally. Two powerful forces collided. A cloud of dust surged up. The mysterious woman saw this and felt a bad omen in her heart. Damn, that rookie can't just die like this, right? Whoosh. The cold wind rose. The dust dispersed. A steel fist shot up into the sky. Du Qishan's pupils contracted, staring in disbelief at his severed arm. His mind went blank, and his body trembled uncontrollably from fear. How is this possible? You're so strong. Du Qishan stared at Yiming. Who are you? Are you an assassin sent by the Sourcelight faction? As expected, you still said it out loud. Yiming's eyes grew colder. Du Qishan's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had made a mistake. The other party was not an assassin from the Sourcelight faction, but from another force. It's over. Du Qishan felt as though his heart was being squeezed, his chest heavy, his breath becoming difficult. He turned and ran, but Yiming didn't pursue him. Instead, he threw a throwing knife. Whoosh! The throwing knife cut through the air and easily pierced Du Qishan's head. He fell to the ground with a thud, his body twitching, foaming at the mouth, his eyes fixed upwards, his tongue still sticking out when he died. It's over. After Yiming cleaned up the scene, he didn't leave immediately, but spoke calmly. Du Qia's life was dispensable. Using him to threaten Du Qishan was a good idea. But if we could directly threaten Du Qishan, the effect would be better. Other people's lives are far less important than my own. After speaking, Yiming looked up at the top of a giant tree not far away. Others might not have noticed, but Yiming's sense of presence was extremely sharp. He was sure the assassin who secretly protected him was standing in the tree canopy, silently watching every move he made. The woman in the tree canopy frowned. He really saw me. He was speaking to me. She remembered what she said earlier when Yiming killed Du Qiha. Using Du Chiha to threaten Du Chishan was indeed the right move, but the success rate was low. Directly threatening Du Chishan and forcing him to speak the truth would have a much higher success rate. Everyone cherishes their life. But what surprised Yiming was, Du Chishan had a deep bond with his brother. Seeing Du Chiha's death, Du Chishan's emotions instantly shattered, and he directly revealed the force behind them called Source Light. There wasn't much information, but it was enough. In the wooden house, Yiming used Du Chishan's phone to send the address to the female executive's parents. It wasn't until he saw two elderly people with white hair, accompanied by a group of law enforcement officers, arriving at the wooden house that he felt relieved and left. As for Du Chishan and Du Chiha's bodies, and the blood spilled in the wooden house, they had already been cleaned up by Yiming. Chapter 55. The Source Light Group finished the mission, and Yiming returned home to immediately send a message to Sun Hoyuan. The task is completed. The two brothers, Du Chishan, are dead. However, I have obtained some information. They are involved with a force called Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang. Sun Hoyuan frowned. Could it be the Yuan Guang group from the coastal area? The Yuan Guang group is a joint venture controlled by foreigners, and it has quite a reputation in the area, engaged in deep-sea fishing and land reclamation. However, there have long been rumors in coastal cities that the Yuan Guang group exploits legal loopholes, controls prices, and suppresses other similar companies. To seize the market, they even resort to dirty tricks, raising a pack of hounds hiding in the shadows. Maybe it really is the Yuan Guang group. Sun Hoyuan rubbed his chin, deep in thought, while sending a message to Yiming. Sun Hoyuan. Good, this time you performed well. Even her evaluation of you is quite good. Her, a female assassin? Yiming noticed the detail. In fact, he had sensed it during the mission execution earlier. The aura of a female contract master is relatively gentle, while that of a male is stronger. Outsiders might not notice, but Yiming could. Yiming, please thank her for me, for protecting me tonight. Sun Hoyuan. Haha, you are quite polite. All right, I will. By the way, Heizei-chan is ready for you now. Come over to pick it up, I'll send you the address. Yiming. Okay. Soon, Yiming arrived at the address provided by Sun Hoyuan and collected Heizei-chan. The first thing he did when he got home was to refine it. But this time, the effect wasn't very good. It only increased the flexibility of the black wings and offered no other benefits. Though this beast material is 5th tier, it is not suitable for a witch contract master. The weak effect was to be expected. That's it for today. Time to sleep. Yiming buried his face in the pillow and fell asleep. Early the next morning, a loud commotion erupted. He got up and looked. His cousin, Yi Shuang, had returned. She wore a black leather jacket on top, and the strapless top underneath made her figure appear exceptionally full. The ultra-short skirt accentuated her curves even more. Her long legs were pale as jade, shining brightly in the sunlight, incredibly eye-catching. She had a pair of deep purple eyes. Her face was pretty, but her lips always lacked a curve, and her gaze held no emotion. Under the welcoming gaze of her second and third uncles, Yi Shuang merely thanked them out of politeness, still without a smile. She really is a cold ice block. She walks around all day with a long face like we owe her money. Yi Xin crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe of Yiming's room, huffing and puffing. Sister Yi Shuang's personality is like this. Don't speak ill of her behind her back, Yiming replied. Yi Xin immediately became displeased. No. Yiming, who are you on the same team with? Are you really no longer my lazy teammate? You actually defended that cold ice block now. Do you think flattering her will let you rest well? Yiming shrugged, indicating his innocence. Just then, a waft of feminine fragrance approached. Yi Shuang dragged her suitcase to where Yiming and Yi Xin were. She glanced at Yiming, then at Yi Xin and nodded. Long time no see. Such a stiff way of greeting. If someone didn't know, they would think she was an elder. Yiming smiled calmly. Long time no see, Sister Yi Shuang. How have you been? Have you become stronger? I heard you've already become a 4th-tier contract master. When you have time, let's spar. I am now a 3rd-tier contract master. Huh. Yi Xin immediately turned to look at him, her eyes filled with shock. No way, Yiming. When did you break through? I didn't know at all. Yi Xin felt her scalp tingle, her mind struck by lightning. She finally understood why Yiming wasn't afraid of Yi Shuang. It turned out his wings had become hard, and he had the strength to stand up to her. 3rd tier. Yi Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. It's only been just over 20 days since your awakening, and you've broken through to 3rd tier in such a short time, especially considering that your contract spirit is a witch. You are indeed as excellent as what second uncle and the others said. As your sister, I hope that you will never be harmed by violence. Sister Yang is really good at speaking. Yiming nodded. Don't worry, I won't. After nodding, Yi Shuang's gaze slowly fell on Yi Xinxin. Compared to Yi Ming's excellence, some people have yet to step into the fourth rank. Is it due to lack of talent? Or are they too lazy to improve? Forget it. Now that I am back, the devil training begins, and Yi Xinxin, you will participate alone. Damn! Yi Xinxin pointed at Yi Ming and said, What about him? And him? Yi Ming is very excellent. No need for him. If you can become a fourth rank by tomorrow, I won't have to train you. Yi Xinxin, can I refuse? Can you defeat me? Forget it, I will practice. Isn't that okay? The usually domineering Yi Xinxin has finally met someone who gives her a headache. Only Yi Xinxin's injured world was reached. This time back, Yi Shuang also prepared gifts. Yi Ming received a pendant made from black crystal stone, exquisitely crafted, intricate in design. Wearing it makes one feel refreshed. It has a calming effect, worth over 5 million. Yi Xinxin's was a white jade bracelet, also worth millions. All this money was earned by Yi Shuang herself. I have to say, although my cousin doesn't like to smile and has a serious face, she is quite good to her family. After a simple conversation, Yi Ming returned to his room. He changed into casual clothes, ready to go challenge the Win martial arts school. All right, I almost forgot this thing. Yi Ming took out the assassin badge, frowning. Although the badge can merge into the body at any time or be taken out. But this thing is ultimately a small object. Small objects are easy to lose. That is an eternal truth. Or maybe I should just keep it merged into my body, to avoid losing it and causing trouble. Yi Ming felt it made sense. He placed the badge on his wrist, and the next moment the badge merged into his body. However, at the moment the badge merged, a strange feeling surged in his heart. Yi Ming felt a strange ripple around him, giving him a warning. Wait! Yi Ming remembered Sun Ho Yuan's words. To avoid accidentally hurting companions, when badge wearers approach each other, there will be a special warning. The closer they are, the more intense the warning. I can clearly sense that a certain assassin is nearby. Yi Ming did not hesitate and immediately took off the badge. Hide identity. After removing the badge, the strange feeling disappeared. But Yi Ming's doubts did not vanish. The other assassin is very close to me. Who on earth is it? Is it just passing by? Or are they near my house? Yi Ming clenched his fist and thought. Ultimately, after thinking hard, he came up empty. Forget it. Let's go challenge them first. Yi Ming sighed, and as he walked out of the house, he heard noise coming from the training room. It was Yi Shuang training Yi Xinxin. Yi Ming stood outside and watched for a while. Just as he was about to leave, a strong aura suddenly burst from Yi Shuang, directly sending Yi Xinxin flying 3 meters. The departing Yi Ming felt a tremor in his heart. This aura, so familiar, seems like I felt it somewhere. That's right. Yi Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. That female assassin from last night. Her aura is very similar to Yi Shuang's. Could it be? Chapter 56. Sister Yi Shuang is still pretty good. Yi Ming has an absolute perception of aura. He can be sure. The aura that Yi Shuang released earlier is exactly the same as that of the female assassin from last night. Combining this with the earlier badge reaction, even a fool would understand what this represents. Yi Shuang has also joined the killing hall, and definitely not as a newcomer. Sister Yi Shuang has a cold personality and is not good at communicating with people. Added to the fact that she has practiced martial arts since childhood, knowing how to conceal killing intent makes her quite suitable to be an assassin. Although Yi Ming recognizes many flaws in Yi Shuang, it's like trusting the ability of an object to conceal one's aura too much, liking to stand at the highest point. Not good at lying, but compared to other assassins, Night Frost is much better than them by dozens of times. I really didn't expect that Sister Night Frost is also from the Death Hall. Night Ming was indeed very surprised. He is now thinking, should he confess his identity to Night Frost and share some insights about being an assassin? But after thinking, he decided against it. Night Frost saw him act last night. When she sees him act again, she will naturally know. Moreover, what if Night Frost doesn't agree to let him join the Death Hall? Then he would have to waste effort explaining this and that to her, which is really troublesome. The martial arts exam is approaching. Night Ming has no time to think about so much. Let's just go and challenge the dojo honestly first. Night Ming turned and left. Night Ming. Night Frost's voice suddenly rang out. Come here, I want to see how strong you are now. This. Night Ming furrowed his brows and walked into the training room. Could it be that his disguise is about to be exposed? You, demonstrate your strength first. Night Frost pointed at the mechanical dummy in front of them. Hit this? Night Ming let out a sigh of relief. He clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. The mechanical dummy was punched through, creating a large hole. This is Night Ming's pure physical strength. Wow. Next to him, Night Xinxin was shocked. That's too exaggerated. You punched through the dummy. I remember a few days ago, you weren't that strong. Night Ming shrugged. A few days ago, I wasn't a Tier 3 contract master. This. Night Shinshin was left speechless. Night Frost, holding her chin, carefully examined the hole in the mechanical dummy, nodding, and said, "The strength is concentrated and not scattered. The aura is fierce but not chaotic. It seems you haven't been slacking off in your training over the years." Night Shinshin pouted, as if it sounds like I have been slacking. Night Ming listened to Night Frost's analysis and nodded slightly. It's no wonder she is valued by the Death Hall. Sister Night Frost's analytical skills are quite impressive. Come, try your speed next. Run to that mechanical dummy. Night Frost pointed to a dummy 20 meters away. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a breeze brushed past her ear. In less than a breath's time, Night Ming completed the 20-meter sprint. His speed was so fast it was like instantaneous movement. This time, even Night Frost couldn't remain calm. At my current speed, I can cover 20 meters in a breath. But just now, even before my breath ended, and not even halfway, you already completed the 20 meters. Good, very good, very good. Night Shinshin was astonished. Night Ming also showed a hint of surprise. This was the first time they heard the words "very good" from Night Frost's mouth. Your speed surpasses mine. Your strength is on par with mine. I am Tier 4, and you are Tier 3. Night Frost narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Night Ming with some suspicion. Your contract spirit is truly a witch. Are you lying to us? Your contract spirit is an SSS level saintess, right? Night Ming was astonished. Sister Night Frost, are you joking? Night Frost cleared her throat lightly, realizing she was a bit presumptuous, and quickly changed her words. Sorry, I misspoke. I want to ask you a question. Is your spirit skill for single or group? Both. What? It's nothing. You can leave now. Night Ming shrugged. He was ready to drop his disguise, but Night Frost insisted on keeping it on him. After Night Ming left, he still went to challenge the dojo, and his opponent was a quasi-tier 4 contract master, with an A-level contract spirit, although it was not much of a challenge. But compared to ferocious beasts, he preferred battling against contract masters. Humans are intelligent and adaptable. Even if he kills the opponent in an instant, there are still gains in fighting against contract masters. Of course, Night Ming did not give up on the secret realm. Ferocious beasts are an important source of experience for his realm. After Night Ming left, Night Frost rarely ended her brutal training early. Night Shinshin's eyes widened, feeling like the sun rose in the west. I want to ask you something. Night Frost looked at Night Shinshin and asked, Night Ming's contract spirit is a witch, right? Yes, it's even SSS level. What's the matter? Is he not worried about the backlash from killing? Yi Shuang said with some concern. Yi Shinshin shook her head and sighed. Alas, how could he not worry? But worrying doesn't help. The backlash from killing cannot be completely resolved. However, Yi Ming told us not to worry. I don't know if he really has a way, or if he's just saying comforting words. As Yi Ming's older sister, of course Yi Shinshin was very worried about him. Yi Shuang fell silent for a moment and eventually left the training room. She returned to her room, opened her phone, and after confirming that no one was around, sent a message. Yi Shuang. Captain Sun, I heard recently that the kill hall is short on people. I can introduce someone. His strength is comparable to mine, and his speed is faster. Sun Ho Yuan. Okay, what level is he? Yi Shuang, 3rd-tier contract master, but his talent is very high. Sun Ho Yuan. What about his contracted spirit? Yi Shuang. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The person I'm introducing is strange. He has max-level spirit, but has contracted with a witch. Sun Ho Yuan, who was sitting in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. Max-level spirit contracting a witch. Why does it feel somewhat familiar to a certain talented weirdo? Sun Ho Yuan. The person you want to introduce, could it be Yi Ming? Is Yi Ming that famous? Captain Sun knows about him. Yi Shuang frowned, but then she thought about it and realized it made sense. Captain Sun had come to Sangnan City not long ago, and Yi Ming's actions caused quite a stir. It's understandable that he knows. Yi Shuang. Yes, that's him. Captain Sun, what I want to say is, if Yi Ming joins the kill hall, could you help him so he won't be affected by the backlash from killing? If materials are needed, you could deduct them from my salary. I don't mind. Living under the same roof. Is it possible Yi Ming hasn't disclosed his identity to her? Sun Ho Yuan frowned. He tried to think of the problem from Yi Ming's perspective. He felt that the other party must have some other reason for not saying anything. The martial arts grand examination? It should be. This kid, he wouldn't want to show off his powerful strength during the martial arts grand examination. So that Yi Shuang will discover that he has already joined the kill hall, and is that new member who received high praise from her. Sun Ho Yuan felt that Yi Ming was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Young people, after all, tend to show off a bit. It's not like he'd avoid the hassle just because he didn't say anything, right? Moreover, Yi Shuang saw Yi Ming in action last night. If she saw him again, she would definitely recognize who he was. To avoid getting involved in this matter, Sun Hoyuan felt he wasn't wrong in guessing, so he started to pass the buck. Sun Hoyuan, let's talk about Yi Ming joining the kill hall after the martial arts grand examination. Yi Shuang, okay, let's talk after the martial arts grand examination. Could it be he wants to see how Yi Ming performs in the martial arts grand examination first? Yi Shuang felt her speculation was correct. After all, she also joined the kill hall only after the martial arts grand examination. Chapter 57. The Mountain Shaker, 4th Tier Contract Master. Next day. There are still 3 days until the martial arts grand examination. Yi Ming got up early, ready to go out. Today is an important day. The director of the Mountain Shaker Martial Arts Hall decided to duel with him. The Mountain Shaker Hall Master, 4th Tier Contract Master, a level contract spirit. This is my first time battling a 4th Tier Contract Master. I can't wait. Fighting with strong opponents, especially those whose level exceeds your own, gives Yi Ming a sense of accomplishment. If he loses, he would reflect. If he wins, he will become more confident and continue to improve fearlessly. Just as he was about to go out, his older sister Yi Xinxin and Yi Shuang came over. Yi Xinxin saw Yi Ming heading out and smiled, saying, "Oh, are you about to participate in the mock exam held by Sangnan No. 1 High School? It's good to participate, even though it doesn't mean much to you, but you can familiarize yourself with the process of the martial arts grand examination. Before the martial arts grand examination, Sangnan No. 1 High School will hold beginner tests, intermediate tests, and mock exams. The purpose is to assess everyone's strength so that they can achieve better results in the martial arts grand examination. However, some people clearly forgot about this matter. Mock exam? What mock exam? The one organized by your school. Oh shit, I forgot." Yi Ming's eyes widened. He completely didn't remember, but he didn't care. Forget it. If I forgot, then I forgot. This mock exam is not important. The exam process has videos online, but a 4th tier master cannot be scheduled anytime. Of course, Yi Ming will give up on the mock exam. He stood up and walked away, looking at his back. Yi Shuang frowned and looked at Yi Xinxin. The mock exam is relatively important. As his older sister, are you just letting him skip it? Huh, you are still his cousin. Why aren't you taking charge? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud, Yi Shuang thought. Yi Xinxin spread her hands. All right, the mock exam is very important for others, but for Yi Ming, it is not important at all. This brat not only skips the mock exam, but he hasn't shown up for the elementary and intermediate tests either. You weren't home before. You don't know how exaggerated Yi Ming's talent is. When this brat was at 1st tier, he directly killed hundreds of ferocious beasts, breaking the record at Sangnan Martial Arts Hall. Then, at the Blood Demon Hall, he temporarily broke through to the 2nd tier and treated a multi-person secret realm like a solo secret realm. He's incredibly talented. You can't control this kind of person. Yi Shuang listened to Yi Ming's achievements. Upon careful thought, it seemed he really didn't need to participate in the mock exam. If Yi Ming joins the killing hall, he might be as exceptional as the newcomer that night. Yi Shuang murmured. Her eyes suddenly moved. No. Yi Ming will be even more outstanding. He's my brother. I trust him. Yi Xinxin turned around. What are you mumbling about? Cough cough, it's nothing. Yi Shuang awkwardly left. After arriving at the Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall, out of politeness, Yi Ming sent a message to his homeroom teacher Yang Jinwen asking for leave. The other party originally wasn't willing and criticized Yi Ming, saying he didn't take the martial arts examination seriously, and that was not okay. But until Yi Ming made a video call and had the director of Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall say a few words for him, teacher Yang instantly changed her tone. Oh, Mr. Chun. So, Yi Ming had an appointment with you today. Since you were explaining the rules of the martial arts examination to him, then there's no problem. What? You said Yi Ming wants to challenge you? I remember you were 4th tier. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jinwen had a ghostly expression. What kind of joke is this? Other students are still busy with the mock exam. Yi Ming has already begun challenging a 4th tier contract master. This gap is too big. Inside the Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall, Director Chun Bai returned the phone to Yi Ming. Thank you very much, Director Chun. Yi Ming smiled and cupped his fists. Chun Bai shook his head with a smile. This brat, not only does he repeatedly come to challenge my Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall, but now he wants this old man to help him ask for leave. You really have a big face. Yi Ming scratched his head. There's no way, old Chun. Students fear teachers. I am Teacher Yang's student, and Teacher Yang is your student. So, of course, what you say counts the most. All right. Chun Bai looked at Yi Ming and laughed. You this guy, you even investigated my background and identity? With Director Chen's reputation, is there still a need to investigate these things? It's all over the streets and alleys. Yi Ming is not only professional in killing, but also in making people happy. Chun Bai really liked this. All right, let's talk. Let's get on the ring. Bai lightly stepped and leapt onto the ring. Yiming followed closely. Both sides sparred just to the point. Whoever first hits the opponent's brow, waist, or thigh wins. Bai said. Yiming naturally wouldn't refuse. Then I shall be rude. He dashed forward. His breath suddenly surged, turning into a black light, and rushed out. Just when his finger was about to hit Bai's brow. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Behind Bai, a strong figure coalesced. Her arms were like two tall mountains, her abdomen with defined abs, muscles well-balanced and lines clear. A brownish light ring lingered around the holy maiden of Hans Han. Her eyes sparkled with a bright light, and her giant arms suddenly dropped in front of Bai, forming a hard defense barrier. Yiming punched the barrier. Rocks flew everywhere, but it did not break through at all. This can't go on. I must get serious. A red light flickered in Yiming's eyes as he tightly grasped the long scythe. Centered around him, a dark field began to expand, eventually covering the entire arena. Bai furrowed his brows. But the next moment, it was as if Yiming had stepped into empty air, his body directly blending into the darkness. Disappeared, noticing something was wrong. Bai closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding aura with every pore of his body. When Yiming appeared and swung the long scythe, Bai's eyes opened wide, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. Boom, boom, boom. Energy waves exploded continuously. The two of them fought fiercely on the arena, hard to distinguish who was winning or losing, until a loud roar echoed, signaling the end of the battle. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Bai looked at Yiming with excitement. At this moment, Yiming took a deep breath. There were white spots on his forehead and the root of his thigh, but none on his waist. Bai, on the other hand, was overwhelmed in all three areas. In this battle, Yiming won. You surpassed your teacher. You really are something. If it weren't for me being unworthy, I would definitely take you as my disciple. Bai wasn't angry about losing. He was someone who could accept winning and losing easily. Losing was losing, and he never took advantage of his seniority. This was also the foundation of his lifting mountain martial arts school. This time, the rules favored me. If it were a different kind of match, I might not have fared as well against Director Chen. Yiming remained modest. Bai shook his head and smiled. Don't be humble, kid. I know you didn't use your full strength. Director Chen is joking. After a brief exchange of compliments, Yiming left the lifting mountain martial arts school. After the earlier battle, he had confirmed one thing. His current strength was enough to defeat an ordinary 4th-level contractor. P.S. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve in advance. Chapter 58. The martial arts exam begins. 3 days later, the martial arts exam officially starts. A group of people stood at the gate, watching Yiming leave. Brat, do well in the exam. It would be best to get into college. If not, work with your second uncle. At least you won't starve in the future. Yizheng patted Yiming on the shoulder, smiling. Yiming smiled helplessly. I'm already at 3rd level. How could I possibly fail? So what if you're at 3rd level? There are always greater talents, so stay humble. Don't be careless in the exam room. 3rd Uncle Yiwen also chimed in. Pay attention to the questions. Don't misread them. If you hit a question you can't answer, remember to choose C. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. For 3 shorts and 1 long, choose the longest. Good luck with your exam. Yiming, 3rd uncle, I'm taking a martial arts exam. You're talking about the liberal arts exam. That's about the same. Just interpret it your own way. Well, Yiming was really speechless. 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle were talented in business, but in martial arts, they were clueless. No matter how much he explained, it was useless. At this moment, Yi Shuang walked over, her eyes filled with encouragement. Yiming, do well in the exam. Strive to become the top scholar of Tsangnan. I might be able to give you a surprise. The surprise she referred to was to recommend Yiming to join the Bloodthirsty Hall. This poor girl was still in the dark about it all. Yiming smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll work hard. Go for it, Yiming. Sister, I have confidence in you. If you can't become a top scholar, don't come home. When you come back, I'll even take your bed apart. Yiming's mouth twitched. It's still his sister after all. The venue for the martial arts exam was at the teleportation hall. On the day of the exam, the teleportation hall was closed to the public, with no vehicles allowed within a 10-kilometer radius, and military tanks and heavy weapons were deployed for protection. At this moment, dozens of buses were parked around the teleportation hall. All candidates from Tsangnan City entered the exam site in an orderly manner. Tsangnan number 1 middle school's team. Yang Jinwen was frantically dialing the phone. Hello, is this Yiming's second uncle? I want to ask where Yiming is right now. The martial arts exam is about to start. Why hasn't he arrived yet? What? He left half an hour ago. Okay, he should be arriving soon. She hung up the phone, but the anxious look on her face did not lessen at all. As the leading teacher of Sangha number 1, there were 300 students participating in this exam. Excluding those with special circumstances, there are 255, and now only 254 have arrived. Only Yi Ming is missing. What on earth is going on? How did he develop this terrible habit of being late? Yang Jinwen almost wanted to scold Yi Ming fiercely right now. At the same time, the students around began to whisper. Yi Ming has really gotten too carefree. He skipped the preliminary test, didn't show up for the intermediate test, didn't come for the mock exam, and now it's a martial arts exam. He can't really not come, right? Haha. If he really doesn't come, I have confidence in becoming the top student of Sangnan this time. You can forget it. With your B-grade contract spirit and being a first-level contract master, you can't even compare to me. Moreover, this time the competition for the top student is massive. Chu Yu from Sangnan number 2, SS grade Storm Holy Maiden, second-level contract master. Zhou Zhanlong from Sangnan number 3, SS grade 10,000 guns Holy Maiden. And our school beauty Liu Yuxuan from Sangnan number 1, I heard she's also broken through to second level. I'm sure the top student this time will come from one of those three. Listening to these competitors, the teachers from Sangnan number 2 and number 3 stood straighter. They all turned to look at their students behind them. The leading teacher shouted some motivational slogans. Like Sangnan's top student, who else could it be? Fight with style, fight with strength. They were clearly determined to take this top spot. Yang Jinwen ignored them. Her gaze remained fixed on the electronic countdown screen on the ceiling. There's still 20 minutes left. What on earth is Yi Ming doing? Will he make in time? Liu Yuxuan frowned. Could it be that he really will miss the exam because he's late? I thought of him as a potential rival. Time passed little by little. The whispers of the crowd could no longer be suppressed. If Yi Ming doesn't come, our chance of dominating this year from Sangnan number 1 will be shattered. Did you not hear the head teacher's call? He's on the road. Maybe he's about to arrive. Arrive? If he's stuck in traffic, even by car, he wouldn't make it in 3 hours, and the martial arts exam starts in 13 minutes. He could very well miss it. Miss it? I think it's unlikely. What if he can fly? Laugh out loud, fly my foot. Does he really think he's Superman? Boom. Just as that was said, a figure suddenly rushed into the teleportation hall from the entrance. Yi Ming had twin wings on his back, flying low, and landed right in front of Sangnan number 1's team. Right next to Yang Jinwen. The students were stunned. No way. You really can fly? You got quite a few powers there. While everyone was astonished, Yang Jinwen landed a hard slap on the back of Yi Ming's head. Yi Ming, why did you just arrive now? You worried me to death. If you miss the martial arts exam, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Yi Ming felt helpless. I left an hour early. Who knew the traffic was so bad? Even the bike lane was jam-packed. I had no choice but to fly here. Fly here? The teleportation hall was over 30 kilometers from the Yi house. You really flew here? Yang Jinwen grew more worried. What about your stamina? Did you save some energy? The students were bewildered. Wait, isn't that the point we should focus on? His flying 30 kilometers was just ignored like that? Don't worry, I still have energy. After all, Yi Ming slightly released some of his aura. I am now a third-level contract master. Third level. On the faces of the students, looks of shock appeared, as Yi Ming had expected. The previously proud teachers from other schools. With wide eyes and twitching lips, his face appeared as pale as someone suffering from constipation. 3-step contract master? Sangnan City has never had one. This is the first case. You should know that in the martial arts exam, there has never been a retake. Every exam consists of new candidates. The first 3-step contract master, a witch full-level spirit. This buff is simply maxed out. If Yi Ming can become the top scholar of Sangnan, his influence will be unimaginable. The scene became extremely noisy because of Yi Ming's arrival. Whoosh! At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed past, and the noisy teleportation hall became quiet. Everyone turned to look at the circular platform in the center. On the platform, 3 figures had appeared without anyone noticing. Starry Sky University, Wang Chongkong. Star Demon University, Sun Hoyuan. Star Sea University, Zhao Feng. They were teachers sent from the 3 top universities, specifically responsible for monitoring the exam. The martial arts grand exam is about to begin. It seems everyone is very excited. Since everyone is so excited, let me share some good news. The burly Zhao Feng, dressed in training clothes, announced loudly. The mystical realm for this martial arts exam is the Extreme Ice Palace. The minimum ferocious beast level is 1 star. The maximum ferocious beast level is 4 star. 4-star giant cold ice demon. Chapter 59, Yi Shuang. His movements are so familiar. 4-star ferocious beasts. The examinees' pupils suddenly contracted. They were immensely shocked. Even the accompanying teachers were stunned. What kind of joke is this? This is the martial arts grand exam. When has there ever been a 4-star ferocious beast in the martial arts grand exam. In the last martial arts exam, the strongest ferocious beast was the 3-star ghost elephant. The one before that was the 3-star snake-tailed lion king. The one before that was the 3-star mysterious wind demon. The strongest ferocious beasts have all been 3-star. Yet this time, a 4-star ferocious beast has appeared. The examinees showed troubled expressions. The difficulty has increased significantly. Some are secretly complaining that this martial arts exam is simply deadly, not caring about these 1-star contract masters at all. In response, Zhao Feng pressed his palms down, signaling everyone to quiet down. All right, don't be agitated. Let me finish speaking. The 4-star ferocious beast is prepared for those so-called geniuses. Ordinary people will hardly encounter one unless they venture to the center of the mystical realm. Of course, the increase in difficulty is inevitable. For example, the number of 3-star and 2-star ferocious beasts will increase, and the strength of 1-star ferocious beasts will also grow. The purpose of the martial arts grand exam is to select the strong. Everyone here may someday venture outside the domain to battle those cruel, ferocious beasts, so you all need to adopt the right attitude and not treat this martial arts exam as some kind of shortcut. His words contained official language, as well as his personal, emotional expression. The students remained silent. Some were still dissatisfied, but some began to ponder. 4-star giant cold ice demon. Yi Ming clenched his fists. If I can handle a 4-star contract master, a 4-star ferocious beast is still nothing. He was confident in his strength. Time ticked by. When the electronic countdown reached 0, the martial arts grand exam officially began. A group of examinees entered the mystical realm, and they had teleportation rings in hand. When they encountered danger, pressing it would allow them to teleport out of the realm. Moreover, the Extreme Ice Palace is an artificially created mystical realm. The realm is equipped with surveillance cameras with a God's eye view, and the exam footage will be broadcasted live across the country. During this period, almost every household is sitting in front of their TVs watching the exam live. Yi Xin and others were no exception. Extreme Ice Palace. The sky was dark with clouds, and snowflakes fell gently, landing at an angle on the ground, forming a soft white quilt. Yi Ming landed in the center of a snowy field. All around him, semicircular ice caves were piled up, ice cones rising from the ground, one after another, towering up to 10 meters, forming a wide forest of ice cones. And in the distance, a towering ice mountain stood. Upon it, there seemed to be an ice-blue palace built. The martial arts grand exam has begun. Defeat ferocious beasts to earn badges. The more badges you collect, the higher your score. 1-star ferocious beast, 1 badge. 2nd-tier savage beast, 5 badges. 3rd-tier savage beast, 10 badges. 4th-tier savage beast, 5,000 badges. 4th-tier savage beast is an ultra-high difficulty challenge. Normally, no one would actively approach it. However, Yi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not an ordinary person. His goal was the 4th-tier giant cold ice demon. The surrounding white snow makes the world's color tone monotonous, which will greatly reduce my visibility. Not only that, but my reaction ability will also become sluggish because of this. He adjusted his breathing, expanded his body's sensory ability, then shortened his line of sight. This was the experience he had accumulated from executing snowfield assassination missions before. It was very effective. Charge! He turned into a black streak of light. He sprinted toward the iceberg at full speed. The Yi family members watching outside noticed this. What the hell? Yi Ming is getting closer to the center of the snow mountain. Is he going to directly challenge the 4th-tier giant cold ice demon? Yi Xin's eyes widened. Directly challenging a 4th-tier savage beast? Yi Shuang frowned slightly. Although he is 3rd tier, this action is somewhat reckless. But Yi Ming is not a fool. He must have his own plan. Hey. Uncle Yi Wen pointed at the TV. Look, a savage beast has surrounded Yi Ming. Inside the secret realm, Yi Ming stopped his steps. He looked around. A pack of snow fur wolves were staring at him with ghostly blue eyes. These cunning creatures hid in the snowdrifts, and once they encountered prey, they would rush out. Even prey in the sky could not escape. They had incredible jumping ability. They could jump as high as 30 meters. 20 snow fur wolves, all 2nd tier. They are quite a threat to other candidates. But Yi Ming's eyes flickered with red light, his wrist turned, and a black long sickle was swiftly swung out. A woo! The howl of the snow fur wolves echoed through the sky. They charged towards Yi Ming in madness. The howling long sickle slashed at them. Poochie! The sharp sickle blade cut through their tough skin, leaving horrifying wounds. Some unlucky snow fur wolves were directly cleaved in half. Hot blood dripped onto the snow, staining the white snow, leaving countless small bloody holes in the snow, densely packed. Poochie! The sickle blade's cold light flickered continuously. The 20 snowfur wolves were slaughtered almost entirely. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yi Wen stood up excitedly, looking at Yi Ming's performance. No way this brat is this strong now. So many savage beasts, and he killed them all in one strike. Yi Xin shook her head with a smile. Uncle, Yi Ming is third tier, and the snowfur wolves are second tier. It's easy for a third tier to kill second-tier beasts. Yi Shuang, don't you think so? She looked towards Yi Shuang. However, Yi Shuang's brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes fixed on the TV screen, her mind repeatedly recalling Yi Ming's actions from earlier, especially that black long sickle. How could this be? Such a familiar appearance, such a familiar move, it feels so familiar. Yi Shuang's expression became heavy, her eyes slowly squinting. One night, one mission, one rookie, could it be? Yi Shuang's heart faintly had a guess. She stared intently at the TV screen, letting Yi Xin shout beside her without reacting. Congratulations on receiving badge *100. The leaderboard has changed. First, Zhou Zhanlong badge count, 500. Second, Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 430. Third, Lu Yuxuan, badge count, 325. The first place already has 500. This Zhou Zhanlong has some strength, Yi Ming said, speeding up his actions. He put on the Godfall demon armor. His speed surged, and he turned into a black shadow that exploded forward. The closer he got to the snow mountain, the stronger the savage beasts around him became. Roar! The roar echoed through the sky. Yi Ming stopped his steps on the towering snow mountain. Huge snowballs rolled in violently, stirring up the white snow on the ground. They jumped high and suddenly smashed down towards Yi Ming. Ying Yu shouted, Yi Ming, not good. There is a dangerous life form in the snowball. Almost a fourth tier. P.S. Big shots. Happy New Year. Chapter 60. Near fourth tier savage beast. Ice-armored giant bear roar. The moment the snowball hit the ground, Night Ming suddenly dodged to the side. His speed was incredibly fast. As he raised his foot, the snowball brushed past his foot and fell heavily. Boom! The rolling white snow spread out in all directions. Visibility suddenly decreased. Night Ming held a long sickle. He vaguely saw a black shadow rising, taking steps towards him. As the white snow in the air dispersed, a massive figure revealed itself. It stood 3 meters tall, its frame like a small mountain, with sharp claws shaped like ice crystals. It had ice-blue eyes, with blood stained on its sharp fangs. Its body was covered in white fur. It looked like a standing polar bear, but it was covered in a layer of ice crystal armor. Quasi-4th-tier beast, ice-armored giant bear. Night Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his breath suddenly rising, darkness swirling around the long sickle in his hand. Roar! A loud roar sounded. The surrounding birds were startled, and the snow on the mountaintop rolled down again. The ice-armored giant bear used all 4 limbs, its ice-blue eyes flashing with killing intent, charging at Night Ming at its fastest speed. The snow piled on the ground did not slow it down at all. Night Ming, be careful. The ice-armored giant bear has immense strength. If it claws you, you might get hurt. The voice of Shadow Yu's warning was barely finished. Whoosh! A cold light flickered through the air in an instant. As the ice-armored giant bear swung its claw, Night Ming sprouted wings and soared into the air, spinning 360 degrees before extending a sharp sickle blade. Whoosh! A black crescent appeared suddenly. Thud! A cut was made on the body of the ice-armored giant bear. Scalding hot blood gushed out. Night Ming, did you see the blue gem on its chest? That is its exposed heart. As long as you shatter the heart, the ice-armored giant bear will be done for. Shadow Yu reminded. All right. Night Ming reversed the long sickle in his hand and again executed a crescent strike in the air. The ice-armored giant bear roared. The previous excruciating pain made it remember. This time it used its hard arms to withstand the strike. Boom! The two forces collided. The ice-armored giant bear held the crescent strike in its hands. Both sides were straining each other. Now's the time. Night Ming spread his wings, swooping past, turning into a black streak of light, rushing towards the ice-armored giant bear. Thud! The sharp sickle light flashed again. The exposed heart of the ice-armored giant bear was instantly split in two. Excruciating pain coursed through its body. The ice-armored giant bear howled. Its eyes turned blood red. It aimlessly slammed the ground. What it did was merely a dying struggle. Boom! Its massive body fell. The snow on the ground was compressed. Congratulations on obtaining badge *45. The number of badges from Quasi-4th tier beast is between the 4th and 3rd tier. But what a loss. Night Ming recalled clearly. Killing a 3rd tier beast could earn 10 badges. Killing a 4th tier extreme cold ice demon could earn 5,000 badges. And now, he had killed a Quasi-4th tier beast, and only got 45. It was too much of a loss. Forget it, I'll just honestly go kill the extreme, cold ice demon. Night Ming spread his wings and soared upwards. All the beasts in his path were wiped out. Watching the black wings behind Night Ming, Xue Shuang in front of the TV could already confirm. Night Ming was that newcomer from that night. Strength, breath, tactics completely the same. No wonder Night Ming is so outstanding. Captain Sun said to wait after the martial arts exam before considering letting him join. Xue Shuang had thought Captain Sun wanted to see Night Ming's martial arts exam results before coming to a conclusion. Now she understood. Captain Sun just wanted to watch her make a fool of herself. Damn Captain Sun. Damn Night Ming. Such an important matter was hidden from me. It's too much. Xue Shuang rarely used profanity, so too much had significant weight in her heart. Wait. Xue Shuang's brow furrowed. She pinched her chin with one hand. Her eyes froze. Since that newcomer is Night Ming, why is his assassination technique so skilled? Especially the concealment of breath. It's simply masterful. Even I cannot match. No way. After the martial arts exam, I must ask him properly. Night Frost felt that Night Ming had a big secret. In the monitoring room, 3 supervising teachers witnessed the entire process of Night Ming killing a quasi-4th-tier beast. Zhao Feng from Star Sea University exclaimed, "This candidate named Night Ming is incredible." In less than a month after awakening, he became a 3rd tier, and now he has completely defeated a quasi-4th-tier beast. This kid's strength and talent are simply unbelievable. I think that even a 4th-tier ice demon might not be his match. Sun Hoyuan nodded. Night Ming's talent and strength are outstanding. He is the strongest exam candidate in Songnan City's history, without exception. I believe he can fight against the ice demon. Fight! Wang Changkong from Starry Sky University scoffed. The difference between a quasi-4th-tier beast and a 4th-tier beast is like heaven and earth. Night Ming's 3rd-tier level is indeed good, but let alone killing, even defeating a 4th-tier ice demon is a slim hope. This, Zhao Feng was incredibly surprised. Hey, Teacher Wang, what's going on today? In the past, when you encountered talented candidates, you would be so excited you might jump up and cheer. It's one thing not to cheer today, but you even poured cold water on him. What is this? Do you have a grudge against Night Ming? Me? Wang Changkong's words were interrupted. Sun Hoyuan nodded. Teacher Zhao, you may not know. Not long after the awakening ceremony ended, Starry Sky University offered Night Ming a special admission spot, but the condition was to replace the demon girl he contracted with a holy maiden. Of course, Night Ming refused on the spot. Teacher Wang lost face, so naturally, he doesn't like Night Ming. Wang Changkong's eyebrows stood on end, pointing at Sun Hoyuan's nose. Stop talking nonsense. I, Wang Changkong, am at least a 6th-tier contract master. I don't need to argue with a junior. Fighting across levels is already hard, let alone Night Ming, who just broke through to the 3rd tier not long ago. His control over power is simply insufficient. For a newcomer like him, trying to kill a 4th-tier beast is like a dream. This time, Zhao Feng was silent for a moment, then nodded. Teacher Wang's analysis makes sense. Fighting across levels is hard, and it's even harder for newcomers. Sun Hoyuan did not speak. His gaze was always on Night Ming. He believed Night Ming could definitely take down the 4th-tier ice demon. In the secret realm, Night Ming accelerated. He crossed layer upon layer of obstacles and was finally close to the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Along the way, he encountered many powerful beasts, snow elves, ice-toothed giant crocodiles, blizzard vultures. These beasts are extremely dangerous, with bloodlines and genes considered to be of medium to upper middle level among beasts. But under Night Ming's powerful strength, there were nothing but souls lost under the sickle. Thud! A white snow demon with bat wings fell down. Ding! Successfully killed a 3rd-tier white snow demon. Realm experience +6, spiritual skill experience +6. Congratulations, you have obtained a badge *10. Chapter 61. 4th-tier beast, ice demon, leaderboard. First place, Zhou Zhanlong, badge count, 2,412. Second place, Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 2,133. Third place, Night Ming, badge count, 2025. Fourth place, Liu Yuxuan, badge count, 1967. The badge count of the top 3 has surpassed 2,000. However, with the reduction of beast numbers, the growth of badges for the candidates will gradually slow down. The first and second, their final scores should settle around 3,000. Night Ming vaguely remembered. Last year's martial arts exam, the total badge count of the top student in Songnan was 3,000 plus. So as long as I kill the ice demon, I can secure the top student in Songnan. Even if I am not the ice demon's match, my current score is enough to aim for the 3 top universities. Night Ming's heart was free of any burden. He looked at the palace standing above the peak and felt his fighting spirit soar. He accelerated once more. Along the way, he saw not only the corpses of beasts, but also the corpses of candidates. A young man in a black tight suit, a girl in work clothes. They're all candidates, and at the moment danger arrives, for some reason, they did not press the transmission button on their wrist rings in time. The Great Martial Arts Examination. It has never been absolutely safe. Even with advanced safety measures, there is still a 5% death rate. On the way to the palace, if Yiming saw a body lying in the snow, he would go over and help press the wrist ring for them. People are dead. At least the bodies need to be teleported out. This should be done by the cleaners of the secret realm after the Great Martial Arts Examination ends. But Yiming feels that this is merely a small effort. In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan watches this scene. His face has shown no obvious emotional changes from beginning to end, but he feels very gratified inside. Whoosh! The piercing cold wind slices like a blade. It cruelly cuts across Yiming's face. As he takes his last step, he looks up at what lies ahead. The grand and magnificent ice crystal palace stands amidst the snow, towering over 20 meters high, with its peak reaching into the clouds, making it awe-inspiring. This is it. A fourth-tier giant cold ice monster is inside the palace. Yiming grips his crescent blade and rushes towards the palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice arrows streak through the air towards him. Yiming's pupils suddenly contract, and the black wings behind him fold in, instantly forming a hard shield. The ice arrows hit the black wing shield, causing no damage at all. The black wings spread out. Yiming looks up. At the top of the palace, a tall, purple-skinned fierce beast with 6 eyes holds a bow and arrow, shooting arrows again. Whoosh! Yiming swings his crescent blade, splitting the arrow in half. A quasi-4th-tier fierce beast, the Ice Crystal Archer. It excels in long-range attacks, but its physical strength is extremely lacking. You can take it down with a blade in close proximity, the Shadow whispered. Hearing this, Yiming's legs suddenly exert strength, like a cannonball, speeding towards the Ice Crystal Archer. The latter's 6 pupils suddenly contract. Puff! The crescent blade appears to grow larger in the Ice Crystal Archer's eye. In the end, a head flew into the sky. Successfully killed the quasi-4th-tier Ice Crystal Archer. Realm experience plus 31. Spirit skill experience plus 31. Congratulations, you have obtained badge *43. The number of badges has changed. It should be based on the strength of the fierce beast. Yiming stands at the top of the palace, frowning. A quasi-4th-tier fierce beast has appeared again and again. But where is the giant cold ice monster? Before he finishes speaking, the palace beneath his feet suddenly starts to shake violently. Immediately after, the originally 20-meter palace rises higher, and Yiming spreads his black wings, jumping off from the top of the palace, hovering in the air. At this moment, boom, 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 snow flies everywhere, ice shatters. The entire ice crystal palace seems to come to life. Its main structure is damaged. The main hall is its body, and the 2 side halls as its arms, with legs rising up to stand. It is an enormous creature, standing over 20 meters tall. A pair of huge eyes stare at Yiming, and compared to it, Yiming seems as small as an ant. Yiming can't help but shrink his eyes. The 20-meter fierce beast in front of him. Is this really a 4th tier? Outside the secret realm, the Yi family becomes restless. No, that ghostly thing is way too big. One punch could probably shatter a mountain. How could Yiming possibly be its opponent? Third Uncle Yi, one glares and curses. Second Uncle nods in agreement. Yeah, how could it be like this? Even if it's a 4th-tier fierce beast, it shouldn't be this enormous. It's too ridiculous. A moment of carelessness could cost lives. Can Yiming really defeat this thing? Yi Xin furrows her brows, unsure herself. The 3 of them look towards Yi Shuang, who calmly says, "Find its weakness. Dare to gamble can kill. Not finding it, cowardly, cannot kill. Weakness." Yi Wen and the others fall into deep thought, beginning to ponder the so-called weakness. At the same time, the enormous commotion makes other candidates in the secret realm sense it. They feel the ground shaking, look up at the distant snow-capped mountain, and when they see it, they jump in shock. What the heck, look at that thing. It's so huge. What? Did the palace turn into a giant? What's going on? Could it be that someone went into the palace? Triggered a challenge? Challenge? A tier 4 ferocious beast, the Great Cold Ice Demon. Someone is challenging the Great Cold Ice Demon. Most of the examinees looked up at the mountain peak. At the midpoint of the mountain, Zhou Zhanlong, ranked first, gazed at the enormous figure of the Great Cold Ice Demon and felt an immediate sense of dread. No way, I can't be its opponent. I must run. And the second-ranked Chu Qiuyu and the 4th-ranked Lu Yuxuan stood not far away, looking at the mountaintop, specifically at Yiming, who stood in opposition to the Great Cold Ice Demon. They both frowned. Arrogant? Naive? Or does he truly have strength? Chu Qiyu looked at Yi Ming, her cold face revealing surprise. Liu Yuxuan found Yi Ming utterly incomprehensible. A Tier 3 contract master challenging a Tier 4 ferocious beast. He is practically courting death. In the surveillance room, Sun Hoyuan and the others clenched their fists. Create a miracle or fail. The battle had finally come. At this moment, Yi Ming became the focus of the entire martial arts examination. Boom! A dull sound echoed. The great cold ice demon swung its fist heavily towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming dodged to the side. But this punch landed on the snow-covered mountain, sending splintered stones flying, rolling into snowballs, turning into an avalanche. Slash! Yi Ming's eyes burst with killing intent, and he swung his scythe at the great cold ice demon. Boom! A sharp cold blade sliced through. The body of the great cold ice demon bore wounds. But the next second, it miraculously healed. Can it recover? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he felt a hurricane approaching. He focused and saw the great cold ice demon's fist, like a meteor, charging violently once more. Dark domain. Darkness spread out, the great cold ice demon's fist momentarily slowed, and Yi Ming took the chance to dodge. This punch shattered the mountainside again. Yi Ming countered with dozens of slashes. But the body of the great cold ice demon was unique, healing again and again, its power climbing, a single punch able to shatter a small mountain. This ferocious beast grows stronger the more it fights. I must end this quickly. Just as Yi Ming prepared to strike again, Ing Yuyu's excited voice suddenly rang out. Yi Ming, I've seen through its weakness. This big guy is just a paper tiger, don't hold back. Use the single target skill of Eternal Night Descends, and pour all your strength into this final blow. Trust me, this big guy is sure to die. Chapter 62. Badge count 7,000 plus. Roar. A fierce roar echoed across the world. The great cold ice demon swung its claws, stirring up piercing cold winds. Its claws were about to land on Yi Ming, and in the next moment, darkness spread from Yi Ming outwards. The dark domain unfolded, enveloping the great cold ice demon. Black tendrils extended from all directions of the domain, wrapping around the great cold ice demon, slowing its movements, as its eyes turned red and it howled in madness. Everyone watched everything happening on the snow-covered mountain. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Ming stood poised in the air, killing intent radiating from him, darkness wrapping around the long scythe in his hand. With his eyes flashing with a blood-red light, Yi Ming transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the great cold ice demon at an imperceptible speed. Eternal Night Descends. As Yi Ming's strongest spiritual skill, it inherently possessed extremely high lethality. Especially against a single target, it could multiply Yi Ming's power several times. Whoosh! The dark domain unfurled. The snow-covered mountain fell silent, like a black curtain. The long scythe in Yi Ming's hand shimmered with cold light, a blend of scarlet and pure white. In the darkness, the crimson eyes vanished in an instant. Roar! Accompanied by a mournful scream echoing forth. The massive head instantly took flight. It tumbled down the snowy mountain, transforming into a snowball, merging into an avalanche. Scorching blood splattered, falling from the sky and making red pits in the snow. Yi Ming held the experience in boundaries plus 70, experience in spiritual skills plus 70. Congratulations on obtaining badge *5000. The badge leaderboard has changed. Congratulations, you are temporarily ranked first in the martial art exam. Total number of badges, 7125. First place, Yi Ming, number of badges, 7125. Second place, Zhou Zhanlong, number of badges, 2741. Third place, Chu Qiyu, number of badges, 2541. Over 7,000 badges. This time the top scholar of Songnan is none other than me. Yi Ming finally showed a relaxed expression. There is still half an hour left until the martial art exam ends. Even if he stood still, did nothing, or just lay there and slept, no one could surpass him. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yi, when looked at the information on the leaderboard, his eyes became blank. Over 7,000 badges. What does this mean? Can someone explain this to me? Second, Uncle Yi Jun swallowed hard. I don't really know how powerful over 7,000 badges are. But if I remember correctly, last year's top scholar of Songnan had over 3,000. 3,000, 7,000. Uncle Yi Wen's head buzzed as if struck by lightning. Does this mean Yi Ming is even stronger than last year's top scholar in Songnan? Is he really this time? That's right. Yi Xinshin exclaimed excitedly. This time, Yi Ming is the top scholar of Songnan. And he is the most powerful top scholar of Songnan in history. Hiss! Yi-Won and Yi-Jun simultaneously inhaled sharply. They stood there, first stunned, then cheered and shouted. Even Yi-Shuang, who was known as the Ice Cube, showed a smile on her face. Amidst the joy, a bit of expectation grew in her heart. He can instantly find the weakness of the fourth stage giant cold ice demon and strike decisively without reservation. Yi-Ming has many secrets. She was somewhat eager to ask him. In the monitoring room, watching Yi-Ming cut off the giant cold ice demon's head with a sickle, Sun Ho-Yuan let out a long breath. This guy keeps creating surprises for me. This matter needs to be reported to the teacher. Yi-Ming is now the top scholar of Songnan. The other two universities will definitely offer higher to recruit him. He took out his phone and immediately sent a message to the vice president of Star Magic University. Message 1. Teacher, what are you free to meet Yi-Ming? Message 2. Teacher, Yi-Ming has obtained 7,000 plus badges, locking in the top scholar of Songnan. I think we need to visit him and offer him generous conditions, or else he might be snatched by the other two universities. 1 minute after the message was sent, the reply came in from the other party. Teacher, Vice Hall Master, I'll go personally to recruit Yi-Ming. Let's see who dares to compete with me. This. Sun Ho-Yuan silently took a deep breath. He looked at Zhao Feng beside him and asked, Old Zhao, are you going to the Yi family to personally recruit Yi-Ming later? Aye. Zhao Feng's words suddenly stopped. He glanced at Sun Ho-Yuan, frowning. Why are you asking me this? Just asking. Oh, I'm not going. I definitely won't go. Just a top scholar at Songnan, of course, I won't go. All right. Sun Ho-Yuan realized that Zhao Feng, this old schemer, would definitely go later, and he would come fully prepared. He came with a purpose. Sun Ho-Yuan then turned to Wang Changkong. Old Wang, what about you? You honestly tell me, did you come from Starry Sky University to recruit Yi-Ming? Wang Changkong crossed his arms and coldly snorted. What nonsense. Is that possible? I had a grudge with Yi-Ming before. Even if I wanted to recruit him, it wouldn't be me who came forward. Sun Ho-Yuan nodded. Confirmed, it was indeed Wang Changkong sent by Starry Sky University, and he was well prepared. These two old schemers think they can fool me? Sun Ho-Yuan smirked, having seen through everything. He was now very excited, looking forward to what expressions the two old schemers would have after meeting the vice president of Star Magic University. It must be a wonderful sight. Half an hour passed. The martial art exam ended. The moment Yi-Ming stepped out of the secret realm, pairs of eyes turned towards him. Immediately afterward, camera after camera clicked like cannon fire. A swarm of people aimed at Yi-Ming's face, eager to shove his head into the spotlight. Yi-Ming, may I ask, after becoming the top scholar of Songnan, what do you have to say? Can you tell us your current thoughts? You became a Tier 3 contract master before the martial arts examination, which is a rare feat nationwide. How did you do it? Can you explain in detail? Is there a secret? As a witch contract master, can you tell us why all theories targeting witches have no effect on you? The questions surged like a roaring tide. They rolled towards Yi-Ming. He took a deep breath and didn't say much, leaving behind a few simple words. I have no experience, nor any tricks. If you really want to ask why I became the top scholar at Songnan, it all boils down to one sentence. Dare to try. Chapter 63. The four top universities came to speak. Yi-Ming walked out of the crowd, ignoring the surprised gazes on both sides. First place in the martial arts examination, top scholar of Songnan. Without a doubt, today Yi-Ming would become the focus of Songnan City. But perhaps out of habit, Yi-Ming didn't like to expose himself to public view actively. He pushed away all interview requests and called a taxi by the roadside. As soon as he got in the car, the taxi driver recognized him. He warmly waved Yi-Ming's fare. Yi-Ming smiled on the surface and agreed, but left a 100 yuan bill when he got out of the car. At the moment he pushed open the door at home, his second uncle and others rushed forward, hugging Yi-Ming, saying things like, "You've made something of yourself. Our Yi family has a top scholar. Big brother, can you see from the sky? Yi-Ming has made it." Yi-Ming felt touched in his heart, but when he looked up, Yi-Shuang was leaning against the door frame, arms crossed, with a subtle gaze on him, seemingly waiting for an explanation. So, Sister Yi-Shuang noticed after all? Yi-Ming smiled and shook his head. No way. It was only a matter of time. He got up and walked to Yi-Shuang, taking advantage of the time when his second uncle Yi-Zheng and others went to prepare for dinner. He felt he needed to have a good talk with Yi-Shuang in the room. So, tell me what's going on? When did you join the killing hall? Yi-Shuang sat on the edge of Yi-Ming's bed with her legs crossed. Yi-Ming on the chair thought for a moment and said, "It was when I just became a Tier 2 contract master." Tier 2. Yi-Shuang frowned slightly. Was someone introduced? Or, I'm not sure of the specifics, but I remember it was Captain Sun who approached me. Interesting. Yi-Shuang's eyes moved. If she remembered correctly, the killing hall had never actively invited anyone who was a Tier 2 contract master. Yi Ming was the first, but at that time, it was just an invitation. I officially joined the Killing Hall about 10 days ago. Yi Ming said. Yi Shuang nodded and then asked, "What's your base salary?" "I'm not saying this for any other reason. I'm your sister, worried you might get cheated." 15 million. So high. Yi Shuang's expression changed instantly. Her current base salary was only 10 million, but she had been in the Killing Hall for almost 1 or 2 years. Is this what they call losing at the starting line? Yi Shuang sighed. She didn't want to delve deeper into this issue. So, she shifted the topic and asked, "So, that newcomer that night was you, right?" "Yes, it was me." "How did you find me?" "I remember you glanced at me that night." "I can't possibly tell you I was a top assassin in my past life." Yi Ming said, "My contract spirit is quite special. She has a keen sense of smell for breath, so..." "I see." Yi Shuang felt relieved. If it was the ability of the contract spirit, everything made sense. She let out a long sigh, stood up, and patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. "Keep going, do well. You're really good." Yi Ming smiled faintly and nodded. Just as he was about to get up and head out, an excited voice rang out in the courtyard. "Yi Ming, the results are out. You got full marks. Top scholar of Tsangnan." It was the voice of his third uncle, Yi Wen. The martial arts examination is very different from the academic exams. The martial arts grand exam relies on strength, and the number of badges determines the final score. So within 2 hours, the results and rankings can be known. Yi Ming looked at the result information on the tablet and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Candidate name, Yi Ming. Exam type, martial arts grand exam. Score, 1,000. Full score, 1,000. Final ranking, first place, Songnan City. Songnan's top scholar. Yi Ming clenched his fists. The current goal has finally been achieved. In the next moment, buzzing, armed helicopters circled in the sky, and a row of black cars stood outside. Amidst the roar of engines, hurried footsteps sounded, and then it seemed to come the sound of scolding. "Zhao Feng, you bastard, didn't you say that your Shanghai University has no interest in Yi Ming? Why are you running here all excited now?" Sun Hoyuan pulled on Zhao Feng's neck and said angrily, "This is not my decision. The superiors demanded it. What does it have to do with me? Putting it another way, if Wang Chongkong can come, why can't I come?" Zhao Feng shifted the blame onto Wang Chongkong. Sun Hoyuan loosened his grip on Zhao Feng's neck and frowned at Wang Chongkong. "Old man, are you really shameless? Before, you made Yi Ming change his contract spirit. Now seeing he got full marks, you come running here to recruit early. Don't you feel the slightest bit ashamed?" "Ashamed?" Wang Chongkong snorted coldly. "Knowing a mistake can improve is important. It was indeed my issue before, but the past is the past and now is now. As long as I offer good treatment, I'm not afraid Yi Ming won't join my Shinkong University." "You really have no shame." Sun Hoyuan cursed softly, then turned his gaze to another elder wearing glasses nearby. "I can understand Zhao Feng and Wang Chongkong coming. After all, they're the admission teachers of the martial arts university. But Su Zhuge, what are you doing here? Isn't your Qingbei University a liberal arts school?" Su Zhuge chuckled. "It's always worth a try. What if Yi Ming values liberal arts more? Moreover, our Qingbei University also offers martial science. You can save it." Sun Hoyuan and the others felt Su Zhuge was just talking nonsense. Their struggle to fight over the candidate left the bystanders stunned. It has always been the candidates striving desperately to enter top universities. Now it has turned into top universities crazily fighting for students. Indeed, when strength increases, everything will gravitate towards you. The 4 admission teachers entered Ye's house. Upon seeing Yi Ming for the first time, Wang Chongkong spoke directly. "Yi Ming, we previously had some disagreements. I want to apologize to you first. This matter was not thoroughly considered by our Shinkong University. So we decided that as long as you join Shinkong University, not only will you enjoy full tuition waivers, but we will also arrange professional advisors for you, and everything you buy for cultivation at school will have a 50% discount." Wow. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. Last year's top scholar from Tsangnan who joined Shinkong University. The benefits were half of this. It seems Shinkong University is really putting in the money. Shinkong University is very generous, but my Shanghai University is not stingy either. Zhao Feng waved his hand grandly, saying with great spirit, "Yi Ming, as long as you join Shanghai University, apart from the above condition from Shinkong University, we will provide you with one material of level 6 or below for free every month. Moreover, we will also award you a high bonus of 500,000 to 1 million every month based on your performance." This, Yi Shuang beside him furrowed her brows. As a student of Shanghai University, she had never received such good treatment. She had once been among the top 3 in Songnan City. "Old son, we've all stated our conditions. What about you?" You weren't just coming here empty-handed, were you? You have no sincerity at all. This is completely disrespectful to Yi Ming. Wang Changkong looked at Sun Hoyuan with a provocative gaze. Nearby, Zhao Feng fanned the flames. Exactly, not even wanting to offer a single benefit. Is this the attitude towards recruiting top scholars? Old Sun, why don't you just sit at a table with Su Zhuge? Sun Hoyuan laughed and pointed to the sky. No rush. Give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. Thick clouds rolled within. And then, a huge gap opened in the clouds. Countless rays of light poured down. From it, a tremendously powerful figure descended slowly. With hands behind his back, his aged eyes seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth. He looked down at Wang Zhangkong and the others below, his gaze fierce and full of anger. Today, I Gu Yunfeng am here. Who dares to take my disciple? Chapter 64. Joining Star Magic University. The figure descending from the sky broke the scene. Wang Zhangkong and the others looked up at the sky. The person had white hair, hands behind his back, and wore a gray robe marked with golden flowing patterns. In his calm eyes sparkled brilliant golden light. At the moment he descended, an invisible aura spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and whipping up a hurricane. This is the Vice President of Star Magic University, Senior Gu Yunfeng. Wang Zhangkong and the others were struck by lightning, standing silently as if their bodies had stiffened, unable to move. Vice President of Star Magic University, one of the super strong in Dragon Country. It is said that he has now broken through to the 8th tier. Just looking at his figure filled people with fear. However, what shocked Wang Zhangkong and the others even more were Gu Yunfeng's previous words. Disciple. What does it mean? Did he personally descend to the Yi family to accept Yi Ming as his disciple? Everyone was astounded. Beside, Yi Shuang frowned. Others might not know, but as an assassin from the Killing Hall, she had met Gu Yunfeng once. This powerful senior was not only the vice president of Star Magic University, but he also had a more terrifying identity. Vice Lord of the Killing Hall, with dual identities, high position and power. He was one of the top figures in Dragon Country. This kind of powerful person actually descends to the Yi family, preparing to take Yi Ming as a disciple. If Yi Ming agrees to Gu Yunfeng, his future training path would not only be smoother, he might even learn Gu Yunfeng's assassin skills and rise faster in the Killing Hall. Joining Star Magic University, becoming an excellent student, and becoming Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Even someone without any experience would know to choose the latter. Even if there were no special treatments, the latter would still hold more promise. Moreover, Gu Yunfeng descended from the sky and came to Yi Ming's side. He looked at Yi Ming, his voice booming like drums, full of energy. Yi Ming, if you join Star Magic University, not only can you enjoy the highest treatment they promised before, I will also accept you as my disciple and provide you with comprehensive training. Of course, it's all up to your willingness. I won't force you. Gu Yunfeng retracted his aura, smiling at Yi Ming. Yi Ming smiled lightly, clasping his fists, saying, Disciple Yi Ming, pays respects to Master. Ah, good. Gu Yunfeng repeated the word good 3 times, feeling refreshed, his mood bright. He waved his hand, tossing out 3 wooden boxes. Inside are 3 materials from 7th tier beast as a meeting gift. Once you officially enter Star Magic University, I'll give you a piece of quasi-8th tier beast material. Holy cow! Yi Ming's pupils constricted, feeling a bit dizzy. Earlier, he worked hard for a piece of 7th tier material, struggling to do this and that. Now that he had become Gu Yunfeng's disciple, just a casual wave brought 3 pieces, plus a promise for a quasi-8th tier. Is this the benefit of having a big shot? So satisfying. Afterwards, Gu Yunfeng exchanged a few words with Yi Ming's second uncle, briefly describing the advantages of Star Magic University. Gu Yunfeng patted Yi Ming's shoulder. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Okay. He transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Looking at his receding figure, Wang Zhangkong and Zhao Feng twitched their mouths. So, this top scholar recruitment just ended like this? They didn't even get a chance to speak. Damn, this is really ridiculous. The vice principal of Tsinghua University personally recruits students. If this gets out, no one will believe it. Zhao Feng cursed angrily. You have to know, if Gu Yunfeng is coming to recruit, he has to call the vice principal of Shanghai University too. Wang Changkong nodded. He fully agreed. Both of them looked at Sun Hoyuan, who was gloating, and they understood. No wonder this old fox didn't say a word when he entered, and then kept something big hidden. Old Sun, isn't Tsinghua University going too far? Didn't Senior Gu Yunfeng just say recently that he wouldn't accept disciples? Why now? Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong were very unhappy. I can't do anything about it, either. Sun Ho Yuan shook his head. How would I know about the teacher's affairs? Why don't you go ask him yourselves and see if he gives you an answer? Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng shivered. An 8th-tier powerhouse. What the heck would they dare to ask? In the end, Wang Changkong and the others left in disappointment. Yi Ming joined Tsinghua University and became Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Before leaving, Sun Ho Yuan pulled Yi Ming to a secluded corner and looked somewhat serious. Yi Ming, first of all, congratulations on successfully joining Tsinghua University. However, there's something I need to remind you of. Do you remember the Qingyun Society? Qingyun Society, the underground force of Sangnan City, killed the third-in-command, Zhou Kueishui, killed Zhou Qiming. Yi Ming nodded. I remember. The leader of the Qingyun Society, Zhou Qingyun, is a 4th-tier contract master, and he has hidden in the Outer Realm. Outer Realm? Yi Ming frowned. The Outer Realm is a territory occupied by fierce beasts, extremely dangerous. The deeper you go, the more perilous it becomes. The place he's located is very close to the 3rd border city. It's on the outskirts, not particularly dangerous. If I remember correctly, you haven't been to the Outer Realm yet, right? Yi Ming understood his meaning. Captain Sun, you want me to? Yes, go to the Outer Realm and kill him. Sun Ho Yuan's tone was calm. Of course, I'm not at ease with you going alone. I will send a contract master to accompany you. Just not Yi Shuang. Yi Ming said. Why? Sun Ho Yuan was stunned. The Outer Realm is very dangerous. It's not 100% safe. I'm worried something might happen. Sun Ho Yuan nodded. In 3 days, I'll give you the relevant information. Prepare well. All right. After saying that, Sun Ho Yuan left. Yi Ming crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. The leader of the Qingyun Society. The grudge between us is too deep. He must be killed. That night, news outlets crazily reported Yi Ming's achievements. The people of Sangnan City were shocked. The vice principal of Tsinghua University personally recruited. Yi Ming became the most dazzling existence among all the martial arts examinees in Sangnan City. He was among the most notable nationwide. Lu Yushuan sulked in her room, looking at her score of 820 and the admission notice from Shinkong University. But she wasn't happy at all. Why? Why is Yi Ming so outstanding? Is it true that demon witch contract masters are stronger than saint witch contract masters? She began to waver in her thoughts, and beside her, the contract spirit let out a faint sigh, as if disappointed, as if helpless, but Lu Yushuan didn't hear it. Night family. In the room, Yi Ming looked at the 3 pieces of 7th-tier beast materials in front of him, feeling a deep emotion. Black Flame Cracked Claw, taken from the 7th-tier beast, Black Flame Overlord. Thunder Crystal, taken from the 7th-tier beast, Furious Thunder Lion. Black Dragon Core, taken from the 7th-tier beast, Dark Demon Dragon. Chapter 65, Elimination Mission. Yi Ming immediately began to absorb. Dark energy surged out, wrapping around the 3 pieces of materials. A massive burst of energy exploded out. Yi Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, absorbing all 3 pieces of 7th-tier beast materials at once. A wave of pain spread throughout his body. It felt like being stabbed with needles. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and pushed against the table, constantly adjusting his breathing, trying to make it as even as possible. This intense pain instantly soaked Yi Ming's back in cold sweat. Large beads of sweat dropped from his forehead. Immediately, black flames burned on his body. Dazzling arcs of lightning flickered on his fists. They seemed to want to burn his body, to split his flesh. Yi Ming, if it hurts, you can shout out, it's okay. I can help you block the sound, Ying Yu said with concern. Yi Ming shook his head. His gaze remained firm. Pain is a sign of transformation. Shouting and crying will only disturb my will. Besides, this little pain is nothing. In Yi Ming's memory, this pain was not even on the top 10 of his experiences. 10 minutes later, 3 pieces of 7th-tier beast materials were completely absorbed by Yi Ming. Yi Ming stood up, ripping apart his drenched clothes. With a bare upper body, his muscle lines became more defined, muscular and strong. He clenched his fists, his arms and chest muscles rippling. Under his skin, black lightning flickered. What is this? Yi Ming clenched his fists, discovering that he seemed to have grasped a trace of lightning power. You have experienced lightning tempering. Your body now contains lightning power. The thunder crystal you absorbed earlier combined with the lightning power in your body has been absorbed, so you have gained the ability of lightning. Ying Yu's gentle voice rang out. So that's how it is. Yi Ming nodded and asked, what is the use of this lightning power? It enhances your explosive power, defense, speed, and lets your moves unleash lightning effects. Yi Ming arrived at the training room. He summoned his scythe and swung it at the mechanical dummy. Black lightning arcs flickered on the twisted crescent strike, making a faint sizzling sound. Not just a special effect, this lightning seemed to have an affixing effect, causing long-term damage to the enemy's body. Not bad. Then, Yiming glanced at his panel again. Name, Yiming. Spirit. Max level. Realm, 3rd tier contract master. 32536/1000000. Mental power, 550700. Vitality, 550700. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, can be improved. Spirit skills, Dark Judgment, God Fallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night descends. Dark Judgment, level 7, God Fallen Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night descends, level 7. Spirit talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. No wonder the 7th tier beast materials, absorbing 3 pieces, actually gave my vitality and mental power a huge boost. Vitality and mental power are the values that best reflect Yiming's change in strength. Yiming clenched his fists, fighting spirit bursting in his eyes. If I encounter the 4th tier ice magic again, I wouldn't even need to find its weakness. With brute force, I can kill it. Yiming was very confident in himself. After that, he checked Ing Yuyu's panel again. Contract Spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yuyu. Level, SSS level, Improvement Progress, 3% 4.5%. Revival Progress, 12% 14%. Both Revival Progress and Level Improvement Progress had increased. Ing Yuyu had more freedom now. She could not only manifest dark tentacles and wings, but also condense dark tentacles while having dark wings. Whoosh! Yiming focused his mind. Ing Yu immediately understood. The dark wings spread behind Yiming, and then 2 dark tentacles condensed. Yiming held the scythe, wearing the God-fallen demon armor, like a grim reaper emerging from the darkness, his eyes shining with a chilling red light, facing 5 mechanical dummies in front of him. First, he swung his strike, then dark tentacles shot out, and dark wings sent out flying blades. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Within less than a breath, the 5 mechanical dummies were destroyed on the spot. To be able to attack multiple enemies at the same time. This ability is truly phenomenal. Yiming once again thanked his past self from a month ago. Luckily, I contracted the God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am now. Yiming, it feels strange when you don't call me that. Ing Yu muttered. She felt shy. In the following 2 to 3 days, Yiming did not go out. After the martial arts examination, the candidates had a month of rest time. Balancing work and rest, he stayed at home to relax for a few days. On the morning of the 4th day after the martial arts exam ended, a message from Sun Hoyuan arrived. Sun Hoyuan, we found the exact location of Zhou Qingyun. It's in a cave 10 kilometers outside the 3rd border city. A cave? Is the information this precise? Yiming felt that this task was arranged by Sun Hoyuan to sharpen himself. Yiming, is there any special procedure needed to enter the domain outside? My 4th uncle is in the 3rd border city. I can ask him for help. Sun Hoyuan, no need. I've already taken care of the procedures for you, plus you can't contact your 4th uncle right now. He's on a mission in the domain outside. Even my 4th uncle's movements are this clear? Yiming frowned. The power behind the Suka Hall is beyond my imagination. Yiming, when do I set off? Sun Hoyuan, the 3rd border city is 1,000 kilometers away from Sangnan City. You can take the floating airship. You should arrive around noon. Let's strike at 2 in the afternoon. Yiming, okay. Soon, the mission information appeared on Yiming's phone. Mission name, Elimination Plan, Final. Target, Zhou Qingyun. Level, 4th level Contract Master, S-level Cloud Falling Holy Maiden. Mission Introduction, Zhou Qingyun is involved in selling banned items, now on the run from the law in the domain outside. His strength is formidable. It is recommended that a 4th level or higher Contract Master execute the task. 4th level Contract Master. The Contract Spirit is actually S-level. Yiming remembered seeing in a report that Zhou Qingyun's Contract Spirit was A-level. But it turned out to be S-level. These guys like to hide their true strength. Sun Hoyuan, be careful while executing the mission. The domain outside is fraught with danger. The beasts within are exceptionally cruel. Also, Zhou Qingyun is hiding a refined essence. Sun Hoyuan, the refined essence is made from 1,000 stalks of refined grass. After consuming it, his potential will be unleashed, increasing his strength by 2 to 4 times. Be extremely careful when fighting him. Yiming, don't worry, I will be careful. Sun Hoyuan, your teammate I arranged for you is already in the 3rd border city. Her personality is a bit strange. You may need to tolerate a bit more when you meet her. Chapter 66. SS level Illusion Heart Holy Maiden at the 3rd border city. The sky was overcast, and towering buildings gathered into a steel forest. Buzzing, armed airships circled above, with high cannons set up on top of the buildings. the entire city filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. The border city is a transition zone between safe cities and the domain outside. After the arrival of the beasts, the Blue Star map changed dramatically. The ocean area shrank from 70% to 20%, land area expanded to 80%, and the area occupied by humans accounted for 40% of the total land area, with the remaining 60% being the domain outside, which is the territory of the beasts, along with some remnants of human cities. Yiming looked around at everything. At that moment, a fully armed team returned from a mission in the domain outside. Their bodies were covered with wounds, blood oozing from their injuries, dripping down on the military green armor and landing in the water puddles on the road. Yiming watched them leave, his expression grave. He thought of his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng. This uncle, who was not good with words, joined the guard army at the age of 25 and began to guard the third border city. It has been 15 years since then. Yiming had seen his fourth uncle Yi Zheng take off his clothes, his upper body covered with scars. Over the years, the beast disaster has not improved, but has become more severe. It's a pity that many people in the safe zone do not take it seriously. Some fools even loudly claim that the construction in the border city is a waste of resources. Damn it. Hello, my name is Qianming, a level 4 contract master. I understand. The companion arranged by the death hall. Yiming extended his hand to shake. Hello, I am Yiming, a level 3 contract master. Level 3. Qianming retracted her hand, pouting and shaking her head. The energy within you is much denser than an ordinary level 3. Yiming felt a bit surprised. A shadowy voice echoed in his ear. SS Great Illusion Heart Saintess. She can see the energy in your body and has keen perception of energy fluctuations. I see. Yiming realized. Qianming said, let's go, it's about time. We will exit the city from exit 5. That place is close to the mission location, and if nothing goes wrong, we can complete it within an hour. Soon, the two arrived at exit 5. Along the way, Qianming and Yiming chatted about stories of the border city. Yiming discovered that this girl named Qianming had a very cheerful personality and was easy to get along with. She was nothing like what Sun Hoyuan had said. Weird and hard to understand. Hello, we want to exit the city. Qianming handed the documents to the soldier at the inspection department. The soldier glanced at Qianming's information, showing no change in emotion. But when he looked at Yiming's information, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yiming, you are Yiming? Yiming, do you know me? Ahem, don't panic. The soldier realized he was being a bit abrupt and hurriedly explained, your fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, is my captain. A few days ago, he showed me your picture. It was the day of the martial arts grand exam. Yiming understood. It must be that fourth uncle Yi Zheng watched the live broadcast of his martial arts grand exam and couldn't help but share the joy with his comrades. Since we know each other, then there is no need to be so nervous. This uncle, can I ask, how's my fourth uncle doing now? Where is he? Yiming asked. The soldier waved his hand. No need to worry. He is only carrying out a small task, and he should be back in a couple of days. The task involves confidentiality. It's not convenient to disclose. Yiming realized this after he asked. He nodded and smiled. Thank you, uncle. It's nothing, you're too polite. The soldier smiled. There was some information he wanted to say, but professional ethics made him keep quiet. In fact, Yi Zheng was not far from where Yiming was heading, and they might even run into each other. Tap tap. As Yiming and Qianming finished their procedures and turned to leave, 3 figures brushed past them. The figures on both sides were incredibly tall, about 1 meter 80, and weighed at least 200 pounds, looking very robust. The person in the middle was slender, but had fair skin, obviously well taken care of. As they passed by, they glanced at Yiming. Under normal circumstances, a glance meant nothing. But Yiming, as a top assassin, felt a killing intent from the gaze of the person in the middle. Who is he? Why does he harbor killing intent towards me? Yiming frowned. Suddenly, he heard the soldier behind him speak. Yuan Guang Group? Sorry, you are representatives of a joint venture company, and you need to undergo an identity verification. Please come with me. Yuan Guang Group. Memories flashed before Yiming's eyes like a short film. The kidnappers, the Du family twins, the dogs raised by Yuan Guang Group. Could it be that the matters regarding the Du family twins have been exposed? Impossible. Yiming shook his head. If it had truly been exposed, Sun Hoyuan would have been the first to inform him. But why would that? All right, let's set off. Qianming was in a great mood, walking forward confidently. Yiming smiled helplessly. Good luck will set off immediately. Then what about bad luck? Bad luck? Qianming shrugged. Then we'll just toss again half an hour later until we get good luck and then set off. Ah, Yiming was surprised. But won't that waste time? Didn't you notice we've set off half an hour early? I left myself a chance for error. What if there are 2 consecutive bad tosses? Yiming asked. Impossible. Qianming lifted her head proudly. From childhood to now, I've never faced 2 bad tosses. Suddenly, her expression changed, her eyes focused, her tone became serious. No, I just faced one. When we just went out, I tossed a coin at those 3 people from the Source Light group, and both times it landed on tails, which means they will bring us bad luck. Yiming, be careful. I've been a bit busy these days. The next chapter will be late. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 67. Killing Zhou Qingyun in the Outer Domain. According to the location information sent by Sun Hoyuan, Yiming and Qianming entered a dark forest. The cold wind blew, the leaves rustled, and the dark trunk swayed, like ghosts clawing and dancing. Roar! A fierce roar suddenly erupted. A leopard with moon patterns on its body crazily charged towards Yiming and Qianming. Its eyes were ferocious, with rotten flesh on its sharp teeth, looking terrifying. Swish! As it leaped high, Yiming swung out his sickle, and blood sprayed. Successfully killed the 3rd-level moon shadow leopard. Experience points, plus 40. Spirit technique experience, plus 40. Huh. Yiming's expression changed. Is it because the beasts in the outer domain are more dangerous, so the experience points are higher? Just as this thought arose in his mind, he hadn't found a chance to verify it. Suddenly, swish, 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 3 bow and arrows shot out from the treetops. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of spirit-haired monkeys armed with crossbows. These creatures had sharp teeth and white fur, like cotton, but their eyes were particularly blood-red. They were skilled in using tools, considered the wise among beasts. Yiming leaped off, stepping on a branch to close the distance. Seeing this, several spirit-haired monkeys tried to run, but Yiming thought of something, and dark tendrils shot out like bullets, easily piercing through their bodies. Just like stringing beads, each spirit-haired monkey was pierced together. Successfully killed the 3rd-level spirit-haired monkey. Experience points, plus 45. Spirit technique experience, plus 45. Successfully killed the 3rd-level spirit-haired monkey. Experience points, plus 45. Spirit technique experience, plus 45. Successfully killed the 3rd-level spirit-haired monkey. Experience points, plus 45. Spirit technique experience, plus 45. Indeed, the experience gained from killing beasts in the outer domain is higher. Yiming's eyes lit up. If he could, he wanted to level up in the outer domain. All right, Yiming, lower your voice. We're almost there. Don't alert the snakes. Qianming whispered. The 2 continued walking in the dark forest. Along the way, they encountered not only fierce beasts, but also piles of eerie white bones on the ground. Every year, at least 100,000 die in the outer domain. Some were harmed by beasts. Some turned against each other for profit, leading to deadly fights. After all, the outer domain is a lawless place. There are no laws here. Even if you want to kill someone, no one will care. The outer domain is truly a place beyond the law. We've arrived. Qianming stopped. She looked at a cave 50 meters ahead, not rushing in, but instead tossed a coin. Heads. Good luck. Charge. Qianming's fighting spirits suddenly surged. She summoned a brilliantly colored ancient book and dashed into the cave at lightning speed. I seem to understand why Captain Sun said she has a quirky personality. A person who needs to toss a coin to decide everything must indeed have a quirky personality. The 2 enter the cave. Inside they found lighters, firewood, clothes, and other supplies. But they couldn't find Zhou Qingyun anywhere. What's going on? Qianming was puzzled. We didn't waste time, nor did we alert anyone. Could it be that our timing is just bad? He just happened to go out. She was puzzled. However, Night Ming instinctively looked up at the top of the cave. Unexpectedly, he saw a figure supporting himself on the wall with both hands and arms. The man was as thin as a skeleton, and his pair of scarlet eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. Night Ming, die for me. Zhou Qingyun roared in anger, clenched his fists, and dropped from the top of the cave like a cloud falling from the sky. His momentum was overwhelming. Your skill in concealing your aura is decent, but your strength is not enough to kill me. The Godfall demon armor covered his entire body. Night Ming gripped his scythe and charged forward. The moment he was about to collide with the descending force, his arm tensed up. With one swing, the scythe shattered Zhou Qingyun's attack. Then, dark tentacles pierced through his body. A mouthful of old blood spewed out. Zhou Qingyun knelt on the ground, his face pale. Night Ming approached him, but at the next moment, Zhou Qingyun took out a vial of enhancement essence from his pocket, about to swallow it whole. Eat my ass! Before he could bring it to his mouth, a flying kick blasted forward. Night Ming's foot shattered the enhancement essence. Interrupted spell casting. Qianming exclaimed in surprise. Night Ming shook his head indifferently. Just basic maneuvers. But who would have thought? Zhou Qingyun pulled out another enhancement essence from his pocket. Taking advantage of their distraction, he swallowed it in one gulp. Damn, 2 pieces. No, he split the enhancement essence into 2. Night Ming, and Qian Meng realized the truth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the energy in the air gathered into flowing ribbons, rushing toward Zhou Qingyun. His withered body swelled, muscles grew, and the color returned to his face. Behind him, a phantom of a woman holding a black cloud in one hand appeared. S-Class Cloud False Saintess. Boom! Zhou Qingyun pushed his palm forward. The massive black cloud condensed into a giant hand, instantly blasting through the cave. Then, Zhou Qingyun thrust his palm upward. The mountain cracked open, leaving a massive hole. The enormous impact echoed in the outer domain. Not far away, Yi Zheng and his team, who had just completed their mission and were heading back to the city, were instantly drawn to the massive sound. Such an intense battle. Is a contract master fighting? One of his subordinates frowned. Rolling smoke and dust filled the air, and a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yi Zheng remained expressionless. Just as he turned to leave, a streak of black light flashed through the mushroom cloud. This aura, it felt familiar to Yi Zheng. Wait, how could it be Night Ming? He came to the outer domain. A flood of questions surged in his mind. You guys go back first. I'll check it out. There might be something urgent. After leaving these words, Yi Zheng rushed over. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Qingyun stared at his severed left arm, his face filled with terror. Are you kidding me? I'm a 4th-tier contract master. After taking the enhancement herb, my strength doubled. Yet you still defeated me. Night Ming's black wings flapped, his scythe radiating an aura of slaughter and darkness. I don't have time to explain. Your priority now is reporting to hell. Whoosh! The last word fell. Night Ming dashed forward, dodging Zhou Qingyun's straight punch, then swung his scythe, severing his right arm. He lost all ability to fight. Then, Night Ming spun his scythe, sending Zhou Qingyun's head flying. He was dead. Blood spread all over the ground. Standing in the blood, Night Ming let out a deep breath. This damn guy was finally dead. From tonight onward, there would be no more Qingyun society in Sangnan City. Time to go back and report in. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Night Ming could even catch his breath, 2 massive cleavers suddenly flew out of the forest, stabbing into the ground beside his hands from both sides. Night Ming's gaze tightened, staring intently at where the cleavers came from. The next moment, 3 figures stepped out. The man in the center, Yuan Guangxiu, crossed his arms and wore a mocking smile on his face. Night Ming, what a coincidence. We meet again. This time, can I ask you to agree to one thing? Night Ming frowned, not answering. Yuan Guangxiu chuckled and said, Promise me, let me kill you. Chapter 68. Kill, 4th-rank contract master, Yuan Guangxiu. Yi Ming frowned. Where did this come from? He held the long scythe. Without hesitation, he charged straight towards Yuan Guangxiu. In the silent black forest, dark light burst out. Yi Ming surged forward, momentum exploding. Boom! Just as he swung down the scythe blade, 2 towering figures suddenly blocked in front of Yuan Guangxiu. They both swung their fists, and a powerful shockwave poured out. Yi Ming's body froze in mid-charge. Let me do it. Whoosh. Shallow Dream leaped high above the trees, whipping her hand to shoot out 5 daggers. The daggers flew quickly. The 2 towering figures each supported a barrier. However, at the moment the daggers met the barrier, they directly penetrated the barrier, stabbing into the bodies of the 2 towering figures. The 2 towering figures were shocked. Yuan Guangxiu frowned tightly, urgently shouting, Go all out, this woman is tricky. Upon hearing this, the 2 towering figures exchanged glances. The next moment, their auras suddenly surged. An invisible wave of impact spread from them. Their bodies became illusory, and then they directly fused into one. His aura became powerful, for arms grew from his body. His stature began to swell, reaching 2.5 meters high. White patterns appeared on his skin. Fused into one, Yi Ming's eyes widened, somewhat astonished. A-class twin-born saintess. Shadow Ghost explained, This is a very special saintess. She needs 2 contract masters. Though she is A-class, she has a very strong spiritual skill, twin-born fusion, which allows 2 contract masters to merge into one. Strength, speed, vitality will all fuse. Yi Ming was surprised. He never expected such a peculiar saintess existed. Stop playing tricks. Shallow Dream stepped on the branches. This time her right hand clenched into a fist. An illusory blue fist shadow condensed. With all her strength, she blasted towards the fused figure. The opponent snorted coldly, for arms extended to push out a barrier, directly sending Shallow Dream flying. Shallow Dream frowned. She found that after the 2 towering figures fused, their strength was much stronger than before. Hee hee, Sakamoto Chuan E and Sakamoto Chuan Air are twins. After fusion, their strength will increase even more dramatically. Yuan Guang Xiao E sneered. They were already 4th rank contract masters after fusion. Their strength has reached near 5th rank. A smile played on his face. After the fusion, Sakamoto Chuan E took control of the body. He followed Yuan Guang Xiao Yi's smile, his eyes filled with coldness. Is near 5th rank something to show off? Shallow Dream summoned an ancient book, murmuring an incantation softly. A strange formation condensed under Sakamoto Chuan Yi's feet. 5 iron chains burst from the formation, binding themselves around Sakamoto Chuan Yi's body, temporarily restraining his movement. Quick, Yiming! Capture the leader first. Attack Yuan Guang Xiao Yi. A Shallow Dream's voice just fell. Yiming, holding the long scythe, rushed forward in a swift stride. Yuan Guang Xiao Yi's eyes darkened. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? I'm a 4th rank contract master after all. How can a 3rd rank act wild in front of me? He roared, eyes emitting rolling green gas. Various poisonous patterns appeared on his arms, and his entire body visibly swelled. S-Class Poisoning Saintus. Immune to all poisons. The Poisoning Saintus contract master's body is a poison warehouse. After enhancing his toxicity, each attack he makes will carry a severe poison effect. An ordinary person touched, even slightly, would be instantly corroded by the poison. Shadow Ghost continued, but his weakness is also very obvious. Just avoid his attacks, and one hit can end him. Yiming, do you need my help? Yiming shook his head. A 4th rank contract master. I might have feared 1 or 2 before. But now, whoosh, he moved like a ghost, stepping through the air. As he charged forward, the dark domain unfolded around him. The aura of darkness enveloped everything around. Yuan Guangxiu let out a cold snort and said, You're just pretending to be some kind of god. He clenched his fist and struck towards Yiming. Yiming was not afraid at all, holding his scythe and moving forward. In the pitch-black darkness where he couldn't even see his own hand, the shadows of the fist and scythe collided with each other. Outside the domain, Sakamoto Koichi laughed when he saw that Yiming dared to clash head-on with Yuan Guangxiu. But just as the corner of his mouth curved up, the dark domain retreated. His smile froze immediately. In his vision, Yuan Guangxiu's arms were severed, his knees shattered, and he knelt before Yiming with terror in his eyes. His mouth remained open, as if he wanted to speak, but his throat was choked, and not a single word came out. Yiming held the long scythe, looking down coldly at Yuan Guangxiu on his knees. The next moment, he raised the long scythe and swung it towards Yuan Guangxiu's neck. No! Sakamoto Koichi stared wide-eyed and shouted. He's Yuan Guangxiu, a member of the Yuan Guang group. If you kill him, the Yuan Guang group will never let you go. Pucci! A head flew into the air. After Yiming swung the scythe, he turned to look at Sakamoto Koichi. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Yuan Guangxiu tried to kill him. Could he just let that slide? Of course he couldn't. Sakamoto Koichi was struck as if by lightning. He stared at Yuan Guangxiu's corpse, first in a daze. Then his body began to tremble wildly, as if he feared something. Blood veins crawled across his eyes. He stared with red eyes and madly charged at Yiming. You damn bastard. You actually killed young master Yuan Guangxiu. You're dead. You're unforgivable. I'm going to kill you. In a fit of rage, Sakamoto Koichi broke free from the confinement and charged towards Yiming at lightning speed like a cannonball. But just as he was about to throw a punch at Yiming, a figure descended from the sky. It landed in front of Yiming. He took a step back, drawing his right fist to his waist, then his eyes narrowed. The power that poured out like a raging torrent followed the punch. Boom! Sakamoto Koichi's body exploded. The twin fusion state was broken. It turned into 2 broken corpses. Sakamoto Koichi and Sakamoto Koichi II were dead. Yiming stared at the figure in front of him, momentarily stunned. 4th uncle. At this moment, 4th Uncle Yizheng was wearing a military green combat uniform. His face was indifferent as he withdrew his fist, glancing at the shallow dream in front of him. He then looked at Yiming, his brow slightly furrowed. Why are you outside the domain? On the way back to the 3rd border city, Yiming used the excuse that he came to the outside domain for training. After all, once you become a 3rd-tier contract master, training outside the domain is almost a required course. Yizheng did not doubt it much. Next time you come, give me a heads up. If something happens to you outside the domain, I will owe your dead parents an apology. Yizheng looked at Yiming seriously and said. Yiming nodded. He looked very honest. Yizheng grunted and continued to ask. What was the deal with those people earlier? Why did they attack you? 4th uncle, it's like this. Before Yiming finished speaking, Shallow Dream immediately interrupted. They wanted to kill and loot. We found a red snake crystal ore, and those guys wanted to snatch it. We couldn't run, and we could not run, so we just fought them. After saying that, she took out a piece of red snake crystal Oregon. Yizhen glanced at it and said nothing. Chapter 69 Yiming. Did I just go up a generation? Yuan Guang Group is a joint venture. The majority shareholder is the Yuan Guang family from Sakura Country. You killed Yuan Guangxiu, they will cause trouble for you, but you don't need to worry too much. Within Dragon Country's borders, no matter how furious they get, they will just have to hold it in. After the beast disaster struck, most of the countries on Blue Star perished. The remaining countries, though still having economic and technological exchanges with each other, each have a very tough stance. No matter if it's a joint venture or who holds the majority shares. Once it's discovered that you harm the country's interests, there's no need for legal procedures. Everything is seized, and the wrongdoers are immediately executed. All right, Yiming nodded. It's settled. I booked a ticket for you in half an hour. Hurry back to Tsangnan City. Yizheng finished speaking and turned to leave. Yiming shouted, Fourth uncle, be careful. Yizheng waved his hand without turning back to look at him. Watching his fourth uncle's figure gradually fade into the distance, Yiming calmly said, Qianming, your excuse earlier was a bit clumsy. My fourth uncle would never believe it. Qianming replied, Isn't the excuse of killing and robbing commonly used? It is common, but not with my fourth uncle. There are too many holes in the story. If you think about it carefully, everything becomes clear. The young master of the prestigious Yuanguang Group, a family with immense wealth, backed by a powerful family. Would he attack the people of the Dragon Country over a piece of Qilian crystal mine near the Dragon Country's border? It's too dangerous. Even if the young master is foolish, he wouldn't do such a thing. Don't be so certain. Let me flip a coin and see the result. Qianming casually tossed the coin. Heads. She flipped again. Heads again. She flipped one more time. Still heads. Things aren't going as I expected. Looks like your fourth uncle already knows I lied to him. Qianming shrugged. She didn't mind, since he wasn't her fourth uncle. Yiming was speechless. Sannan City. On his way home, Yiming told Sun Hoyuan about the events that had occurred outside the domain. Sun Hoyuan looked at the information, but didn't reply to Yiming immediately. It wasn't until half an hour later. Sun Hoyuan, big ghosts are no problem, but little ghosts are troublesome. The higher-ups of the Yuanguang Group would definitely not dare to act against you, but they can send subordinates to handle it. Yiming, they're here, just kill them. But what I don't understand is, why would Yuanguang Xiui go after me? Last time when I killed the two brothers of the Du family, I left no trace. Sun Hoyuan, it's not because of that. It's Zhou Qingyun. He has connections with the Yuanguang Group. Sure enough, Yiming stroked his chin, thinking deeply. Qingyun Group selling contraband, Yuanguang Group killing Zhou Qingyun, silencing him. He seemed to have figured something out. Yiming. So, the source of the contraband is the Yuanguang Group? Sun Hoyuan. You're quick, exactly, it's them. Yiming. Since you know, why not act against them? Sun Hoyuan. We already did. You might not have noticed, but recently the contraband on the market in Dragon Country has been cut by 90%. Yiming. The remaining 10%. Sun Hoyuan. Soon, in less than a month, it will be completely eradicated. Right now we're fishing, catching a big fish, level 7. Yiming looked at the last message and silently turned off his phone. He allowed a long sigh. With a serious expression, he shook his head. Sure enough, the games played among the upper echelons are always subtle. Even being in the midst of it, the intelligence I have is just the tip of the iceberg. Level 7 Contract Master. S-Class Contract Spirit. Such an existence is considered powerful in any country. This fish really is big. Soon, Yiming arrived home. Yi Shuang wasn't home, probably off on a mission. Yi Xinxin was still lazing in bed, sleeping peacefully. His second and third uncles were working. Sis is really the laziest in the family. Yiming thought to himself. He didn't rush to his room, instead heading to the training room. However, the moment his foot stepped into the room, an invisible pressure suddenly came from the left side. Yiming, be careful. Ing Yu summoned the power of darkness, forming a shield to block the fierce wind blade rising from the left. The next moment, whoosh, 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 3 wind spiral stabs suddenly charged toward Yiming from in front of him. Yiming's pupils contracted sharply. His legs exerted force as he leapt high, spreading his black wings as he soared. He wielded the scythe to strike at the wind spiral stabs. Boom! The two forces collided. Yiming had the upper hand slightly. In the dark training room, Yiming stood at the center, holding his long scythe. His eyes locked forward, his body relaxed, and he used every pore to feel the air around him. The next moment, a streak of light shot toward him from behind. Yiming stood still, he sighed. Master, please stop this boring trick. I will not be scared by you. The flowing light coming from the attack suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared behind Yiming. He wore a white robe, had white hair and a white beard, looking old yet full of spirit. Gu Yinfeng patted Yiming on the shoulder, like a refreshing spring breeze. Good kid, we've only met once, and you already remember my aura. Yes, this is basic skill. Yiming smiled. Master's strength is powerful, and his aura is different from ordinary people. It's easy to recognize. Flattering a bit, showing off as well. Gu Yinfeng felt pleased. He liked this kind of talk. Your brain is indeed sharp. Take this. With a wave of his sleeve, he tossed out an exquisite wooden box. It was carved with beautiful patterns, and upon opening it, a fruit resembling a lightning bolt lay inside. It flickered with arcs of electricity. This is the thunder fruit, a heavenly treasure. I saw that you had lightning power in your body last time. This is a great thing. It cannot be wasted. So, I found you the thunder fruit. After you take it, your lightning power will awaken. Gu Yinfeng said with a smile. Awakening lightning power. I feel like I've already awakened. Yiming smiled awkwardly. Master, I've already awakened my lightning power. Thanks to the thunder crystal you gave me last time. Mastered it? Gu Yinfeng looked at Yiming in surprise. He discovered that indeed, there was lightning power surging within him. It really is. Gu Yinfeng's face suddenly turned somewhat embarrassed. A respectable 8th level contract master, giving gifts to a disciple for the second time, yet it wasn't done properly. This is embarrassing for him, isn't it? Master, my mastery over lightning power isn't very familiar. This thunder fruit is very useful to me. Yiming understood social manners well. All right, no need to comfort me. This time the gift isn't good enough. I'll make it up to you later. Besides, I'm already searching for materials that are close to 8th level. As Gu Yinfeng spoke, he suddenly thought of something. There's one more thing. Don't call me master in the future. It sounds a bit old-fashioned and strange. Like Xiao Sun, Sun Ho Yuan, and the others, just call me teacher. Teacher. Yiming clasped his fists. It seemed to be a change in address, but it held deeper meaning. Sun Ho Yuan called Gu Yinfeng teacher, and now Yiming called him teacher too. Doesn't that mean? Yiming felt he had gained a higher generation. Gu Yinfeng nodded. The reason for coming to find you this time is not only to deliver gifts, but also for another matter. What is it? In Sangnan City, a thief has emerged. He possesses something called the bloodthirsty Yuan root, which is very useful to you. Yiming realized, asking in detail, kill or capture alive. Gu Yinfeng snorted coldly. A lowly scoundrel who bullies the weak. What's the point of leaving him alive? Yiming nodded, understood. Chapter 70. Who's mingling in your circle? I will have Xiao Sun send you the specific information. Also, I would like to remind you that you have been admitted to Tsinghua University, but this is not a time to relax. There will be an entrance exam. You can choose not to participate, and it won't affect your admission. But I suggest you participate and aim for first place. Because the rewards are very generous. It's an 8th level ferocious beast material. As the vice principal, Gu Yunfeng's special reminder was naturally not simple. Though said to be an 8th level ferocious beast material, there must be other rewards. For example, resource advantages. In this era, university students receive monthly cultivation subsidies. The higher the rank, the greater the subsidy. If he achieves first place in the entrance exam, Yiming estimates that the rewards he obtains would be worth at least 3 8th level ferocious beast materials. Teacher, what is the minimum level to achieve first place in the entrance exam? Yiming asked. Gu Yinfeng looked at him, slightly surprised, then said, the first place in last year's entrance exam was a 3rd level contract master, with a contract spirit of SS level. With your current strength, as long as you don't regress, I can almost secure the first place. Secure? Yiming frowned. He felt it was necessary to improve himself. It was unlikely to break through to a 4th-tier contract master, but breaking 1,000 in vitality and mental strength was still very possible. Vitality, 700. Mental strength, 700. Once he broke 1,000. In the entrance exam, even if Yiming became a target, surrounded by everyone, he would be confident to fight his way out. All right, I have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Xiao Sun is your captain. He has a strange temper. If he dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will teach him a lesson. Gu Yinfeng patted Yiming's shoulder and transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the sky. Yiming couldn't help but complain inside. Who exactly has the strange temper? At night, 2300 hours. Yek Xingxin's snoring echoed in the training room. Aside from the snoring, there were also bursts of violent punching sounds. After defeating the last mechanical dummy, Yiming looked at Yek Xingxin, who was lying on the bench, hugging a tablet and sleeping soundly. He shook his head helplessly. Sister, really, I called her to help keep data, and she ended up falling asleep. Forget it. I'll just go buy a smart machine tomorrow. Yiming draped a blanket over Yek Singson. Ding, ding, ding. The phone suddenly rang. Yiming picked it up and saw a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan. The thief's name is Wu Da, a professional habitual offender, involved in 375 theft cases with extremely bad nature. However, he disappeared 5 years ago, suspected to have fled to the outer regions. Yiming. Outer regions? Wu Da must be quite powerful. Sun Ho Yuan. Yes, 4th-tier contract master, with a C-level contracted spirit. But his strength is very fake. This guy bullies the weak and fears the strong, targeting the weak. Seeing this message, Yiming frowned. It was not that he had a stereotype. The main reason was that he thought most thieves were timid and best at bullying the weak, because the bold ones would directly rob and end up getting shot. Sun Ho Yuan. Wu Da also has a habit. During his action, or at the moment he finishes, if someone makes eye contact with him, he will mercilessly kill the other party. Yiming. That is a sign of fear. He has a guilty conscience. After finishing the chat, Yiming checked the relevant information about the task. Task name: do not wash your hands after the golden basin. Target: Wu Da. Task requirements: kill. Task time: tonight 2400 hours. Yiming sat by his bed, watching the clock on his desk ticking. When the time reached 2400 hours, he took a deep breath and transformed into a beam of light, rushing out. On the roof, Yes Wang crossed her arms and watched Yiming leave, shaking her head with a smile. He really is quite hardworking. In the civilian residential area, Happy Garden, most of the lights in the community were off, except in a particularly dark house where a strange figure was rummaging through drawers. He wore a black tight-fitting outfit, with cloth shoes on his feet, moving carefully, not daring to make the slightest sound. Damn, where's the money? Why is there not a single cent? What the hell? Wu Da frowned tightly. Although he was a 4th-tier contract master, due to being wanted nationwide, he couldn't show his face in many places. Even doing underground business would lead to immediate recognition. So, he was in great need of money. He had to steal. Go check the bedroom. Wu Da entered the bedroom. While acting, he didn't make a single sound. His contracted spirit was a C-level sound-breaking saintess, which could isolate most sounds. Not offensive, very ordinary. Upon entering the bedroom, Wu Da rummaged through the bedside table. He found quite a lot of money. He was overjoyed. Suddenly, it seemed that a surprising gaze was looking at him from the side. Wu Da turned to look. It was a little girl, only a few years old, who couldn't even speak. She tilted her head, her round eyes sparkling, looking at Wu Da with a big smile. Wu Da. He swallowed hard, glancing at the little girl, and then at the woman sleeping beside her. He hardened his heart. He was seen, no matter who it was. They all must die. The hand behind him held a dagger, raised high, ready to first kill the sleeping woman, and then the little girl. The cold light flickered. The blade's aura was overwhelming. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the woman's neck, bang! A shadow shattered the window and flew out. Dark tendrils instantly bound Wu Da, and then Yiming quickly rushed out of the room. He transformed into darkness, merging with the night. The sound of the window breaking woke the woman from her deep sleep. She looked at the chaotic room, and a scream instantly erupted. In a dilapidated alley. Bang! Yiming slammed Wu Da hard onto the ground. He held the long scythe to Wu Da's neck, demanding, "Tell me, where's the bloodthirsty root? You want something and still dare to threaten me? Don't you know who I am?" Wu Da had just thrown out a fierce threat. Yiming swung his scythe, instantly severing one of Wu Da's arms. The pain made Wu Da's face turn pale. A scream of agony rang out. Yiming frowned and swung the scythe again. Wu Da's other arm flew into the air. "I told you to answer the question, not to howl like a ghost. Last chance, where is the bloodthirsty root?" Yiming coldly demanded. "It's..." Wu Da pointed to his chest with his head. Yiming summoned dark tendrils, and sure enough, found the item. "Brother, you've taken the thing, and you've also chopped off my arm. Can you spare me my life? We all mix in the same circle. You should show mercy." Wu Da kneeled on the ground, begging. Yiming furrowed his brows. "Who's mixing in the same circle as you? A scum like you. The only way out is death." Chapter 71. Tangled Roots. Yiming breaks the deadlock. The scythe's blade grew larger in Wu Da's pupils. He felt a chill at his neck, and then his consciousness began to fade. Wu Da's head rolled on the ground, eventually coming to rest beside a garbage bin. Even in death, he still sorts himself out. Yiming snorted coldly, and the dark domain unfolded. The bodies and blood on the ground were swallowed by the darkness. After finishing everything, Yiming reflected on what had happened earlier. He felt relieved. Luckily, he had arrived on time. If he had been even a second later, 2 innocent lives might have perished at the hands of that scum. Wu Da. Forget it. No need to think about it. Let's go back and test the effect first. Yiming looked at the bloodthirsty root in his hand. This thing resembled ginseng, but it was surrounded by a faint red light. He scratched it with his nail. The juice that flowed out resembled fresh blood. Yiming, this is very good. Ing Yu said, it's a special kind of rare treasure that can nourish your body. It allows your flesh to merge with the killing aura, enhancing both your blood vitality and mental power. It can also help you resist the backlash of killing. A two-in-one effect. Gu Yinfeng must have put in considerable effort to find his treasure. What a good teacher. Yiming couldn't help but sigh. He was eager to return and absorb the bloodthirsty root. But just as he turned to leave, buzz, a transparent barrier suddenly blocked his way. Then, a voice, tinged with a bit of amusement, rang out. Friend, you're being a bit unreasonable here. Killing people is one thing, but taking the item too? That's just not right. Yiming's face darkened, and he turned to look. The newcomer was wearing a black robe with cloud patterns, holding a feather fan, and his appearance was somewhat delicate. He waved the feather fan in his hand, wearing a confident smile, as if he had already decided that Yiming was his prey. 4th level Contract Master, A-Class Barrier Saintus. He can release extremely high defense barriers and can also compress the barrier to form offensive moves. Ing Yu warned. 4th level, A-Class Contract Spirit. Yiming understood. This was another one coming to die. Friend, I'll give you a piece of advice. We all mix in the same circle. Don't make things too extreme. Give me the bloodthirsty root, and I'll let you go. The delicate man said, his eyes flashing with a vicious gleam. Nulan Wuda is a 4th tier, but he has no combat power, no value. Line end. Nulan and I am a real 4th tier contract master. I advise you to better line end. New line boom. Line end. New line before he could finish speaking. Line end. New line Yiming rushed forward in a flash, his speed extremely fast, the god-falling demon armor releasing a deep dark aura, his eyes glowing with a chilling red light. Line end. New line. Damn fool. Line end. New line the effeminate man gritted his teeth and immediately spread his arms. Line end. New line. A sturdy barrier grew in front of him. Line end. New line however. Line end. New line Yiming swung his long sickle. Line end. New line crack. Line end. New line the barrier shattered. Line end. New line immediately after, the remaining power of the long sickle continued, slashing towards the effeminate man's head. Line end. New line in the darkness, a crimson crescent moon was slashed out, and a head instantly flew into the air. Line end. New line the effeminate man died. Line end. New line the long sickle in Yiming's hand was still dripping with blood. Line end. New line looking at the corpse on the ground. His eyes grew colder and colder. Line end. New line. No one can stop the one the king of hell wants to take. Line end. New line after saying this calmly. Yiming began to search the effeminate man. Line end. New line from his previous words. It seemed like he knew Wu Da. Line end. New line Wu Da is no good, and those who know him are probably not good people either. Line end. New line before long. Line end. New line Yiming found an ID card from his body. Line end. New line from the ID card. He got the effeminate man's information. Line end. New line his name is He Qingming, and he is from Wuhan City. Line end. New line asked for why he was in Sangnan City. That was unknown. Line end. New line. I'll send a message to Captain Sun first. Line end. New line Yiming sent the ID card along with a photo of the body to Sun Ho Yuan. Line end. New line he also informed him of the incident. Line end. New line meanwhile, Sun Ho Yuan, who was working in the office, opened the message. Line end. New line when he saw the image of the deceased, he froze for a moment. Line end. New line he quickly opened his computer. Line end. New line after matching the identity, his mouth twitched several times. Line end. New line. He Qingming from Wuhan City, the young leader of the Black Wind Gang. Line end. New line the Black Wind Gang is the largest local force in Wuhan City. Line end. New line its position in Wuhan City is equivalent to the Qingyun Society's position in Sangnan City. Line end. New line but Wuhan City is a Tier 3 city and Sangnan City is a small city below Tier 5. Line end. New line the leader of the Black Wind Gang is a 6th tier contract master. Line end. New line. Yiming I don't know if I should say he's lucky or if he's unlucky. Line end. New line Sun Ho Yuan sighed and eventually sent a message to Gu Yinfeng. Line end. New line. Sun Ho Yuan. Teacher, your precious disciple got into trouble. What should we do? Line end. New line. Gu Yunfeng, a young leader of a local gang, just kill him. However, since the incident has already escalated, let's make some noise and stir up Wuhan City. Line end. New line. Sun Ho Yuan. Teacher, what do you mean? Line end. New line. Gu Yunfeng. When two parties fight, the fisherman benefits. The Black Wind Gang has been too arrogant these years. It's time to deal with them. Yiming, this kid, has set off a fire. Line end. New line, Sun Ho Yuan. This fire will bring danger to him. Line end. New line, Gu Yinfeng. No problem, he has the strength. Line end. New line after finishing the conversation. Line end. New line Sun Ho Yuan also sent a message to Yi Ming. Line end. New line when Yi Ming learned that he had killed a young leader. Instead of being afraid, he felt a sense of anticipation. Line end. New line this man had a peculiar habit. Line end. New line he liked to place himself in danger, to grow in the face of desperation. Line end. New line only in this way, his steps were more solid, and his strength grew stronger. Line end. New line. Yi Ming. By the way, Captain Sun, I also found something in He Qingming's pocket earlier. Line end. New line he opened his palm. Line end. New line inside was a small S-shaped token. Line end. New line on the back of the token. There were small words engraved. Even thieves have no way. Line end. New line looking at the newly received image. Line end. New line Sun Ho Yuan snorted coldly. Line end. New line. Even thieves have no way. Hee hee. Now, they're even using organizational slogans. Line end. New line. Sun Ho Yuan. Take another look. Does Wuda also have this thing in his pocket? Line. Even a young leader of the Black Wind Gang got involved. It's a bit interesting. The supporter behind this is probably a considerable force. Sun Ho Yuan focused on the theft cases of recent years. He eventually discovered a very strange link. Almost 90% of the thieves, after committing thefts, would run to coastal cities. Once they stepped into the coastal city, they would immediately evaporate, completely disappearing without a trace. This coastal city is named Blue Sea City. And in Blue Sea City, there is a very famous joint venture, Yuan Guang Group. So, the Golden Basin Society and the Black Wind Gang are very likely related to the Yuan Guang Group. The big ghost raises the little ghost. The little ghost feeds back the big ghost. What a grand game this is, but we have just discovered a divine hand from our side. Sun Ho Yuan's gaze fell on the computer. To be precise, it was on a contact on the computer, Yi Ming. Chapter 72, Dangerous Secret Realm, 10,000 Sword Pool. After dealing with Wu De, Yi Ming, the moment he returned home, began to absorb the bloodthirsty root. Being recommended such a treasure by a big shot like Gu Yunfeng, Yi Ming was looking forward to its effects. The ginseng-shaped, bloodthirsty root floated in front of Yi Ming. A wisp of crimson aura surged out. Under the control of Shadow Yu, the crimson aura entered Yi Ming's body. In an instant, a scorching sensation spread from his chest to his entire body. White steam rose from Yi Ming's body, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. His solid muscles appeared to be stretched. Underneath his skin, red patterns emerged, as if breathing, sometimes deep, sometimes distinct. As he let out a long breath of turbid air, Yi Ming's gaze became increasingly resolute. He clenched his fist, and the panel in front of him unfolded. Qi and blood, 700770. Mental force, 700770. The values increased directly by 70. Yi Ming's eyes widened, a bit surprised. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, dark tentacles stretched out from behind him. Yi Ming, although my freedom hasn't increased, my strength has enhanced. Shadow Yu spoke. Yi Ming noticed that on the dark tentacles, crimson patterns emerged, the black and red colors interwoven. The aura released by the dark tentacles was even more terrifying. The level didn't break through, but the strength increased at least by a factor of 2. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. It's so late. Did the Golden Basin Society figure things out? Yi Ming opened his phone. Sun Ho Yuan. The investigation is clear. The Golden Basin Society has been a little ghost raised by Yuan Guang Group from the beginning. They're responsible for stealing money, fierce beast materials, celestial treasures, and other resources, and using special methods to transport things to Yuan Guang Group. Yi Ming, I remember Yuan Guang Group is a joint venture. Doesn't that mean the stolen wealth fell into other countries? Sun Ho Yuan, yes. To put it simply, this is a theft. To put it broadly, this damages national interests. Stealing national wealth, it is stealing the money from the people's pockets and giving it to other countries. Yi Ming, this is truly damnable. Sun Ho Yuan, 3 years ago, the president of the Golden Basin Society offended Yuan Guang Group, and he was killed, which led to the demise of the Golden Basin Society. Now that the Golden Basin Society is revived, I suspect Yuan Guang Group has begun to intervene again. Yi Ming, we cannot just sit and wait. Sun Ho Yuan, the organization has already started an investigation and established a task file called Difficult to Change Bad Nature. You discovered the Golden Basin Society first, and you have the most information. I will help. The lower, middle, upper, special, and top 10, the higher the level, the higher the status, the more privileges you enjoy, and the better the benefits. according to the data records. The top 10 have the privilege of acting first and reporting later. In simple terms, once you become one of the top 10, you can kill anyone you suspect. Mistakes and suspicion? Anyone who becomes one of the top 10 will not make mistakes. This is the trust the organization has in them. Sun Ho Yuan. After becoming a mid-level killer, you will unlock the Killing Mall, where you can buy whatever you want. A friendly reminder, the items in the Killing Mall are extremely rich, and in the entire Dragon Country, its variety and quantity of items rank among the top 3. Yiming. Doesn't that mean I can buy the materials needed for a witch's contract master in the Killing Mall? Sun Ho Yuan. The materials required for a witch's contract master are few, but the quantity and variety in the Killing Mall are definitely much more than what is available on the market. Yiming. That's great. I'll take the mission. Sun Ho Yuan. Also, after becoming a mid-level killer, your annual salary will rise to 20 million. Yiming. Thank you, Captain Sunday. As for the information about the Golden Basin Society, it is still under investigation. The first mission will probably be released tomorrow night. Before that, I can go to the Secret Realm. The promotion in the Killing Hall must not stop, and strengthening myself in the Secret Realm must not stop either. Yiming opened the webpage and started to check the related information. Suddenly, Guyan phone called. It's late at night. Isn't he resting yet? Hello, teacher. Good evening. Yiming, I'll keep it short. Tomorrow, a new secret realm will open in Sangnan City, called the 10,000 Sword Pool. Inside, there's a treasure called the Ancient Demon Sword. Go get it. Gu Yanfeng's voice rang out. Yiming frowned. Teacher, I already have a weapon. I know. Gu Yanfeng said. The Ancient Demon Sword is a long sword that contains demonic energy. Your long scythe belongs to the darkness and is connected to its origin, but at a higher level. So, you can treat the Ancient Demon Sword as nourishment and strengthen your long scythe. This, Yiming was shocked. Is there such an effect? Ing Yu nodded. Devouring other weapons to strengthen itself. The Godslayer long scythe indeed has this ability. Yiming's heart trembled, then frowned. He still knew too little. In that case, tomorrow I will go to the 10,000 Sword Pool and get that Ancient Demon Sword. The next day, Teleportation Hall. More than 30 people surrounded the teleportation portal. They were all contract masters who participated in the 10,000 Sword Pool. Yiming took a rough look, and the lowest level among them was a second-tier contract master. The highest level was a fourth-tier contract master, with 2 in total. They were talking to each other, and their relationship seemed good. At this moment, a third-tier contract master came up and smiled obsequiously. 2 fourth-tier seniors, could you take me along in the secret realm later? I'm not greedy. I just want to follow behind the 2 seniors and drink a little soup. The 2 fourth-tier contract masters immediately furrowed their brows, and one of them sneered. Sure, give me 500,000, and I'll take you through. 500,000. The third-tier contract master's face instantly changed. Senior, are you joking? I don't even earn 500,000 from one trip into the secret realm. You still know it's a joke? The fourth-tier contract master was furious. You want me to take you? Who the hell are you? Why should I take you? Don't you ask around. When has Su Kuei ever taken anyone for free? The secret realms I enter, the strong eat meat. People like you, a third-tier ant. I won't even leave you a bone. This speech undoubtedly aroused the anger of many. It's one thing to curse people, but to curse indiscriminately? Does he really think that being a fourth tier makes him invincible? Yiming furrowed his brows and glanced at Su Kuei without saying anything. Chapter 73. Fourth tier Fierce Beast, the Dark Sword Demon. Under the staff's arrangement, 30 contract masters quickly entered the secret realm. They found themselves in a sunken, open area surrounded by towering mountains. The sky was filled with crimson clouds. In front of them was a vast pool. The pool water is thick and blood-red, like coagulated plasma. In the blood pool, long swords, pitch black and rusty, are thrust into the pool like lotus roots, each sword brimming with a scarlet aura. Looking towards the center of the blood pool, there lies a long sword made of 2 colors intertwined. Red and purple intertwined, its aura foreboding. Even a glance sends chills down one's spine. Ancient Demon Sword. Yiming's eyes brightened. Not only he, but the other contractors also noticed it. The sword in the center of the blood pool must be a treasure. Charge. Let's stir up the chaos. Those of us with lower levels will have a chance to get the treasure. 30 contractors simultaneously moved. They did not hide their aura in the slightest. Like a swarm, they surged towards the center of the blood pool. The scene turned into a chaotic mess. Yiming watched this scene and did not follow the main force. He chose to advance from another direction. 4th level contractor, Su Kuei glanced at his companion beside him. These guys are clever. They know how to create chaos. But unfortunately, the scale and distribution of the blood pool ensure it can't get too messy here. Brother Wu Zheng, let's set off from another direction. The blood pool is a giant circle. At this moment, Three forces rushed toward the center of the blood pool from different directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the swords embedded in the blood pool began to tremble wildly, and then figures started to coalesce in the blood pool. They are ethereal and real, wielding the swords in the blood pool and charging wildly at the crowd. Ghost sword souls, they are extremely special beings, belonging to the spirit form fierce beasts. These fierce beasts have weak life force, but do not fear pain. They usually adopt a life or death approach. As in Yu Yu's explanation fell, a wailing sound echoed from the large group composed of second and third level contractors. Thousands of ghost sword souls charged toward them. They are reckless. This group of contractors was trapped in a circle. Many of them were struck by swords, blood spraying out. But while resisting the ghost sword souls, the team continued to advance. They had some fighting power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword shadows flashed. A chilling aura surged. Hundreds of ghost sword souls suddenly charged toward Yiming. He was trapped alone in the encirclement. The members of the main force saw this scene and secretly cursed. Who told you to show off? Wanting to charge alone? Now you're trapped. Solve it yourself. Su Kuei and Wu Zheng glanced at Yiming. Upon sensing Yiming's aura as a third-level contractor, Su Kuei immediately snorted coldly, really overestimating oneself. A third-level contractor fighting alone, really thinking they can compare with us fourth-level ones. Before the mocking words could be finished, the sharp crescent slash tore through the air. Yiming wielded a long scythe, slashing forward with the crescent blade, erasing all ghost sword souls in its path. In an instant, Yiming tore open a gap in the solid circular encirclement. Whoosh! Wearing the god-fallen demon armor, he transformed into a streak of light and charged out. His speed was incredible. As soon as a ghost sword soul formed in front of him and tried to block him, Yiming merely waved the scythe, and the head of the sword's soul flew off in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yiming closed in on the ancient demon sword, becoming the closest person to the center of the blood pool. Damn, what the heck? A third-level contractor has this kind of power. Su Kuei cursed angrily, speeding up his actions. But even if he unleashed his full force, the ghost sword souls charging continuously were like annoying flies, constantly disturbing him and blocking his way. Ah, boom! A violent explosion resonated. Behind Wu Zheng, a phantom of a holy maiden coalesced. His fists contained terrifying energy. Every punch caused a fierce explosion. While resisting the attack of the ghost sword souls, Wu Zheng shouted, Su Kuei, you keep pushing forward. I'll clear the way for you. Okay. Wu Zheng unleashed his full aura, carving a bloody path. Su Kuei rushed out, watching Yiming about to reach the center of the blood pool, gritting his teeth and speeding up. Kill 3-level ghost sword souls. Level experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. Kill the 3rd-tier ghost sword soul. Level experience +5, spirit technique experience +5. The system's voice echoed in Yiming's mind. He fell into the encirclement of the sword's soul ghosts again. But wielding a long sickle, he kept swinging, cutting through one batch of ghost sword souls before charging at another, like a black whirlwind dancing in a pool of blood. Other 3rd-tier contract masters saw this scene, and the sky seemed to fall. Aren't we all buddies? Why is this? We are all 3rd tier. Why is your combat power so terrifying? Is your contracted holy maiden different from ours? Wait a minute. Someone discovered a clue. His contracted spirit energy is so strange. Wait, he can't be a witch contract master, can he? Witch contract masters are weak in the early stages, but once they grow, they will be much stronger than holy maiden contract masters of the same rank. Damn, are witch contract masters that strong? Isn't it said that witch contract masters are not even close to holy maiden contract masters? Why does it feel like? As everyone was stunned, Yiming struck with the sickle, cutting down the last ghost sword soul in his way. He stepped onto the platform in the center of the blood pool, looking at the ancient devil sword that was deeply embedded in the ground. His brows suddenly furrowed. He rushed forward and firmly grasped the ancient devil sword. Then he exerted force. No! Su Kuei's anxious shout rang out, but it was already too late. With a blinding red light flashing, rolling scarlet energy and ghostly purple energy surged up from the ground. The two energies intertwined, eventually transforming into a terrifying figure. It held a red and a purple magic sword, with huge bull horns atop its head, a ferocious face, and sharp teeth glinting coldly. It was bare-chested, wearing armor on its lower body, and a powerful aura burst forth at that moment. 4th-tier ferocious beast, the Nether Sword Demon. Su Kuei's pupils widened. Its strength is considered high among 4th-tier ferocious beasts. To deal with it, One must be a contract master with an S-class spirit and reach the 4th tier. We're doomed. We can't stay in this secret realm any longer. When Yiming was about to draw the sword earlier, Sukuei sensed a powerful aura underground. But he didn't expect that this existence underground was actually the Nether Sword Demon. Even if Wu Zheng and I join forces, we will definitely not be a match for the Nether Sword Demon. This damned newly opened secret realm is indeed full of pitfalls. I wasted 100,000 in participation fees. Sukuei cursed under his breath and prepared to leave. Suddenly, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. A series of black ripples spread. Sukuei and the others looked up. In the sky, the Nether Sword Demon swung its dual swords, releasing streams of sharp sword light. On the other side, Yiming held the long sickle, moving like a phantom, avoiding the Nether Sword Demon's attacks while managing to inflict damage. Yiming was fighting the Nether Sword Demon, and Yiming was gaining the upper hand. Sukuei cursed loudly. Isn't this just pure nonsense? Chapter 74: The Nether Sword Demon, General Ghostblade Die. The 4th tier ferocious beast, Nether Sword Demon. Its combat power is very high, and it masters a certain powerful sword technique. Even I have no chance against it. Sukuei stared wide-eyed. The sudden scene made his heart tremble. Not just him. Wu Zheng, along with the other contracted masters in the team, all turned their gazes to Yiming. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. Yiming wielded the long sickle, black wings spread behind him, fighting back and forth with the Nether Sword Demon in the air. The dark domain unfolded. He erupted with energy, and dark tentacles slashed towards the Nether Sword Demon like blades. The latter swung its twin swords to cut through the dark tentacles. Whoosh! Yiming lunged forward, the sickle blade slicing through the air, slashing down. Cold light flashed sharply. The Nether Sword Demon blocked with its dual swords. But Yiming's power was too strong and directly cleaved it down from the air. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground. Dust and smoke rose. Sukuei was horrified at this sight. Are you kidding me? A 3rd-tier contract master drove back the Nether Sword Demon, just as he was in shock. 2 streams of light burst through the smoke. One stream of light is the Nether Sword Demon, wielding red and purple dual swords, its eyes flashing with a bloody killing intent. And beside it, another 4th-grade fierce beast appeared, the Ghost Blade General. It carried a great sword, wearing samurai armor, and its eyes, behind a ghost mask, were filled with blood red and cruelty. 4th-grade fierce beast, Ghost Blade General. 4th-grade fierce beast, Nether Sword Demon. Damn it, there are 2 4th-grade fierce beasts in this cursed secret realm. The sudden appearance of the Ghost Blade General stunned everyone present. Yiming frowned. He could kill a 4th-grade beast, but he had never faced 2 high-level beasts with powerful bloodlines at the same time. Yiming, I'll take care of the Ghost Blade General. Leave the Nether Sword Demon to you. It moves swiftly, and its swordsmanship is superb, but as long as you avoid its sharpness, you can win easily. If you unleash all your firepower, there's a chance for a one-hit kill. As Ing Yu's voice fell, dark tentacles gathered behind Yiming. Their tips transformed into spears and shields, clashing back and forth with the Ghost Blade General. Yiming watched the Nether Sword Demon charging at him. His gaze gradually turned fierce. He chose not to dodge the Nether Sword Demon. Instead, he held the long sickle and dived down. As a top assassin, he prided himself on being unmatched. A small 4th-grade fierce beast. Why should I avoid its sharpness? In the blood-red sky, a dark figure cut through the air like a shooting star. At the moment of nearing the Nether Sword Demon, the dark realm unfolded. When the realm completely enveloped the Nether Sword Demon, Yiming's body instantly fell into darkness. He vanished on the spot. The Nether Sword Demon was taken aback. A chill suddenly came from behind it. It swung its dual swords fiercely backward. Clang! A cold light flashed. Yiming unleashed all his power. The long sickle sliced through like bamboo, directly severing its neck as the Nether Sword Demon raised its hand. Its head flew up in an instant. Successfully killed the Nether Sword Demon. Realm experience plus 60. Spirit technique experience plus 60. After everything was done, Yiming flapped his black wings and charged towards the Ghost Blade General. The shield created by Ing Yu pushed forward, momentarily freezing the Ghost Blade General's body. Puff! The dark spear pierced through its body. It roared. The bloody aura in the air wildly gathered at its dantian, and its body began to swell crazily. The bulging muscles burst through the armor. What are you howling about? Before the Ghost Blade General's explosive energy was complete, Yiming suddenly appeared behind it, the long sickle slashing down, cutting through like mud. The body of the Ghost Blade General was sliced in half from head to tail. Interrupting the casting. Real combat is not a stage show. The enemy won't give you the chance to unleash your ultimate move. Successfully killed the Ghost Blade General. Realm experience plus 70. Spirit technique experience plus 70. 2 4th grade fierce beasts fell. Their bodies transformed into strange auras, returning to the center of the blood pool. Finally, condensing into the ancient demon sword. Yi Ming descended from the air and took the ancient demon sword. The moment he grasped the ancient demon sword, the divine fallen long sickle began to tremble wildly. This was a sign of excitement. What should we do next? Yi Ming was momentarily stunned. The divine fallen long sickle suddenly released a powerful suction. Streams of bloody aura flowed out of the ancient demon sword and were ultimately absorbed by the long sickle. The divine fallen long sickle devoured the ancient demon sword, becoming even stronger, easily able to cut through the hide of 4th grade fierce beasts. Clang! The aura was completely absorbed. The divine fallen long sickle, satisfied, merged back into Yi Ming's body. The ancient demon sword lost its earlier luster, turning dull and dark, like a long sword made of black coal. With a clang, it fell to the ground. Finally, it turned into powder. Is it over? Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged glances. They looked bewildered. As 4th grade contract masters, they had come with grand ambitions, ready to score big. But the result was they were actually overshadowed by a 3rd grade contract master. This kid is not simple. Wu Zheng looked at Yi Ming. I think he is a worthy opponent and can also be a reliable teammate. Su Kuei frowned. What do you mean? I want to bring him into the fold. With him on our side, we can make a big move. After Wu Zheng finished speaking, Su Kuei instantly frowned. Are you joking? Bringing a stranger into the fold is simply taboo. Do you think what we're doing can withstand the light of day? If this kid has ulterior motives, we're all done for. Wu Zheng shook his head. The Jinpin Society is not a long-term place to stay. Stealing and sneaking won't last forever. I want to take the brothers for a big score. A big score? Su Kuei frowned. Isn't it enough for you and me? Wu Zheng shook his head. Not enough. What do you really want to do? I want to subvert the head of the Jinpin Society, then take the brothers to rob the bank in Yuanyin City and escape into the beyond, leaving with the money. Looking at Wu Zheng, whose expression was serious, Su Kuei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling. You are asking for trouble. Survival of the fittest. Life is just a moment. If we succeed, we can live freely abroad for a lifetime, better than rotting in the Jinpin Society. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth. He was never a timid person. His mind might not be enough, but his courage was definitely ample. So you want to bring in an outsider to help us subvert the Jinpin Society? Wu Zheng did not confirm. To be precise, it's to kill the head of the Jinpin Society. Are you crazy? The head is a level 5 contract master. Su Kuei cursed angrily. Even if we want to subvert, we shouldn't involve an outsider. If he hears that you want to do such a dangerous thing, he would have to be insane to agree. Wu Zheng shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. You don't understand. I see resentment and killing intent in that kid. He might not be a normal person. He could be a killer from some organization. Besides, I won't tell him directly about the subversion. I just want to bring him into the fold first. The Jinpin Society lacks manpower right now. Isn't it just perfect? Su Kuei was still worried. We are not from Cangnan City. We are unfamiliar with the place. Don't go around creating trouble. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If it does, I will take the blame. Chapter 75. The Jinpin Society wants to recruit me? No way. After leaving the 10,000 swords pool, Yi Ming turned and went to other secret realms. Magic Cave Mountain, Ghost Fox Cliff, Giant Tombland. These 3 secret realms have one thing in common. They are full of fierce beasts. In the secret realm, Yi Ming transformed into a ruthless killing machine, crazily reaping the heads of the fierce beasts. From an omniscient perspective, it was like playing a meat pigeon game. The thrill of slaughter was immense. Successfully killed a level 3 ghoul. Realm experience plus 7. Spiritual skill experience plus 7. Successfully killed a level 3 ghoul. Realm experience plus 7. Spiritual skill experience plus 7. Successfully killed a level 3 ghoul. Realm experience plus 7. Spiritual skill experience plus 7. The system's notifications kept ringing in his mind. Yi Ming opened the panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, level 3 contract master, 251621/10000000. Mental power, 770. Vitality, 770. Contract spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, can be upgraded. Spiritual skills, Dark Domain, level 7-8. God Fallen Magic Armor, level 7-8. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spirituality Talent, Bloodthirsty Growth, Demon Emperor Combat Will. Realm Experience has reached 250,000. I am still over 700,000 away from becoming a level 4 Contract Master. If I work really hard by the time school starts, I might just become a level 4 Contract Master. Of course, this approach could waste some time. Yiming's current goal is to raise his vitality and mental power to 1,000. Once he reaches 1,000, his power will surge. At that time, even level 4 fierce beasts won't be a threat to him. He could kill level 4 fierce beasts in groups, thus making experience grow faster. It's time efficient and labor efficient. This is the best way to break through. Yiming left the secret realm. It was already 8 in the evening. The sky was dim. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the few twinkling stars. After Yiming walked out of the teleportation hall, he stood at the entrance, quietly waiting for something. The next moment, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei walked out. When they saw Yiming, they were not surprised at all. If you have something to say, just say it. You followed me for a day. I don't believe you, just want to tag along. Sipping soup in a secret realm, Yiming said expressionlessly in a cold tone. After leaving the sword pool, no matter where he went, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei always followed him. Even if he went to a solo secret realm, these two would wait for him at the portal. Like pesky followers, he couldn't shake them off. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Wu Zheng glanced at the streetlights on both sides and the ultra-high-definition cameras around, then gave a nervous smile. Could we talk for a moment? No. Yiming rejected directly. Wu Zheng froze for a moment, and his expression instantly turned cold. Friend, this is getting unpleasant. I genuinely wanted to say a few words to you. Though I don't know your identity, my judgment has always been good. If I'm not wrong, you should be a professional killer, right? Yiming's face showed no change in emotion. You think too much. You know whether it's true or not. Wu Zheng smiled. I'm telling you this just to let you know, you're a killer doing shady work. I'm pretty much like you, so I want to recruit you into a group. Yiming narrowed his eyes. So, he figured out my killer identity and thought I'm also a bad guy, so he wants to recruit me? An invitation from a criminal. Interesting. Yiming nodded. Go on. Do you know about the Golden Basin Society? Yiming. I know it too well. Looks like you're interested now. Let's talk somewhere else. In a chaotic bar, Yiming and Wu Zheng and his group rented a private room. Do you know about the Golden Basin Society? I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. I can introduce it to you. Wu Zheng explained the Golden Basin Society to Yiming. To sum it up, the Golden Basin Society is a theft organization. The leader is a quasi-fifth-tier contract master, and their headquarters is in Yuanyun City. It was once destroyed, but now, with the help of a mysterious group, it has revived and is eager to recruit talents. Yuanyun City, Yiming pondered. Yuanyun City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Sangnan City. No wonder Wu Zheng and Su Kuei don't know me. Turns out they aren't from Sangnan City at all. If they were, they would have known I'm the top scholar of Sangnan by now. I've told you everything, friend. I see you have good strength and have been a killer, so I want to recruit you into our group. Wu Zheng said as he placed his arm on Yiming's shoulder. You know, these days nothing is easy to do, especially for someone like you, a witch contract master who is rarer than 1,000 and 10,000. Though you're strong now, you could be killed by backlash from your killing ways, and the chances of that are even higher for a killer like you. So, why not join the Golden Basin Society and work with us? Yiming furrowed his brows and did not answer. He was thinking, should he just take down Wu Zheng and Su Kuei directly? Or should he play along, infiltrate their group, and then catch them all at once? No worries. Take your time to think. Just give me an answer before dawn. Wu Zheng handed Yiming a business card before leaving in a carefree manner. He walked out of the private room. Su Kuei asked worriedly, do you think we were too rash? What if this kid doesn't agree and reports us? He won't. Wu Zheng waved his hand confidently. When I asked him to join the Golden Basin Society, I saw hesitation in his eyes. Such hesitation cannot be faked. So, we just wait for the result. There are 3 hours until dawn. Let's wait until 11 p.m. During this time, we will change positions. If he agrees, we'll bring him along tomorrow morning. If not, we'll leave early. Wu Zheng is smart, but not too much. He's also very confident in himself. He believes his decisions are always right. In the private room, Yiming crossed his arms and rested his head on his hands until he confirmed that Wu Zheng and Su Kuei's presence had disappeared. Only then did he pick up his phone, preparing to send a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Just then, Sun Ho Yuan's message came in. Sun Ho Yuan, Yiming, good news, the organization just learned that 2 members of the Golden Basin Society are in Sangnan City, one named Su Kuei and the other named Wu Zheng. Sun Ho Yuan, I will send you their locations and information. Try to capture them alive and get the location of the Golden Basin Society's headquarters. Yiming, Yuanyun City. Sun Hoyuan. What do you mean? Yiming, the Golden Basin Society's headquarters is in Yuanyun City. Yiming's reply stunned Sun Hoyuan. Isn't it? Why do I feel a little confused? Sun Hoyuan. Where did you get this information? Yiming. Captain Sun, if I tell you that Wu Zheng and the others tried to recruit me earlier, would you believe me? Sun Hoyuan. I believe. What the hell? Chapter 76. The Golden Basin Society. Did they try to recruit Yiming? This is ridiculous beyond belief. How could it be? Sun Hoyuan truly couldn't believe it. But he knew Yiming wasn't the type to lie. After some conversation, Sun Hoyuan believed him. Sun Hoyuan. The world spins, and you can never predict what will happen next. This is so absurd. Yiming. I also find it unbelievable, but the fact is, Captain Sun, what should I do next? Sun Hoyuan. Did they tell you what the highest combat power of the Golden Basin Society is? Yiming. They didn't, but the two who invited me are both Tier 4 contract masters. I suspect their highest combat power is above Tier 4. Sun Hoyuan looked at the information and didn't immediately arrange the task. Instead, he replied, Sun Hoyuan, infiltrating the enemy's ranks is a dangerous thing. You're only Tier 3, so I respect your choice. My choice. Of course, it's to kill them all. The opportunity is fleeting. If I miss it, who knows how long it will be until the next one. Danger, of course, exists. But once you choose to become an assassin, you must have the resolve to face death. Moreover, Yiming had confidence in his own strength. He couldn't beat a Tier 5 contract master, but escaping without any difficulty was no problem at all. Sun Hoyuan, if you've made up your mind, then do as you said. After the job is done, you will be promoted to an intermediate assassin. Yiming. Thank you, Captain Sunday. After finishing the conversation, Yiming immediately called Wu Zheng using the business card. During the call, Yiming didn't directly say that he wanted to join the Golden Basin Society. Instead, he politely said that he needed to first check out the work environment. As for Sun Hoyuan, he sat in his chair, frowning. After a mental struggle, he finally sent a message to a Tier 5 contract master. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Protect someone in secret. Gue Mian. Who? Sun Hoyuan. A newcomer. Gue Mian. Newcomers aren't worth my protection. They're all a bunch of people with big dreams, but little skill. I look down on newcomers. Sun Hoyuan. He's different. Gue Mian. What's so different about him? Sun Hoyuan. He's a witch contract master. Also, the deputy hall master really likes him. The night was dark. Dark clouds covered the bright moon. After finishing the call, Wu Zheng's lips curled slightly. I was right. This guy used to be an assassin. Now he wants to join us in the Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei frowned. He didn't directly say he wants to join us. He only said he wanted to take a look. Looking around is the same as joining. Once he enters the Golden Basin Society, it's our territory. Even if he's very powerful, there are many of us. Are we afraid of a Tier 3 contract master? Wu Zheng's words immediately silenced Su Kuei. True. Let's not worry about whether he joins or not. We can trick him into our territory, beat him up, and that's it. The Golden Basin Society now has 20 members, half of whom were forced to join. The next day, Yiming followed Wu Zheng and Su Kuei to Yuanyun City. Yuanyun City was very different from San'an City in scale, but a year ago, there was a beast riot in a secret realm here. A Tier 6 beast mutated and broke through to Tier 7, breaking free from the secret realm and storming into the city, causing massive destruction. At that time, the disaster area covered 70% of the city's area. Now, the city was under reconstruction, leading to a city filled with chaos and confusion. There exists a substantial amount of illegal and criminal forces. In Yuanyun City, a 5-way standoff has already emerged. Nanshan Society, White Tiger Gang, White Feather Family, Black Cloud Martial Arts Hall, and then there is our Golden Basin Society. When Su Kuei mentioned the Golden Basin Society, he couldn't help but lift his head high. From today onwards, perhaps it will be a 4-way standoff. Yiming smiled faintly and remained silent. Under the leadership of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei, they first took the elevator in the city center. Then they arrived at an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. Around the parking lot, they found a sewer manhole cover painted with the Golden Basin design. They lifted it and jumped down. They crawled through the convoluted sewer, eventually arriving in front of a large door. They pushed the door open. A pair of eyes instantly turned to look. In a relatively spacious room, a dim yellow chandelier swayed precariously from the ceiling. The walls were mottled and old, and due to the location in the sewer, the damp environment had made the corners of the walls lush with moss. A group of half-naked men either gathered around a table gambling, polishing their knives, or skewering rats on daggers and roasting them over charcoals. A strong stench hit Yiming's face. Yiming frowned. His gaze quickly swept across the people present. There were a total of 25 people. 10 ordinary people, 15 contract masters, among whom the highest rank was third tier, with 3 in total. So Wu Zheng and Su Kuai can be considered high-level executives in the Golden Basin Society. Yi Ming analyzed. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked shut. The half-naked men gathered closer. Wu Zheng and Su Kuai clenched their fists, their expressions fierce, and approached Yi Ming like the others. What are you guys trying to do? Yi Ming frowned. Su Kuai chuckled. Once you enter the Golden Basin Society, don't think you can leave easily. You're a newcomer, so we old-timers need to give you a little welcome ceremony. Brothers, make your move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the words fell, over 20 figures instantly pounced towards Yi Ming. They wielded sharp knives, their fierce eyes like those of man-eating tigers, as if they intended to devour Yi Ming alive. Bang! At that moment, the door was kicked open from the outside. The huge commotion attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a man dressed in a white suit and holding a metal cane walked in. 2 tall, suited men followed behind him, bald-headed with fierce gazes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of heels striking the floor echoed. The suited man entered the room, glanced at everyone, and angrily shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you all doing? Get back to your seats quickly." With a command, the group of half-naked men huddled back to their original spots. Wu Zheng and Su Kuai stood beside Yi Ming, staring at the suited man with furrowed brows. "Vice President, why are you here?" Chen Chuanming did not answer, but approached Wu Zheng, raising his hand. Slap! A slap landed on Wu Zheng's face. Then he swiftly struck back. Slap! Su Kuai's face also swelled. "Vice President, what are you doing?" Wu Zheng shouted hoarsely. Chen Chuanming, hearing this, kicked Wu Zheng away. "Get lost! You blind fools! Do you know who he brought back? He is the top scholar of Songnan City this year, personally recruited by the Vice President of Tsinghua University. How dare you lay your hands on him? How could you dare?" Chapter 77. 5th Tier Contract Master. Ghostface? Wu Zheng and Su Kuai were stunned. They turned to look at Yi Ming, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. As if saying, "Come on, buddy, why didn't you say earlier that you have such a background?" Yi Ming met their gaze. "You didn't ask beforehand either." "Humph, 2 ignorant fools. If I hadn't investigated clearly, you would have caused a gigantic mess today." Chen Chuanming, furious, gave Su Kuai and Wu Zheng each another slap. This time, they became obedient. Yi Ming stood in place, witnessing the entire farce unfold, having infiltrated the Golden Basin Society. But the vice president recognized him, and things became subtle. Bang, bang, bang. After punching and kicking Su Kuai and Wu Zheng, Chen Chuanming took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathlessly came before Yi Ming. He looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi Ming. My 2 subordinates were thoughtless and offended you before. Here is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." The 3 bodyguards behind him held up a case, opened it, and it was filled with cash. There was probably several million. Yi Ming accepted the cash. Chen Chuanming still wore a smile on his face. "Mr. Yi Ming, you have taken the money, but this small temple cannot accommodate such a great Buddha like you. If there's nothing else, shall I escort you home?" "No need." Yi Ming turned and left the room. However, before leaving the room, Yi Ming picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. "Yi Ming, I was discovered by them. They gave me some money to leave. I've gone, but things are definitely not so simple. My intuition tells me they won't let this slide. Someone may secretly want to kill me." Sun Ho Yuan. "Yes, it is the president of the Jean Pen Society, a quasi-5th-level contract master." In the room, Wu Zheng stumbled to his feet, quickly said, "Vice President, this kid knows too much. We can't let him go." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chuanming kicked him again. "You think of something that even a pig's brain can figure out. Do you really think I wouldn't know? Coming to the Jean Pen Society, no matter who it is, they must die." Wu Zheng continued to shout. "Then why give him money and let him go? This is to let him relax his guard. Do you really think that kid is weak? I'll tell you the truth. Even I am not his match." Chen Chuanming was angry to the point of exploding. He didn't want to bother with Wu Zheng anymore. After confirming Yi Ming had truly left, Chen Chuanming picked up his phone and sent a message to a contact. "Chen Chuanming, President, we can act now." In the dark, damp sewer, Yi Ming carried a briefcase, calmly moving forward. His eyes stared straight ahead, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if he was deep in thought. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. The shadow wielded a saber and lunged at Yi Ming in a swift step. The saber in his hand was incredibly sharp, glistening with a chilling light in the dim environment. "D!" The shadow roared. But in the next moment, a dark aura spread from Yi Ming, and a dark domain unfolded instantly. Yiming merged into the darkness. The saber struck down. The darkness was sliced open. It chopped at the empty air. The shadow's pupils suddenly constricted. A cold breath came from behind him. He gripped the saber tightly, using his waist strength to slash backward with a spinning attack. Clang! The long scythe and saber collided. The sound of metal ringing echoed. Yiming clearly saw the person holding the saber. He had his hair tied up, a prominent skull, a small patch of beard in the middle of his face, and a stance like a samurai from Sakura Country. Sakura Country person? The Jinpin Society is indeed backed by the Yuan Guang Group. Yiming's expression instantly turned colder. He tightened his grip on the long scythe, unleashing all his power. Baka! Why did his power suddenly increase several times? Kawashita stared wide-eyed, continually waving the saber to defend. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding echoed. Each time Yiming made a move, he put forth all his effort. Kawashita was the president of the Jinpin Society, a quasi-fifth-level contract master. Yiming was only third level. The gap in their realms was slightly small. Yiming couldn't hold back. Thunderheart one blade slash. Suddenly, Kawashita yelled furiously. Electric arcs flickered around the saber in his hand. With a glare in his eyes, he dashed toward Yiming, his body turning into a roaring lightning bolt. Damn! In the dark, a man wearing a ghost mask flicked away the cigarette from his mouth, his hands clawing as he charged towards Yiming. Boom! Kawashita and the masked man collided with each other. Wastewater splashed everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air. With his claws gripping the saber, the masked man sneered at Kawashita, the dignified president of the Jinpin Society. How dare you lay hands on a third tier? This would sound very bad if it gets out. Kawashita glared. Bastard! Who are you? Son of a bitch! The demon-faced man cursed angrily, his claws shimmering coldly as he grabbed the katana in Kawajita's hand. With a sudden burst of force, crack-bang, the katana shattered. Kawajita's pupils contracted, and 5 sharp blades flashed before his eyes. Pif-if-if. Kawajita's head was sliced into several pieces. He was dead. Ooh. The demon-faced man took a deep breath. White mist leaked from his claws, which finally turned back into human hands. He turned to look at Yiming. When he saw Yiming calmly staring at him, he frowned. Aren't you afraid of me? Yiming was stunned. Why should I be afraid? I killed Kawajita. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You're sent by Captain Sunday. Why would you want to kill me? Hearing Captain Sun's name, the face beneath the demon mask instantly fell. How boring. I was trying to scare you, but Captain Sun already told you everything. He shrugged and sighed helplessly. Yiming thought this guy was a bit childish, but his strength was impressive. He should be a 5th-tier contract cultivator. Kawajita is dead. The Golden Bowl Society is basically finished. I'll go clean up the battlefield. Wait for me. The demon-faced man rushed into the room where the Golden Bowl Society was located. 1 minute later, he came out with blood on his hands. The task for the Golden Bowl Society is done. You're an interesting rookie. A 3rd tier enduring a 5th tier and still able to suppress him in a fight. Not bad, not bad. You're good enough to sit at the table. The demon-faced man spoke with a relaxed tone. Yiming ignored his words. He picked up the briefcase on the ground and handed it to the demon-faced man, saying, "Dirty money." The demon-faced man took it and kept it. After a brief conversation, they both went their separate ways. On the way back, the demon-faced man started a vent to Sun Ho Yuan. Demon Face, Captain Sun, you're not being fair. You know I like scaring new recruits, so why did you tell Yiming that I was going to help him? Sun Ho Yuan, you're already a 5th tier. Can you stop being so childish? Also, who told you I said that to Yiming? Demon Face, you didn't say? Sun Ho Yuan, I didn't. Demon Face, damn. This is seriously weird. Sun Ho Yuan, what's wrong? Demon Face, that kid didn't get suppressed by my fear domain, even though he didn't know my identity. Chapter 78, Killing Maul, Fallen Magic Crystal. Demon Face was a 5th-tier contract cultivator. He possessed an extremely unique spiritual skill, the fear domain. In the domain, anyone who didn't know his identity or level would be overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear. Earlier, when Demon Face fought Kawajita, he had used the fear domain. After the battle ended, he didn't withdraw the domain. Demon Face originally intended to scare Yiming, the rookie. But in the end, Yiming wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was immune to his fear domain. This is really bizarre. Demon Face frowned. He couldn't understand why Yiming was immune. The only one who knew the answer was Yiming himself. In his past life, he was a top-tier assassin, having faced countless life-or-death situations. He feared nothing, not even death. So why would he fear a fear domain? When he got home, it was already late at night. After taking a shower, Yiming lay on the bed and fell asleep. Before sleeping, he glanced at the room where Yi Shuang was, still dark without a light. Sister Yi Shuang is a night owl, usually sleeping around 1 or 2 in the morning. Looks like she's still out on a mission. Yi Ming pulled the curtains closed. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the room. The next morning, Yi Ming was woken up by the vibrating phone. He looked at the screen. It was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan. Yi Ming, congratulations on becoming a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has increased to 20 million. Also, the Killing Mall has been unlocked for you. The Killing Mall was created by the Killing Hall, a huge virtual trading platform. To enter the Killing Mall, one must go through a series of identity verifications. Unless you are a top boss in the Dragon Nation, only assassins from the Killing Hall can access the Killing Mall. Yi Ming looked at his phone. Sun Ho Yuan had sent him an exclusive link. He clicked on it, and after entering a lot of information, he entered the shopping mall. The interface of the mall was similar to the video games Yi Ming had played before. The screen displayed a dazzling array of products. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained 500 contribution points. 500 contribution points was a new user benefit from the Hall of Silence. This was quite a fortune. It could buy a piece of 6-star beast material. Product, Book of Dark Language. Type, Historical Treasure. Description, an ancient book from beyond the realm, stained with curses and dark aura, containing some obscure ancient texts. Price, 300 contribution points. Product, Purification Crystal. Type, Heavenly Material. Description, a product from a mysterious purification pool on another realm, containing purifying power, can suppress the backlash from which contract masters and can detoxify dizziness for ordinary people. Price, 599 contribution points. Product, Ice Wing Wings. Type, Beast Material. Description, comes from the 6-star Beast Ice Wing Phoenix, contains cold ice power, may grow wings when absorbed, but the probability is very low, 1 in 100,000. Price, 769 contribution points. Yi Ming's gaze swept back and forth on the mall page. He looked at more than a dozen products, but the lowest price was over 300. The slightly better ones were over 500. The newbie reward gave out too few contribution points. I need more contribution points. Yi Ming thought silently. To gain contribution points, there are 2 ways. First, give gifts. Second, complete tasks. I didn't open them all before, so the tasks I completed don't count. This system is a bit unscientific. Yi Ming felt he had lost over 100 contribution points for nothing. Yi Ming, search for Fallen Magic Crystal. The voice of Shadow Yin suddenly rang out. Yi Ming's eyes brightened, although he didn't know what Fallen Magic Crystal was. But the omnipotent God, Desolate Knight, Demon Emperor, spoke up. Without thinking, he knew it was a good thing. He clicked the search bar, typed, and confirmed. Product, Fallen Magic Crystal. Type, Heavenly Material. Description, a super or from beyond the realm. Contains rich dark power. Touching it with bare hands will turn your body into mud instantly. This is an extremely dangerous item. Please purchase with caution. Price, 5,999. Yi Ming. How much? 5,999? This thing is clearly not something I can manage right now. Yi Ming silently withdrew his hand from the mouse. He sighed. This is tough. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang out. Yi Ming found that someone was actively adding him. He clicked to see it was his teacher, Gu Yinfeng. He accepted the request. He first asked a question mark. Yi Ming. Good evening, teacher. Don't stay up late. Take care of your health. Gu Yinfeng. I don't need to rest at this level. I heard from Xiao Sun that you opened them all, so I thought of sending you something good. Ding ding ding. An email arrived. Yi Ming noticed that his contribution point balance was beginning to change. Received a gift from the Deputy Hall Master. 6,000 contribution points. 6,000? This is too much. Yi Ming was shocked, displaying a horrified expression. Gu Yinfeng. Did you receive the items? Not much, but it should be enough for your current stage. When your strength grows, I will give you more contribution points. I'm afraid if I give too many, you will become lazy. Even if I get more, I won't. Yi Ming thought silently. As expected of a teacher, contribution points in his eyes are completely useless dirt. Yi Ming's mood was excellent now. He had contribution points now. He could redeem Fallen Magic Crystal. Fallen Magic Crystal, price, $59.99. Although it's a lot, contribution points are meant to be spent. Redeem. Redemption successful. Fallen Magic Crystal will be delivered to your doorstep within 1 hour. 1 hour? So fast. Yi Ming's eyes flickered. He waited. 1 hour later, a drone descended from the sky. It accurately arrived at Yi Ming's window. This drone was made entirely of color-changing materials. In the air, its invisibility level could reach 90%. The noise was completely suppressed. The sound of flying is not much different from that of insects. Not too much, just exactly 1 hour. This precision. Yi Ming sighed again. The Death Palace is truly the largest assassin organization in the country. This setup is just high. The procedure for retrieving the goods is quite simple. Scan Yiming's facial features, unlock, and the metal box is delivered from the cabin. After Yiming signs for it, he returns to the room and enters the password to open it. Whoosh! Rolling purple energy bursts forth. A strange smell lingers in the air. Somewhat sharp, but not foul. Divine Fall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. How do I use this thing? Yiming asked. Ing Yuyu's delicate face instantly turned red. She clenched her fist and muttered. Yiming, don't call me that. It's really embarrassing. If you keep calling me that, I won't help you absorb the materials. Yiming smiled and said, Okay, I won't call you that. It's just a joke, don't be shy. Ing Yu nodded. With her help, dark energy surged from Yiming's elbow, enveloping his entire forearm. Yiming grabbed the fallen demon crystal, following Ing Yuyu's guidance. Yiming held the fallen demon crystal in his hand. In an instant, deep purple energy spread out like earthworms, try to burrow into Yiming's body. But the dark energy wrapping around Yiming's arm formed a protective shield, preventing the invasion of the deep purple energy. Absorb! Ing Yuyu's voice held a hint of authority. The dark energy enveloped the fallen demon crystal, frantically devouring it. When the swallowing process was complete, this time, not even a trace of the fallen demon crystal remained. P.S. The family visits have ended, and I will resume normal updates. I'll start updating more frequently. No need to stock up on the book anymore. Thank you to all the supporters. Chapter 79, Outer Realm, Death Marsh Vitality, 770850. Mental Power, 770850. It truly is a treasure worth over 5,000 contribution points. Just the vitality and mental power have increased by 80 points. Yiming felt a surge of joy inside. But what excited him even more was Ing Yuyu's improvement. Contract Spirit, Divine Fall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yuyu. Level, SSS Grade, Progress, 4.5% 8%. Resurrection Progress, 14% 16%. Resurrection Progress exceeds 15%. Unlock Contract Skill, Fallen Slash. Contract Skill, Yiming frowned. According to the records, when a contract master's realm reaches the 5th stage, the relationship between the master and the spirit deepens. Their powers merge, allowing the use of contract skills. But he was only at the 3rd stage. So he awakened contract skills already? A life of cheats truly needs no explanation. Yiming silently thought. He then checked the effects of Fallen Slash. Contract Skill, Fallen Slash. Introduction, draws all the power from the contract master's body, merges with the contract spirit's abilities, and unleashes a full force strike. This strike contains 10 times the power of a normal full force attack. Contract skills have no levels. They only grow stronger with increased proficiency and the promotion of the contract master's realm. Yiming, how about we try it out? Okay. Yiming went to the training room. In front of him stood a fully armed mechanical dummy. 3 meters tall, 3 meters wide, with a rounded shape made of high-strength metal. The spherical design can withstand force better. My uncle said this mechanical dummy can withstand the full force strike of a quasi-level 5 contract master. So, Yiming's eyes suddenly flashed with red light. The divine fall demon armor covered his entire body. He reached out and gripped. The long scythe appeared. His wrist flipped, and the long scythe glimmered coldly, a powerful aura surging from Yiming's body. Whoosh! Dark tendrils gathered from behind, winding down Yiming's arm and entwining the long scythe, making Yiming's arm seem to fuse with the long scythe. Black wings spread wide, boom. Yiming swiftly stepped forward. As the long scythe swung, dark energy surged. Crimson patterns flickered on Yiming's arm. Swoosh! The blood-red slash cut through the air. With a bang, the mechanical dummy, capable of withstanding the full force strike of a quasi-level 5 contract master, instantly exploded into scattered pieces. This! Yiming gazed at his arm fused with the long scythe, his pupils involuntarily shrinking. What a terrifying power! After using Falling Slash, my energy has become stronger. If I encounter the president of the Golden Basin Guild again, I feel like I can end the battle within 5 breaths. Falling Slash combines the power of the contract master and the contract spirit. This contract skill is indeed terrifying. Yiming now understands why it is said there is a wide chasm between a 4th-order contract master and a 5th-order contract master. Ah, stupid kid, what are you doing? This mechanical dummy cost me 500,000, and you blew it up again. The shocked voice of Uncle Yiwen came. He stared dumbfounded at everything in the training room, his mouth twitching. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into obtaining this mechanical dummy? Oh no! Seeing Uncle about to start nagging again, Yiming's heart trembled, and he immediately bolted away, moving as fast as lightning. While running, he shouted, "Sorry, uncle. I have too much strength. I couldn't hold back. I will definitely buy a new one another day." After running out of the house, Yiming headed for the secret realm to try his skills. After leaving home, Yiming prepared to go to the teleportation hall. The mechanical dummy was ultimately just a wooden post. It couldn't move and had no combat power. To test his real level, it was best to go to the secret realm and face a true fifth-order fierce beast in a real fight. Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall, confident and composed. He was told that a third-order contract master cannot challenge a quasi-fifth-order beast, unless in special situations, such as a fierce beast mutation, hidden dangers. Quasi-fifth-order beasts are not encountered. Yiming could only find a few fourth-order fierce beasts to try his luck. As expected, the fourth-order fierce beasts had lost their ability to resist before him. Everything was over. Yiming left the teleportation hall feeling disheartened. Phew! Suddenly, a cold wind arose from behind. Yiming's expression changed. This cold wind was filled with intense, killing intent. He did not alarm the snake, but walked while keeping an eye out with his peripheral vision. Whoosh! A figure was approaching from behind. When it was only 3 meters away from Yiming, he suddenly turned around and cupped his fists, saying, "Good afternoon, teacher." The figure abruptly stopped. Gu Yanfeng looked at Yiming, who was cupping his fists in greeting, and clicked his tongue, feeling very displeased. "Did you see through me again? How did you do it?" Yiming explained, "Teacher, you deliberately revealed your killing intent earlier to mislead me, but you didn't truly want to kill me, so the killing intent was not pure. Moreover, although you concealed your aura, your powerful strength made your aura unique. If I remember correctly, I recognized your aura last time, so it wasn't hard to identify you." Boring. Gu Yanfeng waved his hand, adding, "I won't scare you again in the future." While speaking, he emphasized the words, "I won't scare you again." Yiming understood. His mischievous teacher would surely not let this go. "Teacher, did you come to see me about something today?" Gu Yanfeng said, "You've been to the outer domain once before, but that was just a mission and not true training. I want to take you to the outer domain again, to a place called the Death Swamp. There are many fierce beasts, and their strength is strong, with the lowest being third order, and there are over 1,000 fourth-order beasts. In addition, in the center of the Death Swamp, there's an ancient book called Death Curse. If you bring it out, I will exchange it for 7th-order materials." 7th-order materials. Yiming's eyes lit up. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "I will definitely do my best." "Good. Since you agreed, we'll set off right now." Gu Yanfeng squeezed Yiming's shoulder, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky. Flying at high speed made Yiming's heart race with anxiety. Although he could also fly, but he could only fly 100 meters at most. Now, they were flying over 1,000 meters. Third border city. Yiming followed behind Gu Yanfeng, examining the soldiers passing by on both sides, feeling a bit worried. "Teacher, I haven't completed any procedures. I can't get out of third border city." "No need for procedures, just follow me," Gu Yanfeng said lightly. Rules are made to restrain disobedient people. But Gu Yanfeng, at his level, is the one who creates the rules. Can rules control him? Of course not. They arrived at the entrance. The soldier simply asked some questions about their identity. When he heard Gu Yanfeng introduce himself, he was suddenly startled and hurriedly said, "8th-level contract master, authorized by the Dragon Kingdom, unrestricted entry and exit. Principal Yin, you can go to the outer realm now." The soldier said, Gu Yanfeng slightly nodded, then once again grasped Yiming's shoulder and transformed into a streak of light flying away. It was only after watching Gu Yanfeng leave that the soldier hurriedly went to the communication room and dialed a mysterious phone call. "Hello, is this the main control department? I'm the captain of the 25th team of the 3rd Side City. Please report to the superiors. Vice Principal of Star Demon University, 8th-level contract master Gu Yanfeng has entered the outer realm, and his whereabouts are temporarily unknown. He brought someone with him, a 3rd level. I saw him a few days ago, named Yiming, a witch contract master." Chapter 80, Death Swamp. Crazy harvesting in the Death Swamp. Dark and humid, the ground piled with mud, bubbles constantly rising from below. Gu Yanfeng and Yiming stood in the air, overlooking the swamp below. In the swamp, fierce beasts covered in sharp spikes lay among the muck, their fierce eyes shining with blood-red light. 3rd-level fierce beast sharp armor crocodile. 4th-level fierce beast cracked armor lizard. They are the dominant species of the Death Swamp. "Let's give it a try." Gu Yanfeng patted Yiming's shoulder. Yiming nodded, with the dark god armor covering his whole body. As he fell, deep pits were smashed into the swamp. Mud splashed everywhere. Yiming wielded a long scythe. Dark aura suddenly erupted. Slash! The cold light flashed, and red light exploded. Successfully killed a 3rd level sharp armor crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, skill experience plus 20. Drip. Blood dripped down the blade of the long scythe. Roar. Seeing the dead sharp armor crocodile, all the fierce beasts reacted. They stared wide-eyed, letting out low growls of anger, rushing madly towards Yiming. Yiming remained calm, endlessly waving his long scythe, the sharp blade light flickering. A group of 3rd level sharp armor crocodiles were split in half. In Yiming's mind, the prompt sound continued to ring. Successfully killed a 3rd level sharp armor crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, skill experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 3rd level sharp armor crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, skill experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 3rd level sharp armor crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, skill experience plus 20. In the sky, Gu Yinfeng crossed his arms, watching everything below. Yiming is powerful, able to kill enemies across levels. 3rd level fierce beasts pose no threat to him. Not only are 3rd level fierce beasts not a threat, even 4th level fierce beasts can't do anything to him. When the 4th level cracked armor lizard charged towards Yiming, Yiming fearlessly rushed into the sea of lizards. His aura suddenly soared. Holding the long scythe, he waved it like a blood-colored whirlwind, continuously harvesting the heads of fierce beasts. If the world really has souls, these damned fierce beast souls could definitely form a wall of souls. 4th level fierce beasts have no ability to resist in front of me. If it were a quasi-5th level fierce beast. Yiming's heart just had a thought. Suddenly, in the center of the death swamp, a mysterious and ancient altar rose up. Around the altar, for crocodile-like creatures bearing large sabers stared fiercely at Yiming. They drew out the sabers from their backs. These sabers were made of flesh and blood, covered with sticky flesh paste, and the sharp blades shimmered with cold light. 4th level fierce beast saber warriors. Their bodies are strong, and they master a barbaric and overbearing swordsmanship, ranking high among 4th level fierce beasts. See the blades in their hands? They are tainted with deadly poison, and once touched, the body will rot instantly. But their weakness is very obvious, slow and clumsy. They can be exhausted with agile maneuvers. The shadow saw through their details. Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly. His breathing became subtle. Boom! For crocodile blade warriors struck first. Yiming, while advancing, unfolded the dark domain, slowing down the enemy while quickening his own movements. He was not afraid of the 4th-tier beasts. What he had to do now was to defeat them without taking any damage. Gu Yinfeng was watching him from the sky. Isn't it time to show some real skills? Using the domain to slow down the crocodile blade warriors, then dodging their attacks with agile movements. When striking, intentionally suppressing his aura. He killed one crocodile blade warrior with a single blow. Gu Yunfeng's mouth curled into a smile. This brat Yiming, is he showing off his strength to me? Proud but not impatient, humble but not fake. This kid really has a unique personality. He had much praise for Yiming. Buzz. At that moment, a giant black shadow enveloped Gu Yunfeng. He looked up and saw a massive flying ship hovering above him, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Senior Gu, it's been many years. Care to come up and sit? Qin Jun. This guy actually followed me. Gu Yunfeng muttered to himself, then boarded the flying ship. He entered the cockpit of the flying ship. A middle-aged man in a Chinese robe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the control screen. His face was tough, eyes sharp, with a square jaw, and distinct features, full of righteousness. Little Qin, what are you here for? Gu Yunfeng boarded the flying ship. Qin Jun turned his head and smiled, nodding. Greetings, Senior Gu. Although he was the head of the 3rd border city, he was much younger than Gu Yunfeng by several decades, so calling him senior was not out of place. Most importantly, Qin Jun was a 7th tier, while Gu Yunfeng was an 8th tier powerhouse, so calling him senior was also fitting. Little Qin, what are you here for? Supervising me? Gu Yunfeng frowned and asked. Qin Jun smiled lightly. Senior, you jest. You're an 8th tier powerhouse. How could I supervise you? The area outside the 3rd border city is unstable. If a 7th tier or higher powerhouse takes action, it's highly likely to provoke a riot. I'm here to help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Short and to the point. The main reason Qin Jun had come was to prevent Gu Yunfeng from acting recklessly. Other 8th tier powerhouses didn't need supervision, but Gu Yunfeng was different. He once, in a fit of rage, stormed into a high-risk area beyond the domain alone. He returned to Long Nation dragging his broken body, severely injured, with hidden wounds that almost killed him. 8th tier powerhouses had predicted that he would be useless for the rest of his life. But Gu Yunfeng didn't believe in fate. He broke through the 8th tier, slapped everyone in the face. Such a person, Long Nation feared for his safety, but was even more afraid of him causing a riot beyond the domain. When I was young, I was full of ambition and acted without considering the consequences. But now, I'm no longer who I was. Gu Yanfeng sighed. He had indeed changed a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the deputy hall master of the Hall of Killing. The route remains the same, no matter how much you change. If you really changed, senior, you wouldn't have been able to break through to the 8th tier. Qin Jun's smile never left his face. Gu Yanfeng sighed helplessly. All right, supervise if you must. The two of them watched the death swamp below through the screen. When they saw Yiming kill 3 more crocodile blade warriors, Qin Jun's eyebrows slightly moved. Senior Gu, is this kid your new disciple? Yes. Not bad. His strength is great, control over power is just right, and his movement skills are top-notch. Qin Jun's eyes revealed admiration. Gu Yanfeng smiled. This kid has good talent. Killing enemies across levels is as easy as drinking water. But senior, if I'm not mistaken, his contracted spirit is a witch, right? Yes, a witch SSS rank. Qin Jun fell silent for a moment, then frowned and said, if I'm not wrong, the more people or beasts a witch contract master kills, the more likely they are to be retaliated against by the killings. This is a huge hidden danger. Gu Yanfeng's face remained expressionless, but his tone was very serious. I'm looking for a way to completely eliminate the retaliation. Completely eliminate? Qin Jun's expression grew more serious. This was something almost impossible to achieve. He fell silent and didn't speak. At that moment, in the death swamp, in the center of the mysterious altar, an ancient and mysterious sheepskin book appeared. It fluttered in the wind, releasing a disgusting aura, and the air was filled with a bloody scent. Qin Jun was startled. The Book of Curses? I can't believe such a treasure exists in this little place. Chapter 81. The Near 5th Stage Beast, Poison Ghost Bat during the arrival of fierce beasts on Blue Star. Along with them, many special treasures appeared, products of some civilization, possessing unique powers. Many scholars were curious about the origins of these items. Based on the obscure words and images left on some items, they inferred a vague history. Without evidence, without facts, yet they existed in reality. So these items were called historical relics. The Book of Curses. It possesses the power of curses, said to be able to curse ordinary people, contract masters, or fierce beasts, causing them to cough, have fevers, stomachaches, rot, fall seriously ill, or even die. There are many copies of the Book of Curses, each with different effects. I really didn't expect such a book to exist in this little place. Interesting. Qin Jun crossed his arms, his eyes deep, lost in thought. Death Marsh. Yiming looked at the sheepskin parchment in front of him, frowning. This thing has a strange aura, a feeling of danger. As a top assassin, Yiming had a strong perception of danger. He wrapped his palm in dark energy and reached out toward the ancient book. In the next moment, a panel appeared before his eyes. Name: The Book of Curses, Fear. Type: Historical Relic. Description: A mysterious and ancient existence. Every word it holds has the power of curses. The possessor can merge with the power of the Book of Curses to cast a fear curse on enemies. The effect of the curse is to make people afraid. Quite interesting. Yiming thought for a moment, and dark tendrils extended from his palm, wrapping around the Book of Curses, ready to absorb its power. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice suddenly rang out. Please slow down. We have our eyes on that thing. Could you let us have it? Yiming turned to look. 3 figures were walking toward him. The 2 on the sides wore ninja outfits, faces covered, with kunai and shurikens at their waists, moving silently. Their eyes filled with cunning and treachery. The person in the middle, dressed in a suit, with long hair, his eyes full of arrogance, and a little tuft of beard in the middle of his chin. People from Sakura country? Yiming recognized the 3 people's nationality at a glance. A little beard in the middle is too characteristic. Any Dragon Country person wouldn't act like that. Yiming didn't find it surprising to see people from Sakura country. The Outer Realm is a lawless land where any country can enter. Not to mention people from Sakura country. Even encountering aliens is possible. Sir, that thing is useless to you. If you sell it to us, we can offer you an unexpected reward. A very generous reward. The ninja on the left spoke up, addressing a major general level. Yiming's eyes turned cold. If it were others, he might consider selling. Sakura country people, sell it to them? I would rather lose it than sell it to you. Yiming gripped the Book of Curses tightly. Dark energy surged forth and began to refine it instantly. Baka, the hypocritical Sakura ninja, seeing that their purpose would not be achieved, suddenly had a murderous look in their eyes. This is how people from Sakura country are. One way in front, another behind. Trusting them is like believing that pigs can fly while bombing Sakura country with atomic bombs. If negotiations fail, there's no choice but to fight. Kill him. The man from Sakura country waved his hand. The two ninjas immediately formed a seal, revealing. Two ninjas died. Yiming held a long sickle, standing before the suited man with cold eyes. The suited man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his throat rolling. Baka, I advise you not to act rashly. I am a young master of the Takahashi family from Sakura country. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my family will leave you with no bones left. Uft. Yiming swung his long sickle, and in an instant, the young master of the Takahashi family lost his head. He was quite strong, a third-tier contract master with an SS-level spirit contract. He must have come to train in the Outer Realms. But unexpectedly, scum from Sakura country. Yiming felt a natural disgust for Sakura country in his heart. He glanced at the body of the Sakura man on the ground, too lazy to deal with it, letting the swamp swallow him up. On the spaceship, Qin Ming wore a smile on his face. Interesting. Decisive and fast, unperturbed by threats. The more he looked at Yiming, the more he liked him. He even had the urge to take Yiming and train him well as a soldier. By the way, Senior, how strong is Yiming now? Qin Jun asked in confusion. I noticed that he almost always kills in one hit. Even a fourth-tier fierce beast cannot match him. Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and said, his strength is indeed formidable. However, although he far exceeds the fourth tier, he probably won't be able to beat a quasi-fifth tier. This news was not just Gu Yunfeng's idle talk. He learned from Sun Hoyuan that Yiming was ambushed by the president of the Golden Basin Guild, who was a quasi-fifth tier, and Yiming barely fought to a draw. In just 2 or 3 days, Yiming couldn't have become stronger again, right? That's impossible. Boom. At that moment, the death swamp began to tremble wildly, with cracks tearing apart the swamp. A terrifying figure emerged from underground. It had wings growing from its back, claws as hard as steel, and green armor revealing on its body, looking like a standing bat. Roar! The instant it appeared, a loud roar echoed through the clouds. Yiming stared at the fierce beast, and a voice came to his mind from Ingyu. Quasi-fifth tier fierce beast, poison ghost bat. This thing likes dry places. Why did it come to the death swamp? She was puzzled. Qin Jun and Gu Yunfeng were also confused. A quasi-fifth tier fierce beast? Why is it here? They felt anxious in their hearts. Yiming showed no fear, charging straight in a fight. This scene made Qin Jun furrow his brows. So confident, but this time it's too reckless. Qin Jun said. Just earlier, Gu Yunfeng said that Yiming's strength was above the fourth tier, but not to the quasi-fifth tier. Now, facing a quasi-fifth tier fierce beast. Isn't this a grave risk? In the secret realm, when Yiming saw it was a quasi-fifth tier fierce beast, his breath surged. Dark tentacles emerged from his back, spreading from his arms to his palms, eventually merging with the long sickle. Fall and slash! Yiming roared, and all his power exploded in an instant, a sickle striking down on the poison ghost bat. With one swing, the poison ghost bat's head flew off. The quasi-fifth tier fierce beast died. Qin Jun's pupils suddenly constricted, shock enveloping him. What nonsense! A third tier killing a quasi-fifth tier. Is this a normal contract, master? Gu Yunfeng's brows furrowed even more. It wasn't possible a few days ago, but today it is? The power increase is too fast. Report. At that moment, a figure walked in from the door. It was the squad leader, Yizheng. Qin Jun quickly waved. Hurry, Yizheng, come over. Yizheng was surprised and did as told. Pointing at Yiming on the big screen, Qin Jun asked, if I remember correctly, this kid is your nephew. A third tier seconds a quasi-fifth tier, really powerful. Yizheng's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Yiming? Killed a quasi-fifth tier fierce beast? Are you kidding me? Chapter 82. Fifth tier fierce beast. Giant tree demon king in the death swamp. Yiming stood holding the long sickle, his expression cold. The body of the poison ghost bat lay before him, its head turned to ashes, its body still twitching wildly. Its aura was rapidly fading, eventually becoming a bubbling pool of poison. Successfully killed the quasi-fifth tier poison ghost bat. Realm experience plus 120, spirit technique experience plus 120. Obtained fierce beast materials. Poison liquid mask. A palm-sized mask, uniquely shaped, resembling a green-faced demon, with a sharp nose, slightly squinted eyes, and a mouth full of sharp, serrated teeth. Worth 7 million. A good ferocious beast material. Absorbing it will give you a certain immunity to toxins. Ing Yu glanced at the venom mask and said. Yiming nodded, following Ing Yu's guidance. He first covered his face with a layer of dark energy, then placed the venom mask over his face. Green and black airstreams surged out. After 3 breaths, successfully absorbed the venom mask. You have gained a certain toxin immunity. Toxins from ferocious beasts below 6th rank will not cause you fatal harm. This is great. Yi Ming's eyes lit up. On the floating airship, Qin Zhen and the others looked at Yi Ming, their expressions serious, with no emotions on their faces. After a moment, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. A few days ago, Yi Ming was not even an opponent for a quasi-6th rank ferocious beast, but now he has the strength to kill quasi-6th ranks in an instant. His progress is too fast, almost abnormal. Qin Zhen did not answer. He turned to look at Yi Zheng, wanted to ask him about the reason for Yi Ming's astonishing power. But seeing Yi Zheng's confused expression, he knew. Yi Zheng did not know either. A 3rd-rank contract master killed a quasi-6th rank contract master. Who would believe it if it were said? After killing the quasi-6th rank ferocious beast, Yi Ming did not leave. He continued to hunt ferocious beasts in the Death Swamp. There were numerous 3rd-rank sharp-arm crocodiles and 4th-rank cracking-arm lizards, all charging towards Yi Ming with fierce eyes and angry roars. Yi Ming exerted force in his legs, causing the ground to collapse, the sickle blade slicing through the air with a sharp cold light flashing. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank sharp-arm crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank sharp-arm crocodile. Realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 4th-rank cracking arm lizard. Realm experience plus 40, spirit technique experience plus 40. Successfully killed a 4th-rank cracking arm lizard. Realm experience plus 40, spirit technique experience plus 40. Countless ferocious beasts were slain by Yi Ming. He opened the panel. Realm, 3rd-rank contract master, 464880/1000000. Divine Fall Magic Armor, level 8, level 9. Dark Domain, level 8, level 9. Eternal Night, descending, level 7, level 8. Experience has reached over 400,000, and I'm not far from becoming a 4th-rank contract master. Yi Ming is now a 3rd rank, already possessing the strength to kill quasi-6th ranks. Once he becomes a 4th rank, even 5th ranks won't be his opponents. Afterward, under Gu Yunfeng's lead, Yi Ming walked out of the Death Swamp and entered the Silent Forest, where the swaying trees appeared ghostly, coming to life the moment Yi Ming set foot in the forest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Tree monsters grew strange eyes, their branches like sharp claws, slashing towards Yi Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp blades flickered. Yi Ming leaped high on the branches, wielding the long sickle, causing the night sky to light up like a crescent moon. Puffed. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank black tree monster. Realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank black tree monster. Realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank black tree monster. Realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. Experience kept accumulating. The more ferocious beasts he killed, the stronger Yi Ming's aura became. He was like a bloodthirsty demon. Blood and slaughter excited him. His body became incredibly agile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark light flowed and flickered, moving through the black forest, like refracted light, impossible to catch. Roar. A furious roar resounded. In front of Yi Ming, the ground suddenly cracked, and a sturdy ancient tree emerged, its roots spreading outwards. A tree monster towering dozens of meters high appeared. The trunk condensed into thousands of thick fists, its pair of eyes emitting red light. Boom, boom, boom. Tree fists smashed down. Yi Ming leaped high, stepping on the ground. Dodge. Puffed. Sharp branches shot up from the ground, aimed at Yi Ming. Whoosh. Yi Ming gripped the long sickle with both hands, the cold light slicing through the air. One sickle slashed at the trunk. Clang. It was as if the trunk was covered with a steel barrier, directly deflecting the long sickle. This is... Yi Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Looking at the gigantic ancient tree demon in front of him, he furrowed his brow. 5th-tier fierce beast? On the floating spaceship, Qin Zhen looked at the image on the screen, his brow furrowed. 5th-tier fierce beast, giant, tree demon king. Elder, Yi Ming is not a match for a 5th-tier fierce beast right now. Gu Yunfeng nodded. Yeah, I intentionally brought him here to train. A sudden increase in strength will make his foundation unstable. I thought the near 5th-tier fierce beast would be his sharpening stone, but it seems now that only a 5th-tier fierce beast is worthy to be his opponent. Hearing this, Yi Zheng nearby felt a bit worried. In the screen, Yi Ming was locked in a fierce battle with the giant tree demon king. The branches acted like blades, stabbing into Yi Ming's body, although they couldn't pierce through his divine armor. The tremendous impact forced Yi Ming to fly backward. After crashing through dozens of large trees, he barely managed to stop. Yi Zheng clenched his fists, his expression grave, his throat moving nervously. He was tense, terrified of Yi Ming making a move. But he knew this was training for Yi Ming. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. The dark realm opened. Yi Ming unleashed all his power. The sickle blade coated in blood-red light. Cold glimmers flickered as broken branches and leaves splattered everywhere. Falling slash. With a furious shout in his heart, dark tendrils coiled around his arm. The long sickle and his arm became one as Yi Ming charged forward with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Ripples of power spread out. Dust filled the air. A figure burst forth. Yi Ming had bloody scars on his body, blood flowing from the connection between his arm and the long sickle. This is already my maximum limit. Yi Ming's eyes stared straight ahead. But the result? A thick branch shot toward him. Like a blade, it pierced the air, howling as it came. Damn it! Yi Ming gritted his teeth, cursing silently. He wanted to dodge, but the previous falling slash had drained his strength. His body fell into a brief numbness. The wooden thorn loomed larger in his eyes. When it was only half a meter away from him. Stop! An authoritative low shout rang out. The wooden thorn halted in front of Yi Ming's eyes. The ancient tree demon king's body seemed frozen, unmoving, staring at Gu Yunfeng above with a fierce gaze. Break! Gu Yunfeng waved his hand casually. An invisible force swept toward the giant tree demon king. Its body began to dissipate, ultimately turning into fragments, floating in the air like scraps of paper, disappearing with a gust of wind. 8th tier strong. With just a wave of the hand, one could easily destroy a city. Chapter 83. Single combat? You chose this. Is this what it means to be 8th tier? Yi Ming looked at Gu Yunfeng in midair. His eyes moved slightly, and his fists involuntarily clenched. He wanted to become stronger. If he were 4th tier, 5th tier, or even 7th tier or 8th tier, he could easily crush the previous giant tree demon king, and not require Gu Yunfeng's intervention. The desire for strength within Yi Ming grew even stronger. He glanced at his panel. He needed about 4,000 to 50,000 more experience points to become a 4th tier contract master. Not too much, but not little either. He had to take action. You are exceptionally talented. Given time, you will definitely become an 8th tier strong. Gu Yunfeng patted Yi Ming's shoulder. Yi Ming nodded, not answering, but he firmly set his goal in his heart. After joining the Star Demon University, he must strive to become a 4th tier contract master. Finishing his journey beyond the domain, Yi Ming met Qin Zhen, the person in charge of the 3rd border city, who praised him highly. I watched your battle with a near 5th tier fierce beast earlier. To be honest, I didn't expect you to have such strength. The Witch Contract Master not only has powerful strength, but also advances in ranks much faster than the Saint Contract Master. A talent like you, if you could join the Guard Army, will be a tremendous help for our border city, Qin Zhen said, crossing his arms, looking at Yi Ming with great interest. Before Yi Ming could respond, Gu Yunfeng suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Ming is my student. Are you trying to poach him in front of me? Elder, you can't say that. Qin Zhen raised his hands. The Guard Army and the students of Star Demon University have 2 different identities which do not conflict. Become a guard, and Yi Ming can gain more experience, which is very helpful for his growth. Senior, you know that strong people cannot be raised in greenhouses. Gu Yunfeng fell silent for a moment. Finally, he looked at Yi Ming. Become a guard? Because of his 4th uncle Yi Zheng, Yi Ming has always held great respect for the Guard Army since he was young. But now he is only at the 3rd level, and in just a few days he will have to take the entrance exam for Star Demon University. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. For the border city, a 3rd level contract master cannot be of much help. I think I will only consider this matter after I become a 4th level. Yi Ming looked at Qin Zhen and gave a valid reason. Well, that makes sense. Qin Zhen nodded, looking at Yi Zheng beside him. Captain Yi Zheng, you heard this kid, right? Once he becomes a 4th level contract master, we must bring him to the Guard Army. Yi Zheng's expression was serious, and he did not respond. Inside, he did not want Yi Ming to become part of the Guard Army, because it is dangerous. Qin Zhen glanced at him, but did not continue to pressure him. It was just a joke earlier. Leaving the 3rd border city, returning to Cangnan City, Gu Yunfeng handed Yi Ming a small section of tree trunk. It was 10 centimeters in diameter, 20 centimeters long, cylindrical, with green lines winding around it, full of life. This thing is called Xuanmu Lingjin, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After absorbing it, the Xuanmu energy will enter your body, strengthening your flesh while bringing you more vitality. Gu Yunfeng placed the item into Yi Ming's hands. He is a teacher who loves his students very much. Yi Ming clasped his fists. Thank you, teacher. Returning home, it was already late at night. Yi Ming absorbed the Xuanmu Lingjin. At the moment the green aura merged into his body, Yi Ming's injuries healed, and the wounds were gone. His body was filled with strength, and he was energetic. Absorbed Xuanmu Ling Jin. Your flesh is strengthened. Your life is extended. Vitality, 850900. Mental power, 850900. Both have increased by 50. I just need to absorb some more materials to break through to 1,000. Yi Ming clenched his fist, and his desire to fight surged in his heart. In the next period of time, Yi Ming almost became a regular in the teleportation hall. Aside from eating and sleeping, he was almost always in the teleportation hall. Sometimes he got so caught up in killing that he forgot the time, going from 5 in the morning to midnight. His experience was skyrocketing. Realm, 3rd level contract master, 650000/1000000. Experience has reached 650,000, and there's still 350,000 left to break through. Yi Ming leaned on the chair in his room, glancing at the calendar on the wall. There are still 10 days left before reporting to Star Demon University. His vitality and mental power still remained at 900. I need to take some assassination tasks to gather contribution points and exchange rewards. Yi Ming opened the slaughter shop. His gaze fell on a treasure called Demon Flame Heart. Name, Demon Flame Heart. Type, ferocious beast material. Description, taken from the Demon Flame Giant Lion, containing powerful energy. When the demon flame merges into the body, it will change the body's structure and grant stronger physical power. The process is very painful. Use with caution. Price, 1,000 contribution points. I currently have over 800 contribution points. I just need to complete 1 or 2 tasks to gather 1,000. Yi Ming said, the number of contribution points is related to the difficulty of the tasks. Killing a 4th level contract master criminal can earn about 200 contribution points. Clang. At that moment, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Yi Ming stood up to look. It was Yi Shuang. The power of the door closing is 3 times stronger than usual. This is a sign of anger. If I remember correctly, she was like this 3 days ago. Yi Ming's mind was meticulous as he analyzed. He suspected that Yi Shuang must have undertaken a task of considerable difficulty, and her plans have been disrupted multiple times. I hope she doesn't encounter any danger. Yi Ming silently prayed. The next day, he arrived at the teleportation hall. A new 2-person secret realm had opened today called High Wall Guard. After entering the secret realm, the contract masters needed to act as guards, standing watch over the high walls. Beneath the high walls, countless ferocious beasts were relentlessly charging towards the walls. The numbers were overwhelming, like a tidal wave. Secret Realm Challenge begins. Beast levels, Tier 3, Tier 4. Challenge task. Guard the high walls for 30 minutes to earn a rare treasure, Soul Binding Bracelet. 30 minutes isn't too difficult. Let me say this, I've entered similar secret realms before. Guarding realms relies on unity. Let's form 3 small teams. 1 team will defend, 1 will supply from the back, and the last will rest. We'll swap every 5 minutes. This way, we can surely hold for 30 minutes. A man with a handsome face commanded. Listening to his plan, Yi Ming nodded. What the man said was indeed the most effective defense method. But, then I ask you, who will defend first? I definitely don't want to. I want to rest first. A man with a prominent skull spoke in a sharp voice. People have selfish desires. No one wanted to be first in defense. Everyone wanted to rest first, to save their strength for emergencies. Right? I also don't want to be the first to defend. I don't want to either. I also don't want. Boom. Just as everyone was bickering, arguing over who should go first, Yi Ming kicked the man who opposed earlier, sending him flying. Then he leaped, jumping down from the high wall and charging into the sea of ferocious beasts. A loose sand, simply unable to unite. Rather than argue with them, I might as well fight alone. Yi Ming rushed into the sea of beasts, slaughtering everywhere, constantly reaping the lives of the beasts. The surviving beasts began to riot. One group charged at Yi Ming, while another rushed towards the high walls. The contract masters on the walls had no time to react. In the overwhelming tide of beasts, they looked terrified. Some were severely injured, while others, in fear, decisively pressed the teleport button. Yi Ming glanced back at the fragmented team. His expression was cold, showing no significant emotional change. Not united. Then, I fight alone. This was all their choice. Begging them to unite? Yi Ming wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Chapter 84. The Stench of Blood. Yi Shuang is severely injured, successfully killed Tier 3 Ice Beast. Realm Experience, plus 20. Spirit Technique Experience, plus 20. Successfully killed Tier 3 Flame Riot. Realm Experience, plus 20. Spirit Technique Experience, plus 20. Successfully killed Tier 3 Demon Fong Lion. Realm Experience, plus 30. Spirit Technique Experience, plus plus 30. Successfully killed tier 4 bone corroding archer. Realm experience plus 50. Spirit technique experience plus 50. Yi Ming charged into the beast swarm. He kept swinging his long sickle, his aura bursting forth, while the dark tentacles behind him sliced through the beast's bodies like blades. Poochie poochie. Blood sprayed continuously. Countless beast corpses flew into the air. Yi Ming was like a god of death, unstoppable. The other contract masters on the high walls had long been swallowed by the riotous surge of beasts, fleeing in panic. This formed a stark contrast with Yi Ming below the walls. Half an hour later, the cold electronic voice sounded. Successfully guarded for 30 minutes. You have completed the challenge. You can exit the secret realm anytime. Huh? Has it been 30 minutes? Yi Ming felt that he had only just begun. After saying that, he charged back into the beast swarm, starting a frenzied slaughter. The beasts at the scene gathered into a torrent, vast and numerous. This was the beast horde he had longed for. He must not give up easily. The contract masters who exited from the high walls watched all of this from the outside, their eyes almost popping out. What a joke. It was so difficult for us to guard for 30 minutes. He actually charged into the beast swarm and slaughtered for 30 minutes, and still isn't enough? Exaggerated. This is too exaggerated. Most importantly, his contract spirit seems to be. Everyone focused their eyes. The thick stench of blood, crimson killing intent, and the rolling released dark aura. They realized. It's the witch. Which contract master? Wait, could he be Yi Ming? The top scorer of this year's martial arts exam in Songnan City. Damn, I was wondering why he was so strong. Turns out he's the top scholar from Songnan City. But this top scholar is unbelievably strong, easily killing a 4th-tier beast. In all the years, I've never seen a top scholar achieve such a feat in such a short time. Everyone was shocked. They were deeply astonished. Whoosh! Cold light flickered in the secret realm. It took a full 2 hours. Only then did Yi Ming leave the secret realm. He quickly checked his status panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, 3rd-tier contracted master, 732112/10000000. Mental power, 900. Health, 900. Contracted spirit, Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contracted spirit level, SSS level, can be upgraded. Spiritual skills, Dark Judgment, level 910. Demon Armor of the Fallen God, level 910. Eternal Night Descends, level 89. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Will. Only about 200,000 experience points left to become a 4th-tier contracted master. Looks like becoming a 4th-tier contracted master before joining Star Demon University is still somewhat unrealistic. Yi Ming wasn't upset about it. No one can become a big fat man in one bite. The road must be walked step by step, and the food must be eaten bite by bite. Polish the foundation and move forward steadily. After leaving the secret realm, Yi Ming received a reward. The soul condensing bracelet. After wearing it, it could absorb the soul power present in the air, a very special kind of energy that could enhance one's mental power. Yi Ming tried wearing it, but his mental power didn't improve at all. It's useless. He furrowed his brows. Ing Yu sighed, softly. The effect of the soul condensing bracelet is only for holy maiden contracted masters. As for witch contracted masters, they naturally carry strong demonic energy, which suppresses the effect of the soul condensing bracelet, greatly reducing its effectiveness. There's such an explanation? Yi Ming shook his head. If it's useless, then he'll just exchange it. In the teleportation hall, he successfully exchanged it for a material from a 5th-tier beast, Black Soul Meridians. Taken from the beast Black Soul Spirit, it possesses strong toughness. After absorbing it, it can strengthen one's meridians, allowing them to bear more power. After absorbing it, Yi Ming felt a warm current in his body, spreading throughout, feeling very comfortable. Returning home from the teleportation hall, Yi Ming took on an assassination mission. A man named Chen Tianqing was selling illegal items in the market, using violent methods to force people to repay debts, and was involved in usury and other crimes. Multiple crimes. Yi Ming immediately sentenced him to death. However, this Chen Tianqing was no ordinary person. He was a 4th-tier contracted master. Under Yi Ming's interrogation, Chen Tianqing revealed the source of the illegal items. Yuan Guang Group. They really are secretly making illegal items. Yi Ming frowned and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan, Yuan Guang Group, it's almost time, the big fish is almost here. Yi Ming, MHM, 7th-tier contracted master. He's been fishing for this big fish for nearly half a month. It's about time to reel it in. Back home, Yi Ming opened a shop. The previous assassination mission had earned him 200 contribution points. He directly exchanged them for the magic flame heart, which was worth 1,000 contribution points. Half an hour later, looking at the heart wrapped in purple flames in his hand. Yi Ming felt an indescribable emotion filling his heart. This heart has lost its vitality, but I can still feel its beating. Yi Ming squinted his eyes. Ing Yu spoke softly. You are a witch-contracted master, and you naturally have a special perception towards these dark, beastly creatures. As my resurrection progresses, this special perception will grow stronger. Of course, this is not a bad thing. Yi Ming nodded. He trusted Ing Yu. After absorbing the magic flame heart, Yi Ming felt a fire rising inside his body. He spread his palm, and a purple flame soared. Within the flame, arcs of lightning flickered. A wave of pressure spread, and the atmosphere in the room became tense and solemn. Whoosh! At that moment, a strange wind sound came from outside the window. Then, with a creak, the door opened, and then slammed shut. It felt as if something bad had just been done. Night Ming pushed open the door. He found that Yi Shuang had returned. Recently, Sister Yi Shuang has been busy working late. She's working too hard. Night Ming felt that he needed to learn from her. Just as he turned and was about to close the door, suddenly, a faint smell of blood filled the air. This smell was very faint, but Night Ming, as a top assassin, was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. The smell is faint, but when you focus, you can tell it's sharp and thick. Sister Yi Shuang, you're badly injured. Night Ming's eyes suddenly became colder. He walked to Yi Shuang's door and gently knocked. Who? A cautious voice came from inside. It's me, Night Ming. Night Ming? Why aren't you sleeping so late? What are you here for? You're injured. Night Ming's simple words made Yi Shuang inside fall silent. After a long while, she spoke faintly. This is my own business. I don't want to drag you into it. Night Ming angrily said, What nonsense. You're badly injured, yet you want to hide it? You're not some perfect heroine in a story. Why hold it in? The words of Night Ming made Yi Shuang a little confused, but she could sense that in Night Ming's words, there was a hint of reproach and resentment. Is it because I hid my injuries and deliberately kept him away from the danger? Yi Shuang fell silent, finally sighing. She still let Night Ming in. When Night Ming stepped closer and looked, in the dim yellow light, Yi Shuang's tight outfit was torn in countless places. Blood was flowing from the wounds, soaking her black outfit. Her lips were pale, her eyes filled with fear, and her mouth was open as she breathed. Her chest heaved up and down, her breath in disarray. Upon seeing Night Ming, Yi Shuang's body leaned towards the darkness. It seemed like she was afraid of Night Ming seeing her current embarrassment. Who did this? Night Ming asked coldly, without a single unnecessary word. Yi Shuang hesitated. I can't tell you. You'll get hurt. Who did this? Night Ming spoke again. His gaze was cold, a murderous intent emanating from him. Yi Shuang looked at his eyes filled with blood. Her body froze, and in that moment, fear appeared in her heart. He's a near 5th grade contract master. You're no match for him. Yi Shuang shook her head. Near 5th grade contract master? Night Ming chuckled, as if hearing a great joke. If this had happened a few days ago, he might have been unable to handle a near 5th grade contract master. But now things were different. He had mastered the fallen slash, and with one full strength strike, even a 5th grade contract master would either die or be severely crippled. Sister Yi Shuang, if you don't want to say it, I have ways of finding out. In 3 hours, I will bring that person's body to you. Night Ming left without looking back. As he walked out the door, he dialed Sun Ho Yuan's phone. What is it, calling me in the middle of the night? If you have something to say it fast. Yi Shuang is in trouble. I want to know who did it. Sun Ho Yuan was stunned for a moment. He had planned to say that assassination tasks couldn't be casually transferred without approval. But hearing the serious tone of Night Ming and considering his relationship with Yi Shuang, Sun Ho Yuan immediately threw the rules out the window. Rules are dead. People are alive. He immediately sent Night Ming the information. Task name, cover the sky, block the sun. Target, Han Yuan Qian. Level, near 5th grade contract master, A-class multi-armed Sanus. Introduction, Han Yuan Qian is a well-known gambling master in Songnan City. He has a unique cheating method and frequents underground casinos. After making his fortune, he merged all the underground casinos and opened a grand-scale casino called Dream Sky Entertainment City. Dream Sky Entertainment City, on the surface, offers services like foot massages, karaoke, bars, and other entertainment. But behind the scenes, it is a huge gambling machine, with daily turnover reaching billions. 30% of the people in Songnan City have been harmed by Dream Sky Entertainment City. The Public Security Bureau has raided the entertainment city several times. Even the tax management unit has investigated the Dream Sky Entertainment Club more than 50 times. But Han Yuanqian is a cunning and crafty guy. Not only does he have a high awareness of counter-surveillance, but he has also studied relevant legal knowledge. This means using regular means to take him down. It requires a huge amount of manpower and resources. So, the execution hall took action. Han Yuanxian. Yi Ming clenched his fists, recalling the image of Yi Shuang being severely injured, and anger boiled within his chest. He was very angry, but his exterior was unusually calm. Anger hidden, killing intent concealed. Night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting countless rays of light. Yi Ming transformed into a shadow, weaving through the city's skyscrapers. Between the lifeless steel towers, a building filled with bright lights was radiating its charming allure. Even standing outside, one could feel the intoxicating scent of hormones from within the building. This is it. Yi Ming unfolded his dark domain. Using the blind spots of the lights, he quickly entered the Dream Sky Entertainment Club's interior. He proceeded upwards. He first passed through the surveillance room and security room, later reaching the entertainment floor. On this floor, loud singing blended with screams. The air was thick with alcohol, and the lights were extraordinarily bright. Yi Ming blocked out his senses. His gaze steady, he charged towards the top-level office. He could sense that his target was on the highest floor. That aura. It was almost identical to the power in Yi Shuang's wound. Chairman's office. Han Yuanxian had his legs crossed on the desk, holding a cigar in one hand while dialing a phone with the other. Beside him, a mature woman dressed in professional attire was smiling brightly, giving him a massage. Hey, old Zhang. Let me tell you, something strange happened tonight. I was actually ambushed by a fourth-tier contractor, damn. It's really strange. I'm just trying to do business. Who the hell is targeting me? Can you help me check that out? After finishing, on the other end of the phone, the guy called Old Zhang sneered. What are you afraid of? It could be an old foe from your past. Besides, you're a near fifth tier. Do you fear fourth tier? Han Yuanxian thought for a moment. That made sense. But the fourth-tier contractor who tried to assassinate me tonight is quite skilled. I can tell she should be a good woman. The fierce energy about her is really to my taste. But it's a pity she got away. Otherwise, tonight would have been interesting. As he spoke, Han Yuanxian and the person on the other end of the line let out extremely lewd laughter together. Whoosh! The next moment, a fierce cold wind suddenly blew outside the window. The curtains lifted. It felt a bit chilly. Han Yuanxian shivered. You go pull the curtains down, he said to the mature woman beside him. She nodded and swayed her hips toward the window. Looking at the woman's alluring silhouette, Han Yuanxian was filled with lust. He stood up, loosening his belt as he approached the woman in professional attire. Suddenly, a sharp cold light flickered behind him. A sharp scythe was pressed against his neck. Han Yuanxian frowned. Friend, where do you come from? Speak your name. Shut up. You don't have the right to ask. A chilling glint flashed. Blood splattered, and dark energy continuously spread. Yi Ming bagged Han Yuanxian's head and devoured his body. What should I say to Uncle Air and the others if something happens to him? The unease in her heart forced Yi Shuang to stand up. She hurriedly opened the door, preparing to rush to Dream Sky Entertainment City. Creak. The door opened. Yi Shuang's pupils shrank suddenly. Yi Ming. Yi Ming said nothing. He raised his hand and handed the black cloth bag to Yi Shuang, then turned and left. As she watched his departing figure, Yi Shuang's mood was complicated. When she opened the black cloth bag, her emotions became even more complicated. Han Yuanxian. Looking at the head inside the bag, Yi Shuang was shocked. Yi Ming really killed Han Yuanxian. Chapter 86. Underground Black Market Expert, Zhang Tongtian. Cold wind whistled outside the window. It gently slapped Yi Shuang's face, causing a bit of pain. She looked at Han Yuanxian's head on the ground, feeling mixed emotions. Not because she felt sick, but because she was shocked by Yi Ming's power. He is only at the 3rd level and already possesses the ability to kill at the peak of the 5th level. This ability to kill those above one's level is truly outrageous. Yi Shuang felt happy for Yi Ming, but also very worried. The witch contract master is easily repelled by slaughter. The thrill that comes from killing those above one's level can not only blur one's consciousness, but may also plant a root in the heart. Yi Shuang is now very concerned that the root planted from killing above one's level will affect Yi Ming in the future. With unease in her heart, she sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. After a moment of silence, he finally replied. Sun Hoyuan, occasionally killing above one's level can make one excited, but if it's a common occurrence, it won't have any effect. Yi Shuang understood. Sun Hoyuan was telling her, killing above one's level is just an everyday occurrence for Yi Ming. This kid really has exaggerated talent. Yi Shuang sighed. Back in the room, Yi Ming sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yi Ming, before killing Han Yuanxian, he called someone named Old Zhang and said something specific, but it's definitely not good because I saw him grinning through the window. Sun Hoyuan, Old Zhang, such a familiar name, can be related to Han Yuanxian and has Zhang in the name. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow in thought. In his mind appeared a tree diagram, linking all forces related to Han Yuanqian on the trunk. Wait, I think I know who it is. Sun Ho Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately sent a message to Yiming. Yiming opened his phone to take a look. Suspect, Zhang Tontian. Level, 4th level contract master, A-class poison sanus. Description, an expert in the underground black market, dealing in information. Eccentric personality, cruel methods, involved in several major criminal cases. There are many underground black markets, but the underground black market referred to in the information is located at the junction between Sangnan City and Sangbei City. The rules at the junction are quite chaotic, living conditions are harsh, and infrastructure is backward. The harsh environment has led to different business systems. Some special illegal items can be purchased at the junction. So the junction is also known as the underground black market. Sun Ho Yuan. The underground black market is a mixed bag, full of dangers. To become a famous expert in that damn place, Zhang Tontian has some skills. Yiming, He simply answered and then closed his phone. The underground black market is dangerous. Zhang Tontian has some skills. These are not things Yiming needs to consider for now. He just needs to pass along a message. As for how to handle this message, that is what the captain and executives of the execution hall need to do. After finishing everything, Yiming went back to the execution mall again. After killing Han Yuanqian, Yiming successfully gained 400 contribution points. Not much, but he was very satisfied. The next day, Yiming woke up and received a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan, still not up? What time is it? Yiming stretched his body and sleepily replied. Yiming, Captain Sun, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for small talk. Do you remember the Tontian that you mentioned last night? I remember. The organization just received news that this guy will sell a corporate secret about the Yi family soon, worth 300 million. Is this targeting the Yi family? Who? Could it be that the Yuan Guang group is secretly up to no good? Besides, again, what does again mean? Yiming suddenly thought of something, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. Could it be that the Yi family's business secret has already been sold once by Zhang Tontian? Filled with questions, Yiming quickly sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. The other party responded quickly. About 10 years ago, Zhang Tontian sold a core secret about the Yi family's industry. 10 years ago, Yiming remembered. At that time, overnight, the Yi family's industry suffered a major blow, evaporating 500 billion directly. This 500 billion was not market value, but cash flow. That crisis almost led to the bankruptcy of the Yi family. Uncle turned white overnight during that crisis. I didn't expect the culprit to be an information dealer in the black market. Yiming clenched his fists. Now the Yi family has risen again, and even higher. But the past hatred cannot go unpunished. Zhang Tontian is a suspect in multiple major criminal cases. I think he is not clean. I know what you mean. I'm telling you this today because naturally there's a task related to him for you. Soon, Sun Ho Yuan sent Yiming the task information. Task name, ignorance is no excuse. Task target, Zhang Tontian. Realm, 4th stage contract master, a level poison saintess. Description, the target is located at the junction of Sangnan and Sangbei cities, where it is a mix of fish and dragons. Need to act carefully. A 4th stage, in front of me, has no power to fight back. Even if he uses poison, it won't work. Yiming had absorbed the venom mask earlier. His body already possessed a strong immunity to toxins. A 4th stage contract master's poison couldn't harm him at all. The task will be executed tonight at 11 o'clock. Also, I would like to remind you, you previously killed Yuan Guangxiu, and the Yuan Guang family is prepared to retaliate against you. Here they come. Just kill them. Am I afraid of those devils from the Sakura country? Sun Ho Yuan looked at Yiming's reply. With a helpless smile, this guy, his arrogance is really too heavy. But it doesn't matter. If arrogance can suppress bloodlust, that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's still more than 10 hours until the task execution time. Yiming went to the strongest martial arts hall in Sangnan City, Wenxin Martial Arts Hall. The head of Wenxin Martial Arts Hall, named Wen Jiuhai, is a 5th stage contract master, about 120 years old. His contract spirit is the S-level Mirror Heart Saintess. Powerful. Not an ordinary 5th stage contract master can compare. At this moment, Yiming and Wen Jiuhai stood on the arena. Wen Jiuhai wore a white training suit, smiling like a gentle spring breeze. Little friend Yiming, please go ahead. Okay. Yiming thought and instantly rushed towards Wen Jiuhai. But at the moment he moved forward, strange ripples suddenly spread from Wen Jiuhai. The soft mat beneath his feet turned into a sea surface. Yiming felt like he was on the brink of death, and his heartbeat became abnormally heavy, 3 times the usual frequency. Wait, 3 times? Why is my heartbeat so fast? This is a sense of danger. Suddenly, Yiming was shocked. He swung the long sickle in his hand. using the energy released by the sickle to forcibly speed up his trajectory. Boom! Just as he dodged, an invisible golden giant hand suddenly burst forth from Wenjiohai, charging into the distance, making a roaring sound. Outside the arena, everyone stared at the pierced super metal steel plate, mouths agape, expressions fearful. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. This time, Yiming did not win. But Wenjiohai also did not win. They stopped just in time. Yiming looked up at Wenjiohai, who stood with his hands behind his back, looking kind and gentle, and couldn't help but clasp his fists in respect. Thank you for your guidance, senior. This old man has some power. He truly is a fifth-tier contract master. Not something a mere quasi-fifth tier can compare to. Completely on a different level. You are being polite. Your foundation is solid, and your moves are decisive. Once you become a fourth tier, you may not be my opponent after all, Wenjiohai said with a smile. The two engaged in some friendly flattery. Senior, I will continue to challenge you. After Knight Ming left this sentence, he turned and left the martial arts hall. He looked up at the sky. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Knight Ming headed to the teleportation hall again. He went to a VIP secret realm, Snow Desire Ruins. In the secret realm, Knight Ming killed a quasi-fifth tier beast. He obtained beast materials, Snow Crystal Bone, materials to strengthen the body, not too shabby. After absorbing it, his vitality and mental power were again increased. Vitality, 900920. Mental power, 900920. Only 80 points left to reach 1,000. Before officially reporting to Star Demon University, he has a great chance of breaking 1,000 in both. Leaving the secret realm, Knight Ming returned home. It was already dark outside. Taking the Star Track train, he arrived at the underground black market in an hour. The ground was muddy and piled up. The houses on both sides were already in ruins. The entire boundary was shrouded in darkness. Following the map, Knight Ming entered the sewer, passing through one door after another. He arrived at a place filled with lights and noise, where the air was thick with low desires and low happiness, an underground city. At this moment, 2 people with strange hairstyles and colorful graffiti on their bodies were walking towards Knight Ming. Damn, the price of Soulflower has risen by 20% again recently. What is Zhang Tongtian doing, making money like crazy? Soulflower? Knight Ming frowned. This thing is also a prohibited item, and after taking it, one would feel like their soul is leaving their body. Short-term use can bring pleasure and help people out of their lows. Long-term use, however, will damage brain tissues and nerves and bones will be eroded. Zhang Tongtian. He even sells prohibited items. Knight Ming's eyes grew colder. A peculiar girl passing by huffed. What's so bad about prohibited items? Zhang Tongtian does all kinds of dirty work, kidnapping people, robbing, selling information, making junk mechanical organs. He doesn't let go of anything that can make him money. I once saw him dragging a little girl from door to door. Poor thing, she was barely big as a palm, and she had to suffer the cruelty of the world. Knight Ming, can't anyone stop him? You mean the Public Security Bureau? The peculiar girl sighed. The Public Security Bureau intervened, but there's no evidence. They've asked us several times to provide evidence. Who dares to provide it? If we fail to take Zhang Tongtian down, we will suffer. This, what the peculiar girl said, was quite selfish, but also very realistic. What about the black market? There should be someone who can balance him out. Knight Ming asked. Balance? What a joke. The peculiar girl cursed softly. Do you know about the Yi family in Songnan City? Even they have fallen victim to Zhang Tongtian. What can they do? You know this? Knight Ming's eyes widened. How surprising. The peculiar girl said, 10 years ago, Zhang Tongtian sold Yi family's core secrets to the Wang family and earned 2 billion in one go. The whole underground black market knows about it. But speaking of it, the Wang family seems to have declined now. When she said this, envy filled her eyes. The peculiar boy beside her looked dim, slightly lowering his head. The Wang family? The family that Wang Haoyang belongs to? I should have known. Previously, the Wang and Yi families were the 2 biggest families in Songnan City. With Knight Ming joining the killing hall, a series of crimes by the Wang family were exposed, and now they had fallen from grace. Things were investigated clearly. But Knight Ming still had one question. After earning 2 billion in one go, why is Zhang Tongtian still here? Wouldn't it be better to move to a high-end community? Knight Ming asked. The peculiar girl shrugged. Gambling, drinking, and fooling around, you know? Zhang Tongtian once lost 500 million in a single night of gambling. All the money was made by the casino owner and the princess of the merchants. Besides, the underground black market is Zhang Tongtian's root. Without it, how would he make money? Sure enough, having money is one thing. Being able to use it wisely is another. I understand. Yi Ming gave a unique woman $200. This was to reward her for the information. This is common in the underground black market. After that, following the unique woman's guidance, Yiming arrived at the place where Zhang Tongtian was located, on a rundown street. A building resembling a bull's head was exhaling steam in big puffs. Yiming entered the bull-headed building. Inside, there was a long line, looping back and forth several times. What do you want? Soul separation flower? Okay, 7,000 per flower. Zhang Tongtian sat at the counter, holding a smoking gun. He was as thin as a stick, with a high forehead, and his eyes were deeply sunken, looking old and slightly lewd. What? 7,000? Wasn't it 6,000 just yesterday? The buyer opposite was a woman. Her eyes widened, and her pupils trembled. Zhang Tongtian glanced at her with disdain. The market price of the soul separation flower fluctuates greatly. I had no choice but to raise the price. Fine, okay. The woman reached into her breast pocket and took out 7,000, handing it to Zhang Tongtian. After he took it, he casually picked a soul separation flower from a box. The quality was very poor. With 10 petals, 5 of them were already wilted. Can I exchange it for a better one? The woman said pitifully, I need it for medicine. The quality is too bad, the medicinal effect won't work, and it won't cure my illness. Damn, Zhang Tongtian cursed angrily. Everyone else can ask for it. Why can't you? What makes you special as a medicine maker? Not only will I not give you a good one, but I will specifically give you a bad one. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get lost. Don't waste my time. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. The naked man in the shop angrily rushed towards the woman. They were fierce and menacing, hired thugs of Zhang Tongtian. The woman, frightened, could only leave. What a pathetic sight. Zhang Tongtian cursed silently and continued to serve customers. Just then, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Tongtian looked up at Yiming, his brows furrowing. Covered face? Playing tricks. What do you want? I want to talk to you. If you want to buy information, go to the back of the line. What makes you think you can cut in? Zhang Tongtian snorted coldly and then added, Of course, if you want to give me an extra 1 million, I can allow you to cut in. But 1 million, ha? Can you take it out? Amidst Zhang Tongtian's laughter, a cold light suddenly flashed. Yiming held a dark longsword, suddenly striking out, the sword energy pressing hard, cutting towards Zhang Tongtian's arm. In the next moment, an arm flew high into the air. Yiming lifted his hand and caught it. With a bang, he smashed it onto the table. He looked at Zhang Tongtian with a cold gaze and said coldly, Can this broken arm be worth 1 million? Chapter 88. An accident? No, it was expected. Not good. Something happened. The sudden turn of events caused panic among those present. They rushed to escape, some crawling on the ground with their hands and feet. Some thin drug addicts stumbled out the door, and when bumped into, their bodies were almost falling apart. The once long line inside the building instantly became desolate. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling swayed. The yellow light flickered. On the wall, the shadows of Yiming and Zhang Tongtian deviated left and right. You damn it! Zhang Tongtian covered the severed end of his arm, blood dripping from his fingers onto the ground. His eyes were fierce, and his gums were biting red. Who are you? What do you want to do? The latter turned into a cloud of eerie green smoke. One slash. The smoke was cut in half. A cold, terrifying laugh echoed behind Yiming. Immediately after, the eerie green smoke started to pour out from every corner of the room, from beneath the floor, from the teacup on the table, from the chandelier above. A large amount of smoke spread through the room. A foul odor rushed into Yiming's nostrils. This smoke, it's poisonous. Yiming furrowed his brows. Zhang Tongtian let out a sharp, ear-piercing laugh. Now you know. It's too late. To prevent accidents, I have already filled the entire room with poison. If there's any danger, this poison will spread. The poison concentration is extremely high. Even if you're a Tier 4 contracted master, without professional anti-poison training, you're very likely to die from it. While speaking, Yiming noticed. In the layers of eerie green smoke, a figure was hunched over, holding its shoulder, watching him. The figure's body trembled, seemingly from excessive joy and excitement. Poison. Yiming opened his palm. The dark sword was withdrawn. Then, he grasped again, and the God Slayer scythe appeared in his hand. He powered his legs and shot forward like an arrow cutting through the smoke. Having absorbed the poison-masked face, he already possessed immunity to poison. This little poison could do nothing to him. Damn, what kind of joke is this? This poison will paralyze your body, but why? Why can you still move? Zhang Tongtian's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately tried to escape, but as he turned, the cold scythe was already pressed against his neck. Clang! Zhang Tongtian froze and quickly said, Friend, there shouldn't be any conflict between us, right? Yiming snorted coldly. Conflict? There's no conflict. I just want to kill you. You bastard. Swish. The sharp cold light flashed through the smoke. The wide swing was like the full moon, splendid and dazzling, graceful and swift. On the blade of the scythe, a head flew into the air. It was like a rocket. The spurting blood acted as fuel, propelling it straight up until it heavily slammed against the ceiling. Launch failure. Yiming put away the scythe. He raised his hand slightly, and the dark energy surged from the ground, enveloping Zhang Tongtian's body, ultimately swallowing him completely. After finishing everything, Yiming's figure vanished in the smoke. A stick of incense later, the smoke had completely dispersed. The people who had left earlier rushed back. They looked at the empty room and the signs of the battle inside. Some of them began to have malicious thoughts. Zhang Tongtian is dead. Let's grab the things. Someone shouted loudly. Everyone rushed into the room in a frenzy, flipping through drawers as if they were going to empty the whole place. Leaving the underground black market, it was already 2:30 a.m. Yiming, dressed in black, walked down the street and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yiming, mission complete. Sun Hoyuan. Did any accidents happen along the way? Yiming, nothing major, got caught in a poison trap, but it's useless to me. Sun Hoyuan, I'm not talking about that. What about the Yuan Guang group? Did you encounter any of their people? Yiming had previously killed Yuan Guang Xiao Yi, who was the son of the second-in-command of the Yuan Guang family. Now the Yuan Guang group was restrained, and their powerful forces couldn't act against Yiming. But some lower-ranked individuals had already begun to move. Right now my strength is decent, but to root out the crisis, I must break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible. Yiming clenched his fists, his heart filled with renewed determination. He picked up his phone. He sent another message to Sun Hoyuan. Yiming, not yet. Before he finished typing, two shadows appeared on the tall buildings on either side of the street. One held a long sword, the other a long blade, their robes fluttering in the cold wind. Woo! A strange whistle echoed. Under the full moon, the bright moonlight poured down. The two shadows jumped down from the high buildings, their auras erupting, and behind them appeared the phantom of a saintess. One figure was dressed in armor, holding a knife, with hair fluttering, full of heroic spirit. The other was beautiful, holding a cold, long sword. The belt fluttered. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark shadow charged towards Yiming at the same time. Yiming put away his phone, and the god-destroying magic armor covered his body up to his chest, his eyes flashing with red light. He exerted force with his feet and stomped, causing the ground to collapse. Under the moonlight, his body moved like a ghost, blending with the darkness, merging with the cold wind in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like a black zigzag, Yiming first rushed towards the shadow holding a long knife. After subduing him, he stepped on his body and charged at another shadow. He swung his long sickle, first cutting off both of the shadow's arms, then smashed the back of the sickle down, knocking him into a dazed state. Bang! Bang! The two shadows fell to the ground. Yiming didn't kill them. These two still had value for interrogation. No rush to kill. Take them away, Yiming said. Shadow gathered dark tendrils, wrapping the two figures into balls, and they floated effortlessly in the air. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan came in. Sun Hoyuan, what happened? Something's wrong? Yiming, I ran into two guys who tried to kill me. Captain Sun, can you help me find a secluded place? I need to interrogate them. Sun Hoyuan looked at the word interrogate. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yiming didn't kill them? That's strange. Soon, according to Sun Hoyuan's directions, Yiming arrived at a secluded place. It was an old abandoned factory on the outskirts, with a sealed room inside. Sewage dripped down from rusty pipes, and Yiming brought a chair and placed it in front of the two prisoners. He sat down. The prisoners gradually regained consciousness. You, what do you want to do to us, you bastard? The one who had held the knife shouted angrily. His words came out with a level of contempt. The other person also stared, saying, Bastard, let me go, or I'll make sure you die. Smack! Yiming slapped the person who had been cursing across the face. This slap contained the power of darkness. It instantly tore apart most of his face. His spine broke, and his head drooped, instantly dead. The scene fell silent in an instant. Now, can you answer my questions? Yiming looked at the remaining person with no expression. The person nodded. He was already scared out of his wits. Speak. What's your name? Go-Yi Seiji. Who sent you? I. Puff. Go-Yi Seiji hesitated for just a moment. Yiming took out a small knife and instantly stabbed it into the root of his thigh. The pain made Go-Yi Seiji's body tremble, and he didn't dare play any tricks. It's Gen Karai. He is our superior. He sent us to kill you. Chapter 89. Want to test your luck with a 5th-tier contract master? Where is he? Yiming asked. I don't know. Go-Yi Seiji shook his head. I really don't know. Gen Karai is my superior. As a subordinate, it's impolite for me to inquire about my superior's whereabouts. Yi Ming's face was cold. The information you've provided isn't enough to save your life. Go Yi Seiji's heart tightened and his mind raced. Suddenly, something came to his mind. I remembered. Before I left, I heard Jin Karai say he was going to Songbei City first, then come to Songnan City. It won't be more than 2 days. This information was somewhat valuable. Yi Ming nodded. Is there more? No, there's really nothing more. Go Yi Seiji pleaded. Please, I beg you, spare me. I have elderly parents and young children. I was forced into this line of work. I don't want to kill you. Huh? Yi Ming summoned the long sickle and swung it. The cold light flashed, and Go Yi Seiji breathed his last. His eyes bulged out, his mouth wide open, as if questioning Yi Ming. Wasn't it agreed that you would spare me? Yi Ming coldly glanced at Go Yi Seiji. Spare? Impossible. No matter how much information or rewards there were, it was impossible to spare. Besides, you have elderly parents and young children. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Devour. Yi Ming summoned the dark aura, devouring the bodies of Go Yi Seiji and the other man. During the devouring process, a hot aura suddenly erupted. Yi Ming frowned and suppressed the aura. Clang! 2 small red balls like glass beads dropped to the ground. What is this? Yi Ming asked in confusion. Ing Yu peeked with her eyes, her delicate body trembling slightly, excitedly saying, Yi Ming, good stuff. They are called Qi Huo Yanzi. They are positive and belong to rare treasures of heaven and earth. After absorption, they can bring the Qi Yin into the body, not only achieving the effect of Qi Yin body refining, but also supplementing Yang energy. Of course, it has another effect, which is what humans often say. Her voice became faint, whispering, with her cheeks starting to flush. It seemed she thought of something not suitable for her age. What is it? Tonifying the kidneys. And it's a great tonification. Ing Yu was afraid Yi Ming wouldn't understand the terrifying effects, specifically adding, if your kidneys have any diseases, such as kidney deficiency, after taking Qi Huo Yanzi, you can recover. Yi Ming, my kidneys are fine. Don't use me as an example. Okay. Afterwards, Yi Ming absorbed the Qi Huo Yanzi. The Qi insurged in his body. Yi Ming's flesh became even more solid. His muscle lines were proportionate and clear. He belonged to the type that looks slim in clothes but muscular without them. Vitality, 920940. Spirit power, 920940. His physical body was further strengthened. After stabilizing his strength, Yi Ming sat in a chair, thinking, in about 2 days, Yuan Guanglai will come from Songbei City to Songnan. With Star Trek trains, normal roads, and walking, there are 5 routes in total. As long as we set up checkpoints on these 5 routes, we can easily capture him. After pondering for a while, Yi Ming sent all the information he gained to Sun Ho Yuan. The latter also wasted no time. He immediately arranged manpower. Once Yuan Guanglai enters Songnan City, they would get the news right away. The next day at dawn, Yi Ming returned to Songnan City. After a brief rest for a day, he began to grind for levels in the secret realm. In his eyes, fierce beasts were like growth fruits. Each beast he killed, and the accumulation of experience filled his heart with satisfaction. Looking at Yi Ming killing everywhere in the secret realm. The person in charge of the secret realm, Yidu, was numb. This kid is simply a monster. His strength is overwhelming, breaking through like drinking water, various combat skills and agility are top-notch. If I don't say it, who would believe he is a demon contract master? He was shocked inside. After Yi Ming walked out of the secret realm, he specially granted Yi Ming new permissions. High-risk secret realm. Its difficulty surpasses that of VIP secret realms. Under the same realm, the fierce beasts in high-risk secret realms are several times stronger than ordinary fierce beasts. Logically speaking, high-risk secret realms are only open to 3rd tier or higher with a year's contract master experience. But Yi Ming's strength was too exaggerated. A little privilege was not excessive. High-risk secret realm. Yi Ming thought secretly, perhaps this is the secret realm I should challenge. There are only 5 days left until school starts. During this time, Yi Ming was crazily leveling up in the high-risk secret realm. His realm experience reached 800,000. Only 20,000 more experience was needed to become a 4th-tier contract master. Vitality, 940960. Spirit power, 940960. Dark domain, level 10, level 11. Special effect unlocked. In the domain, the enemy's strength will be suppressed, and their hearts will be shrouded in fear. Their power will be reduced by 100%, with the reduction effect related to the realm, not exceeding 50% and not less than 20%. Enemies in the secret realm, regardless of their realm, will at least have their strength reduced by 20%. Yi Ming frowned, extremely shocked. Isn't this equivalent to a conceptual skill? This special effect. It's a bit exaggerated. God Fallen Demon Armor, Level 10, Level 11, Special Effect Unlocked. God Fallen Demon Armor's defense effect is enhanced, fire damage resistance doubled, toxin resistance doubled, ice resistance doubled during combat. The enemy's blood will excite the demon armor, further enhancing its effect. Eternal Night Descends, Level 9, Level 11, Special Effect Unlocked. When alone, if the opponent's realm is higher than yours, your strength will be enhanced. Looking at the panel in front of him, Yiming's lips revealed a smile. During this time, he made rapid progress, and his strength had changed greatly compared to a few days ago. When he meets a quasi-5th rank again, he should be able to defeat the opponent within 5 moves. And face-to-face, not a sneak attack from behind. I'll go to the Heart Martial Arts Academy and test my current strength. Just as Yiming had this thought, his phone rang. Sun Ho Yuan, are you interested in a match with a 5th rank contracted master? A life and death game. Yiming, 5th rank? Not interested. He needed a strong opponent to practice his fists. But playing a life and death game with a 5th rank contracted master was simply courting death. There's an insurmountable gap between a 3rd rank and a 5th rank contracted master. Even with exceptional talent, it wouldn't work. Sun Ho Yuan. He's not in peak condition, he's badly injured, and can only exert 20% of his strength. Yiming, you mean Yuan Guanglai, right? You have all this information, why not just arrest him directly? Sun Ho Yuan, I caught a few fish with him. Yiming, after catching them, you still didn't arrest him. If it's really necessary, just kill him. Sun Ho Yuan, I wanted to kill him directly to avoid unnecessary trouble, but your teacher won't allow it. He insisted on leaving Yuan Guanglai alive, so you could practice. Teacher Guyan Feng? So it was his idea. He wanted me to practice, but it's not just practicing, there's definitely another purpose. Perhaps there's something I need hidden in Yuan Guanglai. Yiming's eyes suddenly became serious. Sun Ho Yuan, so, are you going to try? Yiming, I'll try. Location? Time? Sun Ho Yuan, tonight at 11, near your house. Chapter 90. The first battle with a 5th rank contracted master. Back home, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Yiming sat in a chair, thinking, my current strength is enough to match an average quasi-5th rank. But against a 5th rank strong master, I'm still somewhat lacking. What is my teacher's purpose in arranging this battle with Yuan Guanglai? To test my true strength? Or to let me experience the taste of being close to death, so I can temper my heart? Could it be that there is some kind of treasure hidden in Yuan Guanglai, and in order to obtain it, I must defeat him and pass the teacher's test? A series of questions appeared in Yiming's mind. Although he was a top-level assassin, he didn't have the ability to read minds, so he couldn't guess what others were thinking. While he was unable to make sense of it all, a cold wind suddenly swept from behind. The wind blades whistled, and frost gathered on them. Yiming sat in the chair as the wind blade swung toward his neck. Just as it was about to touch him, Yiming slightly tilted his head, and the wind blade grazed his neck, perfectly dodging. Teacher, can you stop with these little tricks? I'm very familiar with your aura. Even if you conceal it, I can still detect it. Yiming stood up and turned around, speaking. Behind him, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. This is not some small trick. I was testing your ability to adapt. Obviously you passed. Passed. Yiming smiled. Is there a reward? No. Then it's not interesting. A test without a reward is just blatant bullying. Gu Yunfeng ignored Yiming's resistance and asked on his own. Did you receive the task information? Yuan Guanglai? Captain Sun told me. Yiming nodded, then said, Teacher, arranging this battle with Yuan Guanglai, is it also a test for me? Of course. Gu Yunfeng nodded. Your strength has increased significantly, and your foundation is solid. But I worry that the rapid increase in power will affect your mindset. So, I used a 5th rank contracted master to temper you. I knew Yiming frowned. There's no reward again, right? No. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand. There is a reward. As far as I know, Yuan Guanglai has 10 red calamity lotus seeds. This is a treasure that strengthens the body, and it works exceptionally well, very suitable for you. If you can kill Yuan Guanglai, these 10 red calamity lotus seeds will all be yours. If you can't kill Yuan Guanglai, you can only watch as these 10 red calamity lotus seeds fall into Little Sun's hands. Little Sun? Sun Ho Yuan? Yiming was surprised. He has already reached the 6th level. Why does he still need the crimson calamity lotus seeds? Even a fly's leg is still meat. Besides, the crimson calamity lotus seeds have significant effects and can help all contract masters below the 7th level. As he spoke, Gu Yunfeng stood up and walked to Yiming's side, patting him on the shoulder. So, Yiming, keep it up. Try to get these 10 crimson calamity lotus seeds into your pocket. As for Little Sun, I've already given him enough. I don't want to give him any more good stuff. What you just said would surely chill Captain Sun's heart. After a brief conversation, Gu Yinfeng left. Yi Ming sat in the chair, starting to think. With 10 crimson calamity lotus seeds absorbed, my vitality and mental power should break 1,000. As long as I kill Source Light Lai, everything will be mine. Although he had never fought against a 5th-level contract master, Yi Ming was confident in his own strength. Waiting for night to fall was a lengthy process. During this time, Yi Ming received some news. His 4th uncle, Yi Zheng, would be returning home tonight or tomorrow. He took a break from his task to come back and send Yi Ming off. In 5 days, Yi Ming would be going to Star Demon University. This was a big event. The family should gather. Night. Stars dotted the sky. The moon cast a bright light, as if dressing the buildings in a layer of silver frost. Yi Ming put on a black robe and hurried toward the small alley near his home, following the information from Sun Ho Yuan. And on a certain rooftop, Yi Shuang sat cross-legged, the moonlight shining on her, with silver light spots flickering. She finished a phase of her training and opened her eyes, just in time to see Yi Ming going out. Going on a mission? Yi Shuang watched Yi Ming leave. In her eyes, Yi Ming first exited, crossed a 50-meter road, turned left, walked a short distance, and then turned right. Finally, he stopped in a small alley. Then he disappeared. He disappeared? How could he disappear? Yi Shuang furrowed her brows, suddenly having an idea in her heart. A means to hide one's body. No wonder Captain Sun told me that Yi Ming has the talent to be an assassin. Just this method of hiding is something many professional assassins dream of. But that alley is only 500 meters from the Yi family. Is a mission location so close? Yi Shuang frowned. Logically, the kill hall generally does not assign tasks close to home for assassins. This is to avoid being discovered. Of course, special situations are exceptions. Who? While Yi Shuang was contemplating, a strange black shadow appeared. He stumbled through the various alleys, quickly arriving at the alley where Yi Ming was located. Could it be that he is the mission target? Just when Yi Shuang had this thought in her heart, suddenly, Yi Ming burst out from the dark. The dark domain unfolded, covering the entire alley in darkness. Baka, Source Light Lai cursed softly while wearing a raincoat. The darkness around was filled with a strange, cold aura. This made him, already injured, feel extremely panic-stricken. Baka Yuru, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding in the dark isn't a skill. Be like a cherry blossom warrior and have a proper duel. Source Light Lai drew a pitch-black long sword from his waist. Strange light shimmered on him. The next moment, a set of ghost mask warrior armor attached itself to him. A powerful aura suddenly exploded. Source Light Lai's hair was disheveled. Holding the sword as he looked around, his gaze sharp. S-level Ghost Martial Saint. Close combat skills are superb. The downside is that there are no ranged means. As long as we avoid close combat with him, and once we exhaust his power, we can win. In the darkness, Ing Yu analyzed. Hearing this, Yi Ming immediately had an idea. He waved his hand, and 10 dark, long arrows condensed. Whoosh, 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 cutting through the air. They shot towards Source Light Lai. Baka! Source Light Lai shouted in anger, drawing his knife and easily cutting down the 10 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, another set of long arrows shot in from behind. Clang, clang. Yuan Guanglai struck again, cutting most of the long arrows, but one struck the root of his thigh. It didn't cause a fatal injury, but the pain slowed him down. Yuan Guanglai's brain went fuzzy for a moment. Now, in the darkness, Yi Ming struck. Chapter 91. Hard-earned victory, red disaster lotus swoosh. Dark claws stretched out under Yuan Guanglai's feet. They wrapped around his legs like wild-growing vines, tightly restraining him. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dark arrows shot toward Yuan Guanglai's front. He roared, and ghostly energy rose from his body, tearing the dark claws apart. Taking a quick step forward, his long knife sliced through the air, releasing silver gusts of wind. Yuan Guanglai cut down all the dark arrows. Childish tricks. Before he could finish his arrogant words, Yi Ming suddenly appeared behind him. Puchi! Yi Ming swung his long scythe vertically, creating a black shockwave. Yuan Guanglai's back, his warrior armor was torn apart, revealing a horrific wound. A lot of blood flowed from the wound. Baka! Yuan Guanglai's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth in pain as he charged toward Yi Ming. His powerful aura suddenly surged, and behind him, a strange female warrior's phantom materialized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swung his long knife, slashing out countless knife-shaped energies. Yi Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he swung his long scythe to block. Boom! Yuan Guanglai suddenly charged forward. His eyes turned pitch black, and black veins appeared on his arms, with power constantly gathering into the long knife. Rolling ghostly energy surged from the long knife. 5th level contract master. Damn, Why would Yiming be assigned such a dangerous task? Night Frost cursed quietly and was about to rush to help. Just as she was about to jump, less than half a meter in the air, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. The jumping Night Frost was forcibly pressed down. Captain Sun, what are you doing? Night Frost was surprised. Sun Hoyuan shook his head and said, do not interfere with Yiming's task. This is his test. Test? Sending a 3rd level to kill a 5th level. This isn't a test. It's to take his life. Night Frost said angrily. Can't you see? Yiming is already being suppressed. Suppressed? Sun Hoyuan calmly shook his head. He hasn't even used his full strength. How could he be suppressed? Night Frost. Jump! A sharp cold air suddenly came from afar. Night Frost turned her head and focused her gaze. Behind Yiming, Ing Yu controlled 2 dark tentacles, swinging them in the air to successfully counter Yuan Guanglai's slashes. As Yuan Guanglai rushed toward him, slashing down from the sky. Behind Yiming, a pair of black wings spread open. He leapt from a spot. Boom! The long knife struck the floor. Yiming leapt sideways, easily dodging. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Such speed. Night Frost was stunned. Sun Hoyuan smiled indifferently. Speed is just one of his strengths. His strength is even more exaggerated. As the two were talking, the 2 dark tentacles behind Yiming began to coil around his arm like vines. They kept twisting and growing, eventually fully wrapping around his right arm. Under the dark tentacles twisting, Yiming's arm and long scythe merged into one, his right arm resembling a giant black mantis blade, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Kill! Red light flashed in Yiming's eyes. The fallen slash was released in an instant. Puchi! The scythe struck heavily into Yuan Guanglai's body. It directly severed his right arm. Ah! The sound of pain echoed. But inside Yiming's dark domain, all sounds were absorbed by the darkness. I'll fight you to the death. Yuan Guanglai's aura surged again, his power almost becoming solid. He burned his life. This was a reckless approach. But just as he charged toward Yiming, about to strike, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his brain. A sudden dark illness attack. Yuan Guanglai's aura plummeted. Good opportunity. Yiming moved in an instant, his long scythe gleaming coldly. The dark streak of light tore through the air, rushing toward Yuan Guanglai. At the same time, in another direction, Yi Zheng had just gotten out of the car and arrived at the gate of the Yi family home. Carrying a suitcase, he was just about to enter the house. Suddenly, buzz! A violent fluctuation of power made his heart tremble. Such a strong smell of blood. Could it be a beast invasion? Yi Zheng frowned, and with a flick of his hand, he tossed the suitcase into the back of the Yi family house. In the next instant, he turned into a streak of light and shot toward the battlefield. On the rooftop, Yi Shuang suddenly noticed this. Not good. That's 4th uncle. He's heading toward Yi Ming's location. If he sees it, Yi Ming's identity as a killer from the Susha Hall might be exposed. Yi Shuang's heart filled with anxiety. Sun Hoyuan glanced at the center of the battle. Yi Ming was finishing the final cleanup. I'll go stall him. Just as Sun Hoyuan was about to move. Whoosh! At that moment, a white streak of light flashed past him. The speed was astonishing, like a beam of light. That is... Sun Hoyuan fixed his gaze. It was Gu Yinfeng. That guy had actually been watching everything from shadows. Almost there, almost there. Yi Zheng was advancing at full speed. Just one more turn, and he would reach the center of the battlefield. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Zheng's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet hard, dragging out a 10-meter-long mark on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. Who are you? Get out of the way. This place is very dangerous. Yi Zheng's words cut off mid-sentence, because when he saw the person's face clearly, his voice froze. Gu Yinfeng, Senior? Why are you here? Yi Zheng asked in confusion. Gu Yinfeng clasped his hands behind his back, his expression profound. Conducting a little test. Test? Yi Zheng instinctively asked, what test? A test to see who is stronger, a 3rd-tier contract master or a 5th-tier beast. 3rd-tier contract master? 5th-tier beast? Beast. So it really was a beast. Oh, so. It's just an experiment. I thought it was a beast invasion, my mistake. As Yi Zheng spoke, he suddenly sensed something was off. A 3rd-tier contract master versus a 5th-tier beast. What was there to compare? The beast would definitely win. Senior, may I ask what's the result? Yi Zheng asked. Gu Yinfeng calculated with his fingers and said flatly, 3 more minutes. In the alley. Slash. A chilling flash of light tore through the darkness. A head flew into the air. Yuan Guanglai was dead. Yiming took a deep breath, looking at the cuts on his arm and thigh, his expression serious. As expected, with my current strength, killing a 5th-tier contract master still comes at a heavy price. He walked up to Yuan Guanglai's corpse, crouched down, searched through the body. He found 10 red calamity lotus seeds and a map made of sheepskin. The location marked on it was beyond the domain, red calamity lotus. Yiming's heart leaped with joy. It was actually a treasure map. It recorded the location of the red calamity lotus. One red calamity lotus could sell for over $1 billion on the market. It was worth more than 100 red calamity lotus seeds. I've struck gold. Yiming carefully put away the treasure map. Then, using darkness, he devoured Yuan Guanglai's body along with the blood left from the battle. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Ho Yuan suddenly appeared and handed him the head of a fierce beast. Captain Sun, this is... Do as I say. Outside the alley, Yi Zheng and Gu Yanfeng were waiting in place. The next moment, Yiming walked out carrying a beast's head. His face showed excitement as he shouted, "Teacher, the 5th-tier ghost patter tyrant has been dealt with. Does this mean I passed the test?" Fourth uncle, why are you here?" Yi Zheng didn't answer, his gaze locked on the beast's head in Yiming's hand. Shocked, he asked, This beast, you killed it." Chapter 92, The Red Flame Pool, Red Calamity Lotus. "Yes." Yiming nodded. "I killed it. However, this beast wasn't at its peak. It was severely injured and couldn't fight at full strength." He was telling the truth. He wasn't exaggerating his strength just to show off. What was true. But even if it wasn't at its peak, with your 3rd-tier level, killing a 5th-tier beast is already an exaggerated thing. Yi Zheng was in an unparalleled shock. As the captain of the 3rd Border City's Guard Army, he had accepted many new recruits, including some geniuses who had killed enemies beyond their level. But killing enemies 1 level higher was already terrifying. Yet Yiming had directly surpassed 2 levels. Exaggerated. Unbelievable. Yi Zheng found it hard to convince himself to believe, but this big shot, Gu Yanfeng, was standing right here. He was the authority. Could there be any doubt? After a fierce inner struggle, Yi Zheng finally accepted this reality. He and Yiming walked home together. "I originally prepared some things for you, but with your current strength, you probably don't need them anymore." Yi Zheng took out an exquisite wooden box. He opened it. Inside, there were 3 black mirror flowers. This was a special kind of heavenly material, containing dark power, very helpful for witch contract masters. Yi Zheng had specifically searched for them for Yiming during a mission. "No, Uncle C, I need this. I really need it." Yiming smiled as he took it. "As long as it's something from you, I need it." Yi Zheng froze for a moment, then slapped the back of Yiming's head. "You little brat. How did you start talking so slick?" "Huh. No. He chatted briefly with Uncle C under the moonlight. He told him some things about the Outer Realms. To sum it up in a few words, the Outer Realms are dangerous. The forces of various countries are crazily expanding into the Outer Realms. Out of every 100 people who die in the Outer Realms, 70 die at the hands of foreign contract masters. Dragon Country and Sakura Country have an indelible hatred. After the Beast Crisis erupted, the hatred deepened, and when encountering people from Sakura Country in the Outer Realms, it's best to kill them on the spot. If you don't kill them today, tomorrow there may be Dragon Country people dying at their hands." Yiming hated Sakura Country to the core. He wished he could devour their flesh and drink their blood. Hatred is hatred. If you want revenge, just thinking about it isn't enough. You have to take action. Yiming waved his hand, taking out the 10 red calamity lotus seeds he had obtained from Yuan Guanglai. "Yu, with my current physical condition, can I completely absorb them?" Yiming asked. Yu shook her head and said, "Your body is indeed strong, but your realm is still only 3rd tier. I suggest you absorb 4 at a time, and keep the absorption time around 1 hour. This way, you can absorb the energy of the red calamity lotus seeds to the greatest extent. 4 at a time, absorption time around 1 hour." Yiming didn't hesitate. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the red calamity lotus seeds, channeling his body's energy. The overflowing energy entered Yiming's body. Black flames began to boil under his skin. His skin turned bright red, and white steam constantly emitted. Sweat beads the size of beans covered his whole body. Yiming could feel as if there were raging flames burning his body. This process was painful, far from easy. Yiming's endurance is so strong. It doesn't seem like a level of endurance someone his age should have. Yu was once again shocked by Yiming's actions. She felt that the guy she had contracted with, aside from being very kind, also had a perfect temperament, although his aura of killing was a bit too heavy. Wait, as the Dark Knight, Demon Emperor of Gods fall, Yu suddenly thought of something. Her brows furrowed as she came up with a sole question. The reason Yiming is confident he can resist the backlash of killing. Could it be because he knows his killing aura is so heavy that he's not afraid of the killing backlash brought by the witch contract master? Yu's little mouth formed an O shape, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. So the question is, where did Yiming a recently graduated college student, gets such a thick, killing aura from? Did he pick it up somewhere? That's ridiculous. Phew. During the timing Yu Yu was thinking, Yiming had absorbed all 10 red calamity lotus seeds. His physical body was once again reinforced, and when he clenched his fists, his skin became hot, as if it had just undergone the quenching of a sharp weapon. Vitality, 9601000. Mental strength, 9601000. Is it because I've absorbed too much that I've developed a resistance? Yiming noticed that the effect of absorbing 10 scarlet calamity lotus seeds this time wasn't as astonishing as the first time. The higher the values of vitality and mental strength, the harder it is to improve further. Also, the resistance you mentioned is one of the reasons. Ing Yu Yu explained to Yiming with a smile. Yiming nodded and then opened Ing Yu Yu's panel. Contract Spirit, God-Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu Yu. Level, SSS, Improvement Progress, 8% 10%. Resurrection Progress, 16% 18%. The resurrection progress has been improved. Yu Yu, have you had any actual changes? For example, can you transform into a tiny person the size of my palm and sit on my shoulder as an accessory? Yiming joked with a smile. Accessory? I don't want to be any accessory. My dream is to fight alongside you and be your strongest support. Ing Yu put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and struck a heroic pose in Yiming's mind. But she quickly realized something was wrong. Her little face flushed bright red. You don't need to be so restrained. Just do whatever you want. I won't blame you. Yiming smiled. Ing Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but she wouldn't look up because her face was burning red. It seems that this time the improvement in resurrection progress doesn't show any actual effects. That's normal, Yiming said. This increase was too small, only 2%. No effect improvement was quite normal. Perhaps once the resurrection progress reaches 20%, a brand new and extraordinarily powerful ability will awaken. This was uncertain information, but Yiming was certain in his heart. This was a kind of inertia thinking. It always felt like when reaching a round number, everything would change. After absorbing the Scarlet Calamity Lotus Seeds, Yiming felt energetic. He couldn't sleep tonight. He began to check the map he had obtained earlier from Sourcelight Lai. Scarlet Flame Pool, a place guarded by the quasi-5th level fierce beast, Scarlet Flame Crocodile Turtle, where Scarlet Calamity Lotus Flower blooms, highly valuable, can be explored. After reading the text on the map, Yiming fell into deep thought. The location of the Scarlet Flame Pool was near the outer region of the 3rd border city. A Scarlet Calamity Lotus Flower grows there. Only a quasi-5th level fierce beast is guarding it. Yiming's heart raced. Chapter 93 once again into the outer region. The enhancement brought by a single Scarlet Calamity Lotus seed was exceptionally vast, and a Scarlet Calamity Lotus flower's effect was 100 times greater than that of the Scarlet Calamity Lotus seeds. It seems I need to make a trip to the outer region. Yiming made up his mind. The next day, at noon, taking advantage of his 4th uncle Yi Zheng's day off, the whole family had a reunion dinner together, celebrating Yiming's successful admission to Star Demon University. They also hoped Yiming could achieve good results at Star Demon University. Clink. The wine glasses clinked, making a crisp sound. At the end of the reunion dinner, Yiming also shared his thoughts with his 4th uncle. You want to go to the outer region again? Of course. Yi Zheng nodded, but then asked another question. Is there anyone accompanying you? You are strong, but you lack experience. I won't be at ease if you go alone. The first time in the outer region, there were killers from the killing hall accompanying him. The second time, Gu Yinfeng acted as a bodyguard. The third time, Yiming pondered. He couldn't just have his teacher lead him again. That would make him seem insignificant. How about asking my older sister to come with me? She always stays at home and should get out and move around. Yiming looked at Yi Xin. His sister was easy to talk to. She could help smooth things over when issues arose. Huh? Me? Yi Xin shook her head. Sorry, Yiming. I'm busy trying to break into the 4th level and don't have time to go to the outer region. Breaking into the 4th level? Sleeping all day on the bed if she can take a break. She absolutely won't lift a finger. She was known as the #1 lazy bug in the Yi family. But Yi Xin was actually preparing to break into the 4th level? Is this what they call a gifted child? Yiming secretly said. You don't have the right to say such things. Everyone shot a glare at Yiming. Everyone hated vanity more than arrogance. If no one else, then I'll go. Yi Shuang suddenly spoke up. 4th uncle Yi Zheng looked her over. Yi Shuang has decent strength, a steady temperament, and is very rational when facing events. If it's her accompanying, I think there's no need to worry. Second brother, what do you think? The outer realm is dangerous. Yi Shuang is the daughter of 2nd Uncle Yi Jun. Of course, this kind of thing depends on her biological father's attitude. Go ahead, the outer realm is indeed dangerous, but aren't contract masters existing because of danger. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't grow tough. Going to the outer realm can broaden your horizons, but you must ensure your safety. Yi Jun's attitude was already very clear. At this point, the plan was set. Yi Ming and Yi Shuang teamed up. Their target was the Crimson Flame Lotus. After lunch, Yi Ming and the others followed fourth Uncle Yi Zheng to the third border city. After completing the necessary procedures, they left the city and arrived at the outer realm. The sky was dim. The strong wind swirled dark clouds. Lightning flickered in the clouds. Sister Yi Shuang, follow me, I'll take you. Yi Ming opened the dark field. While restraining his aura, he sped forward like a black beam of light, making no sound at all. His feet stepped on the branches, slightly pushing off like a gentle breeze passing, creating a soft, rustling sound. So agile in movement, so impressive in power control. Yi Shuang looked at Yi Ming's back, her expression heavy. His cultivation must be very hard. Now it seems I should learn from him. She exerted force in her legs. Imitating Yi Ming, she stepped on the branches. Her movements were a bit stiff, but she still learned the form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures dashed through the forest, across the swamp, through the sea of flowers, and past the Black Death Zone. All the way, Yi Ming killed many fierce beasts, with prompts constantly ringing in his mind. Killed one-stage fierce beast bone-eating ant. Realm experience +2, spirit skill experience +2. Killed two-stage fierce beast flame lantern monster. Realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Killed three-stage fierce beast bone-chopping battle puppet. Realm experience +10, spirit skill experience +10. Killed four-stage fierce beast black pattern golden beast. Realm experience +20, spirit skill experience +10. As the earth turned crimson, the giant trees became withered white. Yi Ming's gaze turned toward a nearby pool, as if it was formed from gathered magma, releasing terrifying heat. The air was twisted from the burning. At the center of the crimson flame pool, a fully red flower, its petals like burning flames, the bud like a fierce lantern with 13 petals, was proudly blooming. Right ahead. Sister Yi Shuang, let's rush. Yi Ming and Yi Shuang rushed toward the crimson flame pool. In another direction, intense explosions echoed continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Stars scattered, and at the moment of impact with fierce beasts, the starlight exploded, spewing flesh and blood from the beasts. Three figures, previously surrounded by fierce beasts, instantly turned the tide and pierced through the encircling beasts. Mrs. Star Collapse is becoming more skilled. At this rate, it won't be long before the mist becomes a four-stage contract master. A man dressed in black combat gear said with a smile. Another woman with a high ponytail, slender figure, also in combat gear said, the Miss is talented. Becoming a four-stage contract master is just a matter of time. In my opinion, in the near future, the Miss will surely become one of the extraordinary strong. The two praised each other vigorously. A girl in purple armor, revealing a pretty face, Su Gonglingxin, shook her head and said, let's stop the useless flattery here. During this holiday, my strength indeed increased, but I'm still some distance from becoming a four-stage contract master. You praise my talent, but you haven't seen a true genius. She was a freshman at Star Demon University. The holiday ended, advancing to sophomore year. To others, she was a genius, a strong one. But she knew well, in Star Demon University, she was only an average student. I have met a woman the same age as me. She practices for only 1 hour each day, visits the secret realm once a month, and goes to the outside world once every 3 months, not absorbing heavenly materials or swallowing beast materials. Even after entering the pool, she still stays on the same level as me, and she seems to be subtly surpassing me. A figure appeared in Shangwan Lingxin's mind. She squinted her eyes, and her expression became serious. The man in combat attire was surprised. How can someone so lazy keep up with you, miss? Who is she? Could she be a child from a big family? No. Shangwan Lingxin shook her head. Her name is Yi Xinxin, and she comes from a small city called Sangnan. This. The man inhaled sharply. The world is vast. Even small places hide dragons. Shangwan Lingxin nodded silently. She looked at the distant Qian pool and said seriously, thinking more is useless. She has talent, and that is her business. What I need to do is to manage myself and work hard to improve. When I get my hands on the Chihua Lotus, I should have a chance to push for the 4th rank. Even if I can't break through, I can still catch a glimpse of a corner of the iceberg. Chapter 94. Near 5 rank beast. Crimson flame crocodile turtle. Swish, swish. Sharp blades sliced through flesh, and blood sprayed everywhere. Although Shangwan Lingxin was a 3rd rank contract master, her S-grade Star Maiden was a main offensive contract spirit. She possessed strength far beyond other contract masters at the same level. With the two fourth-rank bodyguards beside her, killing some simple beasts was no problem at all. They continued to push forward, getting closer to the Chi-Yin pool. The nearer they got to the finish line, the stronger the beasts they encountered. The moment Shangguan Lingxin stepped forward, several armored and clawed fire-armored lizards suddenly appeared, surrounding Shangguan Lingxin at the center. There are many of them, but their strength is lacking. Shangguan Lingxin waved her hand, swinging out a fantastical colored whip. She charged toward the fire-armored lizards quickly. Where the whip struck, the fire-armored lizards were whipped into bloody, ragged flesh. Suddenly, roar! A fierce roar sounded. "Miss, be careful!" A girl with a high ponytail shouted. Shangguan Lingxin turned her head to look. In her pupils, a beast twice the size of a normal fire-armored lizard was charging at her with its bloody mouth wide open. "This is bad," she cursed silently in her heart. Just as she was about to use her trump card, a sturdy figure suddenly rushed over from the side. He carried a solid, thick shield in both hands, like a cannonball shot out, crashing heavily into the fire-armored lizard. This crash actually forced the fire-armored lizard back over 20 meters. After the shield-bearing man charged out, a black shadow followed closely. He wore a long black robe with a hood, and his raised arms gathered into sharp short blades, like a ghost moving through the darkness. With every move, a fire-armored lizard was cut in half. Blood gushed and flesh flew. After a short while, the man in black arrived alongside the shield-bearing man, crossed his arms, and respectfully said, "Young master, all 23 fire-armored lizards have been completely slain. I have not disgraced my mission." The shield-bearing man nodded expressionlessly, then smiled at Shangguan Lingxin. It was only then that Shangguan Lingxin saw the man's appearance clearly. His face was square, with single-fold eyelids, small eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a prominent skull and thick lips, making him look somewhat old. Clearly in his early 20s, but appearing to be in his 30s. A mature-looking young man. "He Qiuming, what are you doing here?" Shangguan Lingxin's brows furrowed. She knew He Qiuming. They were students in the same grade at Star Demon University. Having interacted several times and even teamed up in many secret realms, they could be considered friends. However, Shangguan Lingxin recently found that He Qiuming had developed a strange sentiment towards her and even wrote her love letters. As someone who was solely focused on cultivation and temporarily disregarding love, Shangguan Lingxin, of course, would not be heartless like the Sea King who hung He Qiuming and crazily tricked him out of his money. Shangguan Lingxin clearly rejected him. But He Qiuming was stubborn and relentless. My family is elders serving in the border city, and I heard there are good things from outside recently, so I thought I'd come and take a look," He Qiuming said with a smile. The He family is a big family located in a second-tier city. They have some wealth. This, Shangguan Lingxin had accidentally heard someone mention. "So, you also came for the Scarlet Calamity Lotus?" Shangguan Lingxin squinted her eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of questioning. He Qiuming chuckled twice. Yes, I came for the Scarlet Calamity Lotus." You can't even lie properly." Shangguan Lingxin didn't want to ask further. She knew this guy, He Qiuming, most likely tracked her movements. She had seen this kind of thing many times before. She hated this feeling. Normally, she would have scolded him fiercely, but today she had important matters to attend to, plus there was a 5th-level contract master standing next to He Qiuming. In the end, under He Qiuming's stubborn pursuit, Shangguan Lingxin chose to let him join her. "That's more like it. Lingxin, listen to me. Before coming to the outside world, I did thorough preparation. The records show that the Scarlet Calamity Lotus grows in the Scarlet Flame pool, absorbing the power of the Scarlet Flame, turning into a precious treasure, attracting not only human contract masters, but even the fierce beasts from outside. Now, guarding the Scarlet Calamity Lotus is a 5th-level fierce beast called the Scarlet Flame Giant Ghost. With just you and the 2 4th-level contract masters you brought, it is completely impossible to defeat the Scarlet Flame Alligator." He Qiuming continued chattering endlessly by the side. There were nonsense, but also important information. Shangguan Lingxin's expression was cold. She knew her team could not defeat a 5th-level fierce beast at all, so she never intended to fight head-on. Instead, she planned to wait for the right moment, strike secretly, take the Scarlet Calamity Lotus, and run away. After all, in the dangerous outside world, fighting with fierce beasts is a very foolish thing to do. I didn't expect that besides us, there are actually other people." He Qiuming noticed that from another direction, a man and a woman were approaching. Yi Ming and Yi Shuang came through the most dangerous path, and before them was a scarlet flame pool covering several thousand square meters. At the center of the scarlet flame pool, the purest Scarlet Calamity Lotus was releasing intense flames. And on the other side of the Scarlet Flame Pool was He Qiuming and his group. The information about the Scarlet Calamity Lotus is indeed not just known to us. Sister Yi Shuang, I noticed that the person in the black robe does not have good intentions. If a fight breaks out later, remember to avoid him. Yi Ming had a keen sense of aura. Yi Shuang nodded without saying much. On the other side of the pool, He Qiuming looked at Yi Ming and the others, his expression darkening instantly. Elder Chun, what background do they have? One is 4th level, and the other is 3rd level. With such power, they dare to cause trouble here? They are simply ignorant. He Qiuming stepped forward and shouted at Yi Ming and the others. Hey, you two on the other side, if you know what's good for you, get lost. The Scarlet Calamity Lotus is not something you can touch. Knives and swords have no eyes. If you get hurt accidentally, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Hearing this, Yi Ming and Yi Shuang exchanged glances. Yeah, they confirmed. Talking to this guy is like talking to a fool. He Qiuming. Before He Qiuming could finish his shout, Shangguan Lingxin suddenly called out to him. He Qiuming looked confused. Huh? What's wrong? Can you use your brain a little? Take a good look. The path they came from is the most dangerous route to the Scarlet Flame Pool. A 3rd level and a 4th level. If they dare team up to fight for the Scarlet Calamity Lotus, they definitely aren't as simple as they seem. Shangguan Lingxin said, anyone with a bit of sense would understand they are definitely not as easy to deal with. Oh, He Qiuming realized, but he was still obstinate. So what? We have a quasi-5th tier here. No matter how powerful they are, can they defeat a quasi-5th tier? Shangguan Ling was about to say something, but stopped. He Qiuming had become so foolish that she had no words left. She could only clasp her fists towards Yi Ming and Yi Shuang on the opposite shore. You too. The Scarlet Calamity Lotus is a common treasure, and whoever can obtain it depends on their own abilities. However, there's a quasi-5th tier fierce beast guarding this place. So, I hope you both will be careful. Chapter 95, 5th tier beast, Burning Sky Python. Huh. Yi Ming and Yi Shuang exchanged glances again. Confirmed. The speaking woman is clever. Just as Yi Ming was about to clasp his fists and respond. Gurgle, gurgle. The previously calm Scarlet Flame Pool suddenly erupted, with boiling magma churning violently, and the scorching heat distorted the air. Roar. A loud roar echoed. Boom. A massive creature surged up from beneath the pool. It was huge, with a hard shell on its back that looked like it was made of ruby, shining with dazzling light. Its sturdy limbs were powerful, and flames burned atop them. Its eyes were fierce, filled with killing intent, and its tail resembled a serpent with jagged teeth, similar to a Xuan Wu, but lacking the elegance. Quasi-5th tier fierce beast, burning flame crocodile turtle. Old Chun, you take control of it, and I will get the Scarlet Calamity Lotus. He Qiuming commanded. The person called Old Chun in a black robe suddenly rushed out, his hands turning into short blades once again. The burning flame crocodile turtle roared, swinging its tail laden with magma towards Old Chun. The magma flew like missiles. Old Chun's movements were quick. He easily dodged and then came above the burning flame crocodile turtle, waving his short blades and slicing out sharp sword energies. The burning flame crocodile turtle was suppressed. Now is the time. He Qiuming's thighs suddenly exerted force, and he charged towards the center of the Scarlet Flame Pool while holding his shield. The erupting magma collided with his giant shield, but was all blocked. My contract spirit is an S-class giant shield Sanus. After the contract, I gained very high defensive power. Even though I'm currently a 3rd tier contractor, I can withstand most attacks from 4th tier contractors. He revealed a smug smile. While charging forward, he did not forget to glance back at Yi Ming, and a sly smile appeared on his lips, as if to boast. Yi Ming, let's take action. Yi Shuang summoned her icy long sword, preparing for action. Yi Ming raised a hand to stop her. Wait, something's not right. Not right. Yi Shuang was puzzled. What's not right? Yi Ming looked at the Scarlet Calamity Lotus, not far away, and calmly analyzed. The Scarlet Calamity Lotus is a treasure worth hundreds of millions. Its aura is not concealed and is quite flamboyant. You can feel it even from hundreds of meters away. Fierce beasts have sharp senses. Such a rare treasure should not only have a quasi-5th tier guarding it. Yi Shuang's expression changed, you mean? Yes. There is an even more powerful fierce beast lurking in the shadows. From the moment I stepped onto this land, an unknown danger has shrouded me. At first, I was uncertain, but now I'm sure at the bottom of the Scarlet Flame Pool, there's a hidden 5th tier fierce beast. Yi Ming's eyes widened, nearly shouting out. As expected, when He Qiuming held the giant shield and was about to approach the Scarlet Calamity Lotus. Boom! A pillar of magma surged into the sky. The scarlet calamity lotus was cut off by the magma pillar. Damn it! Who is stirring up trouble in the shadows? He Xiaoming yelled, pulling his neck. Suddenly, a thick tail emerged from under the magma, crashing towards He Xiaoming like a massive stone. Bang! This blow sent He Xiaoming flying several meters, crashing heavily onto a corpse. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Young master! Old Chen's heart tightened, and his battle thoughts momentarily froze. Roar! The burning flame crocodile turtle seized the opportunity, opening its massive mouth, sharp teeth sinking into Old Chen's skin, then shaking its head violently. He easily tore off Old Chen's arm. Ah! A painful roar erupted. Old Chen Ling stood in the air, his eyes bloodshot as he charged towards the flame crocodile turtle, when suddenly, the huge tail surged up from the magma again. Bang! It was like slapping a tennis ball. This time, it sent Old Chen flying, crashing against the rocks. At this moment, the magma in the flame pool seethed. A tremendous sound echoed again. It was over 20 meters long, covered in red scales, with sharp vertical pupils full of killing intent, flicking its tongue menacingly. On its thick body, there were shallow, dark scratches. Even though flames surrounded it, they couldn't hide its cold blood. Fifth-level fierce beast, burning heaven python. Shanggong Lingxin's pupils shrank suddenly. Her whole body emitted danger signals. There was only one word in her mind. Run. The fifth-level fierce beast was far too strong. It was simply not something she could kill right now. But what about He Xiaoming and the others? Shanggong Lingxin stretched out her hand, wanting to save He Xiaoming. But as soon as she lifted her hand, she quickly put it down again, and then, without hesitation, turned to run, with life and death at stake. She was not a saint. She couldn't sacrifice her own life to save someone she hated. Miss Run, the bodyguard Shanggong Lingxin brought also sprinted away. Boo! Leaning against the rock, He Xiaoming, whose dozens of bones were fractured, glanced at Shanggong Lingxin fleeing, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it! I should have knocked her out earlier and enjoyed myself outside. Now there's no chance. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. He Xiaoming focused and saw it was that third-level contract master he had previously humiliated. Yi Ming held a long scythe, his black wings unfurling behind him, rushing towards the flame crocodile turtle with lightning speed. The latter opened its huge mouth to bite. Yi Ming's expression darkened, pulling out the scythe. Then he aimed for the flame crocodile turtle's neck. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, a clean cut appeared on the flame crocodile turtle's neck. Its head sank into the magma and disappeared in the end. Successfully killed the quasi-fifth-level flame crocodile turtle. Realm experience plus 100, spirit technique experience plus 100. He actually killed a quasi-fifth-level fierce beast. Shanggong Lingxin's eyes widened. He Xiaoming, leaning against the rock, and Old Chen were also shocked. But before they could accept the reality before them, Yi Ming once again gripped his long scythe, leaping high on the body of the flame crocodile turtle. Dark, tentacle-like appendages extended from his back, wrapping around his arms and the scythe. With Yi Ming at the center, darkness spread, the dark domain unfolded, his aura surged, and black lightning flickered in his hands. As his eyes glowed with crimson light, the fallen slash struck in an instant. Yi Ming charged towards the burning heaven python, his powerful slash cutting through the air, like a crescent moon rising over the flame pool. Whoosh! Blood gushed forth, energy essence flowing from the burning heaven python's neck, soaking into the red calamity lotus, gathering in the flame pool. At that moment, to Shanggong Lingxin and the others, time seemed to slow down. The huge head of the burning heaven python was slowly falling from the air. It fell silently into the flame pool, splashing up a 100-foot wave of magma. Chapter 96. Obtaining the Red Calamity Lotus. Damn! The massive body of the burning heaven python fell from the sky. Yi Ming held the long scythe, his black wings unfurled, killing intent blazing in his scarlet eyes. Watching this scene, He Xiaoming's eyes widened, his heart shaken beyond measure. A third-level contract master killed a fifth-level fierce beast? What a joke. That's impossible. That's impossible. Not just him, even Old Chun, a quasi-fifth-level contract master, leaned against the rock, his mouth open to speak, but his throat choked, unable to utter a word. It was exaggerated. Too exaggerated. It was hard to accept. Shanggong Lingxin, who was fleeing, gradually stopped, staring at everything happening in the distance. She frowned, her pupils trembling. This person really is not simple. After killing the burning heaven python, Yi Ming arrived at the center of the flame pool, took away the crimson calamity lotus. This treasure worth over 100 million, is finally in hand. Successfully killed the 5th tier Flame Sky Python. Realm experience plus 360. Spiritual skill experience plus 360. 360 experience points. What an exaggerated number. This is the largest experience boost Nightming has received so far. However, he knows very well, with his current strength, he still cannot battle a 5th tier fierce beast. Nightming looks at the corpse of the Flame Sky Python. On its crimson body, dark black scars have now become obvious. Nightming had noticed it earlier. This Flame Sky Python was injured, and seriously so. It must have been wounded during the struggle for the Crimson Calamity Lotus. Its power is only about 30% of its peak state. Because of this, Nightming dared to attack it earlier. After putting the Crimson Calamity Lotus away, Nightming returned to Night Frost's side. At this moment, her gaze was somewhat dazed, as if she was still immersed in the scene of Nightming slaying the 5th tier fierce beast. Hey, Sister Night Frost, don't be in a daze. Nightming waved his hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Night Frost come back to her senses. At the same time, Shangongling Xin and He Xiaoming also came over. Thank you for saving my life. Shangongling Xin smiled and clasped her fists. Nightming waved his hand. Even if I didn't act, you wouldn't have died. She had run the fastest before. He Xiaoming glanced at Nightming with a complex expression. He was the one who should be most grateful to Nightming, but his pride wouldn't let him let go of his face. He raised his hand to summon Elder Chun, and after whispering for a while, Elder Chin's eyes shifted, immediately understanding his meaning. He stood up, approaching Nightming. Elder Chun first clasped his hands together and said, I am Chun San. Thank you, young friend, for saving my life. Nightming nodded, saying nothing. Chun San's gaze turned to Nightming's storage bag. A few more smiles appeared on his indifferent face. I have a somewhat presumptuous request. Not sure if I should speak it. If you think it's presumptuous, then don't say it. Nightming waved his hand. No, it must be said. Chun San wore a flattering smile on his face. I wonder if you could sell the Crimson Calamity Lotus you're holding to us. Don't worry, the price will definitely be fair. Nightming looked at him. How much can you offer? 50 million. Get lost. What the hell? The market price is at least 2 billion. You offer 50 million? Do you really think I'm some ignorant fool? Nightming glared, his tone turning serious. Chun San felt a wave of killing intent. His heart suddenly startled, pulling He Xiaoming to run away. Using 50 million to test Nightming, this was definitely not his idea. It was all He Xiaoming's pig-brained scheme. Watching the two of them leave, Nightming was too lazy to chase. The Crimson Calamity Lotus is in hand. The urgent matter now is to return and absorb it. On the way back, Shangongling Xin chose to travel with Nightming. Along the way, Shangongling Xin also unintentionally started topics. But Nightming's feelings toward her were neither good nor bad, and just picked unimportant questions to answer. Before long, they arrived at the 3rd border city. All right, our journey together ends here. My name is Shangongling Xin. I'm a student at Star Demon University. If there's a chance in the future, we can team up in the wilderness. Shangongling Xin smiled and extended her hand. Nightming was stunned for a moment. Star Demon University. What's wrong? Wait, could it be? Shangongling Xin tentatively asked. Are you also a student of Star Demon University? Sort of. Nightming nodded. What the heck? So we are classmates. Shangongling Xin felt the distance to Nightming suddenly narrowed. What year are you in? You look so strong. You must be a senior, right? No, I haven't enrolled yet. Nightming's expression remained indifferent. Haven't enrolled yet? Shangongling Xin was taken aback for a moment. Then a guess appeared in her mind. You can't be a freshman this year, right? What the heck? Shangongling Xin fell silent. This year's freshman means they just became contract masters a little over a month ago. In just over a month, he reached the 3rd tier and defeated a 5th tier fierce beast. Shangongling Xin looked at Nightming again, her eyes looking at him as if he were a monster. You are indeed quite impressive. Shangongling Xin squinted and said. Yiming smiled faintly and did not reply. In the end, after a simple conversation, Shangongling Xin promised that she would pick up Yiming when Star Demon University started. It was the care of a senior for a junior. She could take him to get familiar with the school and such. Yiming was in need of such a guide. You mentioned Xin? Forget it. That person is too lazy and not worth relying on. Since that's the case, it's settled. I will wait for you at the school gate when school starts. Shangongling Xin said with a smile. Yiming nodded and turned to leave, until she watched Yiming leave. Shangongling Xin sighed. What a pity I didn't get the Scarlet Calamity Lotus, and my plan to break through to the 4th level is ruined. The male bodyguard next to her said, the Scarlet Calamity Lotus is not an ordinary thing. Although we didn't get it this time, at least we saved a life. Shang Gong Ling XN nodded. But it's a pity I can't surpass that detestable woman Yi XN during this holiday. I don't even know what level she is at now. But before the holiday, I remember she was only at the 3rd level, and her aura was unstable, so she should be far from the 4th level. Once we return to school, I will push hard, and maybe I can surpass her. The male bodyguard was a bit curious. Miss, do you have a grudge against the XIN? No grudge. Then why do you always compare yourself to her? Because she has high talent, and I just can't stand her. Shanggong Ling XIN's words were somewhat unreasonable, but they were very genuine. In daily life, people always tend to set imaginary rivals for themselves. Sangnan City, Yi family. The moment Yi Ming and Yi Shuang stepped over the threshold, buzz, a mysterious aura fluctuation spread out. A powerful force ripple spread from Yi XIN's room. This aura is... Yi Shuang frowned. Yi Ming's expression became serious. She's broken through. I really didn't expect that lazy older sister actually broke through. Chapter 97. Recovery progress 20%. Black flame awakened. Yi XIN breaks through to the 4th level. She was in a great mood. She took out her saved pocket money and treated her whole family to the best restaurant in Sangnan City, enjoying the most luxurious feast. During the meal, Yi XIN confidently told Yi Ming, "When Star Demon University starts, she will be Yi Ming's guide." Yi Ming initially wanted to say that he already booked a guide, but seeing his older sister so happy today, he decided not to spoil her joy. Moreover, Yi XIN was someone who would forget what she said today by tomorrow. If asked again, she would act like a spoiled child. Her promises regarding these small matters could be completely dismissed. After the family feast ended, Yi Ming returned to his room. The fiery scarlet calamity lotus floated in the air. The dim room was illuminated by the flame's light as Yi Ming reached out to touch the scarlet calamity lotus. Black energy wrapped around his hand for protection, but he could still feel the intense and terrifying power of the red flame. The scarlet calamity lotus belongs to fire, and its power is extremely violent. Be careful when absorbing it. The best way is to absorb the power from the petals first, and then move on to absorb the bud. Of course, the immature lotus seeds within the lotus cannot be overlooked either. Ingyu chuckled mischievously. As time passed, she became less restrained in front of Yi Ming and took on a more cheerful demeanor. Absorb. Yi Ming unleashed his dark domain. With the dark energy supporting him, he and Ingyu acted simultaneously, extending dozens of dark tentacles in the domain to wrap around the scarlet calamity lotus and gradually absorb its power. This was a very lengthy process. After a day and a night, vitality 100,120, mental power 100,1200. Vitality and mental power surged by 200. Yi Ming stood up. He clenched his fists, feeling that every organ in his body had been reborn, refreshed and full of spirit. His muscles were well-defined, and his 8-pack abs were strong and powerful. I've lost a lot of excess fat. My appearance seems to have improved as well. Yi Ming looked at himself in the mirror. His features were three-dimensional and well-defined. His eyebrows sharp, exuding a grand presence. If it weren't for saying it, who would know he was a top assassin?